You may seek labor arbitration or pursue direct litigation. It's all the same. The school has ample time to wear you down. But can you, a destitute, unemployed individual, afford to waste your time? Upon reading the message from his superior on WeChat, Chu Sheng's delicate visage instantly flushed a deep crimson, outshining even the most stubborn stains. Little did he expect that within just 6 months of becoming a cog in the societal machine, he would receive a harsh lesson from this unforgiving world. The mere thought of his salary and performance bonuses slipping away left him slumped helplessly in his chair. Arbitration and litigation may sound appealing, but ultimately, they entail expending significant time and energy, toiling endlessly, merely to reclaim his meager dues. Furthermore, this drawn-out process would not be brief. While Chu Sheng's rent was due in merely a few days, he was so impoverished that he could scarcely afford a meal, let alone the rent. Chu Sheng had considered using his last few coins to purchase a tent, intending to find a somewhat cleaner spot beneath a bridge in a couple of days. Reflecting on the tribulations he had endured over the past 6 months, he felt utterly drained. As the old saying goes, one who slaughters pigs in a past life becomes a teacher in this one. Chu Sheng was a mathematics teacher at a private high school in Longzhou City, still within his probationary period when an incident occurred. A student leaped from the 6th floor, and merely because he happened to pass by that location at the time, he was scapegoated by his superiors. What followed was the typical sequence of dismissal, resignation, and unpaid wages. Chu Sheng had contemplated taking a kitchen knife to confront his superior, but upon considering his parents back home, he ultimately chose to suppress his anger. Given the circumstances, I should eat first, he thought. As Lu Shuren once said, once one's hunger is satiated, problems will naturally find resolution. Chu Sheng boiled a kettle of water and retrieved a container of black elephant instant noodles, preparing to make do. However, just as he finished soaking the noodles and was about to take his first bite, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision. Simultaneously, a sharp, intense pain gripped his heart. Am I about to have a heart attack? He pondered in dismay. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, yet his hands instinctively cradled the noodle container, ensuring it remained upright without spilling a drop. Desperation set in. It was the last of his instant noodles, and spilling them would only deepen his already dire financial straits. However, as Chu Sheng struggled to sit up despite the pain in his backside, he discovered that everything around him was unfamiliar. Before him lay a pitch-black expanse, with only flickering lights dancing from afar, the space constricted and narrow, resembling a tunnel. After a brief examination, he concluded that he was in a cave. Could it be that the heavens, witnessing his misfortunes, have transported him to another world for a change of fortune? He suppressed his curiosity and unease, following the faint light deeper into the cave. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the crackling of a campfire. Suddenly, a cautious voice rang out. "Halt! Do not take another step." The voice was melodious, yet conveyed an undertone of weakness. As Chu Sheng stepped further into the cave, he found the space slightly more expansive, with a roaring campfire illuminating the surroundings. In the shadow behind the fire, a tall, beautiful figure was curled up. The woman had long golden hair, cascading to her waist, skin as pale as jade, and features so exquisite that not a single flaw could be discerned. Her sapphire-like eyes were filled with wariness and vigilance, her stunning face clearly marked with a "do not approach" warning. "Do not be afraid, I harbor no ill intentions," Chu Sheng said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. He noticed the woman held a long wooden staff with a rounded protrusion at its end. She wore a loose white robe that appeared somewhat tattered, exposing her alabaster skin to the air. Visible scars adorned her skin, crusted with dried blood. Despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty remained undiminished, evoking a deep sense of compassion in those who beheld her, a desire to care for her for the rest of her days. Yet, that was not the most striking aspect. The most remarkable feature was her ears, which were long and pointed, reminiscent of a fairy. By heavens! An elven maiden! A surge of excitement coursed through Chu Sheng. Such a race had only existed in games and anime until now. He unconsciously took a small step forward, only to witness the elven maiden spring to her feet, raising her staff high. In an instant, the campfire seemed to come alive, its flames morphing into a menacing wolf, ready to pounce upon him. Wait! Alas, the elven maiden's spell faltered, and she collapsed again, her face pale and even weaker than before. The vividly animated fire wolf vanished, returning to an ordinary campfire. Chu Sheng was not startled by her magic, rather. He was taken aback by the elven maiden's stature. A fleeting glimpse revealed her to be at least 6.5 feet tall, towering over him by half a head. Do they have such excellent nutrition in this other world? Miss Elf, it seems your injuries are rather grave, he observed, noting her struggle to move even a finger. With newfound courage, he approached her, first taking her staff to ensure his safety, then gently propping her up against the cave wall. Throughout the process, he made sure not to touch her skin directly, allowing her vigilance to wane slightly. After all, as a newcomer in this strange realm, you would undoubtedly require a guide. And the towering elven maiden before him was the first individual he encountered in this new world, making her the perfect ally. Grumble. In the stillness of the cave, the sound of his stomach echoed clearly. The elven maiden's nostrils twitched slightly, her gaze fixated on the instant noodles in his hand. Chu Sheng, sensing her interest, cracked open the lid of the noodle container just enough to let the enticing aroma escape. In an instant, the unique fragrance of the noodles filled the confined space. Chu Sheng, the scent had long lost its appeal. If not for his dire circumstances, who would willingly consume instant noodles every day? Yet for someone experiencing this aroma for the first time, the allure was irresistible, especially for someone from another world who had never tasted instant noodles before. He placed the container on the ground, just within reach of the elven maiden, but out of her grasp. Miss Elf, would you like to have some? The only sustenance he had brought to this world was that solitary container of noodles. If he could trade it for the elven maiden's goodwill and trust, it might prove beneficial. With that thought in mind, Chu Sheng lifted the container, presenting it to her, bringing it close to her lips. The elven maiden inhaled the aroma, wafting nearby, her blue eyes reflecting a glimmer of longing, and she swallowed unconsciously. But ultimately, she shook her head and turned away, as if evading the offer. This food is far too precious, I cannot afford it. Precious? Chu Sheng was taken aback. It was merely a container of instant noodles. Was it truly deserving of such a description? He observed that despite her tattered robe, it was clearly of high quality. Moreover, she wielded magic, suggesting that she held a significant status in this world. Surely, someone of her caliber must be accustomed to fine delicacies. What could possibly be so precious that it made her recoil at the thought of consuming it? Lost in contemplation, darkness enveloped his vision once more, as a flash of white light flickered in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, the pitch-black cave had vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of his shabby, rented apartment. A look of shock crossed Chu Sheng's face as he immediately turned to the clock on the wall. He distinctly remembered it being 5:20 when he had his noodles, and now the clock displayed the same time. It seems that while I was in another world, time here remained suspended. Chu Sheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Surely this was his golden opportunity. The mere thought of traversing freely between two worlds filled his mind with numerous paths to wealth. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the scenery before him shifted once more. The exquisite visage of the elf maiden suddenly appeared before him. Although she averted her gaze, she still cast sidelong glances at the instant noodles in his hand. Such an expression evoked unpleasant memories within Chu Sheng. He could vividly recall his recent days of destitution, where passing by hot pot restaurants, fast food joints, and even barbecue stalls, he would inevitably display a similar look of longing. Yet, with empty pockets, he was forced to turn away each time. Please eat, you require sustenance to replenish your strength, he urged, extending the noodles towards her with a smile that he endeavored to make as inviting as possible. If instant noodles were deemed a delicacy in this otherworldly realm, he would soon alleviate his financial woes. Noticing the elf maiden's hesitance, he felt compelled to intensify his persuasion. If you cannot afford it, there are alternative means of repayment. Alternative means of repayment. Upon hearing his words, the elf maiden's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. Weakened and devoid of magical energy, she was severely injured, and without nutritional sustenance, she might not endure another 2 days. The aroma wafting from the noodles hinted at a concoction filled with precious spices, a treasure indeed. Yet, with merely a handful of gold coins to her name, she could not procure such a meal. Thus, his notion of alternative repayment could only imply. The elf maiden scrutinized the man before her, judging solely by his appearance. It seemed she might not be at a loss. Alas, Chu Sheng was a paradox, handsome, yet devoid of anything else. While he may not rival the esteemed fathers of many readers, he certainly possessed a charm that could warrant a discount even at a foot spa. As she teetered on the brink of capitulation, Chu Sheng stirred the noodles with a fork, enhancing their enticing aroma. Dear elf, surely you do not wish to perish in this cave? Chapter 2. A meal for the elf maiden. The elf maiden remained noncommittal. The bowl of instant noodles was indeed of paramount importance to her at this moment. If she failed to consume anything soon, her life essence would continue to wane. As an immortal being, she harbored no fear of death. However, the thought of her companions awaiting her, along with the weight of her kin's safety and future pressing upon her, rendered her restless. Even in death, she could not allow herself to perish quietly in this cavern. Finally, after a moment's contemplation, the elf maiden spoke softly. I possess a few gold coins. Consider it my token of gratitude. I shall agree to your request, but you must ensure that I am fed first, without taking advantage of my meal. Upon hearing the mention of gold coins, Chu Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. If such a treasure was at hand, he should have mentioned it sooner. A single bowl of instant noodles exchanged for even one gold coin would be a remarkable deal. Yet, he pondered the purity of this otherworldly currency, hoping it was not the inferior gold-plated copper variety. Deal, Chu Sheng exclaimed, his exhilaration palpable as he reached out, only to find nothing resembling gold. Wait a moment. Who would hide gold coins in such a place? My apologies, he said, retracting his hand with a somewhat insincere apology. His earlier enthusiasm had led him to a fleeting thought. Nevertheless, he still hoped to glean knowledge about this strange realm through his interaction with her. Thus he remained courteous. The elf maiden shot him a vexed glare and replied, The coins are beside my right leg. Indeed, upon inspecting the anklet on her right leg, he discovered a small pouch. Chu Sheng lifted the fabric bag, weighing it in his hands. It was impressively heavy. By the heavens, I've struck gold. Even should the coin's purity be a mere fraction, it would still amount to several thousand. His breath quickened as he placed the instant noodles on the ground. Returning to the reality of his world, he poured the gold coins onto his table, counting a total of 110 pieces. He was on the verge of bidding farewell to his financial woes. A mere bowl of instant noodles had yielded such a bounty, and according to the large elf maiden, it was only the beginning. In the future, should he engage in the trade of goods between realms, wealth would be inevitable. Yet, a pressing question lingered. How could he liquidate these coins? Readers familiar with trading gold understand that attempting to exchange such a quantity at a legitimate bank or jeweler would result in scrutiny. Chu Sheng gathered the coins and ventured out, discovering an inconspicuous gold-buying shop nestled within a dimly lit alleyway. The establishment appeared dilapidated, with a sign coated in dust. While the buyback price for gold in such a place might be lower than that of reputable establishments, it provided a refuge from inquisitive inquiries about provenance. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Chu Sheng entered. Inside, a middle-aged man sat behind the counter, fiddling with a piece of jewelry. Sir, what is your buyback rate for gold per gram? Chu Sheng inquired, striving to maintain a casual demeanor. The proprietor did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Chu Sheng with a discerning gaze before finally stating, 520. That's absurd. Chu Sheng nearly gasped, suspecting the man aimed to take advantage of his apparent ignorance. The international gold price was hovering around 620. How could he propose such a sum? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his irritation and replied, given the quantity, 580. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper set aside his work, adopting a more serious demeanor. For amounts exceeding 500 grams, we offer 550. How much do you have? Without further ado, Chu Sheng placed the small pouch on the counter, the sound of clinking metal resonating throughout the room. Weigh it and see how much there is. Initially doubtful, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the pile of coins before him. Good heavens! His voice was tinged with barely concealed excitement as he hastily shut the shop door. A sense of caution washed over Chu Sheng, though he maintained a calm exterior. 580, or I shall seek another buyer. Wait, young man, allow me to authenticate the goods first. If all is in order, we can proceed. The proprietor picked up a coin, examining it closely. The intricate designs did not resemble those of any known nation, nor were they akin to European currencies. However, Such details were inconsequential. Once melted down, nothing would remain to identify them. The shopkeeper weighed 1 coin, melted it in a crucible, and then utilized professional equipment for further testing. 20 grams, with approximately 50% gold content. The remainder consists of iron, copper, and other less valuable metals. Given the significant quantity, the separation loss is quite considerable. The shopkeeper frowned, appearing troubled. Chu Sheng's lips twitched. Surely, the man was feigning concern, intending merely to negotiate a lower price. If you truly wish to purchase, I will count the 110 coins as 1,100 grams. And we can agree on 580. Sound reasonable? Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Chu Sheng maintained an impassive facade. That seems acceptable. After the proprietor weighed and confirmed the coins once more, he promptly initiated a transfer to Chu Sheng. Thank you for your patronage. With the small pouch now filled with over 600,000 in cash instead of coins, Chu Sheng experienced his first encounter with such a substantial sum of money. He stifled his excitement, adopting a serene expression as he exited the gold shop. Upon acquiring the funds, Chu Sheng immediately contacted his landlord to settle the upcoming month's rent, followed by a hearty meal to reward himself. After dining, he purchased some medicinal supplies for treating wounds, as the large elf maiden still bore injuries. Having profited handsomely from her, he felt compelled to show his gratitude. Additionally, he procured some delicacies, including meatballs and ham, to share with the elf maiden. Returning to his rented room, Chu Sheng did not rush to the other realm. After all, time there was currently suspended. Instead, he indulged in a refreshing bath and a restful sleep to ensure he was fully revitalized before re-entering the other world. Upon his return to the cavern, the elf maiden's demeanor and expressions remained unchanged. Chu Sheng produced the ham and meatballs, placing them into the bowl of instant noodles, intending to satiate her hunger first. As he seemingly conjured a variety of foods from thin air, the elf maiden's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. This fellow, it seemed, was not entirely unkind. Now, open your mouth and swallow, he urged, offering her the forkful of noodles. Obediently, she complied, having resolved to repay his kindness in a different manner, thus exhibiting no reluctance. As the rich flavors of the spices enveloped her senses, her curiosity about this enigmatic man deepened. The spices had once been introduced from the eastern continent long ago, but with the disruption of the Grand Route, their value had skyrocketed. It was not that this land could not cultivate spices, but rather that they were tightly controlled by the human nobility, leaving no room for other races to covet them. Over time, spices had morphed into luxuries within this realm. The elf maiden gazed at the instant noodles before her, realizing that the spices in this single serving likely surpassed everything she had consumed in her lifetime. Slurping eagerly, despite being unable to move other than her mouth, she devoured the food voraciously, prompting Chu Sheng to keep feeding her. Even the broth required his assistance, as she drank it down in delight. This hearty appetite was a stark contrast to her delicate and beautiful appearance. Setting the bowl aside, Chu Sheng smiled. Now that the elf maiden is well fed, let us discuss the terms of our transaction. The elf maiden, savoring the lingering taste of the spices, felt a flicker of dissatisfaction and grievance in her expressive eyes. Chapter 3. Shanoa the Grand Elf Maiden closed her eyes, turning her face away. A look of resignation etched upon her features. She constantly reassured herself that this was all in the name of survival, to save her companions and the enchanted forest. She recognized that she had no choice. Should Chu Sheng truly wish to force her, she was utterly powerless to resist. Stared blankly at the high elf maiden, perplexed by her intentions. He merely wished to inquire about certain knowledge and news of this world, yet it felt as though he was about to embark on something scandalous. Surely, this is a foreign land. Did they truly believe they could witness what they desired? Just a jest. Of course, such sights could be found, but not at this moment. For Chu Sheng was a pure-hearted warrior who valued sentiment in his endeavors. He retrieved a collection of bottles and medical supplies from his pocket, intending to tend to the elf maiden's wounds. Such delicate and fair skin, he mused, should not bear unsightly scars. Although the elf maiden possessed magical abilities, it appeared she lacked healing spells. With her eyes closed, she heard the rustling sounds beside her and mistakenly believed Chu Sheng was undressing. Even though she had steeled herself for the moment, she could not quell her nervousness. Her chest rose and fell erratically, and her neck flushed a deep crimson. Is it about to begin? My name is Shenyuoya. May I know yours? Shenyuoya thought, reasoning that since she would soon belong to him, they ought to exchange names beforehand. I am Chu Sheng. It is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he spoke, Chu Sheng abruptly tore a corner of Shen Yuoya's robe, exposing her skin beneath. This action prevented the wound from adhering to the fabric, thus averting secondary injury and facilitating better application of ointment. Upon hearing the fabric rip, Shen Yuoya felt a chill sweep over her. Before she could comprehend, a substance was applied to her wound. Opening her beautiful eyes, she wished to urge Chu Sheng to hasten his movements. But upon witnessing his meticulous actions, she was taken aback. Chu Sheng knelt on the ground, diligently cleaning the bloodstains from her skin with a cotton ball, then retrieving a small vial to spray a few times, before carefully wrapping her injury with white gauze. Shen Yuoya's face flushed deeply. She had anticipated that he would eagerly take advantage of her vulnerability, yet he was tending to her wounds. What benefit did he seek in this? She felt like a mere waste of space, possessing little more than fleeting beauty, unworthy of such kindness. As her cheeks grew hotter, Shen Yuoya realized she had misjudged Chu Sheng. He was clearly a good person, yet she had hastily labeled him as a lecherous opportunist. If Chu Sheng were privy to Shen Yuoya's inner turmoil at that moment, he would undoubtedly take pride in being labeled a rogue. How many among the audience could honestly claim otherwise? Observing Chu Sheng's attentive face and meticulous actions, Shen Yuoya's gaze softened. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Perhaps becoming his would not be such a terrible fate after all. Once Chu Sheng finished bandaging Shen Yuoya's wounds, he wiped his forehead, which bore no sweat, with a smile. There we go. With a few days of rest, you should be fine. At that moment, Shen Yuoya was wrapped in bandages in several places, her previously pale skin regaining some color. You intended to attack me with fire magic, did you not? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuoya's heart raced. She believed Chu Sheng was angry and lowered her head in embarrassment. He not only provided her with food, but also thoughtfully treated her wounds. While she had initially contemplated setting him ablaze. I am sorry, no need to apologize. It is natural for anyone to harbor hostility toward strangers. Chu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, then continued, I find your magic quite intriguing. Will you teach me later? Yes, once my injuries heal, I will teach you. But I cannot be certain if you possess the aptitude for magic suddenly. Shen Yuoya sneezed unexpectedly, her tattered robe failing to shield her from the descending night chill. Chu Sheng removed his coat and draped it over her. This was his chance to embrace his affluent benefactor. Nurturing her could lead to prosperous fortunes. As Shen Yuoya inhaled the faint masculine scent of Chu Sheng's clothing, her cheeks warmed, though the glow was not easily discernible in the flickering firelight. Could you share why you sought refuge in a cave? Chu Sheng inquired, eager to glean insights into the current state of this world, potentially acquiring useful information for his trading ventures. With an outlet for her emotions, the tribulations she had faced surged forth like a tide. The elf forest has been besieged by the orc army. I was leading a group of guards to seek assistance from the human realm, but we fell into an orc ambush along the way. My guards scattered to protect me, and now I am alone here. As she spoke, Shen Yuoya's eyes dimmed, and her mood plummeted. My personal guard has been my companion since childhood. I wonder how she is faring now. At this point, tears began to well in Shen Yuoya's eyes. For a being as beautiful as an elf, falling into the hands of orcs often resulted in a fate far worse than death. Chu Sheng remained silent, listening attentively as Shen Yuoya released her pent-up emotions. She spoke of the elf forest, the orc empire, and the human realm, allowing him to discern the power dynamics of this world. The orcs were the most formidable race on the continent, dominating the northern half, governed in an imperial fashion with numerous tribes under their control. In the south lay the human kingdoms and various demi-human nations, with the elf forests situated in the center of the continent. Humans, demi-humans, and elves formed a strategic alliance to resist the northern orc incursions. Many years prior, there had been an ancient trade route to the eastern continent. However, due to natural disasters and other calamities, all vessels along the route mysteriously vanished, severing the connection between the two lands. This was why Shen Yuoya considered spices to be a precious commodity. Not only spices, but nearly everything that came from the eastern continent had either become the possession of noble collectors or was tightly controlled by the ruling class. Spices, glass, silk. These items were more valuable than gold to ordinary people. Even though Shen Yuoya held a relatively high status in the elf forest, she could not frequently indulge in such luxuries. The more Chu Sheng listened, the more he found it amusing. These items were mere trifles to him. With his current wealth in the hundreds of thousands, he could effortlessly procure vast quantities. As their conversation deepened, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. and Chu Sheng found himself unknowingly seated beside Shen Yuoya. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, unwilling to watch her shiver from the cold. This was not merely a matter of impropriety. He wished to provide the helpless high elf maiden with a warm haven. You mentioned seeking assistance from the human realm. I can aid you, but on one condition. Chu Sheng tenderly caressed Shen Yuoya's head, his tone gentle. However, upon hearing this, Shen Yuoya instinctively stiffened. A flush returned to her face, and a sense of trepidation stirred within her, yet the resistance she felt earlier had dissipated. After sharing a meal and engaging in heartfelt conversation, it seemed time for them to be forthright with one another. Ultimately, was it necessary to traverse this path? What condition? Shen Yuoya lowered her head, and this time, all notions of refusal had vanished. Not only had she partaken of his food, but he had also assisted in treating her wounds. It would be unwise to backtrack now. Despite their brief acquaintance, Chu Sheng's warmth and generosity had fostered a flicker of affection within her. His dark hair and eyes bore the traits of the legendary figures from the eastern continent. Observing him continuously pulling various items from his pocket, Shen Yuoya speculated that he might have mastered the long-lost art of spatial magic. You are not only injured, but also without resources. Should I turn to leave? Your journey to the human realm would be exceedingly difficult, would it not? Shen Yuoya nodded, yet regardless of the obstacles ahead, nothing could quell her determination to seek aid from the human realm. If not for this resolve, she would not have agreed to exchange her body for sustenance with Chu Sheng. I can accompany you to the realm of humanity, and I shall take care of all your needs along the journey. The price for this is that I require you to. For some inexplicable reason, when Shen Yuoya heard Chu Sheng utter such words once more, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her heart. This fellow, who could have acted freely, still chose to escort her a distance. He was rather kind, indeed. Contemplating this, Shen Yuoya extended her hand, utilizing the newly regained strength to slowly unfasten the buttons of her robe. If this man were to treat her with such thoughtfulness in the future, perhaps being with him wouldn't be so bad after all. Regrettably, the elven race possesses an excessively long lifespan, making it impossible to grow old together with a partner. After Chu Sheng's demise, she would likely endure a lonely existence for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, the elven kin cannot reproduce through pregnancy. She wondered if Chu Sheng would be bothered by this matter. I require you to give me 10,000 gold coins as compensation upon your return to the elven forest. Huh. Shen Yuoya was utterly bewildered. Chu Sheng observed her dazed expression and scratched his head. Was I asking too much? This grand elven lady seemed to possess only 100 gold coins or so. She might not be from a wealthy family. If you find that amount excessive, alternative forms of compensation could be discussed. No need for that. Shen Yuoya snorted in indignation, casting a furious glance at Chu Sheng. Am I worth less than that 10,000 gold coins? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Forcefully breaking free from Chu Sheng's embrace and turning her back to him. Upon returning to the elven forest, I shall offer you 20,000 gold coins, provided you accompany me back. Chu Sheng, taken aback by Shen Yuoya's sudden outburst, found himself at a loss. Is it typical for women to change moods so swiftly? Although the being before him was not a mere woman but an elven maiden, her mood swings were as rapid as turning pages in a book. Chu Sheng reached out to touch Shen Yuoya, but she evaded him, resulting in her twisting motion aggravating her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Yet even so, Shen Yuoya showed no intention of turning back to acknowledge him. Observing her, Chu Sheng noticed her ears were flushed crimson, as were her cheeks. How curious, she turned red so suddenly. He recalled the words he had just spoken. He merely mentioned a sum of 10,000 gold coins, nothing excessive. Surely, this elven maiden could not possibly harbor feelings for me. The moment this notion crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. Such a delusion, one of the three great illusions of the world, could not possibly apply to him. How could anyone develop an affinity for another over a mere bowl of instant noodles? Though this realm was indeed an alternate world, it was not devoid of logic. Chu Sheng, undeterred, poked Shen Yuoya's back, prompting her to huff and shift away, refusing to face him. This demeanor resembled that of a sulking girlfriend. In this context, Chu Sheng began to suspect that the illusion in his heart was, in fact, a reality. Could it be that she was genuinely upset? Contemplating this, Chu Sheng suddenly spoke. Is this truly what you desire? His tentative inquiry caused Shen Yuoya to freeze. Who wishes for that? Shen Yuoya turned to glare at Chu Sheng fiercely, yet her fierce expression bore an almost playful quality. Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that elven maidens shared a penchant for saying the opposite of what they felt, much like women in general. No wonder the mention of gold coins had incensed her. It appeared this grand elven lady believed he intended to leverage her vulnerability. Under such psychological expectations, when he requested gold instead of her, Shen Yuoya instinctively presumed she was of lesser value than 10,000 gold coins in his eyes. This grand elven lady was rather easy to understand. At this moment, Chu Sheng had an epiphany. He realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap by equating the maidens of this alternate world with those of the real world. While real-world women might not inherently be ill-natured, they had been subjected to an overwhelming barrage of chaotic information and indoctrination, often resulting in a plethora of manipulative individuals. I accept does not equate to I agree. He had saved her of his own volition, and her demise was of no concern to him. He had not compelled her to accompany him, nor had he demanded her gifts. Countless vivid examples surrounded him, leading Chu Sheng to mistakenly believe this grand elven lady operated under the same transactional mindset as those women. However, the maidens of this alternate world had not been tainted by toxic ideologies and mindless rhetoric. They were pure and grateful beings, entirely distinct from their real-world counterparts. Shen Yuoya? Chu Sheng softly called, yet she merely huffed in response, remaining motionless. His suspicions were thoroughly validated by her reaction. In light of this, Chu Sheng gradually moved closer, settling beside Shen Yuoya, and then wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Shen Yuoya, there's a saying I hold dear. Even spouses must keep their accounts clear. I wish for our relationship to remain untainted by excessive material interests. Let us discuss monetary matters separately from our feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Sheng felt the body in his arms gradually soften. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to the delicate tip of Shen Yuoya's ear and spoke gently. You wouldn't want your man to be the sort who coerces women into submission with petty favors, would you? If he were addressing a real-world maiden, such words would likely hold no weight. Warm inquiries pale in comparison to monetary transactions. However, for Shen Yuoya, a naive elven maiden from another world, his heartfelt words resonated deeply. Not only was this grand elven lady easy to comprehend, but she was also appreciative of kindness, and crucially, she possessed a lovely appearance. Even more importantly, when she erred, she would apologize instead of sulking in silence, leaving her partner to guess her grievances. With these qualities alone, she surpassed 90% of the women in the real world. As Chu Sheng pondered these points, he felt Shen Yuoya turn towards him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders in return. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper. Chapter 5. Use flame fist there. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted this way. I thought you were displeased with me. You not only saved me, but also treated me so well. Even if you don't harbor feelings for me or wish for a relationship, I have no right to be angry. Listening to Shen Yuoya's soft apology, Chu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of duty to care for such a pure-hearted girl for the rest of her life. Shen Yuoya's apology stemmed from her recognition of Chu Sheng's sincerity. Upon hearing his heartfelt words, she felt an unbidden joy swelling within her. She believed Chu Sheng's strength far surpassed her own, even when she initially intended harm and later lashed out in anger. This man not only refrained from holding it against her, but also comforted her with kindness. A man of such formidable strength, with a commendable character and handsome appearance, was surely a rarity in the entire realm of humanity. She must seize this opportunity. Having come to this realization, Shen Yuoya dared not exhibit any further temper or grievances, fearing that such behavior might leave a negative impression on Chu Sheng. She shifted the conversation, asking, You mentioned wanting me to teach you magic. Haven't you learned it before? After all, Chu Sheng had just conjured various items from his embrace, leading Shen Yuoya to believe he was merely pretending ignorance. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng shook his head. Had he learned magic, he would have already unleashed 2 fireballs on that foolish leader who had cost him his job. Then, please retrieve my staff. Shen Yuoya pointed to the peculiar wooden stick that Chu Sheng had placed in the corner. She had regained a modicum of magical energy and believed she could guide Chu Sheng in sensing it. Your staff is truly unique in design. Chu Sheng handed the wooden stick to Shen Yuoya, which appeared no different from a twig found on the roadside. Chu Sheng, try closing your eyes and see if you can sense the magical energy flowing in the surrounding air. Following her instructions, Chu Sheng complied, closing his eyes and settling into a meditative posture. However, the next moment, a warm force began to flow through his skin and into his body. The force continued to converge, and soon a small flame ignited at the dantian. This must be the magical energy that Xenia spoke of, right? In this moment, Xenia stood beside him, her delicate lips slightly parted in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Even she, hailed as the most gifted sorceress in the history of the Elven Forest, had taken 2.5 minutes to comprehend her magical power. Had she not previously sensed any magical fluctuations from Chu Sheng, she would have thought he was a seasoned expert feigning innocence. Am I a genius, Xenia? Chu Sheng opened his eyes, amused by her exaggerated reaction. With a mere thought, the flame at his dantian obediently surged from his body, coalescing into a sphere of fire in the palm of his hand. This is the manifestation of magical power. Xenia stammered, her astonishment palpable. His speed of comprehending magic was nothing short of monstrous. He could even materialize it externally. In comparison, her own status as the Elven Forest's most talented individual felt inconsequential. Why are you staring at me? Am I that handsome? I've never seen such a beautiful human before. Mastering the fire attribute magical energy, and receiving praise from the great Elven maiden nearly made Chu Sheng burst into laughter. His spirits soared as he pulled Xenia closer, their bodies touching. She showed no signs of resistance, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes closed, a hint of happiness gracing her lips. Chu Sheng, I wish to sleep well. Tomorrow, I'll recover more magical energy and teach you more, all right? Good night, Xenia. Feeling her body grow softer in his embrace, her breathing steadying. He recognized this as a display of her complete trust. Xenia's fondness for him must have deepened. Chu Sheng's emotions were tumultuous. Just a day prior, he had been a destitute and unemployed wretch. Now, not only did he possess a fortune, but he had also exchanged a mere bucket of instant noodles for a beautiful elven maiden as a girlfriend. Life truly was a curious twist of fate. He focused his thoughts and returned to the real world. It was essential to prepare a set of bedding for his elven girlfriend. Otherwise, sleeping in the cold cave could lead to illness. Shaking his head, Chu Sheng attempted to release the magical energy he had just comprehended. With a puff, sparks erupted from his fingertips, igniting his excitement. Incredible! The magic of another world can be wielded in reality. After experimenting with the flames, he discovered many wondrous aspects. This magical fire was nearly impervious to physical extinguishment. Even water and sand failed to douse it. Perhaps only water elements generated from magic could effectively extinguish it. Additionally, he realized that the consumption of magical energy manifested as physical fatigue. After merely a few minutes of playing with the magical flames, his stomach began to rumble. No wonder Xenia appeared so weak. The recovery of magical energy required replenishing physical strength and sustenance. In her already weakened state, she could not restore her magic, leading to a vicious cycle. With newfound wealth, the dutiful Chu Sheng did not forget his elderly parents back home. He sent his mother 10,000 yuan, claiming it was a bonus for this period. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more. He merely feared his mother might misconstrue the source of his wealth. The first time I've ever been flattened like this. Humming a tune, he merrily arrived at the mall, only to encounter an exceedingly unpleasant figure. It was a balding, middle-aged, greasy man, the one who had made Chu Sheng the scapegoat. Well, if it isn't Chu Sheng. Haven't seen you in days. Looking a bit worse for wear, aren't we? The greasy man smirked contemptuously, as if gazing at an ant he could easily crush. It was he who had confiscated a student's phone and smashed it in front of the entire class, triggering a tragedy when the emotionally fragile student, in a fit of despair, jumped from a height. The greasy man, having seen Chu Sheng pass that spot through surveillance, had swiftly pushed him forward to take the blame. I never expected to run into such a fool here. Chu Sheng's good mood evaporated upon seeing him. This scoundrel had caused him to be dismissed, leaving him so impoverished that he could barely afford rent. Moreover, Chu Sheng's name had become synonymous with disgrace in the entire Longzhou education sector, making it impossible for him to find another job. You, little Chu Sheng, I remember you're not from Longzhou, are you? Out of work, struggling to pay rent? The greasy man sneered maliciously, lacking any semblance of a teacher's dignity. Someone like you, without ability or connections, should just return to the countryside and farm. You'll always be at the bottom in Longzhou. He relentlessly humiliated Chu Sheng, yearning to see humiliation, anger, and despair etched across his face. However, Chu Sheng merely maintained a blank expression, not even sparing him a glance. Had this been yesterday, he might have reacted in anger. But now, he possessed wealth and magic. The greasy man's insults felt to Chu Sheng like the meaningless yelps of a stray dog. Don't concern yourself with my affairs. You've done something heartless. Perhaps consider the consequences you might face. With that, Chu Sheng turned to leave. There was no point in conversing with a buffoon. Of course, he did not truly walk away, but instead trailed the greasy man at a distance, hiding among the crowd. In the real world, laws still prevailed, and Chu Sheng had no intention of confronting him openly. A mage, after all, had his own methods. His gaze fixated on the greasy man, his palm growing warmer, sparks flickering to life. This vile leader, who had made a scapegoat of a probationary employee, would certainly face retribution. Let us simply treat him to a roast chicken. Chu Sheng's eyes targeted the greasy man's trousers, his heated hand forming a fist. Let us unleash the flame fist. Chapter 6. The roast chicken ignites. A howl erupted from the greasy man, akin to a slaughtered pig, as he collapsed to the ground, writhing and howling in agony. Flames suddenly erupted from his groin, startling the passers-by, who initially believed he was engaging in some bizarre performance art. However, no matter how the greasy man rolled and thrashed, the flames showed no signs of extinguishment. Instead, they blazed brighter. What are you waiting for? Quickly, bring a fire extinguisher. A shopkeeper nearby, slightly irked by the greasy man's tone, empathized with his desperate plight and rushed into the store to fetch an extinguisher. Ugh, it's all over my face. The greasy man was doused with foam, becoming a gray figure, yet the flames continued to rage. The scent of roasting chicken wafted through the air. Call an ambulance. What is the point of calling an ambulance? He.S. probably well done by now. He might as well be sliced up right on the stretcher. Minutes later, emergency personnel finally pushed through the throngs of onlookers, hoisting the greasy man onto a stretcher. The magical flames had extinguished, but it was evident that he was thoroughly cooked. The greasy man's face contorted in agony as he lay unconscious on the stretcher, while numerous men around them instinctively covered their groins, gasping in shock. Who said men lacked empathy? Chu Sheng observed the scene from a distance, his pent-up frustration finally finding release. Fool, how does it feel now? The thought that this greasy man would only be able to rue his actions while he, Chu Sheng, could drive his elven maiden's car brought him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It was the perfect opportunity to replenish his depleted magical energy by indulging in a hearty meal at a nearby fried chicken shop. When it came to replenishing energy, nothing surpassed carbohydrates and high-calorie foods. Chu Sheng decided he would carry more snacks like Snickers and White Rabbit candies in the future, ensuring he could quickly restore his magical energy when necessary. After devouring 5 pieces of fried chicken and washing them down with 2 large bottles of cola, his hunger gradually subsided. Although he was only about 70% full, his gluttony left the cashier utterly bewildered, feeling the abundant magic within him. Chu Sheng could not help but entertain numerous sinful thoughts. However, he quickly suppressed them. While the power of magic was enticing, he would never wield it against the innocent, nor would he employ it for nefarious deeds. Chu Sheng had no aspirations of becoming a citizen of his homeland. At most, he wished to be a cheerful hero. Moreover, with his current rudimentary grasp of magic, he could perhaps roast a chicken with a fire punch, but he was nowhere near capable of causing significant destruction. The notion of rampaging through the real world was indeed overly ambitious. After all, in both games and films, mages were akin to glass cannons. Chu Sheng's physical prowess was no different from that of an ordinary person. A single blow could easily knock him down, while fireballs were swift beyond 7 steps. Firearms were both quick and accurate within that distance. It seemed prudent to inquire with the great elven maiden about any methods to enhance his physical abilities. With magic at his disposal, there must be other extraordinary power systems that could exist. Chu Sheng turned back, repacking a portion of fried chicken and a refreshing drink, then ventured to the supermarket to purchase some chocolate bars and White Rabbit milk candies. These high-calorie delights were highly effective for restoring stamina. After acquiring a warm blanket, he promptly returned to the other world. Shenoya's beautiful eyes were closed, her breathing steady and serene, still lost in slumber. Chu Sheng cautiously extracted his arm, laid the blanket on the ground, and wrapped the great elven maiden in it. Although the cart was beneficial, it also bore considerable weight. With Shenoya being of a slightly plump build, Chu Sheng estimated her weight to be around 170 to 180 pounds, which was quite normal for her height. He draped the blanket over himself and Shenoya, enjoying the warmth of the cotton fibers combined with the gentle, natural fragrance that emanated from the great elven maiden, causing a smile to tug at his lips. In truth, she had long awoken but pretended to still be asleep. Through the slits of her eyes, she observed Chu Sheng conjuring a blanket, her curiosity and confusion growing. This mysterious individual from the eastern continent was quite enigmatic. Yet, he truly was considerate towards her. Was there anything she could do to reciprocate and bring him joy? Shanoya recalled how, during their time together, Chu Sheng's gaze often drifted towards her. Surely, that would make him happy. Having resolved to remain by his side for centuries to come, she anticipated many more embarrassing moments ahead. With this thought, a deeper flush spread across Shanoya's cheeks, and her heart raced faster. Chu Sheng, not truly asleep, sensed Shanoya's subtle movements. Since he was feigning slumber, she would likely not let go of him even if she felt shy. Inside the cave, the distinction between night and day was indiscernible, with temperature as their only guide. The two embraced in sleep, the crackling of the campfire the only sound within the cave. Chapter 7. The elven maiden desires compliments. Time passed, and it felt as though a day and night had gone by before Shanoya finally awoke. Due to her injuries, along with the dual depletion of magic and stamina, she needed an extended period of recuperation. Weakly, she emerged from the warmth of the blanket, her bleary gaze scanning her surroundings. Surely, she must be hungry? It was time to eat something. In contrast to Shanoya's physical discomfort, Chu Sheng was full of vitality. Holding the great elven maiden as he slept provided an unparalleled sense of security. He had not experienced such restful slumber in a long time. Alas, his magic had yet to recover significantly. Shanoya propped herself up, glancing down before meeting Chu Sheng's gaze with a hint of melancholy. Chu Sheng tore a drumstick from the fried chicken and offered it to her, saying, "Here, enjoy the chicken." Instantly captivated by the rich aroma of the fried chicken, Shanoya inhaled deeply, enchanted by the intense fragrance. "This is far too delicious, even more so than the noodles from yesterday. What is this?" With a smile, Chu Sheng placed the chicken leg into her mouth. Shanoya delicately grasped the bone with her fingers and took a bite. Her expression froze in delight. The crispy exterior of the fried chicken released a burst of flavorful grease, while the tender, juicy meat within sent waves of taste across her palate. Shanoya's beautiful eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed, and a smile of bliss graced her lips. The exterior was crisp, the meat succulent and juicy, enhanced by spices she had never before encountered. Though she was somewhat hungry, she savored each bite, as if relishing the world's finest delicacies. Observing Shanoya's enjoyment, Chu Sheng mused that indeed, no one could resist the allure of culinary delights. "This fried chicken is simply coated in flour and deep-fried," he explained. "It can be made so tender." Shanoya savored every morsel, her lips glistening with grease, while Chu Sheng assisted by tearing off more chicken wings and pieces, feeding them to her. "Try this as well." He presented her with a bubbling drink. "This is called happy water. It's a beverage." Curiously, Shanoya accepted the cup and took a sip. Her eyes widened once more, completely enthralled by the unprecedented flavor. It was sweet, with a peculiar taste, and bubbles danced in her mouth. "This happy water must be laden with sugar," she exclaimed. Sugar was something only the human realm circulated. Even in the elven forest, their annual sugar imports were scarce. "Chu Sheng, do people in your realm consume these daily? Or is it only the nobility who indulge?" If these delicacies constituted the daily fare of ordinary people from the eastern continent, their happiness quotient must be extraordinarily high. Actually, these are foods accessible to everyone back home, and there are many more: roasted lamb ribs, pork knuckle rice, braised meat, sweet and sour fish, hand-pulled chicken. One could enjoy them every day if desired. Shanoya listened, captivated, licking the grease from her lips, her longing for the eastern continent deepening. Chu Sheng continued, "However, while these delicacies are delightful, they must be made fresh and do not keep well. Try this portable option." He produced a chocolate bar, breaking off a piece and offering it to her. After swallowing, Shanoya's eyes sparkled anew. "This is sweet and sticky, and it seems to hasten the recovery of my magic slightly. And this?" Chu Sheng unwrapped a piece of white rabbit milk candy and inquired, "Do you feel your magical recovery speeding up?" Shanoya nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with astonishment. Though not as precious as spices, this food that could enhance the rate of magical recovery still held considerable value. The eastern continent seemed to possess an abundance of treasures. No wonder. Since the ancient trade routes had been lost, the alliance of humans, demi-humans, and elves had been unable to counterattack the Orc Empire. As Shanoya indulged in the fried chicken, chocolate bars, and happy water, she silently felt her magic replenishing, the effect surpassing even that of potions from the Mage Association. If portable foods like chocolate bars and white rabbit candy could become widely available, the combat capabilities of the mages and warriors in the elven forest would significantly increase. When faced with an orc tribe's assault, they would at least be able to hold their ground. Do you have more of these? Indeed, there is an ample supply. No, I mean the chocolate bars. If you have many, could you sell them to the elven forest? With their assistance, our hopes of resisting the orc tribes would greatly improve. Upon hearing Shenoya's words, Chu Sheng provided her with reassurance. Rest assured, I have plenty of these. Once we venture to the elven forest together, I will personally discuss this matter with your leader. Gratitude shone in Shenoya's eyes as she listened to Chu Sheng's promise. She ate with fervor, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. No need to rush. No one is snatching your food away. How extravagant. After a whirlwind of consumption, Shenoya had devoured everything in sight. A whole fried chicken, a large bucket of chicken nuggets, a 2-liter bottle of cola, a box containing several Snickers bars, and dozens of white rabbit candies. Observing Shenoya's still slender waist, Chu Sheng couldn't help but wonder about the structure of an elf's stomach. No wonder they grow so tall. They truly have an impressive appetite. Once satiated, the two resumed their magic lessons from the previous day. Chu Sheng, today we shall test how many elemental powers you can control. Shenoya inscribed several lines of unfamiliar script on the ground with her wand. Strangely, it felt as though a translation software had been installed in his mind, seamlessly conveying the meanings of the words to him. He could even comprehend the otherworldly language she spoke. The magical elements in the world generally include water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, life, and death. Shenoya imparted her magical knowledge to Chu Sheng, illustrating the nature of extraordinary powers. There were also the elements of space and time, but those had been lost to history long ago, merely mentioned in the records of the elven forest. At this point, Shenoya gazed at Chu Sheng, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Chu Sheng, the ability to conjure things out of thin air must be due to your mastery of spatial magic, right? If you don't wish to disclose it, that's fine. I'm just genuinely curious. Chu Sheng had been concerned about how to rationally explain his abilities, but it seemed fate had provided an opportunity. I'm unsure if this qualifies as spatial magic, but it is a talent I was born with. Chu Sheng replied earnestly. I can effortlessly retrieve items from my world, all thanks to my hard work and perseverance. Of course, I have yet to fully understand this talent of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have inexplicably ended up in this cave and met you. Upon hearing this, Shenoya felt a surge of gratitude for his uncontrollable gift. Their encounter truly seemed fated. You experienced the fire element yesterday. Now, let us see if you can sense the other elemental powers. Typically, a mage can control no more than 2 elemental powers, while those with rare talents can manage multiple. With that, Shenoya drew a circle on the ground with her wand, filled with 7 colors: blue, red, brown, cyan, yellow, white, and black, representing the 7 elemental powers. The more elemental powers one possesses, the stronger they become at the same level, as elemental powers have inherent counterbalancing relationships. My current level is insufficient to demonstrate more specific elemental powers, Shenoya admitted with a hint of self-deprecation and humility, yet Chu Sheng could discern a tone of pride beneath her words. Those with exceptional talent can control only 2 or 3 elemental powers, while I can manipulate all 7. The corners of Shenoya's mouth curled upward, as if she were silently urging, come on, praise me. Chapter 8. The all-powerful prodigy. However, in the presence of Chu Sheng, such aspirations of showcasing her own talents were destined to wither. Those elements you mentioned, I seem to be able to control them all. Chu Sheng spread his palm, feeling a surge of magical energy. In an instant, flames, droplets of water, pebbles, whirlwinds, currents of electricity, a soft white light, and a peculiar black smoke materialized above his hand. At the center lay a transparent silver polyhedron, shape-shifting in appearance depending on the angle from which it was observed. Shenoya's jaw dropped in disbelief. You can control all 7 elements too? No, wait, there's still one. This is the space element. Yet, Chu Sheng had not finished his display. Actually, there's one more. The final element, time, could not be perceived with the naked eye. It could only be experienced through direct sensation. Chu Sheng gently placed his hand on Shenoya's shoulder, activating the time element. In that moment, the world around Shenoya slowed dramatically. The flickering flames of the nearby campfire seemed to freeze in place. Though it lasted less than a second, Shenoya felt as if she had experienced an eternity. Only when Chu Sheng withdrew his hand did her senses return to normal. Shenoya gazed at Chu Sheng with a complex expression, at a loss for words. Not only could he manipulate the conventional seven elements, but he also commanded the long-lost space and time elements. Chu Sheng, you to be fair. Shinuya believed that with Chu Sheng's talent, if he sought greater development and faster progress, he should not return to the elven forest. Whether in the human kingdom or among powerful demi-human nations, he would surely be treated as a distinguished guest. Resources and materials for various mages would be readily available. Not to mention, Chu Sheng could present all manner of wondrous food and items. It would be a simple matter for him to attain noble status. Yet, emotionally, Shinuya did not wish for him to make such a decision. Part of her wanted to avoid separation, while another part recognized that the elven forest needed assistance from someone like Chu Sheng. When Chu Sheng revealed his talents and abilities, even the elven queen would undoubtedly hold him in high esteem. If Chu Sheng expressed loyalty to the elven forest, remaining within their ranks, he might even be offered the title of Elven King, and the queen would likely agree without hesitation. Chu Sheng, did you feel fatigued after using your magic? Chu Sheng paused for a moment before shaking his head. Not really. If I had to say, there is a slight sense of mental fatigue. Although he had manifested multiple elemental powers at once, it was merely a warm-up. He could always indulge in a couple of Snickers to replenish his energy, and his magical strength would gradually return. Compared to working late in an office, grading assignments, preparing lesson plans, or studying, the mental strain was on an entirely different level. Those like Chu Sheng, who worked tirelessly, would likely be seen as resilient and mentally strong magical prodigies in this otherworldly realm. Shinuya mused. It seems you not only control multiple elements, but also possess remarkable innate mental fortitude and willpower. Once we return to the Elven Forest, I will conduct a comprehensive assessment and exploration of your talents. Chu Sheng nodded. As a novice in magic, having guidance was undoubtedly beneficial. Now, let me explain the training system for mages and teach you about their daily practices. Shinuya's demeanor became significantly more serious than before, evoking a sense of youthful authority typical of a dedicated teacher. Though she could have been more affectionate and engaging, subtly deepening Chu Sheng's appreciation for the Elven Forest. Her mind was already concocting a clever strategy. If she could cater to his interests, perhaps she could secure his heart. With that thought, a blush crept across Shinuya's cheeks. For now, she resolved to impart as much knowledge as possible, tiring him out, and then suggest a way for him to relax. Shinuya, oh Shinuya, you are truly brilliant. Without hesitation, she continued to inscribe intricate symbols on the ground with her wand. The ranks of mages, according to the association's unified terminology, progress from apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, grand mage, esteemed mage, holy mage, empress mage, and the legendary mage god. Of course, most people still prefer to measure proficiency using the simpler tiers from 1 to 10. Only by mastering the corresponding spells can a mage earn the recognition of the Mage Association and obtain the title that reflects their level. Mages primarily utilize two types of magic, spells and incantations. Compared to spells, incantations consume significantly more magical power and impose stricter demands on the mental fortitude of the sorcerer. The effects and range achieved by incantations far surpass those of spells of the same tier. For instance, a third-tier incantation can wield power comparable to a fourth-tier spell. Yet it requires the sorcerer to possess skills beyond that of an ordinary third-tier practitioner. Shinuya articulated a wealth of information in a single breath. Yet it was still relatively rudimentary knowledge, which made it easy for Chu Sheng to comprehend. The existence of incantations is shrouded in mystery, and over time, many high-tier incantations have vanished. Currently, the most powerful incantation known to the Mage Association is merely of the 7th tier. Shinuya rose, and a surge of magical energy emanated from her staff, indicating her intention to provide Chu Sheng with a personal demonstration. I can only perform incantations up to the 3rd tier, and my magical reserves are limited, so I will show you the power of a 1st-tier incantation. As Shinuya uttered some enigmatic words, the fire elements in the campfire began to dance energetically. Although Chu Sheng could not understand her language, the same meaning resonated in his mind. Essentially, Shinuya was calling upon the Master of Flames to heed her request and allow the fire to serve her. After a few moments of chanting, she pointed her staff, and the flames transformed into a red dragon, crashing against one wall of the cave. Boom! In an instant, the cave trembled slightly, and a few specks of dust fell from above. When the smoke cleared, Chu Sheng could clearly see a hole approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 7 to 8 centimeters deep in the stone wall. Such power could rival that of certain firearms in the real world, and this was only a first-tier incantation. Chu Sheng pondered how, if a 10th-tier incantation existed, it could be as devastating as the likes of Fat Man and Little Boy. He mused whether detonating a nuclear bomb in this otherworldly realm would elevate him to the status of a god of magic. After completing the incantation, Sheng sat down, breathing heavily. The difficulty of learning incantations is considerably higher than that of spells, but with your talent, it should not pose much of a challenge. While listening to Sheng's explanations, Chu Sheng was struck by a different thought. Although he could not comprehend the languages and scripts of this other world, they automatically translated into meanings he understood in his mind. Simultaneously, his spoken words would be conveyed in a manner comprehensible to the inhabitants of this realm. This might be a testament to the capabilities of his system's unique abilities. Both sorcerers and incantators must communicate with the magical elements in the air using their mental strength. If that is the case, could he also make the magical elements in the air understand his intentions? With this thought, Chu Sheng began to experiment. He closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to sense the magical essence drifting in the air, and envisioned a long spear engulfed in flames in his mind. In the next moment, the campfire leapt up and coalesced into a 2-meter-long spear of fire. Bang! The spear hurled itself toward the stone wall with a loud crash, emitting a blinding light. The blackened marks left by the flames charred the entire wall, leaving Sheng utterly astonished. A spell without incantation. How is this possible? She had merely demonstrated a first-tier incantation, yet he had unleashed an even more powerful incantation without chanting. The ability to cast spells and incantations without vocalization is immensely formidable. While others must remain stationary to gather strength, one could simply walk up and unexpectedly hurl a fireball at someone, an utterly unforeseen attack. At this moment, Sheng was enveloped in a sense of helplessness. Encountering such an extraordinary individual in this cave, capable of nonchalantly casting incantations, left her feeling both awed and threatened. Chapter 9. This is a civilian vehicle. Chu Sheng noticed the astonishment and bewilderment in Sheng's beautiful eyes, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Although his abilities stemmed from the system and unique advantages, it did not diminish the sweat and effort he had invested. Sheng's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as she cautioned, Chu Sheng, it is best not to reveal your ability to manipulate all attributes to others, as it could be perilous. Her demeanor was earnest. While she had anticipated Chu Sheng's potential, witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking. If the Northern Beastmen were to learn of such capabilities, Chu Sheng would face relentless pursuit. Yet, at the same time, Sheng saw hope in Chu Sheng, a chance to aid the elven forest in resisting the Beastmen. I am well aware, Chu Sheng nodded, fully understanding the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He was still in the nascent stages of mastering magic, and there were countless entities in this world capable of effortlessly eliminating him. He certainly did not intend to act recklessly like the protagonists in mindless stories. Chu Sheng planned to accompany Sheng to the elven forest, using it as a base to gradually develop his abilities. By trading goods between the real world and this other realm, he aimed to accumulate wealth and capital, items like Snickers, White Rabbit candies, and cola, all of which are rich in sugar and deemed excellent for replenishing magical energy according to Sheng. While earning money, he would simultaneously learn magic and other extraordinary abilities to ensure his own survival. In this world, everything hinges on strength. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within Chu Sheng. He could not afford to waste any more time in this dilapidated cave. Sheng, how are you feeling? Let's set off for the human kingdom soon. The elven forest awaits your good news. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's proactive suggestion, Sheng nodded. I should be ready for travel now. Let us depart. Although she longed to linger with Chu Sheng a bit longer during this rare opportunity, she also recognized that there was no need to rush. Once they returned to the elven forest, there would be ample time for a more intimate life together. Hand in hand, they left the cave, greeted by the warm and blinding sunlight, with the air feeling exceptionally refreshing. By the way, Sheng, how far is it from here to the human kingdom? Approximately 200 miles. We should arrive in a few days. Hearing this distance, Chu Sheng nearly fainted. Wait, are you telling me we'll be walking that far? Without further ado, he focused his thoughts and returned to the real world. Chu Sheng intended to procure a vehicle, ideally one capable of traversing mountainous terrains and wilderness effortlessly, as this other realm lacked paved roads. He browsed through various listings for vehicles, but soon realized a critical issue. He knew nothing about cars. As a recent university graduate who had just started working, his monthly salary, after paying rent and utilities and supporting his mother, left him with little to spare. He could hardly afford the luxury of owning a car. Thus, his understanding of vehicle prices and brands was limited to what he had gleaned from others. After considering his options, Chu Sheng opened his WeChat list and reached out to a friend named Bei Gu. Bei Gu had been his college roommate, and they had shared a close bond, often referring to each other as father and son. However, they had lost touch after graduation, and Chu Sheng felt embarrassed to contact him due to his own lack of success. Bei Gu was the wealthiest among their dorm mates, frequently treating his friends to meals and lending them expensive cars without hesitation. After graduation, he seemingly took over the family business abroad, operating on a different level than Chu Sheng. Bei Gu had a keen understanding of cars, luxury items, and high-end goods. Thus, Chu Sheng shared his thoughts with Bei Gu via WeChat, and to his surprise, he received a reply within mere minutes. "Whoa, Sheng. It hasn't been long since graduation. And you're already looking to buy a car? That's quite a surprise. Just a bit. Could you help me find something that can navigate mountainous terrain effortlessly?" After a brief moment of thought, Bei Gu responded, "Sure. What price range are you considering?" "No more than 600,000. Anything pricier is beyond my means." Under 600,000 and capable of traversing mountains. Bei Gu fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Such vehicles are hard to come by domestically. Would you be interested in checking out options abroad? Travel abroad?" Chu Sheng was aware that Bei Ji's family conducted business overseas, and perhaps he would have connections with some foreign acquaintances who could offer discounts. If it had been someone unfamiliar making such a suggestion, he would have dismissed it outright, fearing the possibility of being deceived and shipped off to a foreign land, only to end up in a dire situation. "I have connections with some clients from the north. As long as the payment is secured, they can procure anything, including the vehicle you desire." Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but adopt a more serious demeanor. "Northern clients, particularly those overseas." Chu Sheng murmured, "You don't mean to procure an armored vehicle for your brother, do you? You think too much, at most. It would be a modified off-road vehicle. Is this reliable? Don't play tricks on your father. When have I ever deceived you?" Chu Sheng knew Bei Ji's character and disposition. Despite his carefree nature, he was dependable in critical moments. "You'll need to accompany me the entire time. After all, I am unfamiliar with the area." "All right." With the assurance from Bei Gu, Chu Sheng finally felt at ease. Although the foreign land posed risks, he was no longer the defenseless individual he once was. If Bei Gu truly intended to harm his father, he wouldn't mind treating him to a sumptuous meal of braised meat. Moreover, a mere 600,000 was a substantial sum for an ordinary person, but for Bei Gu, it likely barely constituted 3 days' worth of living expenses. 3 days later, Bei Gu returned to the country as promised, arriving at Chu Sheng's modest dwelling. How can someone about to purchase a vehicle still be living in such a place? "Once I have more funds, I will relocate, and I'll need your assistance in finding a better place." Chu Sheng promptly transferred the money to Bei Gu, a gesture rooted in brotherly trust. Consequently, Bei Gu waved his hand and booked 2 tickets for their flight abroad. As for the necessary paperwork, the northern region had already implemented a visa waiver, alleviating such complications. After a long journey, upon disembarking the plane, they were greeted by 2 enthusiastic foreigners speaking an incomprehensible language, occasionally punctuated by clicks of their tongues. Soon, Chu Sheng laid eyes on the off-road vehicle Bei Gu had mentioned. Towering at 3 meters, its body was encased in black metal, solid to the touch. "Are you sure this isn't an armored vehicle?" Bei Gu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't speak nonsense. This is civilian." Chu Sheng chuckled in disbelief. Yet he understood this was a thoughtful gesture from his good friend, merely a light-hearted tease. The vehicle appeared far too extravagant for a mere 600,000. It seemed Bei Gu had indeed provided substantial assistance. "Once the vehicle is returned, you can drive it around the mountainous areas. Just avoid the main roads. And you won't encounter any issues. Even if you tumble into a ditch or plunge into a reservoir, you'll emerge unscathed." Bei Gu lightly tapped the front bumper, producing a resonant metallic sound. Upon hearing it, Chu Sheng recognized the material was extraordinary, likely impervious to bullets. In the past, he would never have dared to purchase such an item, fearing he might end up in dire straits. However, now endowed with the ability to traverse dimensions and wielding magic, he felt justified in not resorting to outright theft. With Bei Ji's help, the vehicle was successfully transferred. To his surprise, the seller even gifted Chu Sheng a semi-automatic pistol, claiming it was merely a model. Although he had never handled such a weapon, Chu Sheng instantly recognized its true nature. This transaction was indeed remarkable. Due to the need to process various procedures and arrange for transport, some time was required. Thus, Chu Sheng rented a small house with a garage. After parking the armored vehicle inside, he attempted to traverse to another world with it, but failed. After several trials, Chu Sheng discovered that in order to bring an item to another realm, it must be physically connected to him, held, lifted, or carried. Merely touching it was insufficient. Naturally, he couldn't lift a several-ton armored vehicle, but he had mastered spatial magic. With a mere thought, he enveloped the entire vehicle in spatial energy and transported it into his grasp. Success! In the next moment, a colossal black mass abruptly manifested in the other realm, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Chapter 10. The dark-skinned great elf Chu Sheng. What is this? The great elf maiden, looking bewildered and startled, resembled a frightened rabbit. Chu Sheng smiled. This is my vehicle from back home. Standing side by side, their height difference evoked a certain aesthetic reminiscent of Ethan and Madame Dimitrescu. This is a vehicle? Shanoya looked utterly perplexed. Shouldn't a vehicle be drawn by horses with rows of wooden wheels beneath? Rather than a vehicle, this seemed more like a hefty chunk of metal. Get in. Once you experience it, you'll fall in love. Chu Sheng opened the passenger seat, assisting Shanoya as she climbed in. Although filled with curiosity, the great elf maiden obediently settled herself, cautious of inadvertently touching something she shouldn't. This is a seatbelt. It ensures you won't be flung from the vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life, and the armored vehicle surged forward smoothly. It was his first time driving such a large vehicle, so he refrained from speeding excessively, keeping it under 100. The surrounding terrain lacked proper roads, leading to a rather chaotic ride. Shanoya gripped the seatbelt, gazing out at the ever-changing landscape with sparkling eyes. Initially, she had estimated that it would take several days to reach the human realm, but now it seemed they would arrive much sooner. Furthermore, the vehicle's stability was remarkable, even when traversing steep inclines and dips. It felt as though they were gliding on flat ground. The wind rushed through the open windows, and the great elf maiden found herself beginning to enjoy the thrill of speed. Chu Sheng, go faster, faster. If I go too fast, I fear you might not be able to handle it. Chu Sheng raced along, following Shanoya's directions, gradually approaching the border of the human realm. The entire journey took no more than 2 hours. After parking the vehicle just outside the border, Chu Sheng helped Shanoya out of the car. He first utilized spatial magic to return the armored vehicle to the real world, then loaded the magazine of the pistol before setting off with the great elf maiden. Chu Sheng felt a sense of caution regarding the human realm. He wished to keep his special abilities concealed. Upon reaching the grand city gate at the border, they were met with towering fortifications that exuded an air of authority, with soldiers stationed every 10 meters. When approached by the questioning soldiers, Shanoya produced her proof from the elven forest, securing their passage without issue. Observing the human soldiers, Chu Sheng noted that they were roughly of similar height to himself. It seemed that the notion of all beings in this other world being tall was merely a misconception. Rather, Shanoya was simply tall. Under the escort of several soldiers, they arrived at the Lord's residence in the border city. Your Highness, it brings me great relief to see you safe. A middle-aged man clad in ornate garments, exuding a calm demeanor, approached to greet them. Thank the heavens you have returned unscathed. Otherwise, it would have been a grave loss for the entire alliance. His concerned gaze remained fixed on Shanoya, seemingly regarding Chu Sheng merely as her escort. Your Highness? Chu Sheng was taken aback. Having initially believed that this great elf maiden was merely an exceptionally gifted mage, perhaps held in high regard within the elven forest, he never imagined she was a princess of the elven race. What had transpired in the elven forest that warranted sending a princess to seek assistance? A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps the leader of the elven race had dispatched Shanoya to ensure the survival of their lineage. Marquis Peter, you are too kind. May I inquire if my companions have arrived here? Shanoya referred to her comrades who had accompanied her in seeking assistance. They had been ambushed by an orc army and had nearly all scattered. It remained uncertain how many had survived. Rest assured, Your Highness, some of your companions arrived here a few days ago. We have provided them with shelter and medical care. Thank you, Marquis Peter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Marquis Peter led Shanoya and Chu Sheng to the residence of the elven race. Upon entering, several tall and fair elves appeared before him. Xianoya, I'm so relieved to see you safe. A tall elven maiden, similar in stature to Xianoya, rushed over and embraced her. She had long, silvery white hair and amber eyes that shimmered like honey. Her sun-kissed skin radiated vitality, and her athletic physique was both graceful and wild. Although her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Xianoya's, she would still be considered a rare gem among her kin. Chu Sheng marveled inwardly. It seemed that the elven women were generally quite tall. As he surveyed the area, he noticed that the shortest of the elven maidens stood at least 8 meters, matching his own height, while others, like Xianoya and the dark-skinned elven maiden, towered over him. Xianoya reciprocated the embrace and anxiously inquired, "Erlin, are you all that remain?" Observing the sparse gathering of her fellow elves, Xianoya's spirits plummeted. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the 100-strong delegation had dwindled to just 5. She lifted Erlin's right arm, only to discover that it was partially missing. Erlin lowered her gaze, unable to meet Xianoya's eyes. They all sacrificed themselves. Some were captured by the beast men, but to protect their purity, they chose to end their own lives. Erlin's voice trembled, her remaining fist clenched tightly, shaking with anguish. "It's all right. I'm just glad you all returned." Xianoya comforted her gently, holding Erlin close. The numerous sacrifices of their comrades dulled the joy she had felt since Chu Sheng had saved her. However, the source stone we had prepared for Marquis Peter was also taken by the beast men. Upon hearing this, Xianoya's gaze lost its focus. Her body weakened as she nearly collapsed. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. "This is not your fault. Given the ambush we faced, it's a miracle you survived. As for the source stone, I will devise another plan to persuade Marquis Peter to send aid." Though Xianoya spoke words of reassurance to her childhood companion, her voice lacked conviction. Despite the alliance between the elven forest and the human kingdom, self-interest prevailed. Without the source stone, Marquis Peter might not be inclined to assist the elven forest. The border city boasted towering walls and thousands of well-equipped soldiers with convenient logistics. Even the Orc Empire would struggle to seize such a stronghold, requiring multiple tribes to encircle it. Yet, the elven forest lacked these advantages. Their walls were merely tall trees, and they possessed no superior equipment. Chu Sheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired, "What is a source stone?" Noticing the worried expressions on Xianoya and the dark-skinned elven maiden, he understood that not only had many perished, but they had also lost something vital. Although he had anticipated that this journey would not be smooth, the current predicament felt dire. The dark-skinned elven maiden turned her attention towards Chu Sheng. "Xianoya, who is this?" She had already noticed the handsome dark-haired human and assumed he was a subordinate of Marquis Peter, hence her silence. "This is Chu Sheng from the eastern continent. He is my dear friend." Xianoya hesitated to define their relationship, casting a hopeful glance at Chu Sheng. He possessed various extraordinary items. Could he possibly have a source stone as well? However, the thought of having only taken from Chu Sheng during this journey filled her with unease. If he were to help her out of this predicament again, how could she repay him? After all, as an elf, she couldn't even bear him a child. "Xianoya, what exactly is a source stone?" Chu Sheng pressed. Xianoya provided a brief explanation. A source stone is a crystal capable of storing magical energy. The purer and rarer the source stone, the greater its capacity for magic and, consequently, its value. A source stone the size of a pigeon's egg could be worth thousands of gold coins. Xianoya intended to present Marquis Peter with a source stone approximately the size of a basketball as a price for his military support to the elven forest. The preciousness of that source stone could yield numerous powerful magical devices through crafting, making it the best gift the elven forest could offer. Would Marquis Peter truly remain indifferent without the source stone? With a resigned sigh, Xianoya replied, "That's quite possible. The full name of the human kingdom is the Holy Ronya Empire. Although they publicly stand as allies with the elven forest, the disparity between them is akin to that between the South Peninsula and its less fortunate neighbor. The human empire is not ignorant of the principle that one cannot thrive if their ally falls, but they see no need to expend effort engaging in conflict with the beast men. If the elven forest were truly in peril, they might intervene to reap greater benefits. Let me give it a try." Chu Sheng returned to the realm of reality, pondering the so-called source stone. It was merely a desire for a pure gemstone, a custom-made one with 100 purity, surpassing all naturally occurring gems. Upon returning to the modest rented room abroad, Chu Sheng called his friend, "Bei Gu, do you know where I can procure artificial gemstones? The bigger, the better." "What do you need that for? They're all worthless junk. I'm just looking to play around with them. Can you manage it? Leave it to me. I'll arrange it right away. You won't owe me a thing for this junk." Bei Gu was indeed a reliable friend, always one to keep his word. After Chu Sheng sent him some images, a parcel arrived the very next day. Upon opening the package, Chu Sheng was astonished by the size of the gemstones, some larger than his own head. He had expected only egg-sized stones, but instead, he found these colossal treasures. According to Bei Gu, these were gemstones produced by his clients in the gemstone business, now abandoned in the warehouse. Chu Sheng felt fortunate to have such an impressive friend. Without Bei Ji's extensive connections, he might have managed to acquire them, but with far more difficulty. Carrying the gem the size of a human head, Chu Sheng returned to the other world. The gem is rather large. Please step aside. Xianoya and Erlin complied, momentarily dumbfounded by the enormous gemstone that had suddenly appeared in Chu Sheng's hands. The stone was transparent, taking the form of a beautifully structured polyhedron, shimmering with radiant light. Is this capable of storing magical energy? Xianoya and Erlin's mouths fell agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. The purity and quality of this gem far surpassed that of the previous source stone from the Elven Forest. When Xianoya attempted to channel her magical energy into it, she was amazed to find that both the storage capacity and speed exceeded that of an ordinary source stone by at least double. This could be considered a national treasure. Xianoya's heart raced. If transformed into a magical device, this gemstone could fetch an astronomical price. Unfortunately, the Elven Forest lacked the expertise to process magical devices. She felt it would be a disservice to exchange such a priceless treasure for Marquis Peter's military assistance. Chu Sheng seemed to read her hesitation, smiling as he said, "Don't worry. Once we return to the Elven Forest, I will provide you with even better ones." Xianoya discerned the implication in his words. He possessed many such source stones. Her beautiful eyes glistened with gratitude as she looked at Chu Sheng, feeling as though she might burst into tears. The fact that he could produce such valuable items without hesitation made her feel indebted beyond measure. She had only given him a little over 100 gold coins during this journey. At that moment, Xianoya began to resent her identity as an elf. If only she were human, she could repay him by bearing him many children. Unable to repay such kindness, she vowed, "When we return to the Elven Forest, I will ensure that Her Majesty the Queen grants you the highest form of recompense." As the Elven Princess, Xianoya could only think of such rewards. It was not that she was unwilling to offer something of greater value, but the current state of the Elven Forest rendered them utterly impoverished. How would Her Majesty the Queen reciprocate such kindness, she wondered. Chu Sheng handed the gem to Aileen, gently taking Xianoya's small hand. "Do not take it to heart. We do not require such formalities between us. For the Elven Forest, this gem might be priceless, yet for Chu Sheng, it was merely a stone picked up from the roadside. If it could procure goodwill and support from the entire Elven Forest, it would indeed be a worthwhile transaction." Chu Sheng was fully aware that this gem might bestow upon him prestige, status, and power in the human realm. But he preferred the sincere interactions with the uncomplicated elves over the treachery of humanity, although he assured her that it was of no concern. Xianoya felt uneasy accepting it so readily. She grasped his hand, her eyes filled with complexity. "Thank you, Chu Sheng. Don't retire too early tonight. I have something for you." With these words, Xianoya departed with Aileen to attend to pressing matters. They needed to quickly devise a concrete plan to secure the utmost support from Marquis Peter. That night, Chu Sheng lay in the spacious bed. This room was the finest accommodation prepared by Marquis Peter for the elven race, yet he found it difficult to sleep. After all, how could he rest soundly without the familiar presence of the grand elven maidens nearby? Moreover, Xianoya had mentioned she had something for him that evening. What could it possibly be? A soft creak echoed as the door opened, and Xianoya stealthily entered, enshrouded by the night. She approached the bedside and effortlessly slipped under the covers, the familiar fragrance enveloping him. "Chu Sheng, you are not asleep, are you? What is it that has you acting so mysteriously?" I am a bit worried." "Worried about what?" Xianoya, feeling the warmth of Chu Sheng's presence, found her cheeks involuntarily flushed. "It's about us." Chu Sheng paused, perplexed. "What is there to be worried about between us? Are you planning to run away from my grasp?" "Not at all." Xianoya struggled to sit up in his embrace, her face taking on an unprecedented seriousness. Her beautiful gaze was filled with complexity, and after a moment's contemplation, she spoke. "The elven race, born from the tree of life, is incapable of bearing offspring. Thus, between us, there will never be descendants." "Really?" Chu Sheng thought it was something more serious. Was it truly such a misfortune not to be able to bear children? In the real world, the number of newborns was decreasing year by year, indicating that the younger generation did not regard marriage and procreation as they once did. "Chu Sheng, you truly do not mind?" Shen Yuoya could not help but express her innermost thoughts. With your talents, you could marry a human princess or even the queen of another race. Why do you treat me with such kindness? This inquiry made Shen Yuoya regretful as she noticed Chu Sheng genuinely contemplating it. Perhaps it would have been better to remain blissfully ignorant, returning to the elven forest with him blissfully enamored and reluctant to depart. Yet, she felt that such deception would be irresponsible toward him. She did not wish for him to harbor any ill impressions or misunderstandings regarding her, even if her actions might lead him to drift further from the elven forest. If I had to find a reason, it would be that they persuaded me. They? Aside from her innate ability to conjure objects, Shen Yuoya possessed another inherent talent, which she implored him to keep secret. What ability? Shen Yuoya appeared skeptical. Are you certain you know what you are saying? Of course, I am aware. They are expressing their reluctance, pleading, heartache, and sorrow. Chu Sheng's choice to align himself with the elven forest rather than the human realm or other races stemmed from various reasons, one being the elves' physique and the purity of their hearts. However, that was not the entirety of his motivation. After all, in this vast otherworld, it would not be overly difficult to find women comparable in beauty and stature to the elven maidens. While Chu Sheng possessed formidable abilities, they remained hidden from the light. Had he not been a simple elf, it was unlikely they would have shown him such kindness. Hailing from the eastern continent, skilled in spatial magic and various wondrous artifacts, he was bound to attract the attention of true power holders and formidable beings. Though he might gain fame and status, he would likely become a pawn in the hands of noble lords, unwittingly entangled in their conflicts. Conversely, the elven forest was at a critical juncture, fighting for survival. By choosing to stand with the elves, Chu Sheng could ensure his absolute freedom. Should he assist the elven forest in overcoming this perilous situation, it might even lead to him assuming leadership over them. He could then use it as a stronghold to gradually expand his influence and secure his position. It was akin to presenting two choices. Would you prefer to be the son of a peninsula or the president of a powerful nation? One option involves managing a family business, while the other is akin to being a mere employee. Surely, any sensible individual would choose wisely. Listening to Chu Sheng's absurd musings, Shen Yuoya rolled her eyes in exasperation. She understood that he had his own plans and would not be easily swayed by her words. By opting to respond with humor, it was evident that he intended to remain in the elven forest. With this thought, her lovely eyes brimmed with tenderness and sweetness. Chu Sheng had become her one true love. Chapter 12. Crisis averted. Chu Sheng, I have a meeting to attend tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng was taken aback. Shen Yuoya, summoning her courage, revealed that the precious item she wished to present to him was indeed something of great value. Although the atmosphere and proceedings had deviated from her expectations, the outcome was nonetheless favorable. At this moment, she brimmed with hope for their future together and for the elven forest's destiny. Since you have business to attend to tomorrow, let us change our approach. A hint of confusion flickered in Shen Yuoya's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Chu Sheng. Ahem, that is to say, this night was destined to be one of pioneering creativity. The following noon, Shen Yuoya awoke, her spirit renewed, casting a glance at Chu Sheng filled with amusement and affection. Thank goodness the discussion meeting is scheduled for the afternoon. Otherwise, you would have ruined everything for me. Shen Yuoya rose and made her way to the bathroom for a brief wash. Chu Sheng lingered in bed, having returned to the real world for a moment to familiarize himself with the market price of synthetic gems. He learned that the sizable gem given to him by Beige was, in fact, quite valuable. Although synthetic, it was not as worthless as refuse. Thus, Chu Sheng ventured to a nearby gift shop to procure some crystal orbs to present to Marquis Peter. After all, the inhabitants of this other world were unlikely to discern the true worth of the gems, and he intended to reserve the large gem for the Elven Queen upon his return to the Elven Forest. Shen Yuoya, I have decided against gifting that large source stone to Marquis Peter. Instead, I will offer these spherical source stones. The large one can wait until we return to the Elven Forest to gift it to you all. Well, your possessions are, of course, yours to decide upon. Shen Yuoya had no objections. Had it not been for Chu Sheng's assistance, she would have long since succumbed to despair. Once they were ready, they sought out Aileen and informed her of their plans. Aileen had no objections either, and even expressed gratitude for Chu Sheng's decision to reserve the finest source stone for the Elven Forest. As the afternoon approached, the formal negotiations between the Elven Forest and Marquis Peter commenced. Shen Yuoya presented a bag filled with crystal orbs, totaling 100, all gifted to Marquis Peter. Beside him sat a white-haired elder clad in a wizard's robe, suggesting he was no weakling. The moment the elder laid eyes on the glass orbs, his eyes widened in astonishment as he picked up one orb for closer inspection. Such pure crystals are indeed exquisite materials for storing magic. Old Deng's hands trembled as he held the glass orb, as if it were a treasure of utmost value. In reality, it was merely a marble purchase by Chu Sheng for $5 a box, a trinket only children would play with, deemed utterly useless. Yet, in this otherworldly realm, such items were considered top-tier source stone materials. The thought nearly made Chu Sheng burst into laughter. It seemed his future trading ventures had just acquired a new commodity. During the meeting, Marquis Peter expressed great satisfaction with the sincerity shown by Shinuya and immediately agreed to dispatch troops for support. He would also send a nightly order to escort Shinuya safely back to the Elven Forest. Was it really this easy? Upon returning to the Elven encampment, Shinuya had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of her predicament, which had been so effortlessly resolved. With this in mind, her enchanting eyes gazed tenderly at Chu Sheng. "Thank you. If it weren't for you this time, Shinuya, if you feel guilty, just let me see those two more often." Hearing Chu Sheng's playful remark, Shinuya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully punched him. "Honestly, I don't want you to think I'm an ungrateful person who only takes. I'll have Eileen give you 20,000 gold coins later, just as I promised," Shinuya declared, taking Chu Sheng's hand and summoning the courage to meet his gaze. "Chu Sheng, are you truly willing to return to the Elven Forest with me? You hail from the Eastern Continent. You have the freedom to go wherever you wish. I won't compel you, but the Elven Forest truly needs you, and so do I." Noticing the earnestness in Shinuya's demeanor, Chu Sheng felt a mischievous urge arise within him. "If I were to say I didn't want to return with you, would you still choose to be with me?" Upon hearing his response, Shinuya's head lowered as she mumbled, "The Elven Forest is among the weakest factions on this continent. Your reluctance to go is understandable, but that means I might not be able to see you every day, and would have to sneak out occasionally to be with you." As her voice trailed off, a hint of unwillingness flickered in her beautiful eyes. She hoped Chu Sheng would choose to stay, but she wished even more that it would be of his own volition rather than out of pity for her. Compared to the Holy Ronya Empire or other factions, the Elven Forest likely held little sway over Chu Sheng's heart. "Even if I don't go to the Elven Forest, would you still be willing to sneak out to see me?" Chu Sheng cupped Shinuya's chin, bemused by her adorably pouting lips. "What else would I do? We've already shared such moments. Do you really think I would seek someone else?" He feigned a hint of sadness, sighing. "So it's because of this that you feel obligated to be with me. I thought it was because you liked me. Of course I like you. I never said anything about obligation." Shinuya's face turned crimson as she fumbled to explain herself, but found it hard to articulate. Chu Sheng shook his head, finding the great elven maiden irresistibly endearing in her innocence. How cute she was. A mere punch would likely send her crying for quite some time. Chapter 13. Promotion to Junior Mage. Chu Sheng gently stroked Shinuya's silky hair, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, I was just teasing you." He was planning to make a significant impact in the Elven Forest, so why would he choose to align with another faction? The very thought of the various enchanting elven maidens awaiting his arrival caused a smirk to form on his lips. A blend of the self-assuredness of a dragon king and the playful charm of a Jack Russell Terrier. After Shinuya and Marquis Peter finalized the subsequent arrangements, a nightly order would escort them back to the Elven Forest the following day, with a day left for rest. Shinuya suggested taking Chu Sheng to explore the city and witness the marketplace of this continent. Compared to the vibrant glitz of modern cities, the towns in this otherworldly realm were much more modest. Yet, the bustling crowds, the earthy vendors, and the classical architectural styles imbued this excursion with a unique charm. As they strolled, they garnered quite a few glances. After all, one was an elven maiden of considerable height, and the other had the black hair and eyes reminiscent of legendary beings. "Chu Sheng, let us visit the Mage Association. I want to pick out a staff for you." "A staff?" Chu Sheng recalled the wooden stick Shinuya used when casting spells, though his chantless spells seemingly required no such medium. However, he wouldn't spoil Shinuya's thoughtful gesture by declining. "Let's go have a look." Though he had no intention of purchasing anything, he was keen to explore the various magical artifacts and tools, perhaps to resell them in the real world. On their way to the Mage Association, Shinuya enlightened him about the organization's history and background. The Mage Association, an independent neutral faction, had branches across various races and served as a hub for mages to accept commissions, trade magical instruments, and study spells. Other similar entities included the Adventurers Guild, among others. Upon arriving at the Mage Association in Marquis Peter's territory, They were greeted by an array of magical artifacts and crystals as soon as they entered. Staves of various designs, wooden, steel, jade, and even vibrating ones, were displayed, catering to the unique demands of all types of mages. Welcome to the Mage Association. How may we assist you today? A sweet-looking staff member approached them, enthusiastically introducing their offerings. Chu Sheng, let us get you certified as a mage first, then you can enjoy discounts on your purchases. The Mage Association also provided testing facilities for certification, issuing mage credentials at any time. Under Shenuya's guidance, Chu Sheng made his way to the testing area, effortlessly casting the fire lance spell he had used in the cave. In the blink of an eye, he obtained a third-tier mage certificate, officially promoted to a junior mage. Along with it, he received a plain gray mage robe, which was clearly the most ordinary kind, lacking any enhancements. As Shenuya watched Chu Sheng, who had only recently unraveled his magical abilities, achieve third-tier status, she felt a mix of disappointment and joy. It was disheartening for her, a long-lived being with unparalleled talent, to find herself only at 5th tier. She feared that it wouldn't be long before Chu Sheng surpassed her. Yet, the thought of their bond brought her joy. The stronger he became, the more prosperous the elven forest would thrive. Sir, the total for your chosen staff and magical artifacts comes to 1,500 gold coins. How would you like to pay? The salesgirl flashed a professional smile, clearly well-trained. 1,500 gold coins for these two small items? Chu Sheng inwardly grumbled. Having just received 20,000 gold coins from Shenuya, he thought he had amassed a fortune. He anticipated the low purchasing power of gold coins. I'll cover it. Shenuya began to pull out a heavy bag from her pocket, her face betraying no hint of hesitation, as if this were a matter of course. No, wait. Can this suffice? Chu Sheng swiftly intercepted Shenuya's hand before she could reach for the gold. While being pampered by the wealthy elder sister was delightful, he wished to try something different. He presented the remaining glass orb to the salesgirl, leaving her momentarily speechless. As a staff member of the Mage Association, she undoubtedly recognized the value of such a pure crystal. It was indeed a prime material for storing magic. Esteemed guest, I must consult with the president. Please hold on. The girl hurriedly dashed to the back to inquire, her address towards him shifting from sir to esteemed guest, a clear indication of the orb's worth. Chu Sheng, why won't you let me pay? Shenuya observed the glass orb with disapproval, feeling it was rather extravagant to use such a valuable item to offset gold coins. It was akin to no one using a single gold coin to exchange for 100 silver coins. Although their value was equivalent, the rarity differed vastly. Chu Sheng smiled without offering an explanation. The glass beads were of little monetary significance to him. He was merely curious about their precise market valuation. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a blue wizard's robe, his hair as white as snow, emerged. Adorning his chest was a badge engraved with 7 distinct patterns, indicating that he was indeed the president of the local Magicians Association. A 7th-tier magician, he was a figure of formidable strength within the entire human realm. Young man, how many of these source stones do you possess? I shall purchase them all. My apologies, venerable elder, but this is the last one. What might it be worth? The old man stroked his graying beard and extended 2 fingers. How does 20,000 gold coins sound? At the mention of this price, Chu Sheng was taken aback. Is a single glass bead truly worth 20,000? I saved the princess of the elf clan for the same amount. Why does it feel as though gold coins in this world are not as valuable as one might believe? Could it be that there exists another currency of greater purchasing power? Let us settle on 20,000, then. Please deduct my staff and magic tool from the amount, and give me the remaining cash. Without further ado, the old man directed his staff to count out 18,500 gold coins, which were then piled into a large sack. Each gold coin weighed 20 grams, summing up to a staggering 370 kilograms. Fortunately, Chu Sheng could manipulate spatial attributes, or he would have needed assistance from several elven maidens to transport it all back. Chu Sheng, why would you exchange source stones for gold coins? Such a loss. To this, Chu Sheng found it impossible to explain to Shenuya, resorting instead to a fanciful fabrication. Shenuya, I possess a trace of dragon blood within me, which compels me to collect such sparkling treasures. Seeing Chu Sheng's elation, she refrained from uttering any words of disapproval. Now, he possessed a total of 38,500 gold coins, based on previous measurements at the gold shop, with an approximate 50% purity. He calculated that amounted to 581 grams. By my word, he barely had time to examine his newly acquired magic tool before he returned to the real world, depositing the gold coins in his small abode. Gazing at the towering pile of coins, a grin spread across Chu Sheng's face, even more pronounced than that of Barrett. Alas, in this alternate world, there were no magical storage rings as depicted in fantasy novels. If only he could store such a considerable amount of gold coins safely, he would feel at ease. The sheer volume of coins was overwhelming. Currently, he could only sell them in small batches. Even with the influence and channels of Brother Bay, it was unlikely they would dare to handle such a vast quantity of gold. Wait a moment. The absence of storage magic tools in this world was due to the loss of knowledge regarding spatial attribute magic. An idea struck Chu Sheng, prompting him to return to the alternate realm to study the newly acquired magic tool. This world was rife with such items, suggesting that the technology involved was not overly complex. If he were to master the creation of magic tools, he could indeed fashion storage rings using spatial attribute magic. How clever of me. The magic tool in his possession was a third-tier device, classified as a defensive apparatus. By channeling magic into it, he could generate a magical barrier with a radius of 2.5 meters, effectively blocking magical attacks of the third tier or below. For someone like Chu Sheng, who was quite fragile in terms of physical resilience, this was immensely beneficial. After all, the power of third-tier magic was comparable to that of a sniper rifle in the real world. As long as he was not confronted with a rocket launcher at point-blank range, he would be able to wield considerable power in the real world. Chapter 14. A sudden ambush. Chu Sheng felt no hesitation as he disassembled the magic tool, disregarding whether he could reassemble it later. Upon examining the internal structure, he found it to be far simpler than he had anticipated. He had expected the complexity to be at least akin to advanced calculus, but it turned out to be as straightforward as solving a quadratic equation. The core of the magic tool was a crystal resembling a source stone, designed to store magical energy. The external structure contained various magical symbols that outlined the operational logic of the formation, all encased within a protective shell. While Chu Sheng could not comprehend the intricate symbols, it was unnecessary for him to do so. After all, he had the ability to communicate directly with the magical elements in the air. He could simply instruct those elements to form the corresponding functional formations. Perhaps the creations he produced would be even more stable and durable than this ordinary magic tool. Without a second thought, Chu Sheng extracted a small glass orb and began channeling spatial attribute magic into it. In a matter of moments, the magical elements coalesced into a remarkably clear formation, evoking a sense of primal beauty. Within seconds, a brand new spatial magic tool was complete. Diving into the orb's essence, he estimated the internal storage capacity to be around 1 cubic meter, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Subsequently, he crafted 20 of these orbs, filling them with all his gold coins. In the future, he could store any valuable items within them for safekeeping. It seemed that the long-lost spatial magic tools of this alternate world were destined to be revived and enhanced under his stewardship. For the umpteenth time, a smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips. A single glass orb could fetch 20,000 gold coins. Now, having transformed into a spatial magic tool, its value would surely multiply. With these small orbs, Chu Sheng could confidently claim to have achieved financial freedom. He possessed so much gold that he was at a loss as to how to spend it. Yet, when money accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes little more than a string of numbers. Chu Sheng could not help but recall a certain iconic saying, "I do not love money." When one has enough wealth to last several lifetimes, it seems almost impossible to develop an affection for it. Now, Chu Sheng could begin to pursue those things that money could not procure, such as prestige, power, and strength. Among them, the most crucial was strength. In this extraordinary world dominated by supernatural forces, without strength, even the richest man would merely be a target for robbery. At this moment, Chu Sheng felt an urgent need to enhance his personal power. With strength, he could achieve things that had previously been mere fantasies. That evening, Chu Sheng and Shan Yuoya embraced as they drifted into slumber. Tomorrow, we shall return. Once we reach the elven forest, we shall. Chu Sheng understood the intentions of the grand elven maiden. She was indeed a little temptress. He too was filled with eager anticipation for the elven forest, curious to witness the world of elven life firsthand. As time swiftly passed, the following day saw Chu Sheng, Shan Yuoya, and several elven maidens boarding the carriage arranged by Marquis Peter en route to the elven forest. Surrounding the carriage was a vast support team, along with dozens of armored knights serving as guards, ensuring their safety. For 7 consecutive days, Chu Sheng remained within the carriage until the caravan finally reached the borders of the elven forest. At the intersection of the sacred Ronia Empire and the Elven Forest, the caravan came to a halt. Esteemed guests, as per our agreement, our escort duties end here. The captain of the knights dismounted and spoke courteously to Chu Sheng and the others, then led his knights away on horseback. Chu Sheng looked at Shen Yuoya in confusion. Why do they not escort us further inside? According to the Alliance's regulations, they cannot set foot in the Elven Forest. Shen Yuoya explained briefly, noting that various races, including elves, humans, and demi-humans, were prohibited from entering each other's territories with their military forces. While the Knight Order could not enter, the support personnel arranged by Marquis Peter were permitted, as they bore no weapons or armor, thus avoiding any breach of contract. This journey saw Marquis Peter not only dispatching the Knight Order for their protection, but also sending numerous supplies to the Elven Forest, clearly pleased with the glass beads. A rare smile graced Shen Yuoya's face. With this batch of supplies, the defenses of the Elven Forest will be considerably strengthened. Due to her height, she could not comfortably nestle in Chu Sheng's embrace while seated, so she instead leaned against his back, letting out a relaxed sigh. The burden she had carried along the journey felt significantly lighter, and her shoulders no longer ached. Surely your dwelling has some defensive structures. Or do you reside directly in the trees? Chu Sheng gazed at the boundless towering forest in the distance, realizing that this landscape, to some extent, served as a makeshift city wall, albeit one that allowed the wind to seep through. Its sole advantage lay in obstructing the entry of large machinery and vehicles, yet it also rendered those within vulnerable to being trapped and incinerated. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's inquiry, Xian Nuoya's cheeks flushed slightly. Well, we do have some defensive structures, but the elven race is not particularly skilled in construction, so the implication was clear. There were virtually no substantial defenses. Chu Sheng nodded, understanding that each race possessed its own strengths. The elves were naturally inclined toward magic, but asking them to engage in manual labor was indeed an undue burden. As the two relaxed against the cart, a commotion and cries of alarm erupted outside. Orcs! Run! The orcs are coming! In mere moments, the air was filled with screams as hundreds of logistics personnel scattered in all directions. Chu Sheng opened the window and spotted a dozen towering figures charging toward the crowd. Each stood at least 3 meters tall, covered in thick fur, with greenish skin. Their grotesque faces bore protruding tusks, and their muscular forms were terrifying. So these were orcs. Chu Sheng counted a total of 12 orcs advancing toward them. They bore a striking resemblance to the orcs from the world of Warcraft, albeit larger and more robust. Though their numbers were few, they posed a grave threat to the unarmed logistics personnel, akin to wolves among sheep. Spare me. I am willing to serve the great orc, a captured woman pleaded desperately. Yet, the towering orc showed no mercy, seizing her legs and tearing her in half with brutal force. Blood sprayed through the air, causing the horses pulling the cart to bolt in terror. Amidst the chaos, those not yet captured were trampling one another in their frantic escape. Eileen rushed over, brandishing a sharp sword with her remaining left hand, positioning herself protectively in front of Xian Nuoya. Your Highness, Chu Sheng, you must retreat. We are not far from the Elven Forest. We will cover you. Her eyes shone with determination, and her tone held no fear as she looked at the orcs slaughtering nearby, brimming with a fierce resolve. Xian Nuoya's expression darkened as she forcefully grabbed Eileen. What nonsense are you spouting? We must leave together. Her staff glimmered as she rapidly chanted an incantation, conjuring a fierce flame at its tip. Eileen, already injured and with only one arm, would likely perish if she engaged in battle with the orcs. Not only was she Xian Nuoya's loyal guard, but she was also a childhood friend. Xian Nuoya could not bear to let her sacrifice herself in vain. Chu Sheng noticed an orc charging toward them and instinctively cast a lightning spell. Boom! The blinding bolt struck the orc, merely singeing its fur without leaving a scratch. Chu Sheng was astonished. He had expected at least a momentary stun, but the orc's resilience was astounding. Roar! The orc, enraged by Chu Sheng's lightning, let out a furious howl and charged with increased speed, shaking the ground beneath it. At that moment, Xian Nuoya completed her incantation, and a dragon of fire surged forth, engulfing the cart they had previously occupied. The cart ignited instantly, forming a fierce wall of flames between the elves and the orcs. The orcs possessed formidable magical resistance, nearly immune to all spells below the 5th tier. As Xian Nuoya explained this to Chu Sheng, she called to the other elven maidens to prepare for retreat. Most were injured, and confronting the orcs head-on would only lead to their demise. We must hurry. This firewall won't hold for long. Magical immunity? Chu Sheng was taken aback, It was astonishing that a carbon-based life form could be immune to magic below the 5th tier. What immense muscle density must they possess? Yet, he wondered if the magic of the real world could be similarly resisted. Chu Sheng touched the pistol at his waist. Known as the Great Equalizer of Magic. Chapter 15. The Equalizer of All Beings. Unfazed, Chu Sheng returned to the real world and summoned an armored vehicle. "Everyone get on," he called out, disregarding the shocked expressions of the other elven maidens as he pushed Eileen and 2 others into the back seat. Xia Nuaya decisively opened the door and took the passenger seat as Chu Sheng slammed down the accelerator. Given Xia Nuaya's assertion that orcs were immune to magical attacks below the 5th tier, Chu Sheng knew his current offensive methods would be ineffective. He planned to create distance first before attempting to use his pistol. However, the surrounding environment was unsuitable for such a massive vehicle, densely packed with trees. Chu Sheng quickly devised a plan. "Xia Nuaya, feed me a piece of white rabbit candy every 10 seconds. He tossed a bag of candy to her, while channeling his mental energy to manipulate the earth magic surrounding the armored vehicle. "Earth magic, forge me a piercing blade." The ground trembled as hard rocks rolled forth, coalescing into a triangular earthen wall before the armored vehicle, its pointed tip aimed ahead. As the vehicle charged forward, all obstacles would be cleaved aside. This demanded a high level of durability from the earthen wall, which was why Chu Sheng instructed Xia Nuaya to keep feeding him candy to ensure a steady supply of magic. He slammed the accelerator, the armored vehicle barreling through the wooded terrain, uprooting trees without losing speed. With his right hand on the steering wheel and his left gripping the pistol, he maneuvered around the orcs, searching for an opportunity to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Sheng emptied his magazine in one go, but as it was his first time using a gun, several shots went astray. A wounded orc clutched its groin in agony, its towering form collapsing to the ground. "Damn human, how dare you injure my Iquan? When I catch you, I'll devour you whole." The orc bellowed in a garbled tongue, yet Chu Sheng, aided by his unique ability, could discern its thoughts clearly. Realizing that the orc could be harmed by bullets filled him with elation, prompting him to return to the real world. It seemed that as long as they were carbon-based life forms, none could withstand American-style gunplay. Moreover, he had used a weapon with minimal lethality and was at a considerable distance from the orc. With this realization, Chu Sheng swiftly called Beige. He intended to procure some equipment to ensure the orcs experienced the exclusive magic of the real world. Once Beige answered, Chu Sheng conveyed his thoughts, which included but were not limited to automatic rifles, shotguns, grenades, and various high-damage weaponry. Naturally, he referred to them in terms of models, avoiding any direct mention of acquiring the real items. "Are you planning to play with real people?" Beige was taken aback. But after Chu Sheng assured him he wouldn't cause any trouble, he agreed to help. 2 days later, Beige arrived at the small house Chu Sheng had rented. Unloading a large wooden crate from his car, eyeing Chu Sheng with curiosity. "What exactly do you need all this for?" Though Beiji's family was involved in similar business ventures, he found it hard to believe that Chu Sheng would want anything to do with such matters. "Don't worry. I'm just collecting them. I won't cause any trouble or bring anything back home," Chu Sheng replied innocently, knowing he couldn't reveal that he was preparing to confront orcs in another world. "Just be cautious and don't stir up any issues," Beige advised, sensing that Chu Sheng was concealing something. However, given their long-standing friendship, he trusted that Chu Sheng would not engage in anything that would require him to clean up the mess. Chu Sheng transferred his remaining 100,000 to Brother Beige, leaving him once again destitute, with nothing but gold coins to his name. The last time he purchased an armored vehicle, Brother Beige had given him a friendly price of 500,000. Otherwise, he would not even have had the funds for equipment this time. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to part with that pile of gold coins. Even selling a small portion would allow him to indulge for some time. Chu Sheng intended to ask Brother Beige later about the maximum amount of gold he could handle. However, for now, he needed to deal with the orcs in this other world. He opened a large wooden chest on the ground, revealing 2 AKs, 10 RGD grenades, and various scattered stun grenades, smoke bombs, and hundreds of 7.62 ammunition rounds. Chu Sheng loaded the bullets, recalling the driving posture from a few days prior, and returned to the other world. The violent jolt struck him again as the armored vehicle careened through the forest, weaving around the orc horde. "Eileen, take these." Chu Sheng tossed grenades and stun grenades to Eileen in the back seat, briefly explaining how to use them. He then aimed the AK's barrel out of the window, driving the vehicle to about 50 meters from the orcs before pulling the trigger. The gunfire erupted, sparks flying as Chu Sheng struggled to control the recoil, nearly hitting the roof of the vehicle. It was evident that the AK was challenging to manage, especially since he was using one hand. His shoulder ached from the stock pressing against it, prompting him to recall his spatial attribute magic. Since he couldn't stabilize the AK with one hand, he decided to let space lend its assistance. The AK was bound by an invisible force to the window, hovering slightly above it. Chu Sheng only needed to manipulate the aim, without even having to brace the stock. "Hey, Orc brothers, take a look at this." A few orcs turned at his taunt, only to be met with a hail of gunfire. The entire magazine emptied, and the orcs' bodies were riddled with crimson holes, resembling a beehive. With agonizing roars, several orcs staggered backward, their faces marked with terror, unable to comprehend the magic that allowed this human to bypass their immunity, seemingly without a trace. Before they could recover, Eileen threw several grenades that rolled to their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed through the woods, causing Chu Sheng's ears to ring. He continued driving while reloading magazines, denying the orcs any respite. After firing 200 rounds, he finally halted the vehicle to assess the battlefield. Eileen had also finished throwing the 10 grenades and stun grenades, and the smoke obscured the center of the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the once menacing orcs were now in a dire state. Their limbs had been shattered by the grenades, and they lay in agony on the ground, too weak even to howl. Some unfortunate ones had their heads completely blown off, meeting an instant demise. Chu Sheng stepped out of the vehicle and, without hesitation, began to finish them off. The sound of gunfire echoed again as he ensured the remaining orcs were thoroughly dispatched. Shanoa approached, her face a mixture of astonishment and confusion. "Chu Sheng, what kind of magic is this?" She recalled that he was merely a third-tier mage. How could he so brutally annihilate the orcs? And judging by his appearance, he hadn't even broken a sweat. "This is not magic. It is what we refer to as an equalizer in our world," Chu Sheng chuckled, patting the smoking barrel of the gun. Although he wielded a retired piece of hardware from the real world, possibly of inferior quality from a rogue arms dealer, in this other world, it was a devastating weapon. The orcs might boast immunity to magic below the 5th tier, but before my culinary prowess, they ultimately succumbed to despair. Of course, it was also possible that these orcs had never encountered firearms, leaving them bewildered and defenseless, much like the orc who had scoffed at a grenade before being obliterated by it. "If given the chance, I will ensure your elven warriors are equipped with such equalizers." Just as Chu Sheng intended to explain the usage and principles of firearms to Shanoa, an anomaly appeared among the orc corpses. The bodies of the orcs he had just dispatched glimmered with white light, akin to loot drops in a video game. Curious, Chu Sheng reached out and gently touched one of the white orbs. In an instant, it transformed into a moth and flew directly into his forehead. A wave of exhilarating sensations washed over him, making him involuntarily hum with pleasure. Seeing his sudden change, Shanoa rushed to support him, fearing he had sustained an injury. "What's wrong, Chu Sheng? Are you hurt? Hold on. Once we return to the elven forest, the tree of life can heal you. Don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Sheng waved his hand, freeing himself from her grasp. It took him a moment to acclimate to the exhilarating sensation coursing through him, as if he were imbued with boundless strength. To put it simply, it felt like a delightful euphoria. "Shanoa, did you see the luminous points on those orc corpses?" "What luminous points?" Shanoa tilted her head, puzzled by his words. Could it be that only he could see them? Realization dawned on Chu Sheng. These luminous drops were manifestations of his unique ability. Were they encouraging him to slay more monsters and acquire gear? He picked up a half-dismembered orc corpse, weighing at least 200 pounds, and effortlessly lifted it with one hand, something he could never have imagined before. Moreover, he was doing so without relying on spatial magic, purely by physical strength. He touched the luminous points on 2 other orc corpses, and once again, he felt an invigorating rush. The other corpses, killed by Eileen's grenades, emitted dimmer, grayish light. He touched them as well, but the power he gained was noticeably weaker. The difference between the 2 sources of power was significant. Previously, Chu Sheng could barely lift 50 pounds. His physical prowess had been average at best, unable to perform even 10 pull-ups. Now, he felt capable of defeating the mindless antagonists of those over-the-top stories. This enhancement surpassed that provided by any traditional methods. Chu Sheng circled the battlefield, dismantling the earthen barriers he had constructed while driving the armored vehicle. Although many humans had perished at the hands of the orcs, approximately 80 logistic personnel remained. Chu Sheng continued to drive the armored vehicle, ferrying the elven women toward the elven forest while the remaining humans continued to transport supplies. Just as the Night Brigade departed, they were ambushed by the orc army. The timing of this unexpected attack was truly unfortunate on the vehicle. Shanoa wore a troubled expression, reflecting on how her team had faced 2 assaults from the orcs. The last time, she had narrowly escaped, but if Chu Sheng hadn't been there this time, they would have likely perished. Was it merely coincidence? With a knowing expression, Chu Sheng spoke, conjuring an invisible barrier of spatial magic around them. Shanoa had been attacked on her way to the human empire, and now again on her return to the elven forest, both times when the human forces were absent. Even the most Na'vi could see there was something amiss. Either there is a traitor in the elven forest, or there is one among the Marquis Peter's ranks. Perhaps the Marquis himself is the traitor. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's words, Shanoa's expression grew solemn. It seems this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Well, let us discuss it in detail once we return to the elven forest. Thus, after several hours of travel, they arrived seamlessly at the elven forest. This place was veiled by towering trees, devoid of any overtly urban structures, with homes often built upon the colossal trunks. It was truly a realm of trees. Upon entering the elven forest, they were greeted by a welcoming party composed of dozens of fair-skinned, beautiful elven maidens, with hair of white, yellow, blue, and red. Each one was tall and elegantly proportioned. Most importantly, these elven maidens were entirely natural, far surpassing the digitally enhanced beauties of the internet. They were a few levels above the typical glamour seen online. If these maidens were to enter the real world, they could easily accumulate wealth by merely flirting on short video platforms. We elves are all beauties. If you fancy, I could send 2 to attend to you every night. Just as Chu Sheng was dazzled by the sight, an indifferent voice interrupted his thoughts. Really? That seems rather. Chu Sheng restrained his smirk and turned to see Shanoa's face filled with discontent. I meant, that's rather unethical. Humph. Shanoa puffed her cheeks, regretting bringing Chu Sheng to the elven forest. Because the elves were all innately beautiful and there were no males present, it appeared to outsiders as a kingdom of women. The elven forest had historically faced many invasions and covetous glances, yet the elves maintained their independence due to their advantageous terrain and formidable magical prowess. If the others were not jealous, then Chu Sheng would have to question both his allure and Shanoa's feelings. After all, the great elven maidens were easy to appease. A simple offering of sweets would suffice to quell their tempers. Shanoa led Chu Sheng to a wooden cabin nestled in the trees. The space was quite ample, though the decor was undeniably simple. Fortunately, Chu Sheng was not one to be finicky. He had previously resided in a meager dwelling that cost him only 300 a month for quite some time. Chu Sheng, please rest here for a moment while I report our journey to the Queen. AI Lin, you should also hurry to the Tree of Life for healing. Being in such a barren little cabin was undeniably dull, yet he felt reluctant to wander alone in unfamiliar territory. Shanoa, may I accompany AI Lin to see the Tree of Life? This posed a slight dilemma for Shanoa. The Tree of Life, being the heart of the elven forest, was traditionally off-limits to outsiders. However, given her relationship with Chu Sheng, she did not mind him taking a glance. But you may go. But do not watch the healing process of AI Lin and the others. Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned elven maiden AI Lin shook her head. Shanoa, Chu Sheng saved our lives and has contributed greatly to the elven forest. If he wishes to see, I have no objections. Your lack of concern does not ease my worry. Shanoa was quite vexed. While the Tree of Life could heal the elves' injuries, the process required complete nudity. Though she and AI Lin presented themselves as princess and bodyguard, they were in fact childhood friends, as close as sisters, sharing everything including clothing. Shanoa, perceptive as she was, had noticed that AI Lin's glances toward Chu Sheng had gradually shifted, revealing something beyond mere admiration. Humph, even if it were AI Lin, I would not relinquish Chu Sheng. Chapter 17. The Elven Queen. Chu Sheng found himself utterly bewildered, unsure why Shanoa suddenly seemed jealous. The Tree of Life, located at the heart of the elven forest, was the birthplace of all elves. As they made their way to the Tree of Life, AI Lin continually elaborated on its various powers. The Tree of Life could heal all elven injuries, as long as one was not dead on the spot. They could recover within its divine leaves. Just like my right arm, AI Lin raised her half-remaining limb and smiled. If I lie beneath the leaves for a while, it will regrow. Moreover, the new arm would not exhibit any dissonance. In fact, it would be even more harmonious than the original. Hearing this, Chu Sheng grew increasingly curious about the Tree of Life. As long as one was alive, they could fully recover. Even severed limbs could regenerate. I wonder if the miraculous healing properties of this divine tree are exclusive to the elves, or if they apply to all races. If they are universal, the value of a few leaves plucked for sale could reach astronomical heights. When Chu Sheng followed Ai Lin to the base of the Tree of Life, he was utterly astounded by the sight before him. It was a majestic tree, towering higher than any skyscraper he had witnessed in the real world. The trunk was broader than a football field, its branches forming a green canopy that obscured the sky. Countless leaves swayed in the wind, each as large as a circular bed. Beneath the trunk were numerous lift-like devices, but unlike elevators, they operated on magical energy. This colossal divine tree seemed to house an entire elven city. If the elven forest was the realm of the elves, then the area above the Tree of Life was the capital of this kingdom. Chu Sheng and Ai Lin boarded a magical lift, ascending to a smaller branch nearby. Though it appeared to be a slender limb from afar, up close it resembled a 6-story house. Ai Lin gracefully leaped onto a broad, tender green leaf. As she stepped onto it, the leaf seemed to come alive, gently enveloping her. Finally, Chu Sheng understood why Shanoa had suddenly become jealous. Stepping onto the leaves required one to shed all clothing. Ai Lin's powerful physique bore numerous small wounds, crusted with crimson scabs. Yet, at that moment, those injuries began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate, new skin emerging almost instantaneously. The severed right arm, too, rapidly regenerated with flesh and bone, creating a scene both bizarre and wondrous. This could easily be mistaken for a miraculous resurrection from a fantasy tale. Witnessing the miraculous regeneration of a severed limb right before his eyes left Chu Sheng in awe. Such an extraordinary phenomenon, deemed impossible in the realm of science, perhaps held no bounds in this fantastical world. Was it possible that the elven forest had been targeted by beastmen due to this divine tree? Reflecting on the sparse population of elves he'd encountered thus far, it was remarkable that this race occupied such a vast territory along with this singular divine tree. Their continued survival was indeed a miracle. As Chu Sheng observed Ai Lin's healing process, her expression conveyed pure comfort, akin to receiving a soothing massage. "Hey, Chu Sheng." Just as he lost track of time, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, he was met with Shanoa's discontented gaze, alongside a mature and alluring elven maiden. Though Shanoa stood at an impressive height of nearly 195 meters among the elves, the maiden beside her appeared even taller, easily surpassing 2 meters. Adorned with a delicately woven crown of branches, her deep red, softly curled hair cascaded down to her waist. Her features bore a resemblance to Shanoa's, but were more mature and voluptuous. Is Ai Lin truly that beautiful? Shanoa's slightly melancholic tone snapped Chu Sheng back to reality. He had nearly succumbed to the enchanting gaze of the red-haired elven beauty. "Shanoa, I believe Mr. Chu Sheng is merely curious about the healing powers of the Tree of Life." The voice of the elven matron was rich with magnetism and allure as she lightly chuckled to explain to Chu Sheng. "I thought you were fixated on Aelin." Though her words trailed off, Chu Sheng could discern her unspoken thoughts. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I am merely astonished by the healing properties of the divine leaf." Not intentionally gazing. "Mr. Chu Sheng, I am Tiffany, the queen of the elven forest." Tiffany offered a brief introduction before extending her fair, delicate hand towards him. "The elven forest is honored by your presence, and I am aware of your selfless assistance to Shanyuoya and her kin." Chu Sheng smiled and gently shook her hand. "My goodness, dear lady, you are akin to Neza from another world. You, too, possess remarkable abilities, do you not?" Of course, considering her age. This elven queen could very well be an ancestor of Chu Sheng, with even the youthful Shanyuoya being significantly older than him. After their handshake, Tiffany spoke with utmost courtesy. "Shanyuoya mentioned that you possess many wondrous items. Might I have the pleasure of experiencing some marvels from the eastern continent?" Her tone was imbued with the tenderness of a clan leader and the warmth of an elder, yet devoid of the solemnity one would expect from a ruler. This left Chu Sheng puzzled as to why the elven queen would personally come to see him. Shouldn't Shanyuoya have summoned him for an audience instead? However, unbeknownst to him, the elven forest was facing increasingly perilous circumstances. With the relentless incursions of the orc tribes, their means of defense were becoming increasingly inadequate. Surrounding their territory were numerous elves receiving treatment from the divine leaf, returning from the front lines to recuperate and replenish. Once healed, they would again throw themselves into the fray against the orcs. If the situation were not so dire, Tiffany would not have dispatched her daughter, the Princess Shanyuoya, to seek assistance. Though the divine tree of life was formidable, it could only mend wounds, not resurrect the fallen. In battles against the orcs, casualties were inevitable. The rate of elven births could not keep pace with the losses incurred in war, resulting in a vicious cycle. While the elven forest appeared tranquil, it was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Upon Shanyuoya's return, she promptly informed Tiffany of the various marvelous items and all-encompassing magical talents possessed by Chu Sheng, extolling him as a beacon of hope for the revival of the elven forest. This was precisely why Tiffany overlooked the customary formalities to meet Chu Sheng directly, intending to ascertain whether he truly possessed the ability to effortlessly vanquish the orc armies, as Shanyuoya had claimed. If he indeed proved to be such a formidable ally, she was determined to retain him, binding him to the elven forest by any means necessary, even if it meant offering him the throne. Chapter 18. The Elven Lady's Astonishment. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I possess but a few trinkets, and I hope they do not displease you. Chu Sheng addressed Tiffany with politeness, retrieving a glass orb crafted as a spatial magic device from his pocket. Within its cubic meter of space, he had stored an assortment of treats, Snickers, white rabbit milk candies, large bottles of soda, and various other delectable, high-calorie snacks. On the way to the divine tree of life, he had overheard Aelin discussing the origins of the elven race, all of whom were born from the divine tree, with the entire race consisting solely of females, devoid of any familial ties. Yet, as Shanyuoya was a princess and Tiffany was the queen, from a legal standpoint, Tiffany could be regarded as Shanyuoya's mother, thus making her an elder figure in Chu Sheng's eyes. Hence, first impressions held considerable significance. Upon receiving the glass orb, Tiffany, the most powerful magician of the elven forest, immediately sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from it. The purity of its quality was evident. It was a prime specimen for use as a source stone. Tiffany's beautiful eyes grew serious and focused as she gently released a hint of magical energy to communicate with the orb, instantly uncovering the internal storage space. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she became visibly agitated. This small source stone not only radiated spatial magical energy, but had also been fashioned into a spatial magic device. If this was indeed crafted by Chu Sheng's own hands, its significance was immeasurable. Mr. Chu Sheng, did you personally create this magic device? Tiffany gazed at him with eyes so gentle they seemed to glisten with moisture. Might I inquire how many such devices you possess? Could you produce them in bulk? If so, the elven forest would be willing to offer any price for an exchange. Her excitement was palpable, prompting her to take a step closer. Even if you desire me as a price, I could persuade Shanyuoya on your behalf. Shanyuoya's face flushed crimson, casting a reproachful glance at Tiffany, bewildered by the suddenness of her remark, given the usually composed demeanor of the queen. Though Tiffany held the title of queen and Shanyuoya that of heir apparent, their relationship transcended mere hierarchy. Tiffany had provided Shanyuoya with numerous conveniences in life and served as her guide in magic. In Shanyuoya's heart, Tiffany was akin to a mother or elder, possessing a friend-like quality, deserving of utmost respect. Tiffany, you are merely jesting. Mr. Chu Sheng has said nothing of the sort. Why are you so concerned? Observing Shanyuoya's growing distress, Tiffany's joy was tinged with worry. Chu Sheng's lips twitched. He dared not respond. Saying he desired the queen's favor could offend the grand elven matron, while denying such an interest could invite her displeasure. Indeed, this magic device was crafted by my own hand, and I can produce them in bulk. However, I require no price from the elven forest. A fair exchange in gold coins will suffice. As for the value of a single magic device, I am uncertain. Your Majesty, please offer a price. The ability to manipulate spatial magical energy made mass production of this magic device a trivial task, taking less than half a minute to create one. Furthermore, while the raw materials for such glass orbs were rare in this otherworldly realm, they could be acquired at a mere 5 coins for a large box in the real world. Chu Sheng could effortlessly procure enough for each inhabitant of the elven forest. Even unprocessed glass orbs were valued at 20,000 gold coins within the Mage Association. Should Tiffany propose a price lower than this, it would suggest that the grand elven matron was not as affable as she appeared. Chu Sheng had no intention of incurring losses in this alternate world or performing labor without compensation. However, should a surplus of glass orbs flood into this otherworldly realm, the value of this material, which could serve as a source stone, would undoubtedly diminish. Therefore, he intended to limit the quantity he provided to the elven forest, ensuring only a moderate supply. Should the elven forest develop into its own power, then each member could certainly possess one. When selling to outsiders, he could employ scarcity marketing to control the supply. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the specific population of the elven forest, so that I may ascertain your needs? In response, Tiffany offered her information candidly. The population of the elven forest has fluctuated around 50,000. And how many soldiers do you possess? This inquiry was one Chu Sheng should have refrained from asking, as knowledge of their military strength could unveil significant information. Yet Tiffany exhibited ample sincerity. The elven forest does not maintain a standing army. Only during times of war do we have combat personnel, totaling approximately 35,000. No standing army. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating how merely 3,500 combatants could occupy the vast territory of the elven forest. In real-world terms, it was akin to 35,000 militia members establishing dominion over a peninsula and founding a nation of around 50,000 inhabitants. It was miraculous that they had survived thus far. Alas, the elven forest, due to population constraints, is unable to train a constantly prepared army like other races. Each elf has their own daily responsibilities and tasks. Curious, Chu Sheng inquired, is the birth rate of the elven race uncontrollable? Tiffany nodded, it cannot be controlled. The elves have always been the favored children of the goddess of life, born from the tree of life. Only when old elves pass away can new ones come into being. The tree of life has always had a fixed number of 50,000 leaves, which limits the population of the elven race. Moreover, the gestation period for new elves is quite lengthy. Chu Sheng fell silent. With such a small population and a birth rate slower than the casualties of war, if the orc onslaught did not cease, the elven population would only dwindle further. Nevertheless, he believed that the elven race should cultivate a well-trained army not exceeding 10% of their total population. This would ensure basic wartime needs while remaining sustainable during peacetime. With the assistance of my magical devices, the elven forest could swiftly establish a complete military force, requiring minimal logistical support. Chu Sheng briefly shared his thoughts with Tiffany, who, as the leader of the elven forest, surely understood her kin's situation better. It was no wonder she was so excited upon seeing the spatial magical device. The primary limitation on the elven army stemmed from their population. To form a 10,000-strong army, the logistical support would need to be at least equal in number. How could the remaining elves support the daily needs of such a contingent? Thus, to this day, the elven forest still adhered to the age-old model of working during peacetime and uniting for war when necessary. However, with the assistance of the spatial magical device, this situation would be profoundly transformed. Your Majesty, I can provide various magical devices and military equipment, as well as supplies for daily living, and even assist in training your army. However, Chu Sheng crossed his arms, his tone firm and unyielding. I require the unconditional support and obedience of the elven forest. My decisions must never be opposed or rejected. Additionally, he demanded a complete training system for mages and all information regarding the gods you speak of. Chu Sheng laid out all his conditions in one breath, and thankfully, they did not exceed Tiffany's expectations. She even sighed in relief, fearing the elven forest possessed nothing to entice Chu Sheng. The demands he presented would likely be unattainable in the Holy Ronya Empire or other demi-human nations. After all, it could be said, expecting an entire race to submit unconditionally seemed like a mere fantasy. Yet for the elven forest, teetering on the brink of despair, such terms were not unreasonable. Perhaps this was also why Chu Sheng chose to remain in the elven forest. With this thought, Tiffany felt her previously tense demeanor ease considerably, but she still spoke solemnly. Mr. Chu Sheng, I can represent the entire elven race in accepting your terms. However, you must not compel us to engage in unethical actions against our will, such as sacrificing ourselves. Chapter 19. The Critical Room. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I would never engage in such foolishness, Chu Sheng assured solemnly. If the elven race could guarantee their loyalty, he would naturally cherish and care for them. He was not like Yinkaka, who could ration the army's food to a mere 14 coins a day. For his own people, Chu Sheng would strive to provide the best conditions possible, not only to help the elven forest through its current plight, but also as a cornerstone for establishing his footing in this otherworldly realm. With the agreement between Chu Sheng and Tiffany, the elven forest had become his stronghold, as long as it did not pertain to matters of the race's survival. Even the elven queen would have to heed his counsel. By the way, Your Majesty, do the leaves of the Tree of Life possess healing properties for other races? Are they still useful once picked? Chu Sheng was intrigued by the miraculous healing leaves. considering them not only a valuable commodity for trade, but also something to be manipulated under the control of spatial magic. They can be utilized, but the healing effect diminishes once the leaves are plucked, and they turn into ordinary leaves after a certain period, Tiffany disclosed. It was precisely because of the existence of the leaves of life that the elven race could resist the orcs with minimal losses. A time limitation, you say? Chu Sheng murmured to himself, contemplating that if he could gather some leaves, the elves could utilize the spatial magical device to store them. This way, they could recover instantly from injuries, akin to carrying a mobile spring of water. As long as he wasn't defeated instantly, he would be immortal. However, given Tiffany's warning about the time constraint on the leaves, he might need to incorporate his time attribute magic into the equation. Currently, his proficiency with time attribute magic was not high, and he planned to practice a bit later to add a function of internal time stasis to the glass sphere. Mr. Chu Sheng, since you plan to reside in the Elven Forest for an extended period, allow me to show you the residence we have prepared for you. Tiffany gently extended her delicate hand, inviting Chu Sheng. Such a matter should not trouble your majesty. Shinoja interjected, pushing Tiffany's hand aside, seizing Chu Sheng's hand, and leading him away without a backward glance. Chu Sheng cast an apologetic glance at the Elven Queen, only to find her eyes filled with warmth and a smile. Was the queen intentionally speaking such words to foster their relationship? Shinoja brought Chu Sheng to a clearing beneath 3 interconnected great trees, pointing towards a nearby fence. This is the place. The queen and I reside nearby, just a few dozen meters apart. Before them lay a spacious courtyard, enclosed by a fence woven from vines. The trunks of the 3 great trees had been hollowed out to create immense living spaces, resembling 3 small villas from a distance. As Chu Sheng entered the courtyard, he admired the surroundings. Each tree house was 3 stories tall, with each level roughly the size of the tree trunk's cross-section, encompassing less than 100 square meters. The decor maintained the Elven Forest's characteristic simplicity, devoid of excessive opulence, yet furnished with an array of magical devices. This greatly exceeded Chu Sheng's expectations. He had initially thought Tiffany would prepare merely a luxurious tree trunk for him, but it turned out to be a small estate. Seeing Chu Sheng's evident delight, Shinoja's mood improved significantly. The queen mentioned that the people of the eastern continent love spacious courtyards and enjoy planting flowers and plants in them. She produced a special parchment scroll made from sheepskin, which emanated a faint magical aura. This is the deed to the courtyard. Simply use your magic to sign it, and it will belong entirely to you. Chu Sheng accepted the parchment, channeling the ambient magic to inscribe his name upon it. The moment his magic was absorbed by the scroll, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Startled, Chu Sheng pondered whether this was an update from his golden finger. However, after a few seconds of waiting without any further changes, he decided to dismiss the thought. Gazing at the expansive courtyard, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. A few days prior, he had been a teacher at a private high school, earning a decent salary. But owning a home in a place like Longzhou would have taken decades to achieve. He never expected that his first property would be in another world. And it was this grand. As a native of the Central Kingdom, owning a home is a deeply ingrained obsession. Why don't you take your time to explore? I'll step away for a bit. Not a problem. Chu Sheng did not insist on Shinoja's company. As the princess of the Elven Forest, she undoubtedly had numerous matters to attend to. He sat on a large wooden bed, spacious enough for 5 or 6 people, the fresh bedding exuding the unique fragrance of the elves. Removing his shoes, he lay back and, with a thought, returned to the real world. The sudden ding in his mind earlier piqued his curiosity, prompting him to check if something had occurred in reality. Yet, when Chu Sheng opened his eyes once more, he found himself not in his small abode abroad. What on earth is happening? He glanced around and realized he was still within the wooden cabin of the Elven Forest. Panic surged within him. If he could not traverse between the 2 worlds, many of his plans would be rendered futile. The challenge of aiding the Elven Forest against the orcs would abruptly escalate from a bronze level to a king level. However, Chu Sheng quickly regained his composure upon noticing 2 open doors flanking the wooden cabin. He approached one of the doors and peered beyond. Could it be the Elven Forest? He was momentarily taken aback. Outside was his tree house in the Elven Forest. Where, then, was he currently situated? He moved to the other door and looked through, only to find himself staring at the small house he rented abroad. Stepping through that door, he instantly returned to the real world. Goodness gracious! How did a tree house suddenly appear between the 2 worlds? Chu Sheng exhaled in relief. This unexpected turn of events had nearly caused him to break into a sweat. He pondered the purpose of this suddenly manifested treehouse, which had likely originated when he signed the property ownership document. Chu Sheng opened a can of soda, sipping thoughtfully. The moment he acquired property in the other world, a nexus dwelling must have formed between the two realms. If he were to purchase a house in the real world, could that property also become a nexus dwelling? In what manner would the houses in the two worlds be interconnected? For reasons unknown, a strong intuition surged within Chu Sheng, suggesting that only when he possessed properties in both realms would the nexus dwelling reveal its true potential. If that is the case, perhaps it is time to buy a house. Once that thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. Without understanding the true function of this nexus dwelling, Chu Sheng would feel deeply unsettled. He opened WeChat to check his balance. Not even enough to buy a bathroom. It seemed he would first need to liquidate that pile of gold coins. However, this time was different from the last. Previously, he had only a little over 100 coins, which local gold shops could handle. After much contemplation, Chu Sheng decided to approach Brother Bei for assistance. But he couldn't sell too much at once. Selling around 200 coins would suffice, converting to a little over $1 million in cash, which Brother Bei's shop could certainly accommodate. Chu Sheng retrieved 200 coins from his spatial magic device and melted them into a lump of gold using fire magic. He then called Brother Bei and sent him a photo of the gold lump. Without further inquiries, Brother Bei informed Chu Sheng that the buyback price was 590, which seemed reasonable. Chu Sheng was not surprised by Brother Bei's calm demeanor. As long as he did not question the origin of the gold, everything would be manageable. Even if the price were slightly lower, it mattered little to Chu Sheng, for he had plenty. After their discussion, Brother Bei unexpectedly sent an invitation to Chu Sheng, mentioning a gathering with some major clients at his home. Is Brother Bei trying to recruit me? Chu Sheng maintained a neutral expression, neither explicitly accepting nor refusing. Previously, he and Brother Bei were merely roommates and friends. However, during this time, he had sought Brother Bei's help numerous times, much of it concerning less than savory matters. Brother Bei had shown remarkable kindness to him. Perhaps he would attend to see how things unfold. Chu Sheng was indeed quite curious about Brother Bei's business and operations, not out of a desire to join, but purely out of intrigue. After all, he now wielded magic and, with preparation, could avoid any hot weapons. Moreover, after absorbing the remains of several fallen orcs, his physical capabilities had surpassed those of an ordinary person. While perhaps not as exaggerated as a super soldier, he was at least on par with Captain America. Chapter 20. Unprecedented duplication. After attending to business matters, Chu Sheng began testing his current physical strength in his small house. Even without any protection, a kitchen knife could not easily pierce his skin. Should he apply a layer of magical barrier over his skin, striking with the knife would only leave shallow marks. Remarkable. Chu Sheng estimated that under full defensive measures, even a standard handgun would struggle to breach his defenses. As long as he avoided being sprayed by an assault rifle like an AK, he should remain safe from fatal injury. Simultaneously, his vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all improved significantly, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis of life itself. Based on his own estimations, once his magical prowess reached the 5th tier and he absorbed the remains of dozens more orcs, he might even withstand a sniper rifle. 2 days later, Brother Bei received the lump of gold that Chu Sheng had sent. Within minutes, over $1 million was deposited into his bank account. $1 million is a sum that represents a lifetime of savings for many workers, yet in a first-tier city like Longzhou, it was still a pipe dream for purchasing a house. Nonetheless, Chu Sheng merely intended to buy a property to ascertain whether the Nexus dwelling would undergo any transformation. Any house would suffice. Returning to his hometown and purchasing a modest residence would be far more economical. At most, it would cost around $500,000 to $600,000. Chu Sheng purchased a plane ticket and placed all his valuable items, including his armored vehicle, rifle, and gold, into the Nexus dwelling. He then embarked on his journey back home. Chu Sheng's hometown was an industrial county with a substantial population, although its economic and consumption levels were relatively modest. The housing price was less than $5,000 per square meter. Rather than returning home, he proceeded directly to a sales office in a residential community and inquired about available furnished apartments. Good day, sir. May I ask how large of a property you are looking to purchase? The saleswoman, noticing Chu Sheng's modest attire, maintained a professional smile and demeanor. She handed him a brochure, pointing to an image within. What do you think of this property? It spans 300 square meters, complete with a pool and garage. and is luxuriously decorated, move-in ready. More importantly, it is priced at only 800,000. You will not find a better deal on a villa. Wait, Chu Sheng interrupted the saleswoman, a look of disbelief crossing his face. An 800,000 villa of over 300 square meters with a pool? How could such good fortune possibly be mine? Sir, the owner is quite eager to sell, and the house has a few minor issues. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of minor issues could possibly reduce the value of a villa worth over $1 million to just 800,000? Has someone died in the house? The only conclusion he could draw was that this property might be a haunted house, perhaps having recently experienced a tragedy or some paranormal event. Otherwise, the owner must have been out of their mind to sell it at such a low price. We are not at liberty to divulge specifics. The owner claims it is due to bad feng shui. Chu Sheng scoffed. Such talk of feng shui and misfortune was merely a ruse to deceive the ignorant. The reality must be far more serious. In the past, he would have hesitated to engage with such an eerie house. Although he did not believe in the supernatural, he had no desire to attract misfortune. But now, he was a magician. What kind of malevolent spirit would dare bother him? Furthermore, he had no intention of residing in the house. He merely wished to observe any changes in the Nexus dwelling. I'll take this house. Very well, sir. Would you like to inspect it now? No need. Just proceed with the paperwork. The sooner, the better. Chu Sheng paid the deposit and returned home to await notification. Even if the villa turned out to harbor some supernatural entity beyond his control, he could always have Tiffany grant him the protection of the goddess of life. After all, beings of divine nature truly existed in the other world. After waiting just 2 days, all procedures for the house were completed. The owner was likely quite pleased. Even a haunted house found a buyer. The moment Chu Sheng received the property deed, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. He arrived at the Nexus dwelling, and the scene before him instantly transformed in a remarkable manner. Unexpectedly, I found myself directly within that luxurious villa, adorned with opulent decor and an array of high-end amenities. It boasted a garage, a yard, and even a swimming pool. Was this not an incredible windfall? As I surveyed the residence with great satisfaction, I noticed that the tree house of the elven forest was situated right beside it. An invisible boundary separated the two realms, allowing me to traverse freely between them. Meanwhile, a colossal percentage figure appeared in the sky, currently displaying 1%. In the next moment, the specific function of the critical house materialized in my mind, and I gazed curiously at the number aloft. From the moment I activated the critical house to entering this place, approximately 15 minutes had elapsed, and the progress bar had already moved to 1%. To reach a full 100% would require about 25 hours. This progress bar only advances while I spend time in the outside world. Its purpose, however, is to replicate and create. For instance, if I placed a glass orb into the critical house and then spent 25 hours in the outside world, allowing the progress bar to reach 100%, a new glass orb identical to the original would materialize here. Upon realizing this function, I could not suppress the grin that spread across my face. This was simply extraordinary. Observing the 1% progress bar, I realized that after spending 25 hours in the outside world, I could return to claim a new armored vehicle, a new rifle, and a fresh heap of gold coins. The exhilarating sensation of generating wealth filled my mind. As long as the items I placed inside were not so large that they could not fit within the house, they could all be replicated. Remarkably, the critical house did not stipulate that the replicated items had to belong to me. In other words, I could easily borrow $1 million from someone, place it inside for 25 hours, and then replicate that $1 million. It seemed the elven forest would soon be fully equipped. My ambition was to cultivate an army of 10,000 elves, each armed with a specially designed spatial magical device and modern equipment. Now, I wouldn't even need to spend money to purchase them. I could simply borrow and replicate to continuously acquire enough weapons. The spatial magical devices would be the same. I only needed to craft 5,000 units, and the rest could be achieved through replication, significantly reducing my workload. Chapter 21. The perfect timing. Upon returning to the real world, I immediately ordered a batch of glass orbs online. During the 3 days I awaited the delivery, I remained in my new home, venturing nowhere. The items within the critical house had undergone 3 rounds of replication. The initial AK-47 had transformed into 8, and I had accumulated several thousand rounds of ammunition. Once the gold coins reached a staggering 150,000, I transferred them all from the critical house to the tree house in the other world. If I continued replicating, the critical house would soon be overflowing. Who would have thought I would ever find myself overwhelmed by an excess of wealth? As for the armored vehicle, I had moved it out from the beginning. It was too large and could easily fill the entire critical house after just a couple of replications. Currently, I aim to conserve space within the critical house to replicate weaponry and equipment, ensuring that the combatants of the elven forest would each be well equipped. Returning to the tree house in the other world, I was met by a room overflowing with gold coins. One might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a dragon's lair. There was hardly any space to stand, the floor entirely covered with glimmering coins. I took out a substantial number of glass orbs, preparing to craft them all into spatial magical devices at once. I channeled the spatial attribute magical energy from the air, infusing it into the glass orbs. Additionally, I infused a hint of temporal attribute magical energy to ensure the internal storage space would preserve items like a refrigerator. This was a technique I had discovered during these 3 days, allowing me to store food within the glass orbs without fear of spoilage. Within just a few minutes, the first batch of storage magical devices was complete. I placed them all into the critical house, awaiting a few days to reap the rewards. Suddenly, I found myself unable to sleep alone. What a coincidence! So am I. Shinoya exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the room filled with gold. You don't intend to use these coins as a carpet, do you? She was puzzled, wondering if Chu Sheng truly possessed the bloodline of a dragon, as he seemed to revel in shiny objects. But there was simply too much to store. After arriving in the elven forest, she had keenly felt various dangers. Yet, considering the situation of the elven forest, combined with Chu Sheng's significantly better circumstances, she felt that such thoughts might simply be wishful thinking. Chu Sheng, you haven't forgotten our previous agreement, have you? Of course not. Such a little glutton. Are you worried that some foreign maiden will steal you away? Mr. Chu Sheng, are you sleeping? The voice was melodious and gentle, and upon hearing it, I recognized it to be Tiffany, the great elven lady. Mr. Chu Sheng, I have brought you some specialties from the elven forest. Are you in there? Excuse me, I shall enter now. I hurried out of the room and into the living area. At that moment, Tiffany pushed open the door, and our eyes met. She curiously probed the interior with a hint of her mental energy, a playful glimmer in her beautiful eyes as she chuckled. Mr. Chu Sheng, perhaps I have come at an inconvenient time? No, your arrival is quite timely. However, given her status as a queen, I felt it inappropriate to send her away. Your Majesty, your visit is perfectly timed. I was just pondering what to have for a late-night snack. These are rare fruits from the elven forest, growing around the tree of life. Not only are they delicious and sweet, but they also possess health benefits. I gazed at the basket of colorful fruits in Tiffany's hand, glistening with droplets of water. Unbeknownst to me, she had subtly created a barrier around us to muffle sound and thoughts. Mr. Chu Sheng, do you find the living conditions in the elven forest to your liking? It is splendid here, with picturesque scenery, fresh air, and the elves are all warm and welcoming. Their words pleasant to hear. If you require anything, feel free to let me know. There is no need for formality. Consider this place your home. Your Majesty, I would certainly not hesitate to request assistance if needed. However, it is getting late, and we are nearing rest time. If you linger too long, rumors may begin to circulate. Chapter 22. In a confused state, Tiffany's address suddenly grew affectionate, abandoning formalities. I was puzzled. Was she truly willing to be so familiar to ensure my presence in the elven forest? By the time we had only met twice according to the time in this other world, I raised my gaze to the crimson-haired elven lady, speaking in the tone of a gentle sheep. Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost to assist the elven forest. There is no need for such gestures. Did I not mention that I would persuade Shinoya for you? In her perspective, a significant portion of my choice to join the elven forest stemmed from Shinoya. Such emotional bonds, when elevated to the level of race, could become fragile and unreliable. After all, who could predict when this couple might quarrel? If I left in a fit of anger, the elven forest would suffer greatly. Thus, Tiffany aimed to demonstrate the sincerity and gratitude of the elven forest. After all, with my abilities, it was arguably beneath me to reside within the elven forest. I could achieve more in the Holy Ronia Empire or other demi-human nations. Moreover, I sensed that Tiffany might have cast some form of magic upon me. My expression turned complex. What had occurred had already transpired, and there was no point in lamenting it now. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Tiffany departed under the cover of night. I returned to my room to find Shinoya curled up in the blankets. Xianoya had waited in her room for an extended period, yet the sounds from the living room remained absent. After all, I was the first to arrive. Chu Sheng's gaze flickered, And he cautiously spoke, Xionoia. He regretted his earlier impulsiveness. He must now appear to her as a heartless man who abandoned her. Please, let me explain. However, the anticipated cold indifference or explosive anger did not materialize. Instead, Xionoia cheerfully replied, let's talk another day. With that, she headed straight for the door. I'm sorry, Xionoia. It's all my fault. Chu Sheng could not bring himself to leave. He feared Xionoia would depart. She uttered little more. Merely a few words that left Chu Sheng feeling utterly despondent, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, the world is devoid of countless regrets and missed opportunities. Xionoia had only spoken once, and Chu Sheng had only heard her once. On his way back, he pondered endlessly, seeking a solution, yet none came to mind. Resigned, he returned to the real world, contemplating deeply while lying on his bed, but despite racking his brain, clarity eluded him. This was perhaps why the elven forest was exclusively inhabited by elves. He simply could not fathom a way out. After a night of fruitless contemplation, he returned to the other world and encountered Xionoia once more. They engaged in conversation, gradually unraveling their misunderstandings. Yet, after much discussion, they still found no resolution, leaving them at a loss. Thus, Chu Sheng returned to the real world to see Xionoia, and only when they both reached an understanding did they return to the other world together. He prepared instant noodles, their shared favorite, sitting side by side as they enjoyed the same meal they had shared on their first encounter. Chapter 23. The Living Experiment. Xionoia said with annoyance, a wave of intense unease washing over her. She stared intently into Chu Sheng's eyes, which reflected both concern and hope. How could this be possible? Chu Sheng continued to offer words of comfort and reassurance. In his heart, he cherished the time spent with Xionoia, which felt markedly different from his experiences with Tiffany and Eileen. After soothing Xionoia, he willed himself back to the threshold room, where time stood still relative to the outside world. If exhaustion ever overcame him, he could retreat to the threshold room for a few days of rest before re-emerging, thus appearing as an inexhaustible entity to others. After a period of recuperation in the threshold room, Chu Sheng returned to the other world, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. An idea struck him. He wished to immortalize this beautiful moment in memory. He returned to the real world and retrieved his phone. Although the other world lacked network signal, the basic functions of his phone remained unaffected. Xionoia, look here. Chu Sheng activated the camera, aiming it at the two of them. With a click, their images appeared on the screen. What is this? How marvelous! Xionoia, who had nearly dozed off, became curious upon seeing the glowing object in Chu Sheng's hand capturing their likeness. This is something from my world. It can record moments. Chu Sheng smiled as he explained the phone's functions, although many terms from the real world were lost on her. The scientific advancements of the real world appeared as magical and incomprehensible to the inhabitants of the other world, akin to the way magic seemed to mortals. Not wanting to overwhelm her, he merely taught her some basic functions. As for the photograph they had taken, Chu Sheng planned to show it to his parents during the upcoming new year, hoping it would distract his relatives from pressuring him about marriage. With Xionoia's beauty and charm, his parents would surely be enamored. He also pondered Xionoia's pointed ears, which sparked a bolder thought. Could he perhaps transport someone from the other world to the real one? He had yet to test whether living beings could accompany him to the threshold room. Chu Sheng considered purchasing a chicken at the market to experiment. If a live chicken could traverse, then surely an elf could as well. Nonetheless, even if it were feasible, he would not bring Xionoia to the real world just yet. Until he possessed absolute power, it was wiser to keep such abilities concealed. The following morning, he quietly rose, careful not to wake the elven maiden, and set about preparing a delightful meal for her. Returning to the real world, he purchased an abundance of seasonal fresh fruits, artfully arranged them into a fruit platter, and sprinkled some seasoning over it. The other world boasted exquisite ingredients, akin to the fruits Tiffany had brought the previous night, which surpassed those of the real world in flavor. However, due to limitations in seasoning and culinary techniques, it felt like a culinary wasteland. Otherwise, as a princess of the elves, Xionoia would not have treasured a bucket of instant noodles so dearly. If Chu Sheng were to cultivate an army within the elven forest, he must ensure that all the elven maidens received adequate nutrition daily. A diet limited to fruits and plants would not sustain them through rigorous training and exertion. Chu Sheng procured a large stock of high-calorie food from the supermarket, storing it in the threshold room for duplication. He also remembered to buy a live chicken to test if living creatures could indeed traverse. However, the poor chicken turned rigid the instant it entered the threshold room. It appeared that all living beings, aside from Chu Sheng himself, could not survive within the threshold room. If he were to encounter an insurmountable foe in the future, could he not simply bring them into the threshold room for an instant defeat? Chu Sheng returned to the other world, satisfied, and refined the fruits Tiffany had sent the previous day, creating an exquisite fruit platter. Chapter 24. The initial taste of alchemy. It was only after sharing breakfast with Xinoya that Chu Sheng left his tree house, ready to engage in more pressing matters. For his first step, he intended to seek out Tiffany to acquire further knowledge of this extraordinary world. "Child, what brings you to seek me?" Tiffany inquired. "I wish to learn more about the elven forest and its intricacies in order to devise a detailed strategy and plan." According to Tiffany, this world was governed by two principal systems of the extraordinary. The first was the magical system, wherein the elven race's magical prowess eclipsed that of all other races, with the combatants in the elven forest primarily being spellcasters. Additionally, there existed a martial system, often referred to as the warrior system. Mastery of magic necessitated profound control over one's mental faculties, while warriors honed their physical strength and vitality. Once sufficiently condensed, this life force could be transformed into fighting spirit, which was comparatively easier to cultivate than magic. The cultivation of magic relied heavily on insight and innate talent, while martial prowess was more reliant on perseverance and rigorous training. Although racial characteristics also played a significant role. For instance, it was entirely normal for a first-level warrior of the orc race, endowed with natural strength, to overpower a second-level human warrior. This phenomenon elucidated why orcs reigned as the most formidable race on the continent. Of course, the divine bestowed upon orcs their formidable physique, but simultaneously, they were barred from wielding any magical abilities, possessing only immunity to spells below the 5th tier. As for spells of the 5th tier and above, their potency diminished with the orc's elevation in rank. Only a 9th tier archmage could inflict full magical damage on an orc. After grasping the fundamental characteristics of the main races, Chu Sheng found it unsurprising that humans and elves were often subdued by the orc race. He resolved to pursue both paths of cultivation, for he could not limit himself to merely being a glass cannon of a mage. The hybrid approach, he believed, was the true answer for this otherworldly existence. Regrettably, after absorbing the orc's strength, Chu Sheng did not sense any fighting spirit. He merely experienced a boost in attributes. It appears that specialized matters should indeed be entrusted to experts for guidance. In addition to the two major cultivation systems, there exists the unique discipline of alchemy. This can be likened to the potion masters in martial arts and the talisman masters in martial movement. The alchemy of this world is far from the farcical version found in reality. It genuinely facilitates the transformation and replacement of materials. Advanced alchemists possess the remarkable ability to transmute sand into pure gold, which explains the relatively low purchasing power of gold coins, as they are not considered rare. Were it not for some additional uses of gold, it would have long been devalued to mere scrap metal. After receiving a basic treatise on alchemy from Tiffany, Chu Sheng endeavored to experiment on his own. He melted 3 gold coins using magical energy, solidifying them with alchemical techniques, ultimately producing a deep blue metallic block the size of his thumb. Tiffany, are you familiar with this substance? As the queen of the elven forest, Tiffany, with her extensive lifespan, exhibited profound knowledge during their brief conversation. Chu Sheng had suspected as much the previous night. Despite it being their first encounter, Tiffany's adeptness was evident. Tiffany examined the blue metallic block, sensing it with her magical energy for a moment. This is deep-sea blue gold. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed hope and astonishment. Deep-sea blue gold is an exquisite material used for crafting water attribute staffs, significantly enhancing water magic. Despite believing she had adequately recognized Chu Sheng's abilities, she now realized she had underestimated him. Most individuals cannot even comprehend alchemical texts, let alone succeed in their first attempt at alchemy. To create even a lump of iron would be a feat of genius. Yet, Chu Sheng not only succeeded on his first try, but produced an elemental metal. What manner of prodigy is this man? It seems this substance holds considerable value. Chu Sheng appeared unaware of his extraordinary talent in alchemy, perceiving this as a commonplace occurrence. The process felt as effortless as cooking, having meticulously planned each step in his mind. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was due to some hidden advantage. This is not merely useful, it is immensely valuable. Tiffany, brimming with excitement, elaborated on the rarity of elemental metals. Staves crafted from elemental metals often provide a percentage-based enhancement to spells and incantations, disregarding the user's rank. Thus, even if one is merely a first-tier apprentice, wielding a staff of elemental metal grants a 10% enhancement. Conversely, a 9th-tier archmage would experience the same enhancement. The disparity in enhancement is monumental. This explains why elemental metals are worth their weight in gold. Every mage yearns for a staff crafted from such materials. Tiffany, do you possess a staff made from elemental metal that corresponds to your attributes? Chu Sheng inquired, glancing at the enchanting elven queen. As the leader of the elven forest, she should have access to such resources, one would assume. However, Tiffany gently shook her head. The mineral resources of the elven forest are quite limited. Elemental metals must be imported, yet they are exceedingly scarce, with various races struggling to secure enough for themselves. Consequently, our access is even more restricted. The alchemical capabilities of the elven forest are not high enough to produce elemental metals that meet the necessary criteria, and thus, I do not possess a corresponding staff. As Tiffany spoke, her tone grew increasingly despondent. The elven forest lagged significantly behind other races in various aspects. Yet, recalling Chu Sheng's earlier display of talent, she felt a flicker of hope. It seems her efforts from the previous night were well worth it. If Chu Sheng were willing, the elven forest could one day secure a stable supply of elemental metals. Imagine a staff of enhancement for every mage in the elven race. Such a valuable item. Chu Sheng toyed with the deep-sea blue gold in his hands before offering it to Tiffany. Then, I shall gift it to your majesty. Prior to presenting it, he had stored it in the limbo room, which recorded the original state of the deep-sea blue gold. Should he wish, he could acquire sufficient mineral resources in a matter of days. Tiffany received the deep-sea blue gold, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Chu Sheng. She had just conveyed the preciousness of this material, yet he offered it to her as casually as one would offer candy, without a hint of hesitation. This is your first successful alchemical creation, and you wish to give it to me? Chu Sheng replied earnestly, if you do not desire it, you may return it to me. I can bestow it upon another elf. In another scene, the Holy Ronya Empire, within the domain of Marquis Peter. You were sealed behind an earthen wall, and upon your emergence, all the orcs had been eliminated? Marquis Peter was astounded that the frail and elderly logistics team he had meticulously selected for the elven princess could return intact in such numbers. Given the capabilities of the injured elves, escape from the orc squad was implausible. The only variable was that man from the eastern continent. Contemplating this, Marquis Peter promptly dismissed the logistics personnel, promising them a generous reward for their efforts. Afterward, he descended alone into the castle's basement, having sent away all guards along the way. In the basement rested a large, transparent metallic sphere. The Marquis infused a hint of magical energy into the sphere, which immediately radiated a crystalline glow. Within, a hazy figure materialized. Marquis Peter bowed deeply, speaking in hushed tones. Your Highness, the plan has changed. The elven forest has somehow acquired the support of a man from the eastern continent. They evaded the orc attack thanks to him. The hazy figure within the metallic sphere pondered for a moment before responding coolly. A man from the eastern continent, is it? For now, do not concern yourself with him. Proceed as agreed and deploy troops to constrain the main force of the orc tribe. However, merely as a formality. Ensure the elven forest believes that their assault by the orcs is entirely unrelated to us. Understood? Understood, Your Highness. Receiving the instructions from the other party, Marquis Peter let out a sigh of relief. As long as His Highness did not hold him accountable for his ineffectiveness, everything would be well. It seemed that his decision to join the opposing camp was indeed a wise choice. With the sacred Ronya Empire on the brink of transformation, Marquis Peter had to consider his future. Aligning himself early would ensure the greatest vested interests. Far away, in the capital of the sacred Ronya Empire, the fifth prince was currently fuming. His face darkened as he slammed his fist on the table. A complete fool. He couldn't even handle a mere elven princess. His handsome features contorted in pain, as if his bones had shattered from the impact. Who on earth procured such a sturdy table? After a moment of pressing his hand, he finally regained his composure, his anger gradually subsiding. He produced another transparent crystal orb, channeling his magical energy into it. Marquis Peter has failed. It is now your turn to act. On the other side of the metallic sphere, a pitch-black night loomed, devoid of any figures. After a few seconds, a deep, hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. What is your offer? 1/3 of the rare source stones from the Elven Forest. How does that sound? Ah, the Elven Forest is a cherished ally of our human empire. The fifth prince furrowed his brow, replying nonchalantly. What do you mean? You need to add more. Half of the source stones. Thank you for your patronage. The fifth prince agreed without expression. Knowing that the source stone intended for Peter had not been taken by the beasts, but was instead in his possession. Although the Elven Forest later acquired a collection of exquisite small source stones, these were merely for his own gain. With this batch of source stones, his magical army would soon be assembled. It would be the day when this decaying empire would face its transformation. As for failure, it was a notion that the fifth prince dismissed entirely. With someone like Marquis Peter, a high-ranking official at the border, joining his side, what could possibly go wrong? Failure would be termed rebellion. Success would be labeled transformation. He would don the yellow robe. The only threat to his grand ambition was the unparalleled genius of the Elven Forest, Shanoa. Once she was eliminated, the Elven Forest would swiftly fall under the dominion of the sacred Ronya Empire. To this end, the fifth prince spared no expense, enlisting the mightiest assassin organization on the continent, undefeated thus far. Their most formidable feat included taking down a beast emperor, comparable to a human of the 9th tier. And within the entire Elven Forest, there was only Tiffany, a 9th tier imperial mage, who was not even adept in combat. This time, Shanoa was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 26. The Cultivation of Combat Energy. Your Majesty, I believe that to strengthen the Elven Forest, the primary objective must be to equip all combatants with suitable gear. The beastmen's assault is imminent. Only by repelling their vanguard can we secure more time for subsequent developments. Chu Sheng spoke earnestly, sharing his plans and modern military theories. After leaving Tiffany, Chu Sheng intended to learn the methods of combat energy cultivation from Eileen in the afternoon, hoping to leave a good impression on his instructor. The Elven Forest had a sparse population but vast territory, resulting in a phenomenon of abundant land and few inhabitants. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found it completely deserted. The arena was spacious, equipped with various simulation sites and training apparatus. In the center stood Eileen, a tall and athletic dark-skinned elven warrior, her striking figure exuding vigor. Mr. Chu Sheng, I will be your combat instructor for the time being. Eileen's gaze bore a hint of complexity as she regarded Chu Sheng. She was acutely aware of his close relationship with Shanoa, having been saved by him during the beastman's attack. Had it not been for Chu Sheng's intervention, she would not be standing here now. Despite harboring subtle feelings for him, Eileen dared not reveal them, choosing instead to bury them deep within. Mr. Chu Sheng is human. His lifespan is limited. Perhaps in a century, I will have forgotten him. Eileen, I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Chu Sheng took a seat beside her, signaling her not to be overly formal. From Tiffany, he had learned that the essence of combat energy cultivation lay in perceiving the life force within oneself and solidifying it into combat energy. The simplest and most effective method was to have someone who had already mastered combat energy release it for him to comprehend, much like how Shanoa had taught him to sense magic. Shall we begin now? With that, Chu Sheng closed his eyes, awaiting the sensation of Eileen's combat energy. Unlike magic, which could flow freely through the air, combat energy could not stray too far from the body. As a notable warrior of the Elven Forest, Eileen was well aware of this process. As Chu Sheng closed his eyes to feel, he encountered a unique energy entirely distinct from magic. Compared to the gentle nature of magic, the life force was far more intense and fierce. Chu Sheng felt his blood quicken, enhancing his senses as if he had received a double dose of adrenaline. Eileen, how can I generate my own life force? While releasing her combat energy, Eileen patiently explained, you must emulate my combat energy, refining the life force within your body into an energy form, and then solidifying it into combat energy. Chu Sheng nodded slightly, realizing that cultivating combat energy primarily depended on self-development, unlike magic, which could be drawn from the air. For ordinary individuals, mastering either path was already an impressive feat after all. With limited energy, it was impossible to pursue both simultaneously. Few could navigate both paths and achieve even modest success. They would spend a significant amount of time honing their mental strength while continuously reviewing various spells, leaving little room for combat energy cultivation. However, these challenges posed no obstacle for someone like Chu Sheng. He did not need to memorize incantations. Casting magic was a direct communion with magical energy, a silent version. Following Eileen's instructions, Chu Sheng immediately stood, using physical movement to attempt to condense his life force. The best way to engage the body was through combat. Eileen, towering over him, assumed a defensive stance, signaling for Chu Sheng to proceed without hesitation. Chu Sheng, eager to test the strength of his enhanced body against a true warrior like Eileen, stepped forward, throwing a straight punch at her face. He assumed that even if he could not push her back, at the very least, he would make her flinch. To his astonishment, Eileen effortlessly caught his powerful punch, barely swaying at all. The immense force, weighing hundreds of pounds, was simply deflected by her raised hand. Before Chu Sheng could react, Eileen's right leg shot forward, her right arm drawing close to her chest, as her agile legs and waist propelled her entire body forward. With a resounding impact, Chu Sheng was sent flying, rolling several meters before finally halting his backward momentum. He felt as if his bones had been dislocated, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as blood seeped from the corner. This was the life force. Though the collision left him in disarray, the pain was not as severe as he had anticipated. A faint, warm energy flowed through his limbs, alleviating some of his injuries. To his surprise, he felt a surge of exhilaration, yearning for another hit from the elven warrior. The power within him was beginning to take shape, yet it was still insufficiently solidified to be deemed true combat energy. Chu Sheng, are you all right? Eileen rushed over, concern and self-reproach evident in her eyes. Apologies, I momentarily lost control of my strength. Chu Sheng shook his head, contemplating the necessity of training his fighting spirit and physique. How could one avoid being hit? He felt no anger. Rather, he wished for Eileen to strike with even greater force. Eileen, was that move you just executed called Iron Mountain Lean? At that moment, when he was sent flying by the dark-skinned elf girl, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was evidently the Iron Mountain Lean from the 8 Extremes Fist. This technique, after 2.5 years of practice, had become a well-known and formidable move. Although Eileen had not exerted much effort, she effortlessly sent him soaring, revealing the secret behind the movement. What is Iron Mountain Lean? Eileen pondered, for she had merely adapted her defense into an attack spontaneously, unaware that it bore any special designation. These are just some little techniques I devised during my training. Understanding dawned upon Chu Sheng. It seemed that exceptional individuals could always converge in thought. He nodded, recognizing that close combat skills were interconnected, whether in the real world or in this alternate realm. If Iron Mountain Lean was so powerful under the enhancement of fighting spirit, might not some other techniques he had encountered online yield similar effects? With this thought, his gaze drifted to his elbow. Chapter 27. The first to fall wins. Eileen obediently nodded, opting to take the initiative this time. Chu Sheng, with swift reflexes, dodged her initial straight punch, then swiftly seized her arm, preparing to deliver an elbow strike. Mamba Iron Elbow. However, Eileen seemed to have anticipated this, ducking under his powerful blow. She wrapped her arms around his waist, suddenly grounding herself in a wide stance, unleashing all her strength. With a 360-degree shoulder throw, Chu Sheng was launched into the air. Bang! He gasped in pain, marveling at how simple-minded this dark-skinned elf girl seemed. Yet, alongside the pain came a subtle solidification of the blood energy within him, slowly transforming into fighting spirit. Elated, he disregarded the pain and resumed battling with Eileen. The outcome was a series of defeats, each lasting no more than 5 seconds. Despite feeling that Eileen's strength was restrained and never exceeded his own, he found himself unable to even grasp the hem of her garment. This starkly illustrated the disparity in their skills, akin to the difference between a seasoned warrior and a mere street novice. After enduring several blows, the blood energy within him grew increasingly solidified. However, he realized that his movements were too conspicuous, making it easy for Eileen to predict his actions. Thus, he resolved to conceal his intentions. Eileen, behold my dragon subduing 18 kicks. Chu Sheng leaped high, raising his right leg as if to deliver a kick. Naturally, Eileen's attention gravitated toward his leg. You've fallen for it, Eileen. This technique was indeed difficult to defend against. Cough, cough. Chu Sheng, your combat skills and experience are nearly non-existent. Perhaps you should refine your basics first. Eileen, puzzled, noted that while Chu Sheng could effortlessly dispatch powerful orc foes, he behaved like a complete novice. He resembled a child who had never been in a fight. I truly lack combat experience. Back in my world, the first to fall wins. The first to fall wins? Eileen exclaimed in astonishment. Was the fighting style of the Eastern continent truly so unique? Chu Sheng nodded, explaining that in the real world, if someone were struck, It was often viewed as a fortunate encounter, as long as weapons weren't involved and it wasn't a life or death situation. The first to strike would typically suffer the consequences. A few years ago, a wealthy heir in his country had slapped someone in the street, resulting in a 5 million compensation that quickly became a trending topic. Chu Sheng had only fought with other children in primary school. He hadn't engaged in such activities since entering middle school. After all, as a poor soul, he deemed himself unworthy of causing trouble. In my world, when a real fight breaks out, it's never a close-quarters brawl. It's always from several dozen meters away. Then let us start training from the very basics. After learning more about his circumstances, AI Lin decided to guide Chu Sheng through the initial stages of becoming a fighter. This was training she had practiced daily since childhood, which would greatly assist in solidifying his blood energy into fighting spirit. Your control over blood energy and personal strength is virtually non-existent. Each movement lacks proper force, resulting in energy wastage. Regaining her usual composure, AI Lin tried to disregard the strange sensations lingering in her heart. She understood that Chu Sheng was not being intentional and would not place blame on him. After all, physical contact was inevitable in a fighter's training. AI Lin took Chu Sheng's hand, allowing him to feel the flow and ebb of her fighting spirit within her body. Chu Sheng said little, for as a mage, his mental acuity was high enough to sense the flow of fighting spirit without physical contact. He noticed something peculiar. A dedicated fighter like AI Lin, who trained rigorously daily, should have rough hands. It would be expected to have calluses from years of effort. At the very least, her skin would be thicker. Yet, AI Lin's hands were as delicate and fair as those of Shen Yuoya and Tiffany, only slightly more robust. Could this be the result of her fighting spirit's power? How does it feel? Can you sense it clearly? Chu Sheng nodded. AI Lin's fighting spirit was remarkably solid, emanating from her heart. After a moment of feeling, he discerned several primary functions of fighting spirit. Firstly, it could enhance various fundamental attributes of the body, such as endurance, impact resistance, and explosive strength. Secondly, fighting spirit could envelop the body, forming an almost invisible armor or weapon. This aspect was indeed akin to the transformation of fighting spirit into a steed. Moreover, there was another formidable function. Fighting spirit could spontaneously mend bodily injuries and continuously replenish energy. However, the healing effect was modest, comparable to adrenaline, serving primarily to alleviate pain and expedite healing and tissue regeneration. Time flew swiftly, and before long, evening descended. Chu Sheng had been immersed in his fighter training, gradually losing awareness of his surroundings. His internal blood energy had solidified sufficiently, with a portion already transformed into fighting spirit. It would not be long before he became a novice fighter. After leaving the training grounds, his stomach grumbled with hunger. Upon returning to his treehouse, he found Shen Yuoya seated in the bedroom, meditating. Surrounding her were various magical energies, indicating she too was diligently practicing. Chu Sheng chose not to disturb her and sat down beside her to begin his own magical training. According to AI Lin, his fighting spirit was nearing the realm of a first-tier fighter. However, due to his strength and various attributes, his overall prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a third-tier fighter. In a short time, his fighting level was rapidly catching up to his mage level. Meanwhile, AI Lin returned to her own dwelling, her impression of Chu Sheng having undergone a significant transformation. Previously, she had perceived him as a powerful and enigmatic warrior from the eastern continent, effortlessly slaying orcs and replete with treasures. Yet, upon closer interaction, she discovered he was not so different from an ordinary person. In fact, as a fighter, he was frustratingly inexperienced. Chu Sheng took a restorative nap in his temporary abode, rejuvenating his spirit. Upon returning to the alternate realm, he found that Shen Yuoya had also concluded her training. Chapter 28. The flashing magic device. Chu Sheng tucked Shen Yuoya in comfortably, then rose to prepare some protective magical devices. He envisioned that aside from the combatants of the Elven Forest, there would be no need for logistical support. All wartime supplies would be contained within a spatial magic device, one for each person. In terms of offense, each individual would be equipped with a rifle and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, ensuring the orcs would meet their demise. What was lacking now were defensive measures. Harnessing the spatial attributes of the magical energy in the air, he swiftly crafted a batch of spatial protective magical devices, utilizing glass orbs that cost only 5 coins for a large box as the raw material. The method of activation is remarkably simple. By infusing a hint of magic, one can expand a defensive barrier approximately 2 meters in diameter. Its strength is commendable, capable of withstanding magic and physical attacks of the 4th tier and below. When confronted with ordinary orcs, it can endure for a considerable duration. Chu Sheng has placed a batch of completed protective magic devices into the critical room, anticipating their replication after a period. There is no need to worry about equipment. Chu Sheng's attention has shifted to the defensive fortifications of the Elven Forest. He finds these foundational construction issues the most challenging to tackle. The population of the Elven Forest is exceedingly sparse. Even if he were to urgently mobilize a portion of the elves for construction, it would be impossible to erect adequate defensive structures in a short time. Even if Chu Sheng were to procure various ready-made materials from the real world, assembling them according to blueprints would require years, as the elven race is not inherently suited for laborious tasks. Yet, the orcs' impending assault will not be delayed, leaving no time for fortifications. Furthermore, Chu Sheng has already deemed the human kingdoms and other demi-human nations as adversaries. The geographical location of the Elven Forest is simply too advantageous, situated in the very heart of the continent, making it a coveted battleground. Should the Elven Forest experience a sudden surge in activity, it is not only the Orcish Empire that may bolster its forces. Other races might also conspire to strike from the shadows. Chu Sheng aspires to transform the Elven Forest into an impregnable fortress, yet it is still premature. In the territory of Marquis Peter, he was roused from his slumber by an inexplicable chill, only to find a mysterious figure cloaked in black seated by his bedside, gazing at him with cold indifference. Who are you?" Marquis Peter exclaimed, startled, all remnants of sleep vanishing. He scanned the surroundings, noticing that none of his guards had been alerted. Either they were all dead, or this black-clad individual possessed an infiltration skill so profound that no one had noticed. "Do not be alarmed. The 5th prince mentioned you possess information regarding the Elven Princess." Upon hearing the raspy voice of the cloaked figure, Marquis Peter felt a modicum of relief. "You could have mentioned that sooner. I shall provide all information about Shanoa first thing tomorrow. Now, please let me rest." "Now," came the curt reply immediately. The black-clad figure wasted no time, emanating an incredibly dense aura that caused the very space around them to warp slightly. Marquis Peter felt an overwhelming pressure that extinguished any thought of resistance. A chill ran down his spine. The individual before him was at least an 8th-tier battle sage. Such a formidable presence was a rarity throughout the Holy Ronya Empire, capable of flattening a small mountain with a mere gesture, far beyond his capabilities. Judging by the figure's attire, it seemed this powerful individual specialized in assassination and explosive tactics. While their destructive power might be somewhat lesser, their lethality was exceptionally terrifying. Realizing this, Marquis Peter dared not display arrogance. "Please wait. I shall retrieve the information for you at once." He swiftly leapt from his bed and rummaged through the documents on his desk. Even as a prominent official at the border, he felt compelled to show due respect to a battle sage. Such a being could face a multitude of foes on the battlefield, and to be dispatched against a mere elven princess, the one known as Shanoa, was likely doomed. After several hours of crafting spatial defensive magic devices, Chu Sheng simultaneously honed his mental acuity. The 9 types of magical energies within him converged at his dantian, gradually forming a vortex of magical power. From Shanoa, he learned that this was indicative of stepping into the ranks of a mid-level 4th-tier mage. Once he masters a 4th-tier spell, he would be eligible for certification at the Mage Association. At present, the strength of his magical power allows him to create barriers capable of withstanding automatic rifle fire. He intends to attempt a more potent spatial magic device, the teleportation device. As he grew increasingly familiar with spatial magical energy, Chu Sheng felt ready to attempt spatial jumping. "Let's use you for a trial." He picked up a stone from the ground, and in the next moment, it was enveloped by spatial magical energy, reappearing several meters away. Astonishingly, he succeeded on the first attempt. After experimenting with inanimate objects, Chu Sheng returned to the real world to procure a live chicken for further testing. As anticipated, the chicken remained lively and unscathed after being teleported 7 or 8 meters away. Satisfied with the results, he prepared the chicken for a meal. After enjoying his feast, he decided to experiment on himself, ultimately without incident. However, the distance of teleportation could not exceed 10 meters. While this distance may seem short, an ordinary warrior could easily cover it in a single stride, yet its instantaneous application could evade many lethal attacks. Much like the flash ability in MOBA games, one might wonder how powerful it truly is. Chu Sheng promptly resolved to inscribe this new spatial spell onto a glass orb. crafting a magic device accessible to every elven maiden. He established two forms of activation, one manual and another that triggers automatically upon receiving a certain degree of forceful impact. With the introduction of the teleportation magic device, combined with the protective barrier device, the safety of the elves would experience a qualitative leap. There would be no more concerns about the attrition of war outpacing the rebirth of the Tree of Life. Chu Sheng dedicated several additional hours to produce the first batch of teleportation devices. After placing them into the critical room, each elf would soon possess one. Regrettably, his current rank limits him from creating devices with significant destructive capabilities. At his present strength, he can only manipulate spatial magical energy to coalesce into walls for pressure. He has yet to develop more advanced techniques. Once he ascends to a higher rank, the magic devices he casually creates might rival the artillery in the real world. Chapter 29. I can defeat you, Shanoa. Do not sulk. Frowning will only mar your beauty. The following day, they rose leisurely by midday. Upon awakening, Shanoa pouted, casting a sorrowful gaze at Chu Sheng, remaining silent. Do not be upset. I have a gift for you. Noticing the large elven maiden's mood had slightly lifted, Chu Sheng promptly produced a necklace strung with glass beads and fastened it around her neck from behind. The beads served as storage magic devices, containing 100 teleportation devices and 100 protective barrier devices. Although these magic devices are invaluable, they are all consumables. With the devices contained within, I can finally rest assured about your safety. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's explanation, Shanoa's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, almost bouncing out of bed. 100? You mean 100? Shanoa was astounded. This small glass orb contained 200 spatial magic devices. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her, and she felt immense shame for her earlier tantrum. How thoughtless of her. Shanoa released a hint of magic, sensing the abundance of items within the storage device. Her heart warming with gratitude, she turned to Chu Sheng, only to find his gaze as affectionate as one might bestow upon a beloved pet. 200 spatial magic devices, crafted from rare source stones worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of these devices could buy Shanoa's life from an assassin's organization. Chu Sheng departed the treehouse and sought out Tiffany, bestowing a set of spatial magic devices upon her as well, receiving heartfelt gratitude from the elder. With the formidable replication capabilities of the critical room, he would arm all the combatants of the elven forest within a week. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and Chu Sheng set off for the training grounds. Continuing his training as a warrior, having absorbed the strength of the orcs, he excelled in enduring blows. Chu Sheng intended to solidify his battle energy today and officially become a fighter. Meanwhile, far away in the territory of Marquis Peter, members of the assassin organization congregated, meticulously analyzing various intelligence regarding the elven forest, including its fortifications and geographical layout. The leader among the cloaked figures possessed the greatest strength. Accompanied by 10 elite experts from the organization, each a 7th-tier dozong, representing the pinnacle of their prowess. The stakes were high. The 5th prince had offered an abundance of incentives, and the upper echelons insisted on success without failure. The most formidable force within the elven forest was Tiffany, a 9th-tier imperial mage, who posed a nearly insurmountable challenge in direct confrontation. Therefore, it was imperative that we eliminate Shanoa before Tiffany could react, all while preparing for a potential conflict with the entire elven race. The elven kin, born from the Tree of Life, held an unwavering and pure belief, never divulging useful information to outsiders. Consequently, the information at the disposal of the cloaked figures was scarce, prompting the leader to invest heavily in hiring an alchemist. A middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe approached the assassins, garnering their respect. He gently raised his hand, and a blue-gray furred cat swiftly emerged from his bosom. My little cat could easily infiltrate the elven forest, but this endeavor would take approximately 10 days. After 10 days, it would be your time to act. The blue-gray kitten appeared exceptionally docile, its large, lively eyes captivating. However, all the assassins understood that it was merely a construct created from flesh by the alchemist. The cat's seemingly conscious demeanor was due to a fragment of the alchemist's mental energy controlling it. Such was the marvel of flesh alchemy. We shall await our master's favorable news. The leader of the cloaked figures wore an impassive expression. The journey from the human realm to the elven forest would take roughly 8 or 9 days. After gathering intelligence, an additional day would be required. This period would be the calm before the impending storm. Chu Sheng, Your vitality appears more solid than yesterday, almost transforming entirely into Do Chi. Have you been training overnight? The dark-skinned elf maiden expressed her curiosity. Such rapid growth seemed extraordinary. When Aileen first began cultivating Do Chi, it took her a full week to complete the transformation of her vitality. Yet, here was Chu Sheng, nearly accomplishing it in a single night. Perhaps I am a genius, Chu Sheng replied nonchalantly, attributing his progress solely to his own diligence and effort. Aileen, let us spar today. I feel confident I can best you. Chu Sheng was aware that his Do Chi prowess was vastly inferior to hers, but he was a mage after all. With the aid of spatial teleportation, if he could surprise Aileen with a sudden flash, he might achieve the element of surprise. Are you certain? Aileen stepped back, assessing the disparity in their energies and magic. If I were to take this seriously, you wouldn't even be able to graze me. Aileen's judgment was not mistaken. Although Chu Sheng possessed decent strength, his combat skills were nearly non-existent. In close-quarters combat, even against a mage, he would struggle to execute his abilities. Then let us make a wager. If I can land a hit on you, I claim victory. What do you say? As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he stepped forward and initiated a classic Mamba elbow strike. Aileen assumed her stance, preparing to counter as she had the previous day, but suddenly, Chu Sheng's figure flickered and vanished. What just happened? Aileen was taken aback as Chu Sheng's form reappeared at her right side in the blink of an eye. Wait, how did you suddenly appear beside me? This is a new spatial magic I learned, allowing me to teleport within a 10-meter radius. You will be able to do so as well. As he spoke, Chu Sheng presented her with a set of magical devices, demonstrating their various uses. I have plenty of these. Just come to me when you run out. With the distraction of the spatial devices, Aileen overlooked Chu Sheng's earlier actions. Although she specialized in the path of the fighter, her innate magical aptitude as an elf allowed her to channel the magical energy required to operate the devices. After accepting Chu Sheng's set of magical tools, she earnestly began instructing him in the fundamentals of combat, starting from the simplest techniques, such as how to exert force and position his arms, greatly benefiting Chu Sheng. In just one afternoon, Chu Sheng made substantial progress in his combat skills. If his previous fighting ability could be likened to that of a street brawler, he had now perhaps reached the level of an amateur boxer. Of course, this was all thanks to the formidable physique he had gained from absorbing the power of the beastmen. Otherwise, his frail body would never have withstood such intense training. At long last, Chu Sheng's long-awaited Do Chi transformation was complete, elevating him to the esteemed rank of a fighter. No longer merely a practitioner of Do Chi, he had fully embraced his new identity. After learning the applications of Do Chi, he finally comprehended why those beastmen had fallen to his rifle and grenades. Do Chi could envelop the body's surface, forming an invisible armor. However, its drawback was that it could not endure for extended periods or stray too far from the body. As bullets and grenades were not native to this world, they emitted no fluctuations of Do Chi or magical energy, causing the beastmen to instinctively perceive them as mere toys. Had they fully activated their Do Chi defenses from the outset, Chu Sheng would have found it challenging to eliminate them so easily. By evening, the day's training in Do Chi finally concluded. Where did Shanoa go? After searching for a while without success, Chu Sheng dismissed the thought. He returned to his threshold, patiently awaiting the restoration of his strength. Once he felt rejuvenated, he began crafting matching spatial magical devices for the elven maidens. Even with the assistance of the threshold's replication abilities, he needed to exert effort to equip them swiftly. As Chu Sheng busied himself, Aileen returned to her own quarters. Upon entering, she was greeted by the cheerful presence of Shanoa. Aileen, how was training today? Quite well. Chu Sheng was very diligent. Aileen felt a twinge of guilt, having encountered Shanoa the moment she returned home. Observing Aileen's demeanor, Shanoa's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, sensing an ominous feeling. Aileen, did Chu Sheng bully you? And no. The more Aileen insisted, the redder her face became, her gaze evasive. Aileen, do not worry. If Chu Sheng dares to bully you, I shall seek justice for you. Shanoa's tone was stern, yet a hint of delight glimmered in her eyes. No, it's really nothing. He didn't bully me at all. Aileen protested repeatedly, believing this minor issue did not warrant any pursuit of justice. Aileen's expression revealed her inner conflict. She feared that Shanoa's fervor would lead to a revelation of the situation. How would she navigate her standing in the elven forest afterward? Aileen, as a princess, how could I allow my guard to be wronged? Just trust me and follow. Without giving Aileen a chance to refuse, Shanoa pulled her along, not permitting any objections. Moreover, as Shanoa was her childhood friend and superior, Aileen dared not resist. Blushing, she was dragged to Chu Sheng's door, growing increasingly anxious. Standing outside, Shanoa called out, "Chu Sheng, hurry and come out." Inside, Chu Sheng was crafting magical devices when he paused, momentarily bewildered by the commotion outside. What was this great elven maiden up to now? What's the matter? Chu Sheng, did you take advantage of my absence to bully Aileen? Shanoa stood with her hands on her hips, feigning anger as she glared at him. Chu Sheng smacked his lips, unsure of how to respond. Aileen, blushing, tugged at Shanoa, helplessly speaking up. Shanoa, Chu Sheng didn't mean to. I believe he did so intentionally. Chu Sheng, since you have bullied Aileen, you must take responsibility. Chu Sheng gazed at the bewildered dark-skinned elf maiden, feeling somewhat at a loss. Aaron, does Xianoya harbor some unspoken secrets? Aaron blinked her beautiful large eyes, momentarily perplexed by Xianoya's thought process. Upon returning to her small abode, Xianoya flopped onto her bed, relishing the comfort like a salted fish. Chapter 31. A shift in mindset. Chu Sheng, I never mentioned our affair. It was Xianoya who discovered it herself. Aaron timidly spoke, and Chu Sheng could tell from her demeanor that she was not the type to tattle. Do not worry. I know you would never do such a thing. By now, Chu Sheng had begun to grasp Xianoya's ulterior motives. Only Aaron remained in the dark. How should he broach such a delicate subject? I will go clarify things with Xianoya. Ahem, Aaron, please wait a moment. What do you think of me? If this were the real world, Chu Sheng would likely receive a sharp slap in response, along with the title of shrimp-headed man. However, this was the elven forest, and the dark-skinned elf maiden before him displayed a fair amount of affection towards him. Aaron, taken aback by the question, pondered for a few seconds before responding. You are wonderful, not only exceptionally talented but also deeply invested in the elven forest. But I cannot be with you. Chu Sheng was taken aback, instinctively pressing on. Why? Aaron lowered her head, fingers gripping the hem of her garment, and after a long pause, she spoke. Your lifespan is rather short compared to that of the elven race. If I were to be with you, I cannot fathom how long I would mourn your departure. She continued, if we remain friends, even when you leave, perhaps it would be a little easier to bear. Aaron kept glancing at Chu Sheng's expression, her words trailing off. Chu Sheng was unprepared for Aaron's reasoning behind her refusal. For a moment, he found himself without a counter-argument. I understand. You should return and rest. Chu Sheng's gaze fell, and he said little more, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He knew Aaron bore no ill intentions towards him, yet this matter was undeniably tangible. Indeed, when compared to the elven race's millennia-long lifespans, human life was fleeting, merely a transient phase in their existence. Damn this lifespan theory. Chu Sheng sat helplessly in a chair. Despite controlling his expression, the aura of sorrow was unmistakable. Aaron observed him with a heavy heart, believing Chu Sheng's sadness stemmed from her rejection, which filled her with guilt. Aaron, could you call Xianoya back for me on your way? No problem. Aaron intended to console Chu Sheng but was met with a dismissive demeanor, which dissuaded her from further attempts. Let Xianoya handle this. I am merely a guard. Before long, the lounging Xianoya encountered Aaron emerging from the dwelling. A sense of dread washed over Xianoya. Xianoya, Chu Sheng wants you to return. Ugh, fine. Xianoya sighed, realizing escape was futile. If Chu Sheng discovered she was purposely avoiding him, would he turn his back on the elven forest? Contemplating this, she quickened her pace. Chu Sheng, what happened? Nothing. Is it because Aaron disapproved? I'm not that petty. Only then did he realize the tremendous cost Xianoya bore in choosing to be with him. Relative to the elven race, Xianoya was still extraordinarily young. Choosing a human as her companion might seem unwise to other elves. Decades later, while Chu Sheng would be graying, Xianoya would remain as beautiful as ever. By then, he might lack the courage to grow close to her. Even Tiffany, despite being in the prime of her elven years, still faced a duration too long for a human. Chu Sheng's heart was tumultuous. He desperately wished to alter this reality. Since this was a magical world, surely there must be methods to extend one's life? Chu Sheng, I am sorry. Xianoya observed Chu Sheng's melancholic demeanor, an overwhelming sense of guilt flooding her heart. I should not have spoken so to Aaron. It was my fault. Xianoya attempted to explain further, but was gently silenced by Chu Sheng's finger on her lips. It is not your fault. I have been too obstinate. He added, I merely wanted to seize the opportunity to hold you more. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's soft words, the perceptive Xianoya suddenly understood. Cautiously, she ventured, Aaron must have told you something. Do not mind her. She is merely a battle-obsessed fool, speaking without thinking. Xianoya continued to reassure Chu Sheng, placing all the blame on Aaron. Look, not only are you a magician, but you are also far more talented than I. Once you break through to the Ninth Order Archmage, you could live for 200 to 300 years. Is the lifespan of a Ninth Order Archmage only 200 to 300 years? Chu Sheng silently shook his head, realizing that the levels of life in this other world were not significantly better than those in reality. In cultivation novels, a mere foundation could grant one 500 to 600 years of life. I know, you need not worry. Chu Sheng caressed the soft golden hair of the great elven maiden, choosing not to say more. Xianoya, sensing his mood, remained silent as well. In the deep of night, Chu Sheng gazed pensively at the moonlight streaming through the window. The moon in this other world was larger than that of the real world, appearing full and unblemished each night. Aaron's words echoed in his mind, prompting a shift in his perspective. Previously, he had been singularly focused on establishing the elven forest as his domain and securing his foothold in this new realm. However, now he yearned to spend as much time as possible with the enchanting maiden by his side, to ensure he could remain with her until the end of time. It seemed there was but one path, becoming a deity. According to Tiffany, deities indeed existed in this world, and they had been around for an incredibly long time, long before the birth of the elven race. Perhaps Tiffany held knowledge of specific deities, such as their divine realms and attributes. Inspired by Aaron's words, Chu Sheng began to cherish every moment spent with the great elven maiden. Chapter 32. The Path to Godhood Severed? Child, to become a god, is such a notion merely fanciful? In today's world, it is impossible to attain godhood. Even breaking through to the 10th tier is an arduous task. Did not Tiffany say this world has gods? If gods exist, why is it now impossible to become one? The divine ranks were filled long ago. To give birth to new deities, it requires the fall of the existing ones, yet that is nearly impossible. We, in the elven forest, have faithfully served the goddess of life for generations. Other races serving different deities must also share this understanding. Chu Sheng pondered deeply. The divine ranks were filled? This meant that the earlier deities banded together to block the path for newcomers. If that were the case, if he could eliminate a certain deity, could he not take their place? Although Chu Sheng had yet to find a satisfying answer, his spirits lifted somewhat. After all, he possessed a unique advantage, regardless of whether they were gods or otherwise. As long as they revealed their vulnerabilities, he would not hesitate to make them bleed. Chu Sheng pressed for more details, and Tiffany explained that in ancient times, the divine ranks were not as limited as they were now. It was only after a cataclysmic war among the gods that the current rules were established. Since ancient times, there have been those who dared to slay deities. Thus, why should I not aspire to do the same? No longer shall I dwell on the matter of lifespan, for Chu Sheng has firmly resolved to challenge a god. Tiffany, you have truly toiled for the sake of the elven forest, though her intentions may not be entirely pure. How many things in this world can truly maintain absolute purity? As long as both he and Tiffany find joy in their endeavors, willingly reciprocating without any debts between them, it can be deemed a beautiful tale. How is it that your elven kin, who feast on fruits and vegetables, possess such remarkable nourishment? Chu Sheng pondered as he observed the few pieces of fruit and leafy greens in Tiffany's bowl. Not only Tiffany, but also Shinuya and Erlin. The elves do consume meat, but they generally prefer a vegetarian diet, having originated from the trees. Chu Sheng nodded and devoured the meat in his bowl. He needed to replenish his strength as he intended to seek Erlin for training in martial energy soon. As usual, he arrived at the training grounds, exhibiting no unusual behavior stemming from yesterday's conversation. Erlin, too, maintained her usual demeanor, carefully instructing him, fearful of uttering anything that might displease him. With Chu Sheng advancing to the first tier of martial practitioners, the solidity of his martial energy increased rapidly, and the intensity of his training escalated correspondingly. He felt that it would not be long before he could break through to the second tier. After a day of arduous training, Chu Sheng returned to his tree house, feeling somewhat fatigued, yearning for a good rest. Upon entering, he was greeted by Shinuya, who was tending to a large wooden tub, continuously adding hot water. You're back? Come and see if the water temperature is suitable. Shinuya had added some unique petals from the elven forest to the bath, and the fragrant steam filled the room. Chu Sheng was taken aback. He had not expected Shinuya to prepare a bath for him. For a mage, a single water-type spell could easily cleanse the body. He approached the tub and tested the water, finding it to be just right. Go ahead and get in. You have trained for several consecutive days and have been secretly crafting magical devices at night. Tonight, you should rest well and sleep soundly, all right? Shinuya gently massaged Chu Sheng's shoulders, her movements slightly awkward yet filled with intention. The accumulated fatigue of the day gradually dissipated in the soothing warmth of the water. The fragrance of the petals seemed to possess a calming effect, allowing his breathing to become steady and even, smoothing the creases on his brow. Sensing the tranquil rhythm of his breath, Shinuya quietly exhaled, her gaze growing ever more tender. You have worked so hard for the elven forest. As she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Chu Sheng, Shinuya felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In this slumber, Chu Sheng experienced an unprecedented sense of security. It was as if all burdens had been lifted, rendering concerns about the safety of the elven forest, the fleeting nature of human life, and the challenges of ascension to godhood irrelevant. He woke naturally the following noon, invigorated and filled with confidence for his upcoming endeavors. Shinuya had also endured her share of difficulties, and it was rare for her to enjoy a lazy morning. Throughout the morning, Chu Sheng focused on crafting spatial magical devices, neglecting to visit Tiffany. According to his calculations, the first batch of spatial devices would be ready for use in 4 days. Initially, he planned for each elf to possess 100 devices of varying types, akin to Shinuya's, but time constraints forced him to reduce that number to 20. Moreover, as his magical tier increased, the devices he would be able to create in the future would undoubtedly be stronger and more durable. Producing in excess of basic models would be wasteful. Given the current strength of the magical devices, they should suffice against the non-main offensive of the orc army. Returning to the material world, Chu Sheng made his way to a wholesale market, purchasing a substantial quantity of high-calorie foods such as Snickers and chocolate. These would serve as provisions for the elves in their future solitary operations, ensuring that they could replenish their magical energy at any moment. In a cozy little cabin, Erlyn soaked in a tub filled with various tonics to invigorate her vitality, her body's functions continuously activated. Leaning against the edge of the tub with her eyes closed, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. The image of Chu Sheng's dazed expression haunted her thoughts, causing her heart to ache intermittently. On one side stood her childhood friend and prince, while on the other was her savior. After returning to her dwelling and resting well overnight, Erlyn realized that she may have misinterpreted Shinuya's intentions. It seemed that Shinuya harbored some hope for her to develop a relationship with Chu Sheng. If that were the case, the words she had spoken could easily be perceived as rejection and resistance in his eyes. With this thought, Erlyn's brows furrowed slightly, her mind in turmoil. Perhaps she should apologize to Chu Sheng later? If her words had caused him to lose interest in training, she would surely face severe reprimand from Her Majesty the Queen. In the afternoon, filled with trepidation, Erlyn arrived early at the training grounds. From a distance, she spotted the familiar figure with black hair already warming up. "Good afternoon, Teacher Erlyn." Chu Sheng greeted her, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Erlyn, though her heart sank again upon observing his demeanor. He had never addressed her as teacher before. In recent days, he had always greeted her with a smile, yet today he appeared excessively formal, even somewhat distant. Good afternoon, Chu Sheng." The fact that he was willing to continue training was a testament to his open-mindedness, and Erlyn could not demand more. She reflected on how impolite it would be to tell a short-lived being that their lifespan was too brief for them to be together. Erlyn had never despised her emotional ineptitude as much as she did in that moment. Before long, she resumed guiding Chu Sheng's training, but she could distinctly sense his restraint in their physical interactions. As evening approached and training neared its conclusion, Erlyn found herself increasingly troubled by Chu Sheng's change in attitude. "I feel you are not yet proficient in your use of martial energy. Come and feel how I do it." "All right, what exactly should I do?" "Simply close your eyes. Shut out all your senses and rely on instinct to feel." In stark contrast to Erlyn's nervousness, a smile played at the corners of Chu Sheng's mouth. He was merely feigning a subtle game of seduction, not expecting that the ebony-skinned elf maiden would falter after just one afternoon. Chu Sheng had been quietly observing Erlyn's expressions, and upon noticing her complex gaze filled with unspoken thoughts, he knew he had made the right bet. Elven maidens were indeed quite easy to understand. Releasing a slight portion of his mental energy, Chu Sheng clearly sensed Erlyn's current state. It was a blend of a desire to relax and a sense of embarrassment. He was unaware that Erlyn was also feeling quite awkward, even if he knew, it would not have mattered to him. After all, Chu Sheng had resolved to become a deity in this world. Once he possessed an immortal lifespan, Erlin's concerns would become moot. For the following week, Chu Sheng's life took on a remarkably regular rhythm. His days passed pleasantly. He refrained from exposing her awkwardness and contemplated why the dark-skinned elven maiden was behaving in such a peculiar manner. Ultimately, it seemed best to maintain the status quo, though this process could feel a tad lengthy for a being of eternal life. A week later, Chu Sheng equipped every combatant of the elven forest with a set of spatial magical devices, including teleportation devices and protective shields, each type numbering 20. This marked a significant enhancement in the overall strength of their race. Chu Sheng seized the opportunity to inspect the northern border of the elven forest, gaining insight into the recent lull in orc army activity. There, he discovered a colossal chasm extending for dozens of kilometers and measuring several hundred meters in width. The ravine appeared as a formidable chasm, effectively barring the orc army from crossing to the other side. Without subsequent support or a means to traverse it, the orc forces could only establish a camp on the far side of the gorge. The disturbance that caused this abyss stemmed from residual waves of a 9th-tier spell, its power rivaling that of a 10th-tier sorcery. In the elven forest, only the one who indulgently treated Chu Sheng like a child, Tiffany, possessed such extraordinary abilities. This incident granted Chu Sheng a clearer understanding of Tiffany's strength. As the days passed in this fulfilling yet tranquil existence, a blue-gray kitten, born of alchemy, traversed mountains and rivers to arrive near the fortress of the elven forest. Finally, after countless days of travel, the destination was reached. Thousands of miles away, the alchemist, peering through the kitten's eyes, curiously surveyed the surroundings. The occasional passing elf, with their strikingly white long legs, nearly distracted the alchemist from his purpose. Ahem. The immediate priority was to ascertain the whereabouts of Shanoa. The blue-gray kitten exhibited a glimmer of intelligence, darting between the trees. Where did this Hakimi come from? With a frown, Chu Sheng lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck. A foul stench of decay emanated from the Hakimi, which, despite its plump and fluffy appearance, seemed oddly unnatural. Moreover, a typical wildcat would have struggled fiercely when caught like this, yet this one merely stared blankly. How could there be animals within the realm of the Tree of Life? Chu Sheng found himself in the absolute core of the elven forest, where the influence and aura of the Tree of Life instinctively drove ordinary creatures away. It was as if encoded in their very genes. Additionally, the elves were not a race known for keeping pets. With this thought, Chu Sheng focused his mind and cast the Hakimi into the space of the critical house. The Hakimi trembled violently, its head tilting as it collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath. The once plump flesh now transformed into a decaying corpse exuding a repugnant odor. Indeed, something was amiss. A grave expression crossed Chu Sheng's face. This Hakimi resembled the flesh alchemy he had encountered in ancient texts, a nefarious form of alchemy that utilized human remains to create lifeless puppets. It was evident that this was an attempt to gather intelligence on the elven forest. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng returned to the other world and sought out Tiffany. "Child, are you hungry?" He recounted the events to Tiffany. "That was indeed a product of flesh alchemy. Your assessment is correct. That cat was employed to scout for enemies." A hint of seriousness appeared in Tiffany's beautiful eyes. While the orc army was temporarily unable to invade, a new threat had emerged. Orcs possessed remarkable physical prowess, but were typically unable to wield magic or alchemy. Was there a special mutated individual among them? As Tiffany murmured to herself, Chu Sheng recalled the peculiar demeanor of the Hakimi. Its gaze bore no resemblance to that of a typical animal. Perhaps it was not even of Orcish origin. Chu Sheng turned to Tiffany, his tone earnest. Previously, when Shanoa sought assistance, she encountered ambushes on 2 occasions, and the only ones aware of her routes were the elven forest and Marquis Peter. Initially, he suspected the possibility of a traitor within the elven forest. But after spending time with Tiffany and hearing her stories, he understood that the elven race, bound by their devotion to the goddess of life, would never betray their own. Thus, the answer was painfully obvious. Tiffany furrowed her brow slightly. She had considered this possibility, but could not fathom what advantage attacking the elven forest would bring to the human realm. If the elven forest fell, humanity would be entirely exposed to the gaze of the Orc Empire, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Marquis Peter's domain, the alchemist controlling the Hakimi suddenly spat blood and collapsed to the ground, slipping into a childlike slumber. Surrounding high-ranking assassins stood frozen, bewildered by the alchemist's sudden incapacitation. "Sir, are you all right? The ground is cold. Shall I assist you to the fireplace?" After a prolonged moment, the flesh alchemist finally stirred, his once cold and haughty demeanor replaced by shock and trembling. By relying on a mere thread of mental connection with my creation, my soul was attacked from afar. He felt a surge of dread. From the Hakimi's perspective, he had simply been lifted by a man and then dispatched in an instant. In that moment, the connection between himself and the Hakimi had been severed. How could this be? The leading 8th-tier assassin approached and asked calmly, "What of it? Did you uncover Shanoa's whereabouts?" The flesh alchemist clutched his head, shaking it in agony. "No, I was just about to infiltrate the core of the elven forest when a man obliterated my creation." One man. The assassins present were taken aback. Were there not only female elves? How could a wild man be present? Furthermore, the elven forest traditionally did not invite outsiders of the opposite sex into their fortress, which was why the outside world knew so little about it. What man? Aren't all men the same, with just 2 or 3 legs? The black-clad assassin remained expressionless, yet the fabric of his robe stirred slightly, as if barely containing a fierce surge of fighting spirit. If it weren't for the alchemist being somewhat useful, he might have already unleashed his wrath upon him. "I require specific details. Skin tone, hair, height." The alchemist recalled with uncertainty. "I believe he had black hair." The black-clad assassin's eyes sharpened. Black hair was characteristic of those from the eastern continent, and Shanoa just happened to have a man from the eastern continent by her side. This was undoubtedly the same individual. Chapter 35. A state of vigilance upon learning of Chu Sheng's identity. The leading black-clad assassin swiftly gathered his fellow assassins and directed them towards the elven forest. Clearly, locating the man from the eastern continent would inevitably lead them to Shanoa. Moreover, due to the alchemist's earlier blunder, the elven forest had certainly fortified its defenses. If they did not act swiftly, there would be no further opportunities. On another front, Chu Sheng had equipped each elf in the patrol team with spatial magical devices and automatic rifles over the past few days. After just half a day of training, the elf patrol team had completely mastered the use of the AK, with some even proving to be more skilled than Chu Sheng himself. Perhaps owing to the blessings of life, the elves inherently possessed a mental acuity far superior to that of humans, making the targeting of firearms considerably easier. After experiencing these egalitarian weapons, the elves unanimously declared them far superior to wands. With a mere pull of the trigger, they could unleash devastating attacks comparable to 5th-tier spells without expending any magical energy. Most importantly, these weapons dealt purely physical damage, rendering the orc's proud magical immunity ineffective. Each elf cherished their rifles, even desiring to sleep with them at night. Heighten the patrols. Should any suspicious targets or situations arise, immediately fire a signal flare into the sky. Chu Sheng had just returned with some signal flares from the real world, which he distributed to several elves. Having disposed of the Hakimi, those lurking enemies should have realized it was time to act swiftly. The geographical positioning of the elven forest was precarious, surrounded by trees, offering no mountains or seas for refuge. An attack could come from any direction. During this period, Chu Sheng was also troubled, contemplating how to transform the elven forest into a fortress of safety while preserving its surrounding environment. Amidst this tense atmosphere of vigilance, the black-clad assassin led a cadre of 7th-tier assassins to the outskirts of the elven forest. Each of them carried a unique magical device capable of shielding against any mental probing, even from 9th-tier archmages. This was why their organization dared to undertake this mission, assuring the 5th prince of its completion. As the 3 figures, Yin Ri, Yin En, and Yin Cheng, prepared to breach the scene and instigate chaos, the cloaked figure issued commands in a hushed tone to the assassins behind him. The trio, resembling one another and somewhat corpulent, nodded in agreement. "The rest of you, await my signal at the designated location. Once the target appears, strike with all your might. Ensure a swift and lethal blow." A chorus of subdued affirmations echoed among the assassins as they split into 2 groups, advancing towards the heart of the spirit forest. Each held a black dagger, wreathed in tendrils of gray flame, reminiscent of an executioner's tool from the depths of hell. Suddenly, an immense surge of mental energy radiated from the forest's core, sweeping across the vicinity like a tidal wave, meticulously probing every nook and cranny. The assassins froze, stifling their breaths, acutely aware that this force emanated from the 9th-level archmage Tiffany. Discovery would lead to their utter annihilation. Despite the shielding enchantments they possessed, the lead assassin ordered a halt, exercising unnerving patience as Tiffany's probing continued for 2 or 3 rounds before making his move. Between each scan lay a 5-minute interval. The moment the next came to pass, they would act. The cloaked figure murmured to himself, fully concealing his form within the shadows of the trees, his heart racing not with fear, but with exhilaration. To eliminate the energy princess beneath the gaze of a 9th-level archmage would undeniably showcase their organization's might across the continent, attracting lucrative contracts from various races. As Tiffany's mental probe waned, the leader gestured for the assassins to surge forward. The 3 corpulent assassins led the charge, abandoning all pretense of stealth as they targeted an elven civilian. A few casual killings would surely incite chaos in the spirit forest, compelling the energy princess to reveal herself. Yet, as the black-clad figure awaited the anticipated turmoil, a crimson flare ascended into the sky. The signal flared, bursting forth in a dazzling red light visible for miles. It was soon accompanied by a cacophony of terror and the anguished cries of the assassins. The trio had aimed for an elven civilian, but their strike was met with a spatial distortion, and the elf vanished, reappearing 10 meters away in an instant. Momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn, the assassins were swiftly engulfed by a barrage of gunfire from the patrol unit. In an instant, hundreds of rounds of 7.62 caliber ammunition rained down, transforming the trio into a mass of shredded flesh. The nature of the AK-47, void of any magical or energy signatures, allowed even a 7th-level fighter to succumb unprepared. Tiffany's figure, imbued with surging magical energy, appeared high above. Humans dare to breach the alliance established among the races? What audacity! Her voice resonated through the spirit forest, echoing like the voice of the divine. Simultaneously, her mental prowess expanded, conducting a thorough search of the forest below. However, the remaining 8 assassins, aided by their cloaking artifacts, remained undetected. Yet, the oppressive presence of an archmage was not to be trifled with. The cloaking devices would soon fail. The cloaked figure's expression turned grave as he spotted Shinuya among the crowd, revealing the ruthless decisiveness of a killer. For those who danced on the knife's edge, hesitation meant defeat. Attack. Chapter 36. Instant kill of an 8th-level fighter. 8 shadowy figures surged forth, their formidable energy radiating as the gray flames on their daggers blazed fiercely. At such proximity, even Tiffany, a 9th-level archmage, could not intervene in time. While the destructive capacity of a mage surpassed that of a warrior, the casting and channeling required moments of vulnerability. Tiffany might swiftly eliminate a few of them, but she could not protect Shinuya. With unparalleled might, the cloaked figure advanced, his energy enveloping the dagger, preparing for a cataclysmic strike. Should he land a direct blow, Shinuya would be cleaved in twain. Yet, a silver spatial distortion manifested. Shinuya's form shimmered like a reflection in water, evading the impending doom. The sound of shattering barriers echoed as 10 protective layers crumbled under the dagger's assault, the flimsy defenses disintegrating like parchment. Just centimeters from her forehead, the dagger was halted by the activation of a spatial shift. In an instant, Shinuya reappeared 10 meters away, realizing that she had become the target. As the remaining 7 assassins launched their attacks, the disparity in their realms rendered her unable to perceive their movements. Channeling her spatial artifact, she flickered in and out of sight, evading their assaults with grace, leaving her pursuers bewildered. Nearby, Chu Sheng raised his hand and unleashed a spatial spell against the leading assassin. However, the wall of energy he conjured shattered like glass upon contact. The assassin's attention swiftly shifted to Chu Sheng. Misjudging the source of Shinuya's teleportation, he resolved to eliminate the one wielding spatial magic first. Before 20 seconds had elapsed, he commanded his team to disperse. In the blink of an eye, the cloaked figure lunged toward Chu Sheng, a fierce pressure of energy surging forth. Chu Sheng barely had time to react as the fiery dagger pierced through, shattering multiple protective barriers. In that critical moment, he refrained from executing a spatial shift, instead attempting to seize the assassin's arm. Seizing the opportunity to drag him into the limbo room, he aimed to harness his unique abilities to secure an instant kill. The dagger plunged down, severing Chu Sheng's right arm at the shoulder, the searing pain coursing through him as the flames vaporized his blood. Gasping in agony, he managed to grasp the hem of the assassin's cloak just as the latter was propelled into the air. In that fleeting moment of contact, Chu Sheng realized the limbo room had marked the assassin as a transmittable entity. With a silent whoosh, the assassin vanished into the limbo room alongside Chu Sheng, who disregarded the lifeless bodies strewn about. Within that realm, all living beings met their inevitable demise. By the heavens, that hurt far too much. Chu Sheng inhaled sharply, the fiery sensation radiating from his shoulder where his arm once was. Fortunately, he had retrieved his severed limb, bringing it along. In the limbo room, time flowed differently, and he need not worry about the damage of lost extremities. He produced a large, verdant leaf from his storage artifact, plucked from the tree of life some time ago. Gently placing his severed arm upon the leaf, he lay down, allowing the life leaf to envelop him. Warm, revitalizing energy surged forth as flesh and blood gradually reformed at the severed joint. Chu Sheng closed his eyes, reveling in the tingling sensation in his right hand, reminiscent of a gentle elven massage. A few moments later, the leaves unfurled, and Chu Sheng's right hand was entirely restored, with not a single trace of injury. The miraculous nature of the tree of life was truly astonishing. He swung his right arm vigorously a few times, feeling even more powerful than before. Beside him, a dark gray glimmer slowly emerged from the body of the cloaked figure, revealing the remnants of his demise. Chu Sheng then shifted his gaze, realizing that the golden finger indicated the adversary had not perished by his hand. Otherwise, the remnants would have been brighter and more luminous. Gently touching the glimmer, an immense surge of energy flooded into his body, causing his eyes to instantly redden. The energy of an 8th-tier powerhouse was indeed terrifying. He dared not imagine what would happen if he had killed the man himself. Would he have been overwhelmed? Within his dantian, the errant fighting spirit gradually coalesced, forming a swirling vortex, akin to the signs of a 4th-tier mage's training. Chu Sheng sensed that this vortex had not yet fully solidified, but it was already taking shape. Remarkably, he had ascended from a 1st-tier fighter to a 3rd-tier grandmaster. Moreover, he was but a step away from becoming a 4th-tier spirit. Overjoyed, he unleashed his fighting spirit, swiftly severing the head of the cloaked figure. He then returned to the alternate world, shouting at the 7 assassins who were still stubbornly resisting. Your leader is dead. If you do not surrender, are you prepared to accompany him to the underworld? Chu Sheng's voice, amplified by his fighting spirit, resonated through the air, his trophy head gleaming ominously above him. The 7 assassins, who had originally pursued Shinoja, stood frozen in place. How could their leader have perished in the blink of an eye? He was an 8th-tier fighter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In an instant, 7 pairs of fearful and astonished eyes turned toward Chu Sheng, baffled by how he had achieved this. Although Chu Sheng's display had momentarily stunned the assassins, their long-standing experience compelled them to regain their composure. They ceased their pursuit of Shinoja and fled in different directions, disappearing into the woods. Behind them, gunfire erupted, but the ensuing smoke was merely a ruse. Chu Sheng did not pursue. He allowed the terrified assassins to escape. Their cloaking devices had already malfunctioned, and high above, Tiffany promptly locked onto them with her mental power. The wrath of a 9th-tier Imperial mage was far more terrifying than Chu Sheng's current state. Having arrived, she intended to ensure none would escape. Tiffany's voice was cold and authoritative, accompanied by a frost that darkened the skies. Countless droplets of water coalesced into sharp ice spikes, hurtling toward the fleeing assassins. From a distance, Chu Sheng watched this scene unfold, reminiscent of the grandeur of Wang Zhajuan's legendary prowess. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire forest, with ice blocks larger than a human head plummeting like raindrops. The 7 assassins, still in their frantic flight, were instantly engulfed, transformed into ice sculptures. As a 9th-tier Imperial mage, Tiffany's mental prowess was unlike anything Chu Sheng had ever witnessed. He did not even see her chant a spell. A 9th-tier Imperial mage so terrifying. Chu Sheng marveled at the sheer destructive power of such an attack. It could easily encase a city in ice in the real world, propelling them into apocalyptic survival scenarios. He hastened to the frozen figures, noticing that the heart of each ice sculpture bore the remnants of their demise. Had they chosen to take their own lives? Tiffany likely opted for the freezing spell to incapacitate them for thorough questioning. Yet these assassins had chosen to end their own lives upon realizing their plight. The remnants were unusually dim, suggesting that the energy acquired was ranked from highest to lowest as follows: self-inflicted death, death by others, and suicide. As Chu Sheng absorbed each remnant, he felt their power pale in comparison to that of the Orcish foes. Consequently, he deemed the interrogation of these fallen assassins unnecessary. In the realm of the demi-human nations, alliances were intricate, and an assassination attempt on the heir of the elven forest would typically require the cooperation of multiple races. The likelihood of such a scenario seemed exceedingly low to Chu Sheng. Thus, what did this signify for the human nations? Or perhaps, Did Shinoja harbor secrets even she was unaware of? Chu Sheng shook his head. If the human nations possessed the strength to contend with the orcs, it would be reasonable to assume they had already absorbed their weaker allies. However, according to the intel provided by Tiffany, the Holy Ronia Empire was currently far superior to the Elven Forest, yet still found itself at the mercy of the Orc Empire. Tiffany approached the ice sculptures with a grave expression, her heart racing as she beheld the human corpses within. Could it be that the humans had discovered Shinoja's secret? Tiffany murmured to herself. The intent behind this assassination was evident to anyone with discerning eyes. Yet, how had the human nations learned of a secret that even Shinoja herself did not know? As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze drifted toward the Tree of Life, her anxiety becoming increasingly palpable. Could it be that the goddess of life had experienced some turmoil? Tiffany's thoughts were in disarray. As a member of the pure-hearted and simple-minded elven race, she was not adept at navigating the treacherous waters of power struggles and conspiracies. After much contemplation, she resolved to consult with Chu Sheng regarding this matter. She had witnessed his extraordinary feat of dispatching an 8th-tier assassin in an instant, and, although uncertain of how he accomplished it, she had grown accustomed to the miracles surrounding him. Chu Sheng, how is your hand? The great elven maiden rushed over, her face etched with concern as her gaze swept anxiously over him. Having caught a fleeting glimpse of his severed arm, she was filled with apprehension. It's fine. I restored it using the leaves of the Tree of Life. Though the leaves of the Tree of Life were miraculous, could they truly facilitate instantaneous healing? Shinoja speculated that Chu Sheng might have employed time magic. Otherwise, how could his arm have regrown so swiftly? Tiffany noticed the cloaking devices on the assassins, her expression turning grave and serious. Everyone, increase patrols. Fire signal flares at the first sign of trouble. Worry gnawed at her as she issued the orders, returning to her quarters to analyze the cloaking device further. Chu Sheng accompanied Shinoja, intent on discussing pressing matters. Tiffany, our defense system in the Elven Forest is somewhat outdated. We need to devise a means of improvement, or we may find ourselves sleeping with one eye open. Tiffany focused intently on the cloaking device, although damaged. It was within her capability to analyze its operational principles. This device could block nearly all magical and mental detection. Even a 9th-tier Imperial mage like herself could not discern it. Was it truly foolproof? With a sigh of resignation, Tiffany reflected on her previous attempts to fortify the Elven Forest, traps, walls, and other defenses, but all had proven futile. Such measures held little significance against high-tier fighters and wind-based magic. They could leap hundreds of meters or soar through the skies, rendering her efforts ineffective. Chu Sheng also examined the cloaking device. Within the existing system of extraordinary powers in this alternate world, he found no viable countermeasure. However, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he understood a fundamental principle. One cannot earn money beyond their understanding, nor can one guard against threats beyond their awareness. Given that the formidable beings of this world were well prepared against magical and fighting energies, he contemplated utilizing this knowledge to create systems they had never encountered for alarm purposes, such as night vision or thermal imaging devices. While it was impressive to obscure one's presence, one could not consistently suppress their body temperature. Thus, those relying on the cloaking devices would find themselves completely exposed beneath the watchful eyes of the Elven Forest. Perhaps there were magical means to lower one's temperature significantly. But without prior knowledge of such capabilities, how could one resort to such an absurd course of action? With this revelation, Chu Sheng conceived a general direction for the Elven Forest's next phase of defense, resolutely deciding to return to the real world for thorough preparations. Tiffany, I have devised a strategy, but it may necessitate substantial alterations to the surrounding environment of the Elven Forest. Chu Sheng spoke eloquently, noting that the Elven Forest has survived thus far primarily due to its natural forest barrier. In addition, there is Tiffany, the Imperial Mage. In the context of the real world, her status is akin to that of a nuclear weapon, akin to a formidable force that is rarely unleashed. Logically, nations possessing nuclear capabilities, regardless of their weakness, are usually treated with caution by other powers, much like the Enching Kingdom on the peninsula. However, considering Tiffany's previous decision to send Shinuya out for assistance, it seems the actual peril facing the Elven Forest may exceed Chu Sheng's expectations. Stealing a glance at the somewhat anxious Tiffany, it appeared that this great elven matriarch was concealing something from him. Nevertheless, Chu Sheng had a hunch that it pertained to the issues surrounding the goddess of life. Since the other party was unwilling to disclose details, He knew that even if he inquired, he would be unable to extract any information. Once he had strengthened his abilities, Tiffany would naturally divulge the truth. Or he could seek a deeper dialogue with the goddess of life directly. If you agree, we should commence our preparations tomorrow. I do not wish for Shinuya to endure such an assault again. At present, establishing the elven forest as a secure bastion is of utmost importance. Chapter 38. Seeking help from the omniscient netizens, what are your thoughts? I represent the entire elven forest and will offer unconditional support. Tiffany's eyes glimmered with gratitude, as she recognized that Chu Sheng had indeed fulfilled his earlier promises. He not only equipped the elves with magical devices and weapons, but also showed great consideration for her. It was evident that he regarded the elven forest as his own home. Although the elven forest had not suffered any significant losses, Shinuya's assassination attempt had served as a warning to several individuals. Tiffany had devoted the majority of her life to the study of magic and felt powerless in this situation, placing her hopes entirely on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng nodded and, without hesitation, returned to the real world. He still harbored some concerns, although his right hand had healed. The lingering pain from the fracture occasionally resurfaced. After visiting the hospital and receiving a clean bill of health, he finally exhaled in relief. My physical form remains too fragile against true powerhouses, and the strength of the spatial barrier is insufficient. When will I be able to withstand a nuclear explosion? Shaking his head, Chu Sheng realized that the path of cultivation remained arduous. He resolved to maintain a low profile until he could confront the people of his homeland alone. Upon returning to the real world, he planned to design a comprehensive defense system for the elven forest. Thermal sensors, night vision devices, and other advanced technologies would all incur significant expenses. Moreover, the other world lacked electricity, necessitating the preparation of adequate power generation equipment. Acquiring these resources would not be a simple task. Fortunately, he had Beige to assist him. As a 9th-tier Imperial mage, Tiffany could swiftly construct various structures using earth magic. At worst, he could provide her with the designs, and she could recreate them precisely. Yet, how to proceed? Chu Sheng found himself momentarily perplexed. He was not a civil engineer and lacked the requisite knowledge. After some contemplation, he decided to seek guidance from the omniscient netizens. Soon, he opened a novel platform and began searching for stories about farming in another world. He aimed to see how renowned authors planned fortresses and established territories. A book titled Dual Crossing, starting with instant noodles to exchange for an 8-foot elven maiden, captured his attention. Flipping through a few chapters, he discovered that both the world building and character development bore an uncanny resemblance to his own situation. Impressive. He wondered how the author tackled the construction of defensive works. Upon reaching the latest chapter, he found that the author was also stalled at the section on building fortifications. Alas, it seemed he would have to wait for the author's update tomorrow. Chu Sheng tipped the author a few coins, confident that the clever and charismatic writer would soon devise an excellent plan. Once available, he could either replicate it directly or glean insights from the comments section. As readers often possessed not only good looks, but also sharp intellect and articulate expressions, constructing defensive works was a monumental undertaking, and Chu Sheng understood that haste would not yield results. He was unconcerned about the financial aspect. Should he find himself short, he could simply replicate some gold coins using the critical room. The only drawback was that the coins might be difficult to spend. Regrettably, the replicated paper currency bore identical serial numbers, rendering them unusable. Oh right, that wretched school still owed him wages. Chu Sheng suddenly recalled that his previous salary had been withheld by that private high school. He had initially considered pursuing arbitration. Although that sum was trivial to him now, he did not wish to relinquish what was rightfully his. He ought to confront the principal in person. Chu Sheng also recalled the leader he had roasted chicken for with his flame fist, wondering if that individual still held his position. It would be amusing if he, like Chu Sheng, were also denied his wages and subsequently dismissed. Buzz, as Chu Sheng was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. He illuminated the screen to find a message from his mother back home. As the new year approaches, do you plan to return? If work keeps you too busy, it's all right if you can't make it. Reading the message, Chu Sheng felt a wave of emotions. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the elven forest, dutifully attending to the great elven matriarch, while neglecting his own mother in the real world. He reflected on how, without the system, he would still be a jobless wanderer, fretting over a few thousand yuan of living expenses, and would likely lack the courage to return home. Fortunately, such a scenario had not transpired. Of course, he would return. School was on winter break, and it was rare for there to be any supplementary classes. In a few days, he could go home for a full 30 days of leave. All right, your father and I will head out tonight to buy some New Year's goods that you love. We'll wait for your return. Don't worry, Mom. Take care of yourself over there. Remember to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. His mother's words were often lengthy, but always conveyed concern. Chu Sheng patiently engaged in conversation with her, planning to return in a few days. He now had more than enough money to spend, and it was time to return home in style. He intended to improve the living conditions of his hometown, so that his parents would have some pride in their home. When I see you again. Just as Chu Sheng set his phone down, it rang again. This ringtone was one he had specially assigned for Beige, and a familiar voice came through the line. Sheng, have you been busy lately? I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Chu Sheng was taken aback. It was unexpected for Beige to reach out for assistance. Given Beige's background, it was surprising that he would require help from someone like him. Nevertheless, considering all that Beige had done for him, Chu Sheng had no intention of refusing, provided it wasn't related to cooking fish with essence. Brother has been quite occupied lately, and a distant relative is visiting. I can't spare the time to entertain them. If you're free, could you help me host? Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng fell silent, while Beige on the other end seemed anxious. Sheng, is that all right? Are you pretending to be oblivious? Sure. Send me the contact information for your distant relative. With a soft sigh, Chu Sheng realized that Beige was not genuinely seeking help. He was merely finding a way to expand his social circle. Given Beige's affluent family background, it was unlikely that he would require an outsider to entertain a relative. It was clear that Beige was looking for an excuse for Chu Sheng to connect with this person. How devious. Chapter 39. The people of the real world. After ending the call, Chu Sheng soon received a message from Beige. The message was brief, simply providing a WeChat ID without further elaboration. Clicking on the profile, he found that the individual's moments and photo sections were entirely empty, making it impossible to ascertain their background. However, from the cartoon cat's avatar and nickname, Chu Sheng could roughly infer that the other party was likely an adorable girl. Was Beige not satisfied with merely being friends, but rather sought to deepen their connection? The seemingly cute nickname was Milk Tea Hockey Meow, while Chu Sheng's name was Love Meow TV. Judging by this, they appeared to have a certain affinity. Although he couldn't comprehend Beige's reasoning, Chu Sheng still intended to greet her properly. After all, Beige had shown him immense kindness. Once the other party accepted his friend request, Chu Sheng sent over a meme. Cat says hello. JPG. Given that her name included Cat, he was more than willing to indulge her preferences. Yet, as time passed, nearly an hour went by without a response from the cute girl. The chat window occasionally indicated that she was typing, yet no message arrived. Chu Sheng couldn't help but wonder if she thought Beige was attempting to set them up for a blind date, and thus chose to ignore him. With that thought, he tossed his phone aside, ready to enjoy a well-deserved sleep. After all, he had been toiling day and night in the spirit forest and had just sustained an injury from an assassin. He desperately needed to recuperate. If the girl didn't wish to engage with him, he certainly wouldn't pursue her. In this era, warm-hearted men often fell behind. However, after Chu Sheng had succumbed to slumber for over half an hour, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Milk Tea Hockey Meow had finally sent her first message. I'm sorry. I'm just really slow at typing. Naturally, Chu Sheng, deep in dreams, failed to see her message, and the screen soon dimmed again. About an hour later, Milk Tea Hockey Meow sent an apologetic meme. Cat apologizes. GIF. Are you angry? The next day, Chu Sheng awoke naturally, picked up his phone, and was taken aback by a plethora of unread messages. Upon opening WeChat, he noticed a sea of red beside Milk Tea Hockey Meow's avatar. I'm sorry. I'm just really slow at typing. Are you angry? Please don't be upset. I can apologize. Could you reply just a little? I truly didn't mean to. Gazing at the chat's humble and cautious expressions, Chu Sheng was bewildered. He had expected a cool, aloof girl. Yet here was a timid little darling. He noticed the timestamps on the messages, each spaced over an hour apart. What kind of mysterious creature had Beige introduced him to? Just as Chu Sheng pondered this, Milk Tea Hockey Meow sent another message. Did you go to sleep? Could you reply when you wake up? Reading the latest message, he felt a wave of dizziness. Could it be that the girl had stayed up all night typing to him? An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. I'm not angry. I just thought you had gone to sleep since you didn't reply, so I took a rest. Chu Sheng typed swiftly, expressing all he wished to say. My name is Chu Sheng. What is yours? Where can I find you? Where do you plan to stay during this time? After sending all his messages, he exited WeChat, anticipating that, given her typing speed, it would be several hours before he received a response. He immediately called Bei Gu to clarify matters. Bro, what kind of mysterious creature have you introduced me to? It's hard to explain over the phone. You'll understand once we meet, Bei Gu replied. Didn't you say you didn't have time to take care of her? Indeed, I lack the time, but I must personally hand her over to you to feel at ease. After hanging up, Chu Sheng realized that Bei Ji's distant relative might be a bit peculiar. However, having already committed, he couldn't backtrack now. They had arranged to meet in the afternoon, and he decided to contemplate things further once they were face to face. After cleaning up, Chu Sheng promptly opened the novel Western Persimmon to see if the author had updated. To his dismay, the author had posted a leave of absence notice. Sorry, I've transformed into a jet fighter for a day. Chu Sheng felt slightly exasperated and sent the author a generous gift of 100 yuan, urging them to update while simultaneously boosting the book's popularity, hoping to attract more intelligent readers. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Chu Sheng set out for the location Bei Gu had sent him. Sheng, just come alone. It's best if you walk. Chu Sheng felt a tinge of curiosity, but thought little of it. The place was not far, and with his current physical condition, he could easily walk there in a few minutes. After that, Milk Tea Hockey Meow had not sent any further messages, likely having received Bei Ji's reminder to discuss matters in person. Shortly, Chu Sheng arrived early at the designated spot. A few minutes later, he spotted Bei Gu approaching, accompanied by a tall woman. With light blue hair tied back and exquisite features, her bright blue eyes sparkled like flawless gems. Despite the cold weather, she wore only a white sweater with a thin blue coat over it. As the two drew near, Chu Sheng's gaze began to brighten. Wow, another tall girl. Nearly 2 meters. He felt as though he had been marked by a spirit known as the 8-foot lady. Otherwise, why were all the women he encountered so tall and grand? Bei Gu, who is this? Chu Sheng stepped forward, politely extending his hand for a handshake. Upon seeing his outstretched hand, the tall girl hesitated, instinctively glancing at Bei Gu. It's fine, give it a try. If all goes well, I can rest easy knowing you can stay. Bei Ji's words carried a hint of expectation and concern, and with his encouragement, the tall girl finally timidly extended her delicate hand. But in the next moment, Chu Sheng felt an icy chill from her hand, as if it could freeze his very fingers. Instinctively, his fire element magic surged within him, dispersing the terrifying coldness. This scene, unnoticed by ordinary people, caused Bei Ji's eyes to gleam with excitement. Sheng, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Chu Sheng withdrew his hand, the chilling sensation causing him to gasp. This was not the hand of a human. The temperature was more akin to that of a corpse left to decay for 3 days. Unbelievable. Bei Gu, what is going on with this girl? Bei Ji's smile turned enigmatic as he refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question that made Chu Sheng's heart race. Sheng, do you believe in extraordinary powers in this world? Child, this isn't a joke. Do I seem like I'm joking? Bei Ji's expression grew serious as he slowly pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Sheng. Upon receiving the card, Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat as he read the words inscribed. Supernatural Human Research Center, Deputy Director Mr. Bei. Seeing the astonished look on Chu Sheng's face, Bei Gu explained, Sheng, initially, I simply wanted to interact with you as an ordinary wealthy heir, but it led to distance. I'm being honest. I am a researcher of extraordinary powers. He gestured toward the tall girl with light blue hair beside him. She, like you, possesses supernatural abilities. Supernatural powers. Chu Sheng snapped back to reality, nearly convinced that Bei Gu was merely putting on a show for him. The existence of extraordinary powers in the real world contradicted the materialistic education he had received throughout his life. However, considering the magic he had learned in another world and the terrifying chill emitted by the tall girl, it no longer seemed so far-fetched. But bro, how can you be so certain that I possess supernatural powers? Just because I've suddenly become wealthy? Chu Sheng felt a slight sense of confusion, pondering how Bei Gu had discerned his magical prowess despite his prior reluctance to demonstrate any magic in front of him. After all, if Bei Gu had not been aware beforehand, he would not have arranged for this enchanting girl to meet him. Chu Sheng, you didn't think you could conceal the fact that you roasted your superior, Ikoen, did you? Bei Gu remarked with a knowing smile. If I were you, I wouldn't have let that flame burn for so long that even a fire extinguisher couldn't douse it. He then retrieved his phone and presented an image of the golden nugget that Chu Sheng had previously melted. I detected extraordinary energy fluctuations from this refined gold. You cannot deny it, can you? Faced with such compelling evidence, Chu Sheng chose to relent. I can indeed manipulate flames. The expression on Bei Ji's face did not seem to suggest he was reproaching Chu Sheng for the roasted bird. Rather, it indicated he had a request of him. Initially, both had secrets concealed from one another, which seemed to balance the scales. Indeed, I have yet to report your abilities to the organization, as I wish to see if you can save this child. Chu Sheng followed Bei Ji's gaze to the silent girl beside them, a towering figure of 8 chi, and furrowed his brow. Her supernatural power was the manipulation of ice. However, Bei Ji's eyes conveyed a sense of helplessness as he shook his head with a resigned sigh. It is not that. Rather, she emanates an uncontrollable chill. He pointed to Chu Sheng's hand, his tone imbued with deep sympathy. Her body involuntarily releases cold from within, freezing nearly everything she touches. It is for this reason that she has scarcely experienced a normal life, spending almost all her time in a greenhouse capsule. Chu Sheng then understood why the girl wore such scant clothing in frigid weather. Regardless of how much she wore, she could not feel warmth. A frigid beauty, untouched by the world. Was she not reminiscent of the snow women depicted in certain films? It seemed that a fantasy had intruded upon reality. Her body, ravaged by this uncontrollable chill, was growing increasingly frail. Should this continue for another 2 or 3 years, he feared she might be lost to them forever. Therefore, Bei Ji's expression shifted to one of fervor as he grasped Chu Sheng's shoulders. I hope you can use your flame abilities to help neutralize the cold within her, allowing her not only to survive but to experience life as a normal person. Chu Sheng remained silent, feeling somewhat prepared for this unfolding. The principle of yin and yang, as described in fantastical novels, came to mind. Yet, he pondered whether this act of neutralizing the cold could bring harm. From a procedural standpoint, facilitating contact between you two violates the research center's regulations. However, this child is a relative of my Aunt S, my distant cousin, and at just 22 years old, she stands at the prime of her life. I cannot bear the thought of her leaving this world prematurely due to her abilities. Bei Ji's voice grew increasingly somber, imbued with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He gazed earnestly at Chu Sheng, an unprecedented plea in his eyes. Chu Sheng, I have never asked you for anything. Please grant me this single request. Should you agree, I can temporarily conceal your information from the organization, and I promise to fulfill any of your subsequent requests, provided they do not adversely impact society. Hearing Bei Gu's solemnity, Chu Sheng found it difficult to decline. It was no wonder Bei Gu had been so willing to assist him previously, without inquiry into the origins or reasons. Although there may have been ulterior motives, Chu Sheng believed that Bei Gu meant him no harm. After all, even the closest of friendships require a degree of mutual benefit to endure. Furthermore, the prospect of aiding the Snow Woman was one that Chu Sheng was more than willing to embrace, even without Bei Ji's urging. Well, Chu Sheng was about to speak when Bei Gu, sensing his hesitation, embraced his shoulders and led him to a nearby corner. Chu Sheng, what do you think of my distant cousin? Bei Gu asked in a conspiratorial tone, casting a meaningful glance. Chu Sheng felt a twinge of confusion. What do you mean? What do I think? Chapter 41. I forgot the rest. Chu Sheng replied earnestly. Do I come across as that kind of person in your eyes? Stop pretending. Upon this thought, Chu Sheng adopted a serious and solemn expression. Bei Ji's eyes lit up. So, does that mean you agree? Indeed. But I cannot guarantee that I will be able to heal her. I am not asking you to heal her outright. I only need you to neutralize part of the cold within her. The remainder she will gradually adapt to and recover from. Chu Sheng dared not make promises, as his expertise lay in the magical arts of another realm, not in the supernatural forces of this world. By the way, Bei Gu, if her body temperature is extremely low, can't we use conventional methods to warm her? Bei Gu shook his head. I have already tried every method you might think of. Her chill radiates from within, pervading her entire body. External means are entirely ineffective. Chu Sheng envisioned channeling fire magic into her body, allowing it to cultivate a flame within her. This method was entirely different from the simple act of roasting a chicken for his superior. The latter merely provided external heat. Perhaps due to Bei Gu's inability to extinguish the flame, he had mistakenly believed it to be an internal combustion. After they finalized their plans, they returned to the imposing girl. I can assist you, but you must be prepared for the possibility of failure and even potential harm. It's all right, I am willing. It was the first time since their meeting that the girl spoke, her voice akin to the gentle sound of a babbling brook, a childlike quality contrasting starkly with her tall stature. She blinked her large, expressive eyes, gazing earnestly at Chu Sheng. I no longer wish to remain in the warmth capsule, tossing and turning in a confined space. I desire to live like a normal person, even if only for a brief moment. and even if it requires great sacrifice, I am willing. The determination in her eyes was palpable, her tone imbued with sincerity. Should she have the choice, she would gladly relinquish her extraordinary powers to lead an ordinary life. Observing the strength and hope in her gaze, Chu Sheng felt an inevitable surge of compassion. This girl reminded him of a character from a certain game, also confined to a capsule, yearning for the world of ordinary humans. Since you have no objections, let us proceed with this plan. Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling that this girl took an hour to type a single sentence, yet spoke fluidly in reality. Piquing his curiosity. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Shuiying. Shuiying. Why do you type so slowly? Are you truly using your hands? Upon this question, Shuiying appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, it's because my phone freezes and shuts down if I use it for too long. I can only type 1 or 2 characters at a time before having to warm it in a hand warmer to continue. Chu Sheng could only respond with a resigned expression. Well, that certainly aligns with your character. All right, Shuiying, for the time being. I would like you to live with Chu Sheng and see how it goes. Chu Sheng, when you have the chance, come to me for an extraordinary level assessment. I assure you, the results will remain confidential. You need not worry. Beigu imparted a few more instructions to Shuiying, then departed without a backward glance, seemingly confident in Chu Sheng's capabilities. It appeared he had tacitly approved of the budding relationship between Chu Sheng and Shuiying. What could he do if he were not at ease? Furthermore, compared to allowing Shuiying to suffer in silence, Beigu was far more accepting of her being taken under the wing of a man. Perhaps the next time they met, Chu Sheng might even find himself calling him uncle. With only Chu Sheng and the towering girl remaining, both exchanged glances, feeling a shared sense of awkwardness. Chu Sheng did not dwell on the matter for long. After all, he had previously informed the other party that he could not guarantee success. If it worked, it would be splendid, saving a life while gaining a lovely companion. If it didn't, then it would simply be unfortunate for Shuiying. Adhering to the principle of helping others to the end, Chu Sheng took Shuiying to the newly purchased villa, which could also be termed as a haunted house. He had never resided in this villa, but had spent time in a similar one at the Critical Research Center. The cramped space of his former rental was not ideal for 2 people, and it might disturb the tenants above and below. Thus, he dismissed concerns about the villa's haunted reputation. The priority was to find a place to stay. If there truly were any spirits, they would likely be manifestations of energy and consciousness. For Chu Sheng, who had mastered the manipulation of mental energy, this posed little difficulty. As they walked, Shuiying remained remarkably quiet and obedient. The striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman drew countless curious glances from passers-by, who wondered when the women's basketball team had acquired such an attractive player. Shuiying, however, showed little reaction to the attention, perhaps due to years of seclusion, rendering her indifferent. Only when they passed by dessert shops and milk tea cafes did her bright eyes momentarily sparkle with interest. Soon, they arrived at the villa. Although it had been unoccupied for some time, the realtor had ensured it was impeccably clean. Observing the lavish decor within, Chu Sheng gestured down the long corridor and said, "You may choose any room you desire. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Consider this place your home." He glanced at the tall and lovely girl beside him, who was curiously surveying the villa. He recalled that she had spent her childhood in a cramped, warm chamber, and the conditions at the so-called Supernatural Human Research Center were likely not much better. "Can I really stay anywhere?" Shuiying tilted her head, her expression adorably naive. Upon entering, she removed her only thin jacket, which provided no warmth at all, and tossed it onto the sofa with a thud, likely cold and stiff. "Of course, you can stay wherever you like." Shuiying blinked and smiled shyly. "Then may I stay in the same room as you?" Chapter 42. Experiencing daily life. Shuiying approached Chu Sheng, taking hold of one of his hands with both of hers, her fair face nuzzling against him. Outside, amidst the crowd, she had hesitated to get too close, opting only for a handhold, but now, with just the 2 of them, her shyness dissipated. To her, Chu Sheng was like an oversized warm treasure. Her beautiful eyes fluttered closed as visible cold emanated from her hands, while Chu Sheng's palm radiated warmth, harmonizing the temperatures. In an instant, her previously pale complexion flushed with color, regaining a semblance of vitality. After a brief moment of warmth, she released his hand and retrieved her phone, launching a game. Source God start. Chu Sheng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this girl viewed him as a mere heater, previously unable to play on her cold hands. She could now enjoy her games for a while. Having grown up in an environment like the warm chamber, mobile gaming was one of her few pastimes. What would you like to eat tonight, Shui? Chu Sheng asked, determined to take good care of her since Beige had entrusted her to him. Shui looked up, momentarily puzzled, before finally replying, I can't eat regular food. Even freshly cooked hot dishes would freeze the moment they reach my mouth, but don't worry, Chu Sheng. I injected a life sign-sustaining liquid at the research center, so I can last a week. Chu Sheng felt increasingly sympathetic towards her. Not being able to eat seemed to render life rather bleak. Yet, one aspect piqued his curiosity. How could a being with a body temperature consistently below freezing maintain smooth and elastic skin? It was a perplexing mystery. If Chu Sheng could cure me, I'd love to eat hamburgers, fried chicken, river snail rice noodles, meat sandwiches, grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu. Shui rambled on, her eyes sparkling with desire, nearly drooling at the thought. And milk tea. I've always wanted to try it. Realizing her excitement, she shyly scratched her head. Am I asking for too much? If it's not possible, I'd just like a cup of milk tea. Her humble and yearning demeanor made Chu Sheng sigh deeply. He silently vowed to care for her for the rest of her life, regardless of whether he could heal her. When did your supernatural abilities awaken? At 3 years and 5 months, this meant that Shui had not experienced a normal life since she could remember. A happy childhood, playful companions, and an ordinary yet fulfilling daily existence were luxuries beyond her reach. You're not asking for too much. I told you not to hold back with me. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chu Sheng's mind. He opened a delivery app and, with a flurry of taps, ordered several hundred yuan worth of food. He then messaged Beige, requesting that someone deliver a specific item immediately. As he observed Shui, who was cozied up in a corner, engrossed in her game and radiating joy, Chu Sheng was determined to let her experience the happiness of a normal life. Before long, Shui's phone screen began to fog up, a sign of the cold emanating from her. Chu Sheng, can you warm my hands again? Just then, the doorbell rang. Chu Sheng went to answer it, bringing in a large box, then turned with a smile. Stop playing the game for a moment. I have something even more fun to show you. What is it? A new game? Without a word, Chu Sheng opened the box, revealing a device resembling a router, which he connected to the enormous television. Within minutes, the screen lit up, displaying the game loading screen. Wow. It's Monster Torture, Wilderness. Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw the game. She had thought Chu Sheng wanted to watch TV with her, but instead, he had brought her the PS5 she had longed to play. Ding dong. Just as Chu Sheng finished setting up, the doorbell rang again. He opened the door to find a delivery person with the quintessential delivery trio, a massive bucket of fried chicken, fries, and cola, along with a cup of bawang tea and milk tea that Chu Sheng had specifically ordered. The items piled high on the coffee table created a feast fit for a couch potato. As Shui gazed at the steaming fried chicken and the game loading on the screen, she was momentarily frozen in place, her eyes wide with wonder. Come on, Shui. Come try some fried chicken. The aroma wafted through the air, and Shui's mouth watered, a droplet hitting the sofa and freezing into ice. But Chu Sheng, didn't I just say I can't eat? Despite her struggle to resist, the tantalizing scent of fried chicken was a first for her. She had only ever dared to catch a whiff from the outside of fried chicken shops. Don't worry, I said you can eat, and you will. Chu Sheng retrieved a chicken leg from the bucket, channeling the ambient fire energy into it, infusing it with a source of heat that would not extinguish. He wished to experiment with a method that would prevent chicken legs from freezing. If successful, Shui's aspiration would soon be realized. Oh, how delightful. In Chapter 43, Gratitude Overflows, Shui found herself unable to contain her tears of joy, experiencing the sensation of warm food for the first time in her life. Truly as wonderful as she had imagined. She picked up a chicken leg, savoring each bite as if indulging in a rare delicacy. Thank you, Brother Chu Sheng. You were truly kind. Chu Sheng smiled as he gently wiped away the icy tears from the corners of her eyes. Unlike other women, who seemed to be made of water, this 8-foot girl appeared almost as if sculpted from ice. Don't just eat fried chicken. Try the fries and your favorite milk tea. Chu Sheng continued to infuse the food and drink with magical energy, causing steam to rise from them as he presented them to Shui. She cautiously took a sip of the milk tea, her eyes instantly sparkling. So delicious. The texture was smooth, the flavor sweet with a hint of bitterness, rendering the life-sustaining liquid utterly inferior in comparison. Let me eat to my heart's content, and if I'm still hungry, I shall order more. As Chu Sheng observed the blissful expression on Shui's face, he couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Xionoya. Back then, the great elf maiden had shown an expression of sheer ecstasy over a mere bucket of instant noodles. As Shuang munched on her food, her eyes sparkled with moisture, gazing at Chu Sheng with an adorably pitiful look. This unfortunate girl was far worse off than the elf maiden who lived on a diet of greens. A simple comfort meal rendered her overwhelmed with gratitude. If he were to show her even more kindness, she might just leap up and offer to serve him. However, the next moment, a wave of weakness washed over Chu Sheng, causing his complexion to suddenly pale, akin to the aftermath of a late-night gaming session. He furrowed his brow, realizing that excessive consumption of magical energy necessitated immediate sustenance. Yet, seeing Shuang relishing her meal, he hesitated to share with her. Almost forgetting this, Chu Sheng retrieved several Snickers bars and some white rabbit milk candies from his spatial magic device, unwrapped them, and stuffed them into his mouth. Yet, even with these, he couldn't entirely offset the energy loss incurred from warming the fried chicken. Alas, my current tier is too low. Even with the energy of a dozen heat sources, it is insufficient. To truly heal Shuang, I would need to reach at least the 5th tier. Chu Sheng murmured to himself, contemplating that to provide Shuang with a continuous large-scale heat source, he would likely need his magical energy to ascend to the 6th tier. This task loomed dauntingly ahead. However, Brother Bei had mentioned that Shuang could last another 2 to 3 years, a time frame ample enough for Chu Sheng to elevate his magical prowess. Perhaps he could experiment with spatial magic. With a thought, Chu Sheng transported himself to the critical room, locating a pile of sweets in the corner. He summoned spatial magic to attempt compressing a piece of white rabbit candy. To his surprise, the candy was reduced to the size of a droplet. Elated, he compressed 10 kilograms of both white rabbit candy and Snickers bars into a single compact biscuit. He enveloped the biscuit with spatial magic and swallowed it. Thanks to the protective magic, he need not worry about his stomach bursting. Whenever his magical energy waned, he could control the biscuit to slowly release energy. Indeed, I am a genius. Chu Sheng contemplated that he might utilize this method to create a high-density magical energy recovery food, capable of instantly replenishing the elf maiden's energy. After adequately replenishing himself with this caloric bomb, Chu Sheng returned to the real world. Initially moved and overjoyed, Shuang set down her food upon noticing Chu Sheng's pale complexion. Brother Chu Sheng, are you all right? The 8-foot girl anxiously grasped Chu Sheng's hand, only to hastily release it, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned wanting to eat these. I made you waste so much extraordinary energy. Shuang's face was filled with remorse, recognizing from Chu Sheng's pallor that he was nearing the brink of energy depletion. It's fine. Enjoy your meal. I'm perfectly all right. Chu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Shuang's reluctance to continue eating, he feigned annoyance. Shuang, I went through all this trouble for you. If you don't eat, I might truly get upset. At that point, I want to spare your cousin and will just toss you out. Seeing Chu Sheng's furrowed brow, Shuang's lips formed a pout, resembling a little puppy as she nodded in agreement. I will eat, grateful for the warmth of fried chicken and milk tea. She was already content and wished not to cause further trouble. But I might ruin the controller. She hesitated, recalling her past experiences with mobile gaming where she barely dared to touch the screen. Chu Sheng insisted, this is nothing. My bond with your cousin is like that of brothers. Such trivial matters pose no inconvenience. He grasped Shuang's hands, narrowing his eyes slightly as he channeled fire magic into her palms. The heat from the compressed biscuit had already provided considerable warmth, and his magical energy had mostly recovered. Shuang gazed at him with concern, but he showed no intention of releasing her hands. He persisted until he had expended a significant portion of his magical energy. After a brief assessment, he found that Shuang's hands were now comfortably warm up to her wrists, though the chill above her arms still encroached gradually downward, likely maintaining warmth for another 2 to 3 hours. In Chapter 44, Unexpected Innocence, under Chu Sheng's gentle insistence, Shuang finally grasped the PS5 controller, her excitement palpable as she began to engage with the AAA game. The vivid and exhilarating visuals blurred the lines between the game and reality. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng sat beside her, occasionally feeding her fries and chicken nuggets while guiding her through the gameplay. Before his demanding work life, he had been an avid gamer, well-versed in the intricacies of the game. His favorite role was that of a sword-wielding hero, effortlessly taking down adversaries with grace. As Shuang savored the warm fried chicken, her fingers deftly maneuvered the joystick, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. How delightful it was to experience the joys of an ordinary life. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon darkness enveloped the outside world. The enormous bucket of chicken, sufficient to satiate 2 or 3 adults, was entirely devoured by Shui, along with a large bottle of soda and a sizable cup of milk tea. Observing her lack of any protruding belly, Chu Sheng marveled at her extraordinary appetite, akin to that of Xianoya. As the warmth from his hands began to fade, Shuiying's gaze turned drowsy, her body utilizing its energy to digest the feast. "Brother Chu Sheng," she murmured, casting a sleepy glance in his direction, drawn to his warmth and reluctant to part ways. "If you don't mind." Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Brother Bei would not object. Although Shuiying had previously mentioned wanting to share a room, he had assumed she was jesting. Now, it appeared that she was quite earnest. Shuiying cautiously added, "But if it causes you any discomfort, we can forget about it." Chu Sheng gently took her delicate hand. "Do not worry, it won't affect me much." His earlier exhaustion was merely a result of generating a sustained heat source for the food. If it were merely a matter of being close to the 8-foot girl, the sensation would be merely one of coolness, with no discomfort involved. Although Shuiying's beauty does not quite measure up to that of Xianuaya and Tifei and I, the former two are undoubtedly the epitome of allure within the entire elven forest. In the realm of reality, even without makeup, Shuiying could easily surpass the majority of female streamers in the dance category. Aside from her somewhat pale complexion, which might appear alarming, if her face were to exhibit a healthy flush, she would indeed be strikingly beautiful. He lifted the covers and slid in first, inviting Shuiying to join him. Tentatively, she wrapped her arms around Chu Sheng's shoulders, inquiring with curiosity, "Chu Sheng Gij, are you really all right?" "It's fine, just like hugging an air conditioner." After a prolonged silence, Chu Sheng suddenly asked, "Shuiying, did you grow up with Beiga?" "Not at all," she replied, shaking her head. "I've lived in the research center since childhood. I only met my cousin when he became the deputy director." "Then who took care of you?" "My aunt. She is the director of the research center." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder Beiga flew abroad right after graduation, landing a deputy director position. Initially, it was said he was going to take over the family business, which now seems to be true. Taking the back door is indeed a form of inheritance." "What about your parents? Don't they come to visit you?" Without a moment's thought, Chu Sheng asked, assuming that parents would be distressed to have their daughter so forcibly distanced from a normal life. However, upon hearing this question, Shuiying's eyes turned vacant, and it took her a while to regain her composure, and said, "My father passed away when I was 2, and my mother later left me due to my coldness. I've had no news of her since." Chu Sheng fell silent, realizing how tragic Shuiying's situation was. Not only was she unable to lead a life like ordinary people, but she also lacked a complete family. Nevertheless, he resolved to provide her with a warm home in the future. No wonder when they first met, Shuiying's expressions were so flat and devoid of emotion, resembling ancient ice. Only after he had shared warmth with her did she begin to display the normal expressions expected of a girl. "I'm sorry. I didn't know about your family situation." "It's all right, Chu Sheng Gij." Shuiying blinked, seemingly reluctant to continue on that topic. I'm a bit sleepy now. I want to rest first, all right?" "If you want to rest, then rest. You don't need to tell me. It's what my cousin told me. After arriving here, I should listen to whatever you say." Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. This 8-foot girl, perhaps due to her limited interactions growing up, was surprisingly innocent. Her thoughts were transparent, and she spoke her mind freely, making her even easier to deceive than Xia Nuya. He joked, "In that case, I command you to do whatever you like in the future without asking me. Should you listen to your cousin or to me?" Shuiying tilted her head playfully, appearing to be in a dilemma. After a moment, she looked directly at Chu Sheng and said, "I listen to Chu Sheng Gij." Hearing this, Chu Sheng felt a surge of happiness, suspecting that Shuiying held a favorable impression of him. "All right, then I order you to sleep right now and have a good rest. Understood?" Chapter 45. A packed Shuiying basked in an unprecedented warmth, her eyelids heavy as she slowly drifted into slumber. Chu Sheng immediately extended his mental energy, scanning the villa back and forth. He had not forgotten that this was a haunted house. While no supernatural occurrences had yet transpired, he remained vigilant. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that he detected no anomalies, and after casting a magical barrier around the bed, he finally felt at ease enough to sleep. In his dreams, he found himself playing cards with the daughter of the Lord of Dreams when he was abruptly awakened. After rising, he swallowed a compressed cookie made of dozens of pounds of milk candy and Snickers, feeling slightly better afterward. Perhaps he should return to the other world to find Xianoya? Chu Sheng pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea. It wasn't until close to noon the next day that Shuiying blinked her sleepy eyes awake. This was her first time sleeping so peacefully, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the warm chamber. I see. Just yesterday, she had devoured a feast fit for several people. And now she was hungry again. It seemed this 8-foot girl was indeed a little glutton. Get up now. Really? Shui Ying's large eyes sparkled as she extended her pinky like a child. Then let's make a pinky promise. Chu Sheng, you can't go back on your word. Chu Sheng extended his pinky, gently linking it with hers. I've changed clothes. Now you hurry up too. Watching Shui Ying's innocent expression, her beautiful eyes devoid of any ulterior motives, he couldn't help but notice that despite being over 20, she retained a childlike clarity. Could it be? Is Chu Sheng feeling shy? For a moment, Chu Sheng fell silent, realizing that he would need to impart some basic knowledge to Shui Ying about such matters. Otherwise, if she acted this way in public, it would be quite the predicament. Sensing that Chu Sheng seemed to be grappling with something unspoken, Shui Ying lowered her head. Could it be that Chu Sheng? As she spoke, a line of poetry floated through Chu Sheng's mind. I am indeed a bit chubby. If Chu Sheng finds me unattractive, I can start dieting tomorrow. In truth, Shui Ying hardly qualified as chubby. At most, she was slightly plump. Given her height, being too thin would likely make her bones visible. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Sheng's expression turned serious in an instant. That's good. Shui Ying's demeanor returned to its previous lightheartedness. Even if Chu Sheng dislikes me, I would never harbor any hatred towards you. You are the first person to make me feel warmth, and I like you the most. Shui Ying's innocent gaze, coupled with her heartfelt declaration, carried the impact of a fervent shout from a spirited Hokkaido schoolgirl. Yet, Chu Sheng instinctively felt that she was merely speaking without understanding the true meaning of like. Perhaps the affection Shui Ying referred to was akin to a child's fondness for a toy or a pet, superficial and innocent in nature. Shui Ying, do you understand what it means for a girl to tell a man she likes him? Chu Sheng tentatively inquired, only to receive a purely earnest response from Shui Ying. Of course, liking someone means you like them. Shui Ying's character reference diagram can be found in the comments. Thank you to the inspiration capsule from Dexiong Buchi Yuer 2, as well as the generous support from many wonderful brothers. Chapter 46. The author Sima Shui Ying blinked her large eyes, as if struck by a thought, and asked, Chu Sheng, do you like me? Well, I suppose I do. Shui Ying beamed with joy, memories of her aunt's gentle teachings echoing in her mind. Chu Sheng felt a vein pop on his forehead. It seemed Shui Ying not only lacked basic knowledge about interacting with the opposite sex, but also faced significant gaps in her fundamental education. That guy Beiguo, knowing he had once been a high school teacher, deliberately sent the child to him for lessons, didn't he? He had always been the one to enroll in others' classes, never imagining he would be the one inadvertently teaching someone else. Your aunt is right, but it's not entirely complete. I'll teach you when I have the chance. Chu Sheng shook his head, but considering Shui Ying's previous circumstances and her health, it was hardly surprising that she possessed such misunderstandings. After all, she had spent most of her time confined to the warm chamber and the Supernatural Human Research Center, with precious little opportunity to interact with her peers. However, perhaps allowing Shui Ying to retain her current innocence and vivacity might not be such a negative thing after all. After all, ignorance brings a lack of worries. It is only upon growing up and attaining maturity that one realizes the myriad troubles and challenges that pervade this world. Well, you must be feeling hungry too, right? Chu Sheng gently ruffled the hair of the 8-foot girl, evoking the image of a caretaker affectionately tending to a magnificent steed due to their height difference. How strange. I distinctly administered the life-sustaining fluid. Previously, I wouldn't have felt hunger for several days. Why is it happening now? Shui Ying curiously touched her flat abdomen, puzzled. This might be because your body has slightly recovered, right? As your physical condition improves, the consumption of internal energy naturally increases, hence the need for more sustenance. Here, have this to hold you over for now. Ahem. You should first brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll order you a nutritious breakfast. Chu Sheng averted his gaze, leading Shui Ying to the washroom. He did not dwell on it further and procured a brand new toothbrush and cup for Shui Ying, adjusting the water temperature to a boiling point, allowing her to cleanse herself. Most individuals would find water at 40 to 50 degrees unbearable, yet Shui Ying remained unfazed, catching the water in her cup and gulping it down. The Snow Maiden is indeed fearsome. Once they finished cleaning up, the breakfast takeout that Chu Sheng ordered arrived. 2 baskets of steamed buns, 2 baskets of dumplings, 2 bowls of millet porridge, 6 large steamed buns, and 2 cups of soybean milk. Chu Sheng only consumed a small portion, leaving the majority for the 8-foot girl. He continued to inject warmth into each food item, ensuring Shui Ying could eat comfortably, and after breakfast, He found himself drenched in sweat. During this period, Chu Sheng had no particular plans. The timeline in the real world was nearing the spring festival, and in a few days, he intended to visit his parents back home. Perhaps he would take Shuang along as well. Previously, he had taken a photograph with Shen Yuoya, intending to introduce her to his mother as his girlfriend. But having Shuang with him would simplify matters considerably. Bringing one's partner home for the new year is a scene many parents long to witness. As for the other world, he had yet to finalize how to establish defensive structures in the elven forest, so there was no urgency to return. Chu Sheng awaited updates from the book's author to see how he would respond. Thus, he found himself with ample free time, planning to take advantage of these days for some much-needed rest. He spent the morning at home playing games with Shuang until the afternoon when a notification popped up on his phone. The series you are following, Dual Crossing, starting with instant noodles to exchange for 8-foot fairy, has been updated. Finally, the author has graced us with their presence. Chu Sheng eagerly clicked on the page, instantly transforming into a furious red Lamborghini. Oh dear, today I discovered that my neighbor in this rented accommodation is actually a snow lady from another world. And I spent the day discussing life with her, taking a day off. Chu Sheng, you must be joking. He was infuriated. This author had taken yet another day off. He had even generously rewarded them with a 100 yuan gift. Moreover, the excuse for the absence was so trivial. Last time it was due to a mishap with food. And now it's because of encountering a snow lady? Do they think this is some kind of fantasy? Chu Sheng, filled with indignation, clicked into the comments section, which predictably overflowed with nonsensical remarks. Amidst the sea of friendly greetings, he searched for a clever netizen's response. Indeed, at the very bottom, a user named Dominant Starry Cat had pinned a lengthy comment. The author surely cannot be so uninspired as to feign a hiatus, can they? Can't they even manage a decent word count? Do they require my guidance? Chu Sheng opened the comment details, and there it was. The insightful perspective of this impressive user. If I were the protagonist, I would establish 3 defensive lines within the elven forest. The outermost layer would employ a biological alert system, planting or placing animals known for their heightened alertness that would emit loud sounds upon sensing anomalies. The middle layer would utilize my spatial and temporal magic to construct a barrier surrounding the elven forest, designed to teleport intruders to a more peripheral area or create a small-scale stasis within to buy time for support. The innermost defense would employ a modern phased array system, utilizing radar technology to monitor the surrounding areas, entirely disregarding any magical or martial energy concealment. Of course, given the protagonist's current means, acquiring such technology might be impossible. However, they could compromise by building watchtowers at regular intervals, equipped with thermal imaging lenses, which would suffice. Chu Sheng studied the insights of this impressive netizen with increasing enthusiasm. This approach may not be the best, but he felt it was worth a try. Chapter 47. The elven elder Chu Sheng meticulously pondered the method proposed by Dominant Starry Cat, contemplating its applicability to the elven forest. First, regarding the outermost layer. He was uncertain whether the elven forest housed any wild animals capable of providing alerts, which he would need to inquire about with Tiffany. Secondly, concerning the spatial and temporal array, Shen Yuoya had previously mentioned knowledge in this area. A magic array is essentially a higher-tier, more complex composite spell. If spells are likened to individual words, then magic arrays are sentences composed of various words. A slight alteration in the arrangement or the addition of punctuation can significantly alter the magical effect. For instance, the phrase "I stand at 178 meters tall with an annual income of 200,000 can convey entirely different meanings based on punctuation placement. Ordinary mages typically begin to learn about magic arrays only after reaching the 5th tier, and even prodigies like Shen Yuoya struggle to arrange them independently. However, this does not seem too daunting for me. Chu Sheng muttered to himself, as he required no incantation to cast spells. He communicated directly with the elements of magic. Arranging an array should also be within his capabilities, utilizing his control over spatial and temporal attributes. Then there was the innermost phased array defense system. To be honest, Chu Sheng's understanding was limited. He opened the Doubao AI to do a quick search and promptly dismissed this approach. The system was essentially a large radar scanning array, requiring numerous electronic devices and equipment, with costs that soared into astronomical figures, far beyond his means. Even with Beijing's connections, he doubted they could procure such technology. The operational backend of such equipment is incomprehensible without months or years of training. Moreover, what of the elves who had never encountered electronic devices? If one placed an iPhone before them, they would likely regard it as a mere brick for throwing. Thus, Chu Sheng could only settle for the alternative of utilizing lookout towers paired with thermal imaging telescopes for his setup. If he couldn't operate electronic devices, surely he could manage a telescope, right? With this thought, Chu Sheng resolved to cease procrastinating and to take immediate action. After all, the current situation in the Elven Forest was precarious. Following the failed assassination of Shen Yuoya, the employer behind it might soon devise further schemes. Of course, they could also be biding their time for a more significant move. Beige, could you assist me in procuring a military-grade thermal imaging lens that can be worn on the head or mounted on a firearm? Chu Sheng promptly called Beige, knowing that the latter's influence could save considerable time. What do you need this for? I plan to embark on an adventure live stream at a haunted house to see if any ghostly ladies are engaging in spectral activities at night. On the other end of the line, Beige fell silent, aware that this individual intended to brush off the matter casually. However, due to Shuang, he unconditionally supported him. Expect a package in the next few days, Beige assured him, and just as he was about to hang up, he hesitated and asked, Is Shuang doing all right over there? Rest assured, her condition has shown slight improvement. When I go to the research center for testing soon, I'll bring her to show you. Then I can rest easy. After hanging up, Chu Sheng allowed Shuang to play on the PS5 beside him while he focused his thoughts and returned to the other world. Tiffany, I have devised a slight plan. The giant elf maiden's beautiful eyes glimmered with curiosity. How could she have spoken of solutions just moments ago, and now there was already one? Alas, while Chu Sheng experiences the passage of time in the real world, everything remains utterly still in this fantastical realm. Your Majesty, are there any creatures surrounding the Elven Forest that emit warnings in the face of danger or anomalies? Tiffany blinked thoughtfully before responding. There exists a bird known as the Ding-Dong Kuan. Upon sighting any unfamiliar creature, it ascends into the sky, emitting a shrill cry that can be heard for miles. And this Ding-Dong Kuan, does it have any particular preferences? They are fond of the scent of heather and often build their nests in heather trees. Fond of the scent of heather? Chu Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of marvelous avian creature could have such peculiar tastes? Despite his surprise, he had already conceived a method to establish a biological defense perimeter. By transplanting a large circle of heather trees around the outer fortress of the Elven Forest, he could attract numerous ding-dong kuns and disperse other nearby creatures, thus forming a rudimentary barrier. While this level of defense may not be entirely effective, considering the potential for other small animals to wander in and cause misjudgments, the subsequent formation of a magical array would be of paramount importance. With a serious expression, Chu Sheng turned to Tiffany and stated, Your Majesty, I would like you to teach me how to arrange a large magical array. He meticulously shared his ideas for the defensive formation with Tiffany and the present Xianoya, who both expressed their agreement. However, after a moment, Tiffany gently shook her head. I apologize, child. Though I am a 9th-tier archmage, I am not skilled in magical arrays. There is an elder who has devoted her life to this craft. I shall have Xianoya escort you to meet her. Xianoya, glancing curiously, inquired, Mother, are you referring to Elder Valen? Indeed. After departing from Tiffany's abode, Chu Sheng followed Xianoya to the elder's residence. Along the way, his curiosity got the better of him. Xianoya, I noticed a peculiar glint in your eye when you mentioned that elder. Is there something unusual about her? Upon broaching this topic, the giant elf maiden paused. Chuckling slightly as she explained, There is nothing amiss. It is simply that Elder Valen looks a bit different from the other elves. Different in what way? Chu Sheng probed, intrigued. Could it be that she was unattractive? Given the genetic heritage and innate advantages of the elven race, even those with average looks would not be commonplace, let alone anyone deemed ugly. At least, in his time spent in the Elven Forest, he had yet to encounter any ordinary-looking elf maidens. Well, to put it simply, Elder Valen is rather petite. She might not even reach your chest height. Xianoya advised with a hint of amusement. Because of this, Elder Valen has a somewhat peculiar temperament, so when you meet her, please refrain from mentioning her height. Chu Sheng was taken aback. There were indeed lowly elf maidens in the Elven Forest? His curiosity diminished significantly. He had initially assumed she would be akin to Tiffany, a mature figure, but instead found she was a legal lowly. This was not particularly good news for one who steadfastly believed in the grandeur of the party. In fact, in the inception of his plan, Chu Sheng had intended to bury several tons of explosives around the Elven Forest fortress, ensuring that intruders would not return. However, The presence of various peculiar creatures alongside the elves could lead to unintended casualties. The elf maidens regarded all the forest's animals as beloved children of the goddess of life, which led Chu Sheng to abandon that approach. It was wiser to first learn how to set up magical arrays. Following Xianoya, they arrived at a small courtyard encircled by towering trees, adorned at the entrance with a myriad of vibrant flowers. Xianoya gently knocked on the wooden door, and the colorful petals swayed in the breeze, as if welcoming the guests. "Elder Valen, it is I, Xianoya. Come in. The door is unlocked." A youthful voice, tinged with a hint of age, resonated from within. Xianoya pushed open the wooden door, and Chu Sheng followed closely behind, stepping into a scene of surprising beauty. The exterior appeared to be a modest tree house, yet inside unfolded a vast garden, filled with exotic flowers, their delicate fragrances wafting through the air, while butterflies and birds flitted about as if from a painted canvas. They walked along a winding path for several dozen meters until they reached a gazebo constructed of vines. In the center sat a diminutive figure with vibrant red hair, clad in a deep crimson mage's robe trimmed with golden lace, her hood framing her striking locks that cascaded into two large pigtails on either side. A fleeting glance revealed that beneath her robe lay intricate, snow-white patterns etched upon her abdomen, collarbone, and thighs, mysterious magical glyphs that seemed to form a subtle array. Chu Sheng could not help but nod inwardly. This was indeed the most formidable master of arrays in the elven forest, who had inscribed magical formations upon her very skin. The petite figure turned to face them, her emerald green eyes scrutinizing Chu Sheng with a discerning gaze. Suddenly, he felt a slight sting, reminiscent of a faint touch from the divine. The lowly elf maiden withdrew her gaze, and the magical glimmer in her eyes flickered momentarily. With her arms crossed and a leg casually propped up, she regarded Xianoya with a composed demeanor. "Xianoya, what brings you here today?" "Elder Valen, this is Chu Sheng. He seeks your guidance in arranging magical arrays." "I am aware of him. Many elves privately refer to him as the savior of our elven forest." With a gentle wave of her petite hand, Elder Valen signaled for Xianoya to take her leave. She nodded in understanding. Elder Valen preferred working without an audience. Casting an encouraging glance at Chu Sheng, Xianoya gradually departed. In an instant, the gazebo became a space for just the two of them, where an awkward silence enveloped the air. Chu Sheng scratched his head. This lowly elf maiden appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, yet her eyes held a depth of wisdom that seemed unfathomable. He felt an odd impression that she might be even older than Tiffany. Though he was not adept at conversing with women, he felt he could manage if she were an elder. From his spatial magic device, he retrieved a crystal the size of an egg, one of the unutilized gems previously bestowed upon him by Bei Ge. Aside from the larger piece he had already gifted to the elven forest, this was the largest remaining crystal. "Elder Valen, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." To his surprise, Valen pouted and held her hand up, blocking the crystal. "You may spare me this gift." Chu Sheng was bewildered. Does Elder Valen not fancy it?" "Quite the contrary, I adore it. Such exquisite source stones are invaluable to high-tier mages, yet." Elder Valen paused, her tone shifting. "Gifts and costs are often reciprocal. Such a precious item is beyond what I could repay." "Elder Valen, you misunderstand. I merely wish to learn the arrangement of magical arrays to better assist the elven forest in defending against intrusions. Furthermore, you need not feel any burden. Whatever knowledge I gain is solely my own merit, so please do not worry." "Young one, are you certain it is as simple as that?" Valen still did not accept the crystal, her expression adorned with a playful curiosity. "Indeed, it is as simple as that, and—" Chu Sheng paused slightly. "Moreover, I have long heard that Elder Wei Lin is one of the only 3 8th-tier holy mages in the elven forest, unmatched in the realm of formations. Just the opportunity to be acquainted with an elder such as yourself is worth far more than a piece of source stone. You, young one, are quite the silver-tongued. I imagine many elves in the elven forest have been thoroughly ensnared by your charms, haven't they?" Wei Lin raised her nose haughtily. Though her words were not particularly courteous, her expression betrayed her delight in the compliments. "Elder Wei Lin, have you agreed?" Chu Sheng cautiously inquired as he noticed her taking the crystal away. "I suppose so. Regardless of how one views this transaction, it is undoubtedly a great gain for us. Would it not be foolish to decline?" "Splendid." Chu Sheng rubbed his hands together. "Then, Elder Wei Lin, where shall we begin?" "There is no rush regarding the magic formations. I have a few minor inquiries to make first. Rest assured, I shall speak candidly." Wei Lin shook her head, her eyes gradually shimmering with a golden glow. My patience is rather thin. I will directly employ mind magic to read your thoughts. Should you have any doubts, simply ponder them in your mind, and I shall respond directly. You do not mind, do you? Wei Lin gazed at Chu Sheng with a hint of teasing, seemingly eager to gauge his courage. Of course, I do not mind. Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, though his heart was filled with shock. What kind of attribute does the mind magic that can read others' thoughts belong to? Xian Nua, you had never mentioned it to him. Wei Lin's tone was languid, and without uttering any incantations, she simply regarded Chu Sheng with her golden-tinged eyes. With a faint smile that held profound implications, she spoke teasingly. Chu Sheng's eyes widened in an instant, his heart racing. He never anticipated mind magic to be so formidable. Chapter 49. The test. Wei Lin unabashedly answered the thoughts that resided in Chu Sheng's mind, her tone playful and provocative, showing no hint of embarrassment. It seemed to her that since she had read Chu Sheng's thoughts, it was only fair to respond truthfully as a form of compensation. Chu Sheng's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain. Despite his efforts to conceal it, he could not escape Wei Lin's keen perception. One need not possess mind magic to discern what this junior was thinking about disrespectfully. Indeed, upon reading Chu Sheng's thoughts, Wei Lin's brows furrowed into an angry frown. Her cheeks puffed up, adopting a demeanor that was incongruous with her youthful appearance. Junior, I truly apologize for not growing to the height you prefer. Wei Lin glared with large, indignant eyes, saying through clenched teeth. However, to judge me solely by my appearance as someone lacking charm, and thus unworthy of your interest, do you not think that is rather rude? I apologize, Elder Wei Lin, it was not my intention. Chu Sheng offered a half-hearted apology. After all, being branded a steadfast believer in larger forms, it was only natural to feel a moment's rebuttal when accused of an interest in petite figures. Elder Wei Lin, I believe that a woman's beauty need not be solely reflected in her exterior. True beauty lies in inner grace. Enough, enough. There is no need for your explanation. Wei Lin waved her hand dismissively, her petite figure rising from her seat, the fragrance of flowers accompanying her as she approached Chu Sheng. It has been over 1,000 years since I revealed my true appearance, and today, let this impudent junior witness it in full. She pouted like a petulant child, her skin marked with deep crimson runes that glimmered faintly. In the next moment, the runes seemed to come alive, slithering across her porcelain skin like ethereal serpents. A resplendent white holy light erupted, causing Chu Sheng to instinctively avert his gaze. Elder Wei Lin, so you too. Towering above 2 meters, she eclipsed the soft light filtering into the pavilion, momentarily draining the colors from the blossoms in the garden. Without the need for mind magic, I can discern your thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the enchanting elven maiden transformed, her nose raised high in triumph, resembling a victorious schoolchild. Who would have thought that Elder Wei Lin could alter her size at will? Moreover, after her transformation, she appeared so much to his liking. As Chu Sheng stood there, awestruck, Wei Lin let out a playful hum and spoke again. Do not dwell on it. Her expression was teasing and triumphant, clearly relishing the admiration and fascination that Chu Sheng exhibited. How dare you underestimate me? My beauty rivals that of Tiffany. Chu Sheng's secret thoughts were exposed, yet he felt little embarrassment. After all, he had indeed imagined Wei Lin as a leading lady in some narrative. It is only human nature. What gives you the notion that you would be that character? Though I have never visited the Eastern continent and am uncertain of its existence, I do not believe it harbors any magical prodigies. After finishing her statement, she swiftly conjured a glass orb, one that Chu Sheng had distributed to the patrolling elven soldiers. These spatial magic artifacts are indeed fascinating. But did you truly craft them all yourself? In Wei Lin's understanding, there may indeed be hidden masters of space and time magic in this world. Yet to wield such intricate skills at merely the 4th tier is utterly absurd. The magical aptitude of the elven race is unparalleled among all races, and even the most exceptional among elves, Xianuaya, could not achieve such a feat. Those elves outside sing your praises to the heavens. Are you truly a prodigy? Or is there someone else behind the curtain? Of course. Chu Sheng was about to respond, but suddenly realized something and promptly closed his mouth. According to Wei Lin, she possessed mind magic capable of reading his thoughts. Why then had she posed 2 questions consecutively? Would it not be simpler to read his mind directly? Could it be her mind magic only accesses thoughts related to herself? The more he pondered, the more he felt his speculation was correct. As long as he thought of things unrelated to Wei Lin, she would be unable to read them. Otherwise, If she could read all thoughts unconditionally, such mind magic would surely be classified as forbidden by the Mage Association. With this realization, Chu Sheng felt considerably more composed. Raising his gaze to meet her triumphant eyes, conjuring thoughts about Wei Lin in his mind. Are you suggesting that I am ignorant? As expected, Wei Lin did not inquire further, but instead articulated Chu Sheng's inner thoughts directly. What? You wish to prove something to me? Wei Lin's interest was piqued. This mysterious human from the eastern continent had ignited her playful spirit. She had lingered in this garden for far too long. So long that many of the newly born kin were unaware of her existence as an elder. Chapter 50. Wei Lin's research, a streak of light. Akin to a shooting star, emanated from Wei Lin's smooth forehead, accompanied by profound magical fluctuations. The light swiftly entered Chu Sheng's brow, bringing with it a refreshing and exhilarating sensation. Wei Lin's emerald-like eyes widened, deep as the ocean, as she read various pieces of information from Chu Sheng in a wondrous manner. Chu Sheng felt no embarrassment. After all, he was rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of this magical aptitude testing and knew little of the precise mechanics involved. When Xia Nuo Ye had taught him magic, she had only discerned the attributes of the magical energy he could wield, not delving into other aspects. While they were still in the territory of Marquis Peter, Xia Nuo Ye had mentioned that upon returning to the Elven Forest, she would conduct a comprehensive test for Chu Sheng. It now appeared that Tiffany had directed him to seek out Wei Lin to learn about magic formations. Not only for Wei Lin's expertise in formations, but also to assist Chu Sheng in a more detailed assessment of his magical aptitude. Regarding this matter, Chu Sheng had once been a diligent worker, and his physique was not as it is now. However, after undergoing enhancements from orc drops, he had transformed, appearing as though he had been training for years, with firm muscles that fit snugly in clothes and appeared well-defined without them. No protein powder was needed. It was all pure cumin. No, the magical energy testing has already concluded. It seems that the discussions among the elves outside are by no means exaggerated. Rather, they merely scratch the surface of the reality. At this moment, although Valen appeared to be calm on the surface, her inner turmoil was akin to a raging storm. Through her mental perception, she could see each individual's magical aptitude manifesting as a grand tree sprouting from their heart. The thicker the trunk, the stronger the person's magical foundation and the more stable their mental energy. The more branches it bore, the greater the variety of magical attributes they could wield, indicating a higher potential. Xianoya, hailed as the strongest prodigy in the history of the Elven Forest, could manipulate 7 distinct attributes of magic. From Valen's perspective, that tree had 7 branches and countless twigs, comparable to the tree of life itself. It was only upon witnessing Chu Sheng's magical tree that Valen realized the truth in what had been said. Indeed, she had been woefully uninformed. Chu Sheng's magical tree stood robust like the tree of life, with 9 grand branches stretching toward the boundless sky, and faintly, more new branches seemed poised to emerge. Was this man from the eastern continent a reincarnation of some deity? Valen suppressed the tumultuous waves within her heart. No wonder he was regarded as the hope and savior of the Elven Forest. He was truly extraordinary. This being, akin to a nascent divine entity, also served as a remarkable subject for her magical research. My dear Junior, your talent is the most formidable I have ever encountered in my lifetime, without exception. It is my honor to teach you the intricacies of magical formations. Valen's tone was solemn and earnest, but in the next moment, she shifted her words, leaving Chu Sheng in a state of discomfort. Valen Elder, your research. Chu Sheng began, interrupted by the gentle afternoon breeze wafting through the pavilion. I never anticipated that in my lifetime, I would encounter such pure magic. It seems my research can advance further. Chu Sheng mused, glancing at the joy radiating from Valen. Upon hearing this, Valen's pointed ears twitched slightly, and a knowing smile graced her face. It is true that I am uncertain of the proper course of action. Yet your thoughts have conveyed to me your desires. Rest assured, dear Junior, I shall not allow you to suffer losses. With a flick of her thought, several beautiful yellow birds flew into the garden, delivering exquisite, ancient scrolls into Chu Sheng's hands. I will inscribe all the concepts of magical formations onto these scrolls for your day and night study. Is that agreeable? Chu Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Valen had chosen not to articulate his unspoken thoughts, which seemed to indicate the lifting of her mental magic. His gaze fell upon the magical scrolls in his hands, enveloped in a faint aura, as if invisible hands were cradling them. 5-year formation, 3-year simulation. How to become a formation master. Magical formations, from beginner to expert. Chu Sheng was taken aback. As he opened the scrolls, the first three were indeed foundational texts for novice formation practitioners. But what was the fourth scroll? Was it possible that light novels existed in this otherworldly realm as well? Junior, you must study these theoretical scrolls thoroughly, and then I shall personally teach you the live formations. So, Valen Elder enjoys such narratives. Valen's gaze flickered over as she noticed Chu Sheng examining a scroll adorned with peculiar markings, piqued with interest. Stop, stop, stop! Valen exclaimed, leaping up from her seat. Her mature and alluring visage flushed with embarrassment. Her ears reddened as she summoned wind magic, swiftly snatching the scroll from Chu Sheng's grasp. This was left here by many previous elves, and I have never laid eyes on it. Forget this matter. Valen clutched the scroll tightly, her shy yet fierce gaze fixed upon him. As if Chu Sheng dared utter a word of dissent, she would unleash her fury. Wait, wasn't I just reading 5-year formation, 3-year simulation? Why is your face so red, Valen Elder? Chu Sheng struggled to suppress a grin, feigning ignorance to alleviate the tension. To ease the awkwardness, he pretended to browse through the other scrolls and began to study earnestly. 5-year formation, 3-year simulation. The path of magical formations is intricate and diverse. Akin to the game of Go, the primary move, the brilliant move, and the mundane move cannot surpass the simple act of raising one's hand. For it is far more beneficial to be diligent in questioning and seeking guidance than to toil alone in research. As Chu Sheng flipped through the introduction, he was astonished to find that the incantations of the magical formations were not fully visible. The initial words were relatively clear, while the rest appeared obscured, as if shrouded in a haze that rendered them indecipherable to the naked eye. Valen Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why can I not see these formation incantations? Chu Sheng inquired, perplexed. Logically, he should have been able to communicate directly with magical energy and comprehend the various languages and scripts of this otherworldly realm. At this moment, Valen's face had lost much of its previous hue, and her tall, perfect figure reverted back to the petite appearance of the beginning. She patiently explained, the reason is quite simple. Your current magical rank is still too low, and your mental energy cannot yet bear the information contained within this scroll. Once you break through to the 5th rank, you will naturally be able to see it. Without reaching the 5th rank in magical proficiency, even if one comprehended the principles of magical formations, the strength of their magical energy would be insufficient to support the construction of the formations. Then it seems I must first strive to break through to the 5th rank, Chu Sheng murmured. Currently, he was a mid-level 4th rank mage, not far from becoming a high-level 5th rank mage. With time before the orc army truly arrived, he should have ample opportunity to advance to the 5th rank and set up numerous space and time magical formations. Very well, once you have mastered these scrolls, return to me. Thank you, Valen Elder. Wait. Valen rose, a swirl of vibrant magical energy coalescing in her small hand. Junior, extend your hand to me. Chu Sheng, uncertain, complied and extended his hand. Valen's delicate fingertips swiftly inscribed magical formation patterns onto his palm. As the patterns interconnected, a luminous glow blossomed from his hand. This is a magical formation used for sound transmission, allowing me to contact you at any time. Should I require samples, I shall notify you using this, Valen explained, gently enclosing Chu Sheng's hand within hers. Chu Sheng nodded. This was akin to a mobile device in this otherworldly realm. Chapter 52. Derived attributes Valen Elder as your disciple. Are there any precautions I should heed? We elves do not adhere to the rigid conventions of humanity. Valen huffed. You may do as you please. As long as you believe it is acceptable, there is no need for excessive deference towards me. After all, the elven forest relies on you. Is that so? Chu Sheng nodded, acknowledging the notion that it was not about strict adherence, but rather a form of unrestrained freedom. However, this arrangement was quite agreeable, devoid of cumbersome formalities. He bade farewell to Valen and retraced his steps back to his treehouse. Inside the room, Xianoya sat gracefully on the bed, seemingly in meditation, cultivating her magical energy. Chu Sheng intended to avoid disturbing her, yet upon approaching, he realized that there were no magical fluctuations surrounding Xianoya at all. Ah, so she has fallen asleep. Chu Sheng found it amusing. During his time in this otherworldly realm, the entire elven forest had been under a tense state of vigilance. As a princess and the primary target of their enemies, Xianoya must have been under immense pressure. Chu Sheng gently lifted the Great Spirit Lady, carefully placing her on the bed and tucking her in. Rest well, Shenyuoya. Wait, am I asleep? The Great Spirit Lady propped herself up, a hint of confusion lingering on her face. Shan Yuoya vaguely recalled her intention to practice, but somewhere along the way, her consciousness had become increasingly hazy. It's all right to rest. Missing a day of practice won't matter. Chu Sheng affectionately stroked the Great Spirit Lady's head. No, I don't feel particularly tired. Shan Yuoya shook her head, her voice laced with curiosity. For some reason, over the past 2 days, I found myself daydreaming frequently, and I've been sleeping much longer than usual. This was never the case before. Reflecting on her recent days, the Great Spirit Lady realized she had developed a habit of napping, often sleeping until nearly noon. Strangely, she had also been dreaming the same dream repeatedly. The specifics of the dream eluded her memory, but she faintly recalled seeing a figure strikingly similar to herself. Could it be my fault? Chu Sheng's expression turned concerned. He assumed Shan Yuoya's unusual behavior stemmed from her previous exhaustion due to his relentless efforts. Not really. Perhaps I've just been under a bit of stress lately. Shan Yuoya dismissed the thought and chose not to dwell on it. As a magician, her mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, and she logically should not feel fatigue due to lack of sleep. Illness was out of the question. With the existence of the life tree, the elven race had never suffered from sickness. There were no clinics in the entire elven forest. By the way, Chu Sheng, how did your discussion with Elder Weilin go? Shan Yuoya looked up at him, knowing that Elder Weilin would surely be more than willing to assist. After all, she understood her man well. A being capable of controlling all 9 elemental attributes was simply irresistible to any high-ranking magician. Of course, it was a success. Speaking of this, Chu Sheng recalled Elder Weilin's ability to read his thoughts through a mental spell, prompting him to ask curiously, Shan Yuoya, what kind of spell did Elder Weilin use on me earlier? It allowed her to access all my thoughts about her. According to what the Great Spirit Lady had previously mentioned in the cave, nearly all magic in the world was governed by various elemental attributes, often revealing tangible energy. However, mental magic contradicted typical magical principles, as Chu Sheng had not even seen Weilin chant any incantation. It was a type of spell distinct from elemental magic. Upon discussing this topic, Shan Yuoya became more talkative, as though transported back to their previous time in the cave. When I told you there are only 9 types of magical attributes, that statement was not entirely accurate. After days apart, the Great Spirit Lady resumed her role as a mentor in magic. After all, her rank was still 1 tier above Chu Sheng's, and she saw it as an opportunity to impart her knowledge. The 9 attributes were actually referred to as primal attributes, forming the foundational essence of all elemental magic. Beyond these foundations existed various derivative and fusion attributes. As she spoke, Shan Yuoya led Chu Sheng to the courtyard outside the treehouse. She summoned the magical energy in the air, grasped her wooden staff, and began to chant, Goddess of the frozen abyss, I thank you for bestowing upon me the power to encase that raging heat in ice. As Shan Yuoya softly chanted, a light blue magical aura radiated from her staff. Above the courtyard, dark clouds began to gather at a height of several meters, and ice shards, each the size of a palm, fell like rain. The ice rain froze everything it touched, and upon closer inspection, a chill rushed forth. Behold, this is the derivative attribute of the water element, ice magic. Chu Sheng nodded. He had previously witnessed Tiffany use this technique to freeze several 7th-tier experts into ice sculptures. Compared to Tiffany's ice magic, Shan Yuoya's seemed somewhat juvenile. She lowered her staff, and the ice rain vanished in an instant. Derivative attributes are born from a primal attribute through mutation and development. They cannot be perceived in the air and must be mastered through special training. As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured a glimmer of light in her palm, a hue unlike any other elemental magic. In her delicate hand lay a piece of ice crystal, a tidal wave, a flame of spirit, a sand dune, a magnetic field, a miniature sun, and an object resembling a black hole. The confidence that Chu Sheng had once shattered returned to her face, bolstered by the 7 derivative attributes in her palm. Look. This is the tidal attribute derived from wind, the spirit flame attribute from fire, the sand attribute from earth, and the magnetic attribute derived from lightning, along with the light attribute born from life and the dark attribute evolved from death. The more Shan Yuoya spoke, the wider her smile became. Her reputation as the strongest genius in the history of the Elven Forest was not merely due to her control over 7 primal attributes, but rather her ability to derive new attributes from each one. This was the true strength of the Great Spirit Lady. Observing Chu Sheng's stunned expression, a sense of pride swelled within her. The attributes she had cultivated over many years could not possibly be matched by even the most talented individual in a short time, could they? with a playful smirk. The Great Spirit Lady resembled a proud Jack Russell Terrier. Will I win? Chapter 53. Shen Yuoya's melancholy, however. The little confidence Shen Yuoya had managed to regain was destined to be crushed beneath Chu Sheng's audacity. Derivative attributes, indeed. Chu Sheng spread his palm, revealing all 9 magical attributes, and instinctively began to communicate with the magical elements in the air. After several seconds had passed, he still could not perceive the ice, sand, tidal, and other attributes Shen Yuoya had mentioned. It seemed that derivative attributes could indeed only be comprehended and birthed through diligent practice. How about it? Can't perceive them, right? Shen Yuoya watched closely as Chu Sheng's palm displayed various magical attributes, noting his furrowed brow, which seemed to signal immense concentration without any change in his magical energy. Humph. Derivative attributes are just that. They weren't discovered today. An inexperienced magician, without the guidance of a master of derivative attributes, could hardly hope to comprehend them. Oh. Grasping derivative attributes isn't particularly difficult. Let me teach you. The Great Spirit Lady's lips curled into a small smirk, relishing the rare moment of superiority over Chu Sheng. However, before she could finish her thought, she was met with an astonishing sight. Chu Sheng's palm, aside from time and space, began to visibly transform the other magical attributes at an astonishing rate. The water element solidified into ice, the earth element metamorphosed into sand, and the lightning element transmuted into magnetism. All 7 elements birthed their derivative attributes. Shen Yuoya's mouth gaped wide in disbelief, so exaggerated that even Chu Sheng could not fill the gap. Isn't this the derivative attributes I comprehended? Chu Sheng scratched his head, pondering aloud. It seems my magical energy mimicked the magic you just released, transforming entirely into derivative attributes. To be honest, Chu Sheng felt somewhat bewildered. After realizing he could not sense any derivative attributes, he opted for a different approach. Since he couldn't perceive them in the air, wasn't Shen Yuoya's hand a perfect template to replicate? After a single thought, the magical attributes in his palm appeared to understand his intent, slowly beginning to derive. It was akin to awakening a dormant power. Regrettably, Shen Yuoya did not possess the attributes of space and time. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would have been curious to see what those 2 attributes could evolve into. Cause and effect, destiny, or perhaps some form of rule. You truly. I find myself at a loss for words. Shen Yuoya stood there, frozen in disbelief, as the derivative attributes she had painstakingly comprehended over the years were effortlessly mastered by Chu Sheng. Is there no justice in this world? Such terrifying talent. If her mother were to learn of it, would likely exclaim that this child must not be allowed to leave the elven forest. Fortunately, you chose the elven forest. Chose me and my mother. Otherwise, with your gifts, the leaders of various races would surely be kept awake at night, filled with anxiety. Shen Yuoya couldn't help but feel pleased with her discernment. After all, if Chu Sheng was formidable, it reflected on her own prowess. Wait, it seems my magic power has yet to fully derive. It is beginning to merge. Shen Yuoya suddenly glanced at the palm of Chu Sheng's hand, where she observed the initial droplet of water element merging with some earth elements. Ultimately, a brand new green attribute of magical power was born, and a small sapling began to sprout. That was what attribute magic. Chu Sheng, perplexed by the phenomenon, turned to ask Shen Yuoya, is this the fusion attribute you mentioned earlier? However, when he turned, he discovered that the great elf lady was not beside him. Instead, she sat in a desolate corner by the roadside, her back reflecting sorrow and despondency. Shen Yuoya, what troubles you? Chu Sheng approached with a puzzled expression, gently patting the great elf lady's shoulder. Shen Yuoya slowly turned her head, her gaze imbued with unprecedented melancholy. I am truly sorry for not allowing Lord Chu Sheng to unleash his full potential. Chapter 54. The Divine Oracle Descends. Without a moment's sorrow for Shen Yuoya's despair, the battlefield was approached by multiple fusion attributes. In the palm of Chu Sheng's hand appeared several differently colored attributes. There was wood attribute from the fusion of water and earth, lava attribute from fire and earth, and gold attribute from earth and lightning, among others. Every few seconds, a new fusion attribute emerged, leaving Shen Yuoya utterly pale. Chu Sheng, are you truly human? Shen Yuoya initially believed she had sufficiently grasped his gifts, only to find that she had gravely underestimated him. The elven race was renowned for its unparalleled magical talent, while humans were ordinarily mediocre. How could such a monster arise among them? With a resigned sigh, Shen Yuoya allowed her water and earth attributes to merge, presenting them to Chu Sheng. I initially intended to teach you about the fusion of attributes, but it appears entirely unnecessary now. This is indeed not a difficult task. Chu Sheng had merely engaged in simple communication with the magical powers, prompting them to attempt a fusion. He had not anticipated the emergence of fusion attributes. It seemed his magical cultivation was entirely distinct from that of the beings in this other world. Aren't you curious about Elder Velen's mental magic? I possess something similar as well. As soon as Shen Yuoya finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a faint glow, directed straight at Chu Sheng. Instantly, Chu Sheng felt dizzy, a nauseating sensation washing over him, akin to the discomfort of being close to someone who had labored all day in the fields. Shen Yuoya, what spell is this? The great elf lady retracted the light from her eyes and smiled. This is a form of mental attack spell, operating on principles akin to Elder Velen's mental magic. It solidifies mental energy to a certain degree, directly impacting the enemy's soul, making it utterly unavoidable. Chu Sheng shook his head, taking a moment to recover from the nausea. He vaguely recalled that on the night Tiffany had knocked on his door, she had employed a similar mental spell, albeit one that was not aggressive but rather suggestive, coaxing him to lower his defenses and confront his true self. Shen Yuoya, is there a magical scroll for this mental spell that one can learn? Chu Sheng inquired with great interest. If he could master such spells, he could operate more covertly in the real world. Unfortunately, Shen Yuoya shook her head. There is no such thing. Each individual's mental power is unique, and the effects one can achieve depend entirely on personal insight. Typically, a standard magician only grasps this at the 6th tier, and I have only just touched the threshold. I see. Then I now understand what my mental magic is. The great elf lady asked curiously, what is it? Have you forgotten? I told you before. Did you? Chu Sheng cleared his throat, speaking with utmost seriousness, indeed. Shen Yuoya rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking how ridiculous he was. Far away, in the capital of the Holy Ronia Empire, the handsome face of the 5th prince appeared somewhat sullen, coldly dismissing all servants and attendants. He placed a crystal-clear glass orb on the table, and with a surge of magical energy, the orb reflected a tall figure. Your Holiness, those rats have failed. What should we do next? On the other side of the orb, the view was dim, but a woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders and adorned with a triple crown could be vaguely seen. Do not worry. Her voice was magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority that only those accustomed to power could possess. From her tone alone, one could envision a noble and mature female leader. The Supreme Will has delivered the latest oracle. Henceforth, there is no need to target the elven princess. The 5th prince hastily inquired, Your Holiness, what kind of oracle is it? The woman paused for a moment, then recounted in a solemn and epic manner. The immortal life shall wither. My loyal followers may reveal their brilliance. This was not the common tongue of the continent, but an ancient language used by followers to communicate with their deities in ancient times, known as the divine language. For the royal members of the Holy Ronia Empire, this was a fundamental subject learned from childhood. The 5th prince naturally understood the oracle, and his previously agitated gaze brightened instantly. Thank you, Your Holiness. I understand what I must do. Though his heart was filled with unease and tension, it was overshadowed by excitement and euphoria. Since the Supreme Will had delivered an oracle, it indicated that the elven forest was in dire peril. He no longer needed to expend great effort to eliminate Shen Yuoya. Instead, he could unleash his ambitions. A smirk crept onto the 5th prince's lips. It was time to embrace the glory that belonged to him. Chapter 55. I shall not hoard alone. As night fell, the Nullen Castle, where the 5th prince resided, was ablaze with light. Numerous armored knights guarded every entrance with vigilance, and within the castle, grand and opulent carriages were stationed, attesting to the illustrious status of the guests. In the banquet hall, many high-ranking individuals from the empire exchanged toasts and merriment. On the dance floor, men and women embraced and danced to the rousing music, yet most of the men were not accompanied by their wives. They might be with their wives' friends, or even their superiors' mistresses. However, in the castle's most secretive chamber, a strikingly different scene unfolded. A dozen figures gathered around a large round table, each exuding a powerful presence and somber demeanor. Among them were senior clergy of the Holy Church, high-ranking military leaders, and formidable lords from the borders. Any one of them could cause the empire to tremble with a mere stomp of their foot. The 5th prince sat at the head of the table, gazing at those steadfastly aligned with him, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Bishop Connice, the assassins you recommended have failed. The elven princess remains unharmed. The white-haired elder named Connice did not shy away from responsibility, responding calmly, "Your Highness, this indeed falls upon me. I misjudged their capabilities. I recall you previously guaranteeing that organization had never suffered defeat." A middle-aged man in armor, seemingly a military leader, mocked with a sneer. "Everyone makes mistakes. Surely Commander Ferris understands this principle." Ferris, lost in his thoughts, chuckled to himself. Could it be that every time that organization fails a mission, they secretly eliminate the employer, hence acquiring a reputation of never failing? Enough. The fifth prince forcefully struck the table, coldly halting the argument between the two. "I invited you all here not for internal strife, but to discuss a matter of utmost importance that concerns us all." Upon hearing this, everyone present straightened their backs, their spirits lifted, aware that significant news was imminent. With a grand gesture, the fifth prince summoned several scrolls, enveloped in magical energy, which were distributed to each individual. The moment they received the scrolls, they instinctively began to peruse the contents, their expressions a mixture of surprise, concern, fear, and excitement. Silence enveloped the room, creating a palpable tension. Calmly seated, the fifth prince allowed his uncle's outburst to settle before finally speaking. "Have you all finished reading? This is the reason I summoned you tonight." Peter, Roberts, Maxis. "Yes, Your Highness." The three marquises from the border responded in unison, having come to the imperial capital under the pretense of an audience with the emperor, only to find themselves here first. Many were still unaware that they had all joined the fifth prince's faction. Starting tomorrow, all territories bordering the elven forest will be sealed off, forbidding any elf from leaving. Additionally, gather over half of the main forces in your territories. Ready to heed my commands? Understood. The three marquises rose to accept their orders, but were interrupted by a middle-aged man clad in royal attire. "Your Highness, please wait." Rising slowly, the man, possessing a rugged yet handsome visage resembling the fifth prince, was his uncle, a member of the Imperial Council. No one present could rival his standing. "Uncle, please speak." The middle-aged man placed down the scroll, looking directly into the fifth prince's eyes. "Your Highness, do you understand the consequences of such actions should they fail? Of course, I am aware I will be executed, and all of you will face the same fate, implicating your entire families. Knowing that, you still dare to proceed." The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Surrounding the elven forest and even allying with the orc army is a grave sin against the alliance of our races. If the Emperor or any other non-human nation learns of this, we will all perish. The others sat uneasily, cognizant that the plan outlined in the scroll would lead them into damnation. Yet, if successful, they could ascend as heroes of the new era. The fifth prince calmly allowed his uncle to vent for a while before raising his hand. Suddenly, all the lights in the room extinguished, and he stood from his seat, striving to appear imposing in the darkness. "Uncle, I understand your concerns, but do not forget the purpose of our gathering. This day will inevitably come." The fifth prince's gaze swept over the assembly like a hawk, continuing unhurriedly. "How many among you have been forced to remain in your current positions for various reasons? Bishop Connice, at over 100 years old, you still have yet to see the Archbishop's shadow. Commander Ferris, despite your numerous accolades for the Empire, you still find yourself beneath many. Even you, Uncle, as His Majesty's own brother, have only managed to become a council member. As the leader of this faction, the fifth prince was acutely aware of what everyone desired most. The reason they were willing to gamble on his risky venture boiled down to two possibilities. Either they were discontent with their current standings, yearning to ascend, or they sought to gain some advantage by riding the wave. The fifth prince cared not which category they fell into. He would endeavor to fill their mouths with benefits. "Everyone, look into my eyes," he bellowed with all his might, compelling the assembly to focus. "We are not here to commit treason against the Empire or undermine the alliance of our races. Rather, we seek to rectify the decaying institutions of the Ronia Empire, necessitating a thorough cleansing." At this point, the fifth prince paused momentarily, allowing the tension in the room to reach its zenith before continuing. "You should all be aware that the founder of our empire, Frederick I, once stated, 'The night of struggle may be brief, yet its glory endures eternally.'" The fifth prince stepped beside his uncle, his tone earnest and sincere. "Please trust me. This glory, I, Neo Bigloss Frederick, shall not hoard for myself." Following his somewhat uninspiring speech, the crowd's eyes reflected a myriad of thoughts. The silence persisted for several minutes until the highest-ranking middle-aged man finally raised his hand. "I am in favor," with the endorsement of a high-ranking figure. The others soon followed suit. "I support this. I too am in favor." As the clock struck midnight, all guests had departed, leaving only the fifth prince and his uncle in the hidden chamber. "Your Highness, you must have more to conceal from them, do you not?" In response to his uncle's inquiry, the fifth prince revealed no secrets. "You are indeed perceptive, uncle. The reason I dare to formulate such a plan is that I have received the latest oracle from the Pope." Upon hearing the term oracle, the middle-aged man became intrigued and eagerly pressed for details. The fifth prince relayed the entirety of the oracle delivered by the female pope, causing the uncle's restless heart to finally find solace. "I see," he murmured, initially believing the fifth prince's orders stemmed from a lack of prospects in the succession struggle, intending to disrupt the situation entirely. After all, launching an attack on any race or nation within the alliance could provoke a coalition of retaliatory forces. Furthermore, each notable race was backed by deities, far beyond the reach of mundane power. While minor skirmishes might be overlooked by the divine, a full-scale military incursion would invite retribution more catastrophic than natural disasters. However, the current oracle indicated that a mortal life was soon to wither. The meaning was unmistakable. The middle-aged man refocused, standing to pat the fifth prince on the shoulder in encouragement. "Your Highness, since you have embraced the inevitable tide, then wield your ambition freely." The divine contest between gods was shrouded in mystery and peril. Any misstep could reshape the continent's destiny. The fifth prince gazed out the window, watching the stars of life gradually dim in the night sky. Was the long-standing order of thousands of years finally poised for a reshuffle? He dared not hope for too much, merely wishing to carve out a domain for himself amidst the impending chaos, watching the turmoil with a smirk. Meanwhile, in the most mysterious and concealed corner of the continent, the headquarters of the assassin organization, the Shadow Guild, lay shrouded in darkness. Within, a dozen eerie figures sat in silence, their presence chilling and terrifying. Had they not revealed themselves, even the keenest of minds could not discern their existence. An 8th-tier assassin, along with 10 7th-tier, have all failed? One figure, seemingly the leader, spoke, his form cloaked in a shroud of death, his voice echoing like a lament from the depths of hell. 11. Your men have botched the mission. I need not remind you of the organization's rules, do I? The man known as 11 slowly emerged from a wisp of ghostly fire, responding respectfully. Rest assured, Number 1, I will not allow the organization's reputation to be tarnished. A total of 13 enigmatic assassins were present, each possessing 9th-tier strength, which was precisely why the Shadow Guild was heralded as the premier assassin organization on the continent. Their strength is sufficient to crush some relatively weaker nations. Moreover, the Shadow Guild places greater importance on its reputation than on sheer power. No commission is permitted to fail. Should an assassination attempt falter, even if the employer refuses to pay extra afterward, they will dispatch stronger assassins to fulfill the task. The notion of eliminating the employer upon failure is nothing but a baseless rumor. Now, who do you intend to assign for this mission? Number 11 remained silent, lightly waving his right hand, causing the door to swing open. A cloaked assassin entered, bowing to the assembled 9th-tier powers. Dark Moon, this commission is now your responsibility. Ensure its completion. Number 11 presented a confidential scroll to the assassin, who accepted it with both hands and perused its contents momentarily, her expression shifting dramatically behind the veil. Her slender silhouette, form-fitting attire, and the flash of her vibrant red lips confirmed her identity as a female assassin. Understood, Dark Moon will not disappoint you, esteemed ones. Once this graceful figure departed, the figure clad in black at the 9th seat cast a knowing glance at Number 11. Ah. To send Dark Moon to assassinate her own kin, you truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Ah. She believes her identity is well concealed, unaware that such tricks are merely remnants of our past amusement. Number 11 once again melded into the ghostly flames, his voice emerging from the inferno. If she can indeed eliminate the elven princess, only then will she qualify as one of us. Should she fail, it would serve to rid the organization of a potentially treacherous route. The figures, shrouded in darkness, remained silent, seemingly in accord with Number 11's dual-purpose strategy. One by one, they vanished, as if they had never been present. After the female assassin left the Shadow Guild headquarters, she traversed mountains and rivers, journeying over 1,000 miles to arrive at a somewhat dilapidated town. A few guards stood scattered atop the city walls, their defenses appearing rather rudimentary. Strangely, all the guards were female, possessing sun-kissed skin, each tall and striking. Upon entering the town, the female assassin finally halted her hurried pace and shed her black cloak. Her short golden hair gleamed with vitality, and her teal eyes, paired with pointed ears, unmistakably revealed her elven lineage. Her sun-kissed skin radiated health and wildness, while her alluring figure, accentuated by a cool, form-fitting ensemble, stirred the most primal instincts in males. The streets were somewhat desolate, with only a few passers-by now and then. Yet they too shared the same tall stature, pointed ears, and healthy, sun-kissed skin. The elven assassin, known as Dark Moon, hurried towards the town center and soon reached a grand estate reminiscent of a lord's mansion. "I'm back." Dark Moon pushed open the grand door, drawing the attention of two other graceful figures within. "Guess what task I've received?" "Oh, what mission could make our dear Milra so jubilant?" The short-haired elven assassin, whose true name was Rudmara, was known as Dark Moon within the Shadow Guild. Lostar, placing down her spellbook, regarded Rudmara with a gentle and affectionate gaze, akin to that of a caring older sister. Her golden hair cascaded to her peach-shaped posterior, with bangs partially obscuring her right eye, while her left eye, a beautiful shade of brown akin to amber, sparkled. If Chu Sheng were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "A statistical anomaly." Rudmara, beaming with delight, declared, "Lostar, Babylon. My target this time is in the Elven Forest." At these words, the other two felt a flutter of emotion, distant memories resurfacing in their minds. Babylon paused her training, her crimson gold eyes losing their serious demeanor, now imbued with a touch of tenderness. "Is it truly the Elven Princess, Shania?" Rudmara hopped over to Babylon, her exuberance starkly contrasting with the dark nature of an assassin. "Shania," Babylon murmured to herself, searching her mind for memories of the Elven Princess while stretching her arms to ease the fatigue from her earlier exercises. Standing taller than Rudmara, her muscle tone was sleek and powerful, reminiscent of a graceful cheetah. "Ah, so it is that child," Shania Lostar, recalling the past, smiled and addressed the two. "I once cared for that child for a time. When we departed the Elven Forest, she hadn't even reached Rudmara's knee." "Really? Lostar was once Shania's caretaker? How enviable." Babylon lacked vivid memories of Shania, having devoted herself to training and combat for as long as she could remember. "So, do you truly intend to assassinate Shania?" "Impossible." Rudmara shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "We Dark Elves are still part of the Elven kin. How could we commit such an atrocity against our own kind?" Babylon nodded in agreement, affirming her resolve. "Indeed, although our ideologies differ, we were all birthed from the mother tree. Even in death, we must never turn our blades upon one another." With that, Babylon thrust a razor-sharp broadsword into the ground, resting her hands on the hilt, her tone serious and solemn. "I would add that if you ever entertain such thoughts, I would have no choice but to sever your legs right now." Rudmara playfully darted behind Lostar, peeking out. "Oh." Babylon still enjoys making such terrifying statements. Lostar closed her spellbook, speaking nonchalantly. "The Shadow Guild has assigned this task to Milra solely to gauge whether she is worthy of being considered one of us. Milra, since you do not intend to assassinate Shania, how do you plan to report back to the guild?" Rudmara's eyes darted around, unfazed. "Oh, I'll just stir up some commotion in the Elven Forest and pretend I went but failed. They dispatched an 8th tier and 10 7th-tier assassins, and they couldn't succeed. My failure would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it?" Lostar pondered the feasibility of this approach for a moment, acknowledging that it offered considerable leeway. "Milra, when you report back, it would be best if you appeared quite disheveled, perhaps with broken limbs." Upon hearing this, Babylon quietly offered, "Do you need my assistance?" Rudmara shook her head vigorously, her eyes darting towards the heavy sword embedded in the ground. "Are you genuinely offering help? It seems more like you wish for my demise. By the way, Milra, I've heard that a man from the Eastern Continent has recently arrived in the Elven Forest. You might want to discreetly engage with him while you're there." "What? A man in the Elven Forest?" Rudmara's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning how any male could ever be permitted entry. Could he possibly be from the Southern Liang? With this thought, Rudmara grew increasingly intrigued by the mission, eager to discover what manner of man could warrant such an exception in the Elven Forest. "Rudmara, if you encounter Eileen, please convey my apologies," Babylon stated, turning back to her training, lifting the immense weights as if they were mere toys. She harbored not the slightest interest in men. Only the exhilaration derived from self-improvement and strengthening her abilities could truly captivate her. "Xiaomi, if you happen to encounter Tiffany, please extend my regards to her." "Leave it to me." Rudmara confidently patted her chest, causing ripples of enthusiasm to surge around her. It had been an eternity since she departed from the Elven Forest. And to be candid, she longed to return and gaze upon it once more. Even a distant glimpse would suffice to satisfy her heart. Now, with a fitting reason at hand, the yearning for home flooded her soul. As for the men of the eastern continent, I am curious to see what strengths you possess. Time rewinds slightly. Outside the fortress of the elven forest, Chu Sheng whistled and sang merrily, rallying all the combat-ready elven maidens. Ladies, from this day forth, we establish the Elven Forest Legion, aptly named the Elven Self-Defense Force. Standing atop a height, Chu Sheng beheld the elven maidens below. Standing in perfect formation, and a surge of pride welled within him. His mind began to play the cheerful tune of Takagi's catchy song. In just a few short days, Aelin had trained these combatants to such a remarkable standard, proving her worth as a princess escort. Truly capable, the self-defense force comprised 2,000 members, divided into 3 main divisions: the Patrol Corps, the Warrior Corps, and the Mage Corps. The Patrol Corps was the smallest, with only 400 members, while the Warrior Corps had 600, and the remainder belonged to the Mage Corps. The elven race's innate magical talent was so high that cultivating martial energy here was somewhat seen as heretical. Within the self-defense force, there were 12 7th-tier warriors, 200 at 6th tier, and the rest ranged from 4th to 5th tier. This number, in the context of the ancient world, would barely suffice to defend even a moderately sized city, better than the brawls at the village entrance during the Warring States period of Sakura Island. However, with the superior equipment Chu Sheng provided, this modest 2,000 could likely outperform an equal number of orc warriors. Chu Sheng stood tall, surveying the assembly of elven maidens. The self-defense force is loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, but I am entrusted with full command. Remember, henceforth, you shall address me as general. Upon his declaration, 2,000 elven maidens simultaneously raised their AKs, their movements precise and harmonious. A thunderous cheer reverberated through the life-divine tree, echoing throughout the elven forest. Loyal, faithful. Chapter 58. Heartstrings. 2,000 elven maidens stood in formation, their gazes resolute and their postures proud, each one a paragon of the elven forest. Chu Sheng surveyed them, thoroughly satisfied with their spirited demeanor. These 2,000 would no longer partake in any daily production activities of the elven forest, but would instead dedicate themselves entirely to training and preparedness. This would inevitably increase the internal sustenance pressure on the elven forest, but fortunately, Chu Sheng had anticipated this. No resources to support the army? Then I shall import them. During the reign of the Great Sun on the peninsula, the economy thrived rapidly by importing from other elder brothers. Nicely termed as aid, but truthfully, it was merely seeking a handout. Chu Sheng could not bring himself to plead for assistance from other nations and races, especially since even the human realm seemed to have turned against them. Everything must rely on oneself. Thankfully, I am not lacking in funds. Chu Sheng had already dispatched experienced elven maidens to various countries with a shipment of glass orbs to trade for a substantial amount of gold coins. With money in hand, the necessary supplies for the army would soon arrive at the elven forest. At that point, he could stockpile ample resources, allowing them to withstand any siege by the orc army. Today, I have summoned you all to assign you a formidable task. Chu Sheng outlined the mission for the outermost defense line, and the elven maidens listened intently, not daring to be distracted. He assigned some to excavate sufficient numbers of stone heather trees within the elven forest fortress, others to transport them, and a third group to transplant them on the periphery. The elven race was not particularly adept at such laborious tasks, but with the orc army approaching, Chu Sheng had to rally all available manpower to get the job done. All troops advance. With Chu Sheng's command, all 2,000 elven maidens stowed their AKs into spatial magic devices and began to mobilize in an orderly fashion. Mages, follow me. Shinuya stood at the forefront of the Mage Corps, having been appointed the leader by Chu Sheng, and none dared question her authority. Warriors, heed my call. Aelin, facing the hundreds behind her, felt a flicker of trepidation but summoned her courage to issue commands. As Shinuya's guard, she had always played a supporting role, never imagining she would one day lead hundreds and become a figure of authority. When Chu Sheng initially confided this arrangement to her, Aelin had vehemently refused, displaying hesitation and resistance. Teacher Aelin, you wouldn't want me to find a new warrior instructor, would you? Upon hearing this, Aelin dared not refuse. Having finally eased the tension with Chu Sheng, she wished to avoid any further estrangement. Chu Sheng, standing atop the platform, watched Aelin lead her subordinates away, offering her an encouraging glance. Aelin, understanding his unspoken words, turned back to nod firmly, clenching her fist in a gesture of resolve. Chu Sheng had complete faith in the abilities of the dark-skinned elven maidens. What they lacked were merely opportunities for experience. The warrior corps comprised individuals older and more powerful than Aelin, yet the elven race, with their simple minds and pure faith, had no objections to Chu Sheng's arrangements. Thus, even with the young Aelin at the helm, they would not engage in any insubordinate actions, while the elves had their limitations. This aspect was a relief for Chu Sheng. He felt fortunate once again for his choice of the elven forest. Were he dealing with another race, he would have to expend considerable effort to guard against insubordination and a lack of morale. Avoiding an uprising would be a blessing. Patrol Corps, advance with me. The leader of the Patrol Corps was a relatively shorter elven maiden with short hair. Her demeanor was serious and icy, with 2 square long knives hanging at her waist, exuding the spirit of a heroine. This elven maiden, named Livell, was one of the few 7th-tier warriors in the self-defense force, excelling in agility and wind magic. She was a talent recommended by Shania, reputed to maneuver with ease even against 8th-tier warriors. Once all the elven maidens were mobilized, Chu Sheng leisurely proceeded along the route taken by the warrior corps towards the perimeter of the elven forest fortress. Upon arrival, Aelin directed the elven maidens to disperse along the fortress's outer edge, positioning one individual approximately every 300 meters. Chu Sheng's task for them was to plant 30 stone heather trees within those 300 meters. Though the elven forest was expansive, the central fortress's size was akin to that of a moderately sized county in the real world. This perimeter line composed of stone heather trees would stretch roughly 200 kilometers, providing a measure of protection to the central fortress. Boom, boom, boom soon. The sound of wheels resonated as large wooden transport vehicles laden with stone heather trees arrived at the perimeter. These vehicles were magically powered, comparable in size to substantial freight carriers in reality, capable of traversing distances in the blink of an eye. As the magical transport vehicles arrived, a chorus of chirping filled the air as a flock of yellow birds circled closer. Ugh, what a heavy scent. Don't you find this aroma rather intoxicating? A large quantity of stone heather trees was unloaded from the magical transport vehicles, and a strange, pungent odor began to permeate the air. Most of the elven maidens wrinkled their noses, while the birds above continued their joyful calls. The effect was rather remarkable. Not far away, Chu Sheng observed the delightful commotion of the birds drawn by the stone heather trees and nodded in satisfaction. This bird is scientifically known as the serpentine bird, and it is affectionately referred to as the ding-dong bird due to its crisp, melodious call. When faced with danger or any anomalies, these birds soar into the sky, emitting sharp warnings. The reason they seem indifferent to the elven maidens, Chu Sheng speculates, is likely because the maidens are born from the sacred tree, making them indistinguishable from the other trees in the forest in the eyes of these birds. Everyone commenced transplantation. With Aerlin's command, the elven maidens exerted themselves, digging deep holes in the earth. Those trained in magic merely needed to chant spells and effortlessly utilized earth-based magic. In contrast, those trained in martial arts could only wield large shovels, striking the ground vigorously. Chu Sheng observed a robust elven maiden, her shovel moving so swiftly that it left afterimages. Within 5 seconds, she excavated a pit several meters deep, an astonishing 6 shovels per second. As dusk approached, the transplantation of the stone pine trees progressed fervently. In just a few hours, over half of the perimeter had been claimed by the stone pines. Aerlin had labored tirelessly, and Chu Sheng held no disdain for her effort. Aerlin, can you hear me? Aerlin snapped back to reality, a hint of apology in her voice. I'm sorry, I was lost and thought, what were you thinking about? Not at all. Aerlin's pointed ears flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly explained, I was thinking about my teacher. Your teacher? Chu Sheng's interest piqued, realizing that Aerlin's teacher must be his own ancestor. As she spoke of this topic, a glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in Aerlin's eyes, conjuring the image of a figure with violet hair in her mind. The reason I hesitated when you appointed me as the captain was because I recalled her only someone like my teacher deserves to lead a brigade. I am utterly unworthy. Aerlin's tone grew somber, having feigned strength throughout the day to conceal her anxiety and confusion from the other elves. Now, before Chu Sheng, she chose to abandon her facade. Would you share what kind of person your teacher was? I've always dreamed of becoming someone like her. Aerlin spoke passionately, her words overflowing with admiration, her eyes bright and unmasked by the profound yearning within. Just from her description, Chu Sheng envisioned a valiant general, beloved by her people. Yet, he keenly sensed the crux of Aerlin's words and cast her a puzzled glance. Is there a dark elf race in the elven forest? I have never heard of such a thing. Have you seen any other black-skinned elves besides me in the elven forest? It seems I indeed have not. Chu Sheng's voice emerged laboriously, as he found it peculiar that throughout the entire elven forest, he had encountered only Erlin as a dark-skinned elven maiden. Initially, he assumed she was merely tanned, but now it appeared she was born this way. I am the last remaining dark elf of the elven forest. Inherently different from others, and what of your kin? I do not know, they may have committed some sin and left the elven forest when I was very young. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. As she spoke, Erlin's mood grew increasingly despondent, her fists clenching instinctively as painful childhood memories surged forth. She was bewildered by the reason for her kin's departure and why she had been abandoned. All the adults spoke of this matter in veiled tones, revealing nothing. As a child, her distinctive wheat-colored skin frequently attracted curious gazes. Although I was not bullied, I was, to some extent, ostracized. Thankfully, there was Princess Shinoya otherwise. I might still struggle to fit in today, Chu Sheng nodded, understanding why Erlin chose to become Shinoya's guard. It was not only a matter of friendship, but also a way for Erlin to repay Shinoya for her childhood kindness. It was likely that in Erlin's heart, Shinoya held a status akin to a cherished dream. In a world where all the other children had isolated her, Shinoya's assistance felt as significant as that of a hero. This story imparted a lesson. When seeking a partner, one ought to start from kindergarten. As Chu Sheng observed the troubled and melancholic dark-skinned elven maiden, a sudden idea struck him, something that could either comfort her or divert her attention. With this thought, Erlin's gaze became resolute. She had been searching for an opportunity to mend their rift with Chu Sheng, but had always hesitated to speak due to her shy nature. This time, however, she resolved to be brave. Chapter 59. The General's Kindness. The short-haired elven maiden, Livell, returned to her treehouse, her weary body dragging behind her. My shoulders ache. I never imagined planting trees could be so exhausting. At that moment, Livell craved nothing more than a hot bath followed by a deep slumber. As a 7th-tier warrior and the leader of the patrol brigade, she had exemplified what it meant to be a leader and a role model. Chu Sheng had assigned each elven maiden the task of planting 30 trees, yet after completing her own task, she had proactively assisted others, totaling nearly 100 trees. Livell prepared her bathwater and dove into the tub with a splash, savoring the hard-earned respite. After washing up, she collapsed onto her large bed. Ouch! Livell winced in pain. Something had been quietly hidden beneath her pillow, causing it to bulge. She lifted the pillow to find it was filled with gold coins. A hefty bag had been placed there, jingling with the sound of metal, at least 1,000 coins. Additionally, there was a high-quality source stone. In disbelief, Livell extracted a pure, transparent artificial crystal, nearly the size of an egg. As a 7th-tier powerhouse, she was acutely aware of the immense value of such a source stone, equivalent to her salary for over a century. Was this the reward General Chu Sheng had mentioned he would distribute today? Livell's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled Chu Sheng's earlier orders outside the fortress. General Chu Sheng had promised rewards, yet initially, the elven maidens had not taken it seriously. Given their long lifespans, they were less inclined than other races to pursue material wealth or fame. Moreover, as soldiers, obeying orders was their fundamental duty. As long as General Chu Sheng ensured their basic needs were met and did not withhold wages or benefits, the elven maidens were more than willing to follow his commands. However, Livell had never anticipated that the general would provide so generously. The sudden influx of wealth did not unsettle the short-haired elven maiden. Instead, she felt invigorated, her fatigue forgotten. Livell's gaze drifted toward the shovel she had left by the door, and a thought arose unbidden in her mind. Have I only planted 100 trees? Is that too little? Can I really only manage 6 shovels per second? With this contemplation, Livell's expression grew determined. She redressed, picked up her shovel, and pushed open the door. She resolved to plant another 100 trees. After all, how could she ever repay the general's kindness if she did not? Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Erlin, who held a small paper box in her hands. Captain Erlin, is there something you need at this late hour? The dark-skinned elven maiden presented the box to Livell, smiling as she said, "This is a treat from General Chu Sheng for all of us. He said we need to replenish our energy after a day's labor." Livell instinctively accepted the box and gently opened the lid. A mouth-watering aroma wafted towards her. Inside the box lay a dish unlike anything the elven maidens had ever seen. 2 bread-like pieces sandwiching lettuce, meat patties, and an array of colorful sauces. Instantly, Livell's throat began to salivate. She had already dined and felt little hunger, but upon catching the alluring aroma of spices, her stomach betrayed her with an insistent rumble. There was no resisting the delectable allure of culinary artistry that far surpassed the simple palate of a delicate sprite. What was this dish? General Chu remarked that it was a common delicacy from the eastern continent, seemingly called hanbao. Hanbao. Livel raised the burger, parting her soft, rosy lips to take a gentle bite, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. How could something be so delicious? The sweet, crisp lettuce and the tender, juicy patty paired with the soft, textured bread created an exquisite symphony of flavors that seemed to caress her taste buds. How is it? Is it delicious? How Chi Livel, typically composed and capable, found herself nearly overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Her limbs felt as if guided by an unseen force, urging her to leap with joy. She devoured the burger in mere bites, reluctantly licking her lips, and without uttering a word, she picked up her shovel and strode outside. Aylin was taken aback by Livel's sudden movement and hurried to follow. Captain Livel, are you heading out to work at this late hour? The dark-skinned sprite was perplexed. Livel had already planted over 100 heather trees during the day. Shouldn't she be resting and recuperating? Indeed, Livel turned back, her tone serious and resolute. I believe 100 trees are insufficient to express my loyalty to the general. 6 shovels per second may be my physical limit, but certainly not the limit of my loyalty. Not only was he handsome, approachable, and devoid of any arrogance, but he also generously rewarded each subordinate with substantial bonuses. And afterward, he would thoughtfully bring local delicacies as a reward. How could such a warm-hearted leader not be adored by his soldiers? Indeed, the other sprites were right. General Chu was the savior of our sprite forest. Livel silently vowed that should anyone dare to speak ill of the general, she would wield her twin daggers to ensure they understood the weight of loyalty. The short-haired sprite confidently set off, only to suddenly turn back after a brief distance. Aylin, have you not had a chance to bathe? Ah yes, why? As a 7th-tier powerhouse, her sense of smell was exceptionally acute. Yet, Livel remained silent, her figure already vanishing into the dark forest. Chapter 60. Chu Sheng's Fury General, Your Highness the Princess, I have urgent news to report. Outside the door, Aylin knocked forcefully, her voice tinged with urgency and anxiety. 10 seconds later, Chu Sheng emerged with an air of calm. What is it, Aylin? Is there an emergency? Aylin suppressed her unease and spoke rapidly. An orc army has been spotted on the southern border of the Sprite Forest. An orc army? In the south? Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the south the territory of the human kingdom? How could an orc army cross through there? Remaining composed, he continued to inquire. How many are there? No less than 3,000, with several 7th-tier powerhouses among them. 3,000, with 7th-tier powerhouses? Chu Sheng pondered. Such a sizable orc army would undoubtedly encounter heavy defenses upon crossing any nation's border. How had they silently circled to the rear of the Sprite Forest? Either the human army had been completely annihilated by the orcs, or the human kingdom had abandoned all pretense and was actively aiding the orcs in concealing their movements. After a mere second of contemplation, Chu Sheng dismissed the first possibility. If there had truly been a battle at the border, the presence of the enemy would have been detected much earlier in the Sprite Forest. Indeed, the Holy Ronya Empire was not to be underestimated. Aylin, immediately fire the emergency signal. Aylin nodded, retrieving a signal flare from her spatial magic tool and shooting a blue flare into the sky. Bang! A dazzling light erupted above the Sprite Forest, and those who saw it began to summon their companions and prepare. This was the first-level alert signal of the Sprite Forest. All members of the self-defense unit hurried toward the fortress entrance, while Chu Sheng, accompanied by Shen Yuoya and Aylin, made their way to Tiffany's residence. Your Highness, you are likely a primary target for the enemy. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from going to the front lines this time? Aylin grasped Shen Yuoya's hand with concern. Although each self-defense unit member was equipped with a complete set of defensive spatial magic tools, the orc army's ferocity and numbers posed a significant risk of unexpected casualties. Aylin had already experienced a lapse in protection while seeking aid from the human kingdom. She did not want to place Shen Yuoya in danger again. Your Highness, why are you silent? No. As a princess, how could I allow my fellow kin to fight in the front while I hide for my own safety? Your Highness. But there is no but. With Chu Sheng's magic tool present, Aylin, you need not worry. The two, anxious yet resolute, followed Chu Sheng to Her Majesty the Queen's treehouse. Upon entering, they found the usually composed and regal elven queen wearing a troubled expression. Chu Sheng immediately informed her of the orc army's appearance at the border and expressed his desire for Tiffany to intervene. According to reports from the front, the orc army numbered only 3,000, with their strongest commander merely at the 7th tier. If Tiffany, a ninth-tier Imperial magician, were to intervene, defeating them would be as effortless as dispatching chicks. Even without Tiffany, sending a few 8th-tier holy magicians would suffice to ensure victory. This was the source of Chu Sheng's unshakable confidence. I am afraid I cannot intervene this time. As for the reason, Tiffany's voice was somber, and an immense wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the entire realm of the Sprite Forest. In the next moment, a real-time map of the Sprite Forest, drawn by magic, appeared before them. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. The capabilities of a 9th-tier Imperial magician were indeed remarkable. With this real-time map, it was akin to playing a strategy game with a god's eye perspective, allowing them to clearly see every move of the enemy. On the map, a swarm of tiny red dots clustered at the southern border of the Sprite Forest, likely representing the invading orc army. All eyes in the room turned towards the northern edge of the map, their expressions grave, having understood Tiffany's earlier words. For there, in the northern expanse, loomed 2 enormous red skulls. From the energy fluctuations, they seemed to be no less than 9th-tier powerhouses. As you can see, 2 9th-tier powerhouses have emerged among the orc army to the north. I will take all the elders to confront them. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng felt a weight in his heart. It appeared this attack was not merely a test. It was clearly a well-prepared assault. The human kingdom had betrayed their alliance, conspiring with the Orc Empire to execute a dual pincer strategy. The northern front was to be held by the Orcs' elite powerhouses to restrain the main fighting force of the Sprite Forest, while the southern front would launch a surprise attack. It was likely that behind the 3,000 Orc warriors lay even more reinforcements, possibly including soldiers from the human kingdom. This was no ordinary enemy. Decisive action was imperative. Chu Sheng's fist clenched instinctively, and he turned his gaze to the steadfast Tiffany. Your Majesty, leave the southern orc army to me. I assure you they will not return. As for the northern confrontation, Chu Sheng was not overly concerned. He had previously visited the northern border, where Tiffany had left behind a formidable chasm with her 9th-tier spells, effectively preventing the orc army from advancing. The orcs' 9th-tier powerhouses would likely hesitate to act, as they would be flanked by their own tens of thousands of troops. In a real battle, they would surely suffer greater losses among their own soldiers. Let you all experience the modern military's dimensional strike, Chu Sheng murmured to himself, contemplating acquiring heavy machine guns and landmines from Dora Beeg. Ideally, he sought anti-tank weaponry. Should Beeg's authority prove inadequate, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Shui Ying's aunt. Chapter 61. What do you want? Chu Sheng meticulously observed the movements of the orc army on the map, noting their steady advance towards the central fortress. As he scrutinized the orc army's route, he discovered a narrow valley situated 50 miles ahead of the enemy. Surrounded by a continuous range of mountains, this was the only passage into the elven forest, necessitating a detour of several hundred miles otherwise. Aelin, can the self-defense squad reach this valley before the orc army? Chu Sheng inquired, pointing to the orc army's inevitable route on the map. Without hesitation, the dark-skinned elf replied, of course. Given our familiarity with the forest environment, we can arrive at least half an hour ahead of the orc forces. Excellent. Relay the orders. Full military deployment. With the advantageous terrain in their possession, Chu Sheng's confidence in this ambush surged. He set a modest goal, 0 casualties. After all, every elf in the self-defense squad was like a wing to him. Losing even one would cause him great sorrow. Regrettably, his current magical level was insufficient. Otherwise, he would create a return teleportation device for each elf. Anytime they sustain lethal damage, they could be instantly transported back to the life tree for healing and then return once restored. Akin to the bizarre plateaus in the world of the red-haired emperor, he envisioned that even if the orc army were numerous, they could be gradually exhausted by the presence of the spring water. With that thought, Chu Sheng's mind shifted back to reality. He needed to allocate some time to procure weapons and landmines, and afterward, allow the weapons to undergo a few days of replication in the critical room. There was no need to rush. Brother Chu Sheng, why are you buying so many hamburgers? Beside him, the petite girl blinked her adorable eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. They had spent the morning playing Monster Torture, Wilderness, and now, Chu Sheng had taken Shui Ying outside for a culinary adventure. Faced with a series of food stalls from which they had previously only been able to smell the delicious aromas, Shui Ying found herself in a quandary. Wanting to try everything: pizza, hot pot, seafood, pork belly chicken, snail noodles, hamburgers. She craved them all. Ultimately, Chu Sheng randomly pointed to a hamburger shop, intending to treat the self-defense squad's elves as well. To prevent Xue Ying from transforming into a voracious warrior, he chose not to go to Walaishi, but instead opted for Taisai Hall. Nothing much, just preparing for the new year to return home, packing some hamburgers for the neighbors and friends in the countryside. Chu Sheng replied with a smile. After he ordered 2,000 hamburgers, the cashier was left utterly astonished and promptly closed the shop. Now, the expansive establishment was solely occupied by Chu Sheng and Xue Ying. Xue Ying, in a few days, during the new year, would you like to accompany me back home? Chu Sheng infused warmth into the last hamburger on the table, gently stroking the head of the petite girl with a smile. Wherever my brother Chu Sheng goes, I shall follow. Xue Ying mumbled, cheeks stuffed with food. Observing her innocent expression, Chu Sheng suspected that she had no real understanding of what home meant. After all, for someone who had spent their entire life in a cramped research center, the concept of a hometown was likely foreign. Burp, I'm full. Xue Ying patted her slightly bulging belly, having nearly polished off the extravagant four-person meal by herself. Brother Chu Sheng, should we head straight home, or go somewhere else? She gazed at him with sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. For her, the happiest moments in recent years were these 2 days spent with Chu Sheng. She yearned to explore more places with him and create lasting memories. Where would you like to go? Chu Sheng held her delicate hand, channeling a bit of fire element magic into her, restoring some color to her pale complexion. I don't know. Xue Ying blinked a few times and then suggested, I'd like to go to the arcade to play video games. Is that okay? Due to her innate coldness, she had previously played games that could be paused at any moment to prevent damaging the electronic devices. Now, with Chu Sheng by her side, she wanted to try all the games she had seen on her phone. Certainly, let's go. Chu Sheng had initially thought she would prefer places like amusement parks or aquariums, given her childlike innocence. However, he now realized that the petite girl had a much greater interest in video games. It seemed she was on her way to becoming a budding gaming enthusiast. But first, let us buy some clothes. Okay, I'm fine with anything. Xue Ying readily agreed. Delighted to be with Chu Sheng, regardless of the destination, they ascended to the second floor of the mall, making their way to the women's clothing store. Xue Ying had tea-bathed the previous night because she lacked a change of clothes, as she would be staying at Chu Sheng's home long-term. It was wise to prepare more. Before shopping, Chu Sheng remembered to attend to business and called Beeg. Beeg, when you have a moment, could you exchange some gold for me? I need to buy clothes and games for your cousin. On the other end, Beeg responded with great generosity. I'll transfer 3 to 5 million to you shortly. Just remember to replenish the gold when you have the chance. After Chu Sheng agreed to help care for Xue Ying, Beeg became increasingly attentive to his requests. Xue Ying's and adored her, and as long as Chu Sheng could facilitate her recovery, Beeg would gain more influence within the research center. Come on, my friend, 3 to 5 million ISNT, even a fraction of what I desire. How much are you aiming to sell? Not much, just a few tons. On the other end of the line, Beeg was momentarily speechless, perhaps startled by Chu Sheng's audacity. After a while, he finally spoke. This may be tricky for me, but come by when you have the time, and I'll introduce you to some professionals. Chu Sheng wasn't too surprised. The professionals Beeg referred to were likely individuals from the Supernatural Human Research Center, possibly Xue Ying's director aunt or someone higher up. He didn't see refuse. After all, his capabilities thus far posed little threat to society, and he was confident they wouldn't trouble him. He was, after all, a 5-star legal citizen. As for which law that was, do not inquire. Sure, but I need to return home for the new year first. After the holidays, I'll come to see you, and you can witness how well Xue Ying has recovered. With Chu Sheng's assurance, Beeg felt significantly reassured. Do you have any other requests? Just let me know if I can assist. I want a heavy machine gun and an anti-tank mine. What do you want? Chapter 62, Reflections. A heavy machine gun and an anti-tank mine. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's repeated request, Beeg sensed that this individual was not jesting. Are you planning to become a mercenary? Just a while ago, you asked for a thermal imaging telescope, and now it's escalated to heavy machine guns and landmines. Are you going to ask for Fat Man and Little Boy next? Noticing Beeg's hesitance, Chu Sheng immediately reassured him. Rest assured, I merely intend to collect them. I will absolutely not create any troublesome situations for you. Just send the thermal imaging lens to the little house we rented abroad. I promise not to bring it back home. This time, Beeg remained silent longer than before, until Xue Ying, waiting nearby, became bored enough to yawn. Finally, he spoke slowly. Do you urgently need these items? Quite urgently. I will try my best to procure them for you. But you must guarantee that Xue Ying is indeed improving. Absolutely. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng felt considerably uplifted. with both him and Brother Bei joining forces. How could they possibly face a worthy adversary? A mere horde of orcs would soon learn what it meant to be a despicable foreigner. Chu Sheng, have you finished your call? On the roadside, Shuang patiently awaited, her adorable demeanor contrasting sharply with her tall stature, captivating the attention of countless passers-by. Chu Sheng tucked his phone away and approached to fasten her buttons and straighten her clothing. Shuang relished the warmth of being cared for, indifferent to the bustling crowd around them, nestling her head on Chu Sheng's shoulder, reluctant to part. As for what clothes to buy, Shuang had no particular demands. After all, for her, clothing had primarily served the purpose of decoration and modesty over the years. Chu Sheng, lacking expertise in fashion, simply chose the most visually appealing items. However, Shuang's extraordinary height posed a challenge. After trying on over 100 garments, they found fewer than 10 that fit properly. The salesgirl, overwhelmed, decided to bring out all the women's clothing that matched her size. This one, and this one. All of them? No. Pack everything else. After more than an hour of shopping, they amassed 12 tops, 9 pairs of pants, 13 pairs of shoes, and 8 sets of sleepwear. When it came time to purchase undergarments, the selection dwindled even further. If this young lady requires it, we can expedite a custom order for you. Chu Sheng, let us hurry to the arcade. Shuang, resembling an unspoiled child, excitedly tugged at Chu Sheng to head toward the gaming center. He took his time, first seeking a secluded corner devoid of onlookers and cameras, where he stored all the bags of clothes and shoes in his spatial magic device. Not bothering to hide this from Shuang, he assumed she wouldn't be surprised, given her own extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the arcade, Chu Sheng exchanged for 100 game tokens while Shuang stood nearby, mesmerized by the array of games. All right, which one do you want to play first? Chu Sheng asked with a gentle smile, making an effort to clear the space around her to shield her from the cold. I want to try them all. Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes, once again finding herself in a dilemma, ultimately leaving the decision to Chu Sheng. Let us go. I'll teach you how to dance on the dance machine. Taking Shuang's delicate hand, he led her to the dance machine, and they chose a timeless pop song. As the music played, Chu Sheng guided Shuang step by step, teaching her the beats and movements. Initially awkward, she quickly became adept at following the on-screen prompts after just a couple of songs. Watching her joyful expression, a smile crept onto Chu Sheng's face, evoking a nostalgic illusion of returning to his carefree university days, when he felt no pressure or burdens, believing he could conquer the world after graduation. It was only upon entering society that he realized the challenges of earning a living. Chu Sheng had once danced playfully on that very machine with another girl. Suddenly recalled to the present, he noticed several curious eyes fixated on Shuang. Ahem, Shuang, are you tired from dancing? Shall we try something else? Although their relationship had yet to be officially defined, Chu Sheng unconsciously regarded her as his little girlfriend. They spent the remainder of their time racing cars, shooting hoops, playing electronic pool, and crafting homemade cotton candy. Yet, as nightfall approached, he reluctantly led the reluctant Shuang away. Hey, Chu Sheng, you're smiling so foolishly. All right, when we get home, I'll set up a gaming room for you to enjoy. Yay! Shuang bounced with joy, and Chu Sheng's spirits soared alongside her, their energy seemingly boundless. Initially, he had intended to introduce Shenyuoya as his girlfriend to his parents upon returning home, but now it seemed Shuang would take precedence. He couldn't help but wonder how his parents would react upon learning he had several partners, most of whom were centuries older than them. Chapter 63. A new approach. As Chu Sheng strolled home, hand in hand with Shuang, he deliberately chose to walk rather than take a taxi, allowing her to savor the joys of their outing. However, upon entering the upscale residential area, an inexplicable sensation gripped him, a feeling of being watched. Who is it? Abruptly turning his head, he attempted to expose the follower, but found nothing. Chu Sheng, what's wrong? Shuang blinked her bright eyes, tugging gently at his sleeve with a hint of confusion. Chu Sheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he extended his mental energy, covering the entire neighborhood, scanning every nook and cranny. He sensed hundreds of rats in the sewer, but could not detect the watcher. It's nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken, he muttered, shaking his head, though he was convinced he had not been wrong about the presence he felt. As they continued on their way, a pool of crimson blood lay quietly writhing in the shadows of an alleyway around the corner. Moments later, a woman with short, purplish hair and refined features, aged yet elegant, exhaled in relief. That was close. This sophisticated woman gently patted her chest, feeling a weight lift from her. When Chu Sheng had turned to look, she sensed a formidable aura sweeping over her. Fortunately, her quick thinking had allowed her to conceal herself in the pool of blood, or else she would have surely been caught. To her surprise, someone had dared to purchase that house, and the buyer was shrouded in mystery. The woman's elongated eyes locked onto Chu Sheng in the distance, as if attempting to uncover the secrets he held. She had only stepped away briefly. Yet the property had changed hands so rapidly. It seemed she would need to invest more time. Upon returning home, Chu Sheng immediately enchanted every entrance with a protective magic spell, including doors, windows, ventilation openings, and even air conditioning pipes. If anyone were to breach their sanctity, he would know through the disappearance of the magic. Planning to return to his hometown the next day, he aimed to leave everything in order. While washing up, a gentle knock echoed from outside the bathroom. Chu Sheng Gij. Shuang? Chu Sheng paused, his soapy hands halting as he looked perplexed. Is there something you need to discuss? I'll be done shortly. Ahem. Shuang, why do you feel compelled to assist me? My cousin said I shouldn't cause trouble for Chu Sheng Gij and should help him with anything he needs. Whatever the request, I should do my best. Feeling she might be misunderstood, Shuang quickly added, Today, not only did you treat me to delicious food, but you also played video games with me all day. If it's too much trouble, I understand. Listening to her soft, sweet voice, Chu Sheng found it impossible to refuse. Click, ahem. Shuang. I suddenly thought of a new method to help alleviate your condition. Indeed, Chu Sheng endeavored to suppress his mischievous thoughts, formulating a strategy to address her chill. The reason he could assist Shuang in managing her coldness was due to the fire element magic within him. Initially, he had considered teaching her to harness magic for self-healing, but quickly realized that magic was a phenomenon exclusive to otherworldly realms. It simply did not exist in the air of reality. Taking Shuang to that other world was out of the question, as even Kuan couldn't access it, let alone a human. However, unlike magic, fighting spirit from the other world could be developed without special environmental conditions. This energy stemmed from one's own vitality and could potentially be cultivated by Shuang. This method might indeed prove effective, not only enhancing your physical abilities, but also freeing you from relying on my warmth. Brother Chu Sheng, have I done something wrong that makes you dislike me? Chapter 64. Contrast not at all. Why would you think that? Upon seeing Shuang's aggrieved expression, Chu Sheng felt momentarily at a loss. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How could it change so drastically? Then why did you say you didn't want me to depend on you? Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. It's not as if you could follow me everywhere. Clinging to me for 24 hours a day, could you? No, is that not allowed? Shuang clasped her hands tightly on her pristine legs, the towel she wore showing subtle signs of loosening. I have never experienced such warmth throughout my life. I am grateful to have met you, Brother Chu Sheng, in the final years of my life. Without you, I might have died alone in a warm chamber, instead of feeling this bittersweet sense of loss. Shuang murmured continuously, her eyes silently reddening, melting Chu Sheng's heart. Oh, the women around me, why do they all turn teary at the slightest provocation? Chu Sheng took Shuang's hands to offer some comfort. It's my fault. If I had never met you, perhaps I would not have become so capricious. Wanting to cling to you must be quite bothersome, right? I have no intention of sending you away. What if I told you I possess a method to extend your life and significantly improve your condition? When the day comes that you return to a normal life, will you still wish to stay with me? Shuang fell into deep thought upon hearing Chu Sheng's counter-question. A way to extend my life. After a few seconds, she looked up earnestly, her gaze resolute and determined. If I ever become a normal person, I still want to live with you, Brother Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was somewhat moved by the innocence Shuang displayed. Perhaps she was too simple-minded to grasp the weight of her words. But Chu Sheng understood all too well. I apologize, Beige, but in front of others, I shall call you uncle. Privately, we remain as father and daughter. I do not wish to leave Shuang, yet the process of improving your body must continue. He gently ruffled Shuang's light blue hair and smiled. I never said that once you are better, I would not take you in. However, we may have to part ways temporarily due to various circumstances. Teaching you this new method is also to ensure that when I am not by your side, you will feel better. Only after Chu Sheng clarified did the look of grievance vanish from Shuang's eyes. So Brother Chu Sheng did not intend to send her away. Chu Sheng felt an odd sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of when he first met Xiang Nuya in the cave. Both were so understanding. Did I perhaps save the blue star in my previous life? Well then, no need for apologies. Let us make a pact, Shuang. After you recover, will you agree to continue being with me? Yes, I am willing. Shuang replied joyfully, nodding vigorously. Brother Chu Sheng, why did you close your eyes? Chu Sheng's face flushed as he pulled Shui Ying's small hand and gently nudged her outside. To ensure Shui Ying's comfort, he had heated the water to nearly 100 degrees, preventing it from cooling too quickly after just a few minutes. For an ordinary person, they would have been scalded into a crisp by now. However, with Chu Sheng's body fortified by beastly power and protected by fighting energy, he had no such worries. Shui Ying, you should refrain from browsing strange things online in the future. It's best to delete your browsing history afterward. Shui Ying returned to her innocent demeanor, appearing like a completely different person. Chu Sheng shook his head, surprised that there would come a day he misjudged her. Shui Ying, try to perceive the vital energy I will send you shortly and see if you can learn it. With that, Chu Sheng took hold of one of Shui Ying's hands and gradually released a strand of fighting energy for her to sense. This was similar to how Eileen had taught him before. As for whether she could learn it, that depended on Shui Ying herself. Chapter 65. Returning home overnight, Brother Chu Sheng. Is this the fighting energy you mentioned? Chu Sheng felt uncertain as he sensed Shui Ying and regrettably discovered that this faint life energy did not fully belong to her. Although it resided at the center of her being, it was nurtured by Chu Sheng's own vitality. Though it is not entirely hers, I can sense a glimmer of progress. Chu Sheng keenly noticed Shui Ying's body beginning to exhibit slight recovery. Her temperature gradually rose from several degrees below zero to just below freezing. All right, Shui Ying. Even when I am not by your side, you will be able to maintain a normal body temperature for a while. Chu Sheng felt a bit tired. Yet he could not help but feel joy for Shui Ying at the positive outcome. Although Shui Ying could not yet generate her own life energy, in a sense, she had become Chu Sheng's vitality power bank. Chu Sheng could store a certain amount of energy within her, allowing her to return to a normal state. And when the energy was depleted, he could replenish it again. Conversely, if Chu Sheng's energy ran low, he could draw some from Shui Ying. An idea struck him, and he immediately retrieved a leaf from the Tree of Life from his spatial magic device. The last time Chu Sheng's arm was severed, this divine leaf had enabled his limb to regenerate. Come, Shui Ying, lie down on the leaf and see. Shui Ying blinked, unsure of the purpose but obediently lay down. As she did, the leaf seemed to possess a wisdom of its own, gradually wrapping around her. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng did not sense any life energy emanating from the leaf. Nor did Shui Ying's condition show any improvement. Is it ineffective? It seems this object has become no different from an ordinary leaf in the real world. Chu Sheng sighed in disappointment, helping Shui Ying up and storing the leaf away before leading her to change into some clothes. She donned a set of fuzzy pajamas adorned with cat ears, and Chu Sheng thought she would look incredibly cute, which indeed proved true. Suddenly, a faint ripple of mental energy surged into his mind, causing Chu Sheng to stiffen and rush outside to investigate. One of the magical seals he had placed at an entrance had been triggered. Without delay, he began to meticulously check each location. BZZZ, the phone in the room rang, and as Shui Ying reached for it, the call quickly ended. Curious, she glanced at the call log and discovered it was from a contact labeled Mom. As she swiped the screen to return to the main interface, she inadvertently opened the browser. Shui Ying, remember to delete your browsing history. Chu Sheng's reminder flashed through her mind, and as if possessed, she clicked on Chu Sheng's browsing history, searching for certain intriguing websites. Just a quick look. Brother Chu Sheng shouldn't mind, right? Shui Ying noted down the peculiar names Chu Sheng had saved and returned the phone to its place. Then, she swiftly burrowed back under the covers and began searching on her own phone. So this is what Brother Chu Sheng enjoys. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had thoroughly checked all his seals but found nothing suspicious. Perhaps whatever had intended to sneak in was frightened off by the vigorous energy emanating from him. No wonder the house was so cheap. It truly harbored some strange occurrences. If an ordinary person encountered such bizarre situations, they would likely move out on the spot. Yet Chu Sheng remained unfazed, almost hoping for the intruder to reveal itself. He was eager to see what kind of monster dared to wreak havoc in his domain. Returning to the room, Shui Ying poked her head out from under the covers, reminding him, Brother Chu Sheng, your mother just called. You should check it out. My mother called. Chu Sheng picked up his phone and returned the call to his mother. It was a rare half-hour conversation, mostly filled with his mother's one-sided admonitions. After hanging up, Chu Sheng turned to Shui Ying, who was nestled in the blankets, and said, Pack your clothes. We are heading back to our hometown now. So suddenly? Chu Sheng nodded. The primary purpose of his mother's call was to inform him that tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and tonight every household in the village would visit the temple in the mountains to pay their respects. In previous years, This task was always handled by Chu Sheng's father, so he never had to get involved. However, upon hearing that her son was bringing his girlfriend home, his mother excitedly insisted that Chu Sheng return immediately to properly host his future daughter-in-law. Chapter 66. The original owner of the villa, the two quickly packed some new clothes into a suitcase and headed downstairs. Chu Sheng's hometown was not far from the villa. A half-hour ride in a taxi would suffice. However, he planned to buy some gifts to honor his parents first. In the car, Shuang leaned against Chu Sheng's shoulder, nervously asking, "Chu Sheng, do you think your uncle and aunt will like me?" "Don't worry, my parents are very easygoing. With your beauty and charm, who wouldn't adore you?" "I hope so." Shuang still harbored a slight concern. She was no longer worried about her appearance, and her body temperature issues had improved, allowing her to interact without fear. She lifted her head from Chu Sheng's shoulder and asked, "Should I get some gifts for your uncle and aunt since it's my first time meeting them?" Chu Sheng smiled and nodded, "Of course. While gifts are not the most important, it is essential to express our intentions." Since graduating and starting work, he hadn't bought his parents much, and now that he was well off, it was time to make amends. "Chu Sheng, my cousin and aunt sent me this month's living expenses, and I am transferring it all to you. You can pick out something nice for your uncle and aunt." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Sheng's WeChat notification chimed, revealing a transfer of 10,000 yuan. "From now on, I'll give my living expenses to you, Chu Sheng, since I don't have many places to spend it." Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't even discussed marriage yet, and she was already handing over her entire salary. This amount of money was insignificant to him now. But as it was a gesture from Shuang, he felt it unnecessary to decline. The two strolled through the mall, purchasing some exquisite cigarettes and alcohol for Chu Sheng's father, along with a few precious pieces of jewelry for his mother. With their bags in hand, they made their way back to their hometown. Simultaneously, in the villa, after confirming that Chu Sheng and Shuang had indeed left, a pool of blood began to seep from the kitchen sink. The blood flowed onto the floor as a purple-haired woman slowly emerged from the ground. Who were those two? One colder than a vampire, the other as hot as the sun. Her bright, curious eyes behind thin-framed glasses were filled with questions. When she had infiltrated the villa moments ago, she had nearly been discovered by that man, hiding nearby. She felt as if she might be scorched by the sun's ultraviolet rays. As a vampire, she had already placed Chu Sheng on her list of the most dangerous entities, alongside garlic, crucifixes, and silver. Once a mid-level executive in a publicly listed company, she was a savvy and capable city woman. Orphaned at a young age, she found solace in distant relatives who supported her. Through various part-time jobs, she persevered in her studies until she finally reached a point of success. After purchasing this villa, she intended to invite her cousin's family to enjoy a comfortable life, but little did she know it was the beginning of a nightmare. Upon witnessing her newfound wealth, the previously amicable relatives revealed their true colors. Her uncle, aunt, and their son conspired to cause a fatal car accident, leaving the unsuspecting woman dead on the spot. They inherited everything she had, her house, her car, her savings, immersed in a life of unearned comfort. Yet, perhaps due to the favor of fate, she did not die completely. She was rescued by a female vampire who transformed her into a vampire as well. Not only did she heal after some time, but she also acquired extraordinary abilities beyond human comprehension. All because of those three wretches. I can never return to my normal life. The mere thought of them made her stomach churn. On the first night she gained her extraordinary powers, she captured her uncle and aunt, inflicting brutal torture upon them. Their son suffered a fate worse than death after being mutilated, tortured for 3 days before he finally succumbed, all because he had once coveted her body, urging his parents to marry her into their family. Tap, tap, tap. The woman in high heels walked slowly through every corner of the villa. She gazed at the familiar items within, unable to suppress the sorrow in her eyes. After the demise of the three who had occupied her home, the villa was reclaimed by the authorities and auctioned off for charitable purposes. The buyer, upon discovering the history of the house, was frightened and vacated it immediately, selling it at a significant loss. Eventually, it ended up in Chu Sheng's hands. What is this sensation? Her nostrils flared slightly. As a vampire, her sense of smell was exceptionally acute, particularly when it came to anything with a life force. This is simply mating my progeny. Is there something amiss? The voice on the other end was noble and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Oh, what manner of human could elicit such praise from one as discerning as you, who is so selective about blood? Chapter 67. Equipment in hand, Chu Sheng and Shuang returned to their hometown in a taxi, carrying their recently purchased gifts. Is this where you lived as a child, Chu Sheng? Shuang asked, marveling at the three-story small villa before her. In her mind, a hometown should consist of dilapidated tile-roofed houses, muddy roads, and endless fields of crops. Chu Sheng was filled with nostalgia. This small courtyard held countless memories for him, especially after traversing into another world. His longing for home had intensified. He took Shui Ying's delicate hand and pushed open the somewhat rusty gate, calling out from a distance, "Mom, I'm back." Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Sheng's parents hurriedly rushed outside, warmly greeting Shui Ying and inspecting her from all angles. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Chu Sheng's girlfriend. My name is Shui Ying." It was impossible for Shui Ying not to feel nervous meeting her future in-laws for the first time. Yet, Chu Sheng's parents were simple, honest people, which put her at ease. "Our home is humble and small. Please don't mind it. Just think of it as your own home from now on." Chu Sheng's mother smiled broadly, more radiant than the sun, never expecting her son to bring home such a beautiful daughter-in-law. As she pulled Shui Ying's hand towards the inner room, Chu Sheng's father followed closely behind, giving his son a big thumbs up. "Sheng, your taste in wives is commendable, just like your father." He was very pleased with his future daughter-in-law. Not only was she tall and beautiful, but her innocent and kind demeanor further endeared her to the elders. The family gathered together, filling the once quiet courtyard with joy and laughter. Chu Sheng discreetly handed his mother a bank card containing 500,000 yuan, encouraging his parents to stop working odd jobs and enjoy their retirement. As for the source of the money, he claimed it was from stock trading, stating he had earned a tidy sum and decided to stop playing for now. The family joyfully set off to the village temple to pay their respects, with Chu Sheng's mother fervently praying for a grandchild soon. However, Chu Sheng had no such intentions for the time being, as he still needed to develop the elven forest. There was no time for children just yet. On New Year's Eve, the family rose early and busied themselves preparing an exceptionally lavish feast, with not a single vegetable in sight. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Chu Sheng's parents each gifted Shui Ying a generous red envelope as they gathered around the bonfire, exchanging casual family banter. In this modern era, the festive spirit had noticeably diminished, no longer celebrated with the grandeur of yesteryears, but resembling merely an extended holiday. It was not until a visitor arrived to pay New Year-esque greetings that the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere was disrupted. "Beige, what brings you here?" Chu Sheng and Shui Ying stood at the entrance, staring in confusion at Beige, who was laden with an array of gifts. "Am I not welcome?" Beige first offered his New Year wishes to Chu Sheng's parents. Then, under the pretense of going out for a stroll, he whisked Chu Sheng away to a secluded courtyard. "What is all this secrecy about?" Chu Sheng inquired, curiosity piqued. "Only the best for you," Beige replied, enticing Chu Sheng with the promise of something remarkable. As they entered the courtyard, Chu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a heavy machine gun and anti-tank mines stacked in the shed. "How on earth did you manage to smuggle these into the country?" Chu Sheng exclaimed, flabbergasted. He had expected Beige to send these items to his overseas sanctuary, not to be confronted with them directly. Was it possible that Beige was under the influence of some customs official? Beige chuckled, patting the machine gun's sturdy frame. "I lack such capabilities. Our director arranged for these to be brought through official channels upon hearing that you were in urgent need." Approaching the machine gun, Chu Sheng recognized its type, a cord model, utilizing 12.7 108mm ammunition with a firing rate exceeding 600 rounds per minute. Its power was formidable enough to potentially injure even lightly armored tanks. Chu Sheng estimated that even a 6th-tier orc, despite its protective aura, could sustain injuries from such a weapon. Those below the 6th tier would likely be dispatched immediately. His gaze shifted to the corner where an anti-tank mine lay. The TM-62 model, containing 7.5 kilograms of TNT with a trigger weight of approximately 150 kilograms. Given the orc warrior's average height of 3 meters and their considerable muscle density, the mine would effectively trigger without concern for collateral damage to the elven folk, who typically weighed less than 200 pounds. "What do you think of these two items?" Beige asked. "Absolutely satisfactory." Chu Sheng beamed, placing a hand on Beige's shoulder with utmost seriousness. "From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother." Just for expressing his urgent need, Beige had implored his superior to facilitate this through official means, a favor that could not simply be quantified by words alone. "No need for that. As long as you continue to assist Shui Ying with her treatment, I will do my utmost to help," Beige replied nonchalantly. He had been astonished to find Chu Sheng's temperature had normalized, affirming his belief that Chu Sheng could indeed heal her. With this in mind, he decided to advise Chu Sheng once more. When you come to us for testing after the new year, remember to perform well. It will greatly benefit you in the future. Beige was unaware of Chu Sheng's intentions behind acquiring these weapons. But he understood that to obtain even more powerful equipment in the future, one must showcase their worth. Take heed. Our director possesses influence beyond your imagination. So seize the opportunity. Chu Sheng nodded, comprehending Beige's well-meaning counsel while pondering the extent to which he should reveal his abilities. Presently, it seemed that Shui Ying's aunt cared deeply for her, but he wondered how she would perceive him, a mere swine in possession of her cherished cabbage. Let it be. I shall face whatever comes my way, he murmured, contemplating the orc army before him, viewing them as mere walking experience points. He was curious to see how his physique would strengthen after absorbing the spoils of these orc warriors. As the orc army advanced, they halted in formation at the entrance to the elven forest, specifically at the narrow path of the Shadow Valley. All troops, stand by. The 3,000 orcs halted in unison, their imposing figures casting a dark shadow, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. Each orc bore a fierce countenance, robust in stature, wielding massive axes, spiked clubs, and heavy hammers. Their commander, an orc named Denelgu, stood tall with 7th-tier prowess, a scar running from his eye to his mouth, clad in dark armor that exuded an air of menace and authority. He rode atop a formidable beast, its golden fur glinting, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Denelgu surveyed the valley ahead, his instincts honed by years of battle urging him to remain cautious in the enclosed terrain. A tall orc, also mounted on a saber-toothed beast, approached him, perplexed. Commander Denelgu, why have we halted? The orc, named Roxer, served as the deputy leader of the army, sharing the same 7th-tier status. If we take an alternate route into the elven forest, how far must we detour? Roxer unfurled a beautifully crafted map, replying, according to the maps provided by the human kingdoms, we must entirely circumvent a mountain range, covering a distance of several hundred miles. This will significantly delay our campaign. Denelgu remained silent, contemplating the potential strategies. Sensing the lingering worry etched on his face, Roxer clapped a hand on his sturdy shoulder, nonchalantly interjecting, why be so cautious, Commander? The enemy is merely the feeble elven race. Do you truly fear they can mount a substantial resistance? Roxer's dismissive attitude stemmed from the long history of overwhelming victories over the elven forest. Over the years, orc forces had dominated the battles, often resulting in minimal casualties. Other races could at least muster a semblance of resistance against orc assaults, while the elves merely endured until they could retreat to the Tree of Life for recovery, only to return to the fray. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit, Roxer. It is wise to exercise caution, Denelgu advised. Ha ha ha. Roxer's laughter echoed, his fierce orcish features contorted with mirth. If we were facing dragons or angels, perhaps caution would be warranted, but against the elven forest? When have they ever posed a true threat? He gestured to the intricate magical runes etched upon his armor, a product far beyond orc craftsmanship. With this magical armor provided by the human kingdoms, our magical resistance is significantly enhanced. Even the elves' utmost efforts would struggle to breach our defenses. Roxer exuded confidence, bolstered by the fact that every soldier in their ranks donned similar magical armor. Orcs possessed innate resilience against magic, and this armor elevated their defenses to an astonishing level, rendering them nearly impervious to 6th-tier magic, akin to a moving fortress of beasts. Denelgu cast a glance over the orc warriors behind him, each face alight with excitement, devoid of any fear or anxiety. It was as though they were anticipating a grand plunder and massacre rather than a battle, in a race that revered combat and glory. Denelgu understood that he could not exhibit any hesitation, otherwise he would be deemed a coward and a disgrace by his fellow orcs. Yet, before he could issue his command, hundreds of tall silhouettes emerged from the opposite side of the valley. It was Livell leading hundreds of patrolling members, rushing towards them. The sight of their snow-white long legs created a striking tableau. Upon seeing the elven maidens, the breath of every orc warrior turned heavy, their massive weapons raised in fervor, brimming with combat spirit. Their gazes were unmasked with greed, desire, and a thirst for blood, akin to a predator spotting its prey. Filthy, ugly orcs. This is not a place for you to trample at will. Hurry back to your stinking north. Livell's voice, enveloped in fighting spirit, echoed throughout the valley, reaching every orc's ear. How arrogant! The orc warriors roared in fury, their blood ignited, ready to charge at the command of their leader. Haha, I want that short-haired elf at the forefront. Daner Gu, don't you dare snatch her from me. Roxas could no longer contain himself. The prolonged standoff had fueled a terrifying desire within him, eager to unleash it. To him, these hundreds of elven maidens were merely a softer prey to be claimed. Charge! With Daner Gu's command, 3,000 orc warriors unleashed a thunderous battle cry, lifting their colossal weapons as they surged forward. Their armor emitted a faint, eerie glow as an invisible magical barrier unfolded around them. Feeling the ground tremble violently beneath their stampede, Livell immediately ordered, "Everyone, retreat according to plan." The elven maidens activated their fighting spirit and magical powers, fleeing swiftly to the rear. As they retraced their steps, their eyes were fixed on the ground, where a vast area bore the marks of excavation. Anti-tank mines had been fully deployed. Witnessing the elves retreating without a backward glance, an ominous premonition stirred within Daner Gu. Yet, at that moment, all warriors had commenced their charge. Once the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. Presently, on both sides of the peaks, spatial barriers concealed all energies within. Chu Sheng and Shanoa, accompanied by a legion of mages, lay in ambush above, aiming dozens of heavy machine guns downward. The other elven maidens clutched grenades and flashbangs, collectively transforming into the Queen of Grenades, poised to unleash a rain of explosives upon the reckless orcs. Excellent. The experience packs are ready. Chu Sheng assessed the advancing orc army, calculating the strike zone. After 6 days of replication in the critical room, the number of heavy machine guns had reached 64, with ammunition in the hundreds of thousands. It was not that he desired more, but further replication would exceed the critical room's capacity. The anti-tank mines, replicated over 8 days, numbered 256, more than sufficient to handle the situation. As the orc army entered the minefield, he promptly lifted all spatial barriers and commanded loudly, "Fire suppression." Chapter 69. Two-faced men. The orc army launched a fearless charge, excitement glimmering in every warrior's eyes. They raced through the straight valley, oblivious to the unknown despair awaiting them. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted at the forefront of the army. An anti-tank mine detonated, obliterating the triggerer into fragments. While the surrounding orcs were momentarily stunned, a series of explosions followed, shaking the entire valley. In mere seconds, dozens of orcs were annihilated, their severed limbs and scattered flesh painting a gruesome tableau. Stop! The violent explosion jolted Daner Gu's mount, tossing him aside. He adjusted midair, landing steadily, and promptly commanded the army to halt. "Roxas, what sorcery is this?" Before them, the orc warriors ceased their advance, hastily retreating, no longer daring to pursue recklessly. Roxas, equally bewildered, recalled seeing the elves charge forward without incident, yet now the orcs were being met with devastating magical forces. Most perplexing was the absence of magical fluctuations detected in advance. The fallen orcs had their magical armors fully operational. Look out above. Before Daner Gu and Roxas could comprehend the situation, calamity struck anew. Hundreds of elves appeared on the peaks, each wielding ominous little objects, hurling them downwards. With a thud, a grenade landed, yet remained silent, prompting Roxas to curiously approach. "What is this?" As he picked up the grenade for inspection, a dull thud answered him. Boom. Roxas, caught off guard, was blasted, his upper body cinched. Had he not possessed the strength of a 7th-tier warrior and the robust physique of an orc, he might have been obliterated. However, the other orcs were far less fortunate. Many 5th-tier and below orcs were mercilessly struck by the descending grenades, suffering grievous injuries despite their best defensive efforts. Following this onslaught came the relentless barrage of heavy machine guns, bullets raining down like droplets of rain. One by one, orcs collapsed, helplessly enduring the assault as if trapped in a barrel. Shanoa reload. Chu Sheng tightened his grip on the soft elven maiden's hand, who efficiently loaded the ammunition belt, ensuring the machine guns were fully equipped. These heavy machine guns boasted an astounding range of over 2,000 meters, capable of easily piercing brick walls and steel plates. He watched as orcs fell like wheat before the scythe, unable to suppress his exhilaration, reminiscent of mowing down a horde of zombies during an apocalypse. What sorcery is this? Why do the magical armors provided by humans prove utterly ineffective? Below, the orc army, now forced into a passive stance, was engulfed by an unknown dread. The elves' tactics were neither fighting spirit nor magic. How could they defend against such an onslaught? In that moment, Daner Gu felt immense regret for rashly ordering the charge into the valley. Though he could withstand the bizarre attacks with his fighting spirit and physical prowess, he could only watch as his fellow orcs fell into pools of blood. In just a few breaths, their losses had reached hundreds. Retreat, the entire army. Withdraw from the valley immediately. Reluctantly, Daenergu commanded the retreat. The remaining 2,000 orc warriors hurriedly retreated, their initial excitement and disdain replaced with dismay. However, from the moment they chose to enter the valley, the battle had been destined to be one-sided. As the retreating orc army encountered hundreds more elven maidens appearing from behind, armed with AKs, panic ensued. Aileen led 400 warriors from the rear, unleashing a torrent of firepower, executing a pincer maneuver. The orc army found themselves trapped between mines, AKs, and heavy machine guns raining down from above, an overwhelming 360-degree assault. Unless they could dig underground to escape, their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Sheng entrusted the machine gun to Shanoa and leaped down into the valley, conjuring sharp-eye spears that embedded into the uneven walls, creating footholds to join his warrior comrades. Come, let me witness the extent to which the 7th-tier orcs can enhance my abilities. Chu Sheng gazed fervently at the two 7th-tier orcs at the forefront of the army. They were the piece d'resistance of this battle. He resolved to once again harness the power of the critical room to annihilate these two orcs swiftly, to prevent any lingering complications. The true strength and destructive capacity of 7th-tier orcs were even more terrifying than that of the 8th-tier assassin he had encountered previously. If not dealt with promptly, they could pose a significant threat to the elven battalion. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a 7th-tier orc. He feared that his spatial protective magical device would be as flimsy as paper against their might. Darn it, look, there's a human male over there. Roxa, leading a throng of orcs in a desperate breakout, noticed that one by one, his fellow fighters were falling, leaving him to near the exit alone. Daenergu followed his gaze and indeed spotted a man with black hair and eyes amidst the elves who were intercepting their retreat. Instantly, he recalled the intelligence provided by the human realms. It was this man from the eastern continent that had thwarted their Orcish assault. Daenergu, the leader, realized that their army was on the brink of destruction, and if they returned in such a state, they would inevitably face severe punishment. Daenergu fell silent. What had once been a grand force of 3,000 was now reduced to nearly half, and the remaining troops would hardly last much longer. Given the strength of himself and Roxa, it was likely they could escape alone, but as the other party had indicated, returning in such a manner would likely result in an even graver fate. Following this disastrous defeat, they would undoubtedly be pinned to the pillar of shame for the orc clan, facing dire consequences. Roxa, what do you propose? Capture that man from the eastern continent. I surmise it is his influence that has led to the elves acquiring these peculiar weapons. Roxa, filled with fury, was unwilling to confront the reality of his first significant defeat. If we seize him, perhaps we can redeem ourselves. Daenergu hesitated slightly. He understood that this was the only way to ensure their survival, yet an inexplicable sense of unease weighed heavier on him than before. For in the eyes of that man from the eastern continent, he perceived no shred of fear or trepidation, only excitement and exhilaration. It was as if he and Roxa were the ones being hunted. On one side stood his desperate second-in-command, and on the other, the enigmatic man from the east. Daenergu's cautious nature led him into a spiral of indecision. This situation was indeed a double-edged sword. After contemplating deeply, Daenergu resolved to take the plunge. Let us gamble. Hesitation leads to defeat. He unleashed a fierce roar, exuding a palpable and formidable aura of fighting spirit, raising his 2-meter-tall battle axe and leaping towards Chu Sheng. Simultaneously, Roxa gripped his massive sword tightly, a torrent of fighting spirit enveloping the blade as he too charged at Chu Sheng. The tremendous force of their attacks bore down upon him, making Chu Sheng feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. What descended upon him were not merely two orcs, but two colossal mountains. In an instant, hundreds of spatial barriers unfolded before him, preparing for the onslaught of the axe and sword. However, these spatial barriers shattered under the assaults of the 7th-tier orcs as if they were mere glass, without even making contact with the weapons themselves. The sheer force of their fighting spirit obliterated nearly all the barriers. Chu Sheng displayed no signs of panic. Should those two attacks land, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. Yet, what was the use of even the mightiest attack if it could not find its mark? As the razor-sharp axe descended, Chu Sheng felt as if his very skin were being sliced open, blood trickling down. In the next moment, he summoned all his spatial magic, vanishing from his location with a swift motion. Panic surged within Danergu and Roxa as this unforeseen occurrence completely derailed their plans. The true potency of spatial magic lies in its initial strike. The enemy cannot anticipate your instantaneous movement, nor can they predict from where you will reappear, leaving them utterly bewildered. Bang! The axe and sword crashed into the ground simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit that caused the entire valley to tremble. A massive crater, several dozen meters in diameter, formed as billowing smoke and dust erupted into the air. Before Danergu and Roxa could react, Chu Sheng had already materialized behind them. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders, a trickle of blood staining his lips, his internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced from the force of their attacks. "Come, follow me inside." As Chu Sheng whispered in a voice akin to that of a demon, Danergu and Roxa felt a sudden numbness in their hearts. Just as they attempted to make a move, their vision darkened, and they found themselves in a strange and eerie place. In the next instant, all light faded from their eyes, their massive forms stiffening, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Cough, cough. Truly the orcs are far stronger than humans of the same rank. Chu Sheng coughed up a few flecks of blood, disregarding his injuries as he approached the bodies of the two orcs, eagerly searching. The dimly glowing orbs of loot, though faint, filled him with exhilaration. After toiling for so long, was this not the moment he had been striving for? As his fingers brushed against the two orbs of loot that had fallen from their bodies, the fighting spirit within him began to whirl rapidly in his abdomen, bringing him immense pleasure. The nascent form of a vortex solidified instantly, and his fighting spirit broke through to the fourth tier. However, that was not the end. Pure power coursed through his limbs, gathering intensely, propelling him towards the fifth tier. When Chu Sheng finally opened his eyes again, he was uncertain how much time had passed. He had truly broken through to the fifth tier. Reflecting on his progress, he realized his fighting spirit's refinement had reached the fifth tier, matching that of his mentor, Eileen. The day he would surpass his teacher was drawing near. Yet, the most significant enhancement lay not merely in his fighting spirit, but in his physical strength and overall constitution. Chu Sheng clenched his fist lightly, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him. His endurance, explosive strength, and stamina had all seen vast improvements. Estimating his current capabilities, he realized that even without relying on his fighting spirit, he could easily rend a fourth-tier orc asunder with his bare hands. In the realm of reality, he would likely be able to overpower the Hulk with ease. With a thought, Chu Sheng returned to the other world, only to find Shania rushing towards him, her face etched with concern. "Chu Sheng, are you all right?" The great elven maiden was filled with worry as she circled around him, her heart clenching at the sight of the blood trickling from his lips. "You reckless fool. You always disregard your own safety." Her eyes were filled with a myriad of blood vessels, her skin flushed crimson, as if her entire being had been infused with blood. "What happened to you?" She believed he was injured and began channeling ice magic to cool him down, attempting to alleviate his condition. However, her efforts bore no fruit. Chu Sheng felt as though his mind was becoming increasingly hazy, as if a voice echoed incessantly in his ears. Finally, he regained his composure. "What is happening? Is this a side effect of the Orcish power?" Chu Sheng murmured, undeterred, as he ventured into the battlefield, scavenging the corpses of the fallen orcs. The once mighty army of 3,000 orcs had dwindled to a few hundred, struggling against the onslaught of heavy machine guns and anti-tank mines. Before him lay a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, the pungent smell of death compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. Chu Sheng continued to absorb the Orcish loot, feeling his strength surge ever higher. At that moment, his skin was a deep shade of purple, as if he had been infused with a secret formula from the American swimming team. Yet, the more one attempts to evade something, the more likely it is to confront them at the most inopportune moment. A wave of magical energy surged forth beside him as Tiffany, the towering elven maiden with deep red hair, appeared. "Child, what has happened to you?" Tiffany had naturally noticed Chu Sheng's abnormality and was about to inquire. "Shania, what has happened to this child?" The great elven maiden shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Just moments ago, she had observed this creature scurrying amidst the pile of orc corpses, and then suddenly, Xianoya was equally perplexed, shifting her focus to a more pressing matter. "Your Majesty, since you have manifested here, does that imply that the orc forces from the north have retreated?" "Indeed. It seems they have sensed our defeat through some means and have skulked away," Tiffany replied, her gaze drifting towards the nearby battlefield. It had transformed into a veritable purgatory for the orc army, with severed limbs scattered about, and only a few hundred orcs remained, stubbornly resisting. Tiffany retrieved her staff, her crimson lips moving swiftly as she softly chanted an incantation. A flurry of icy shards descended from above, enveloping the remaining orc combatants in a frozen embrace. Their expressions and motions were abruptly halted in the moment prior, encased like specimens within colossal blocks of ice. With these captives, they might have leverage to compel the northern orc forces to withdraw. Xionoia nodded in agreement. Orcs, a race that revered honor and combat, often preferred to fight to the last rather than surrender. She had already noted the peculiar armor adorning these orcs, radiating potent magical fluctuations, clearly beyond what the orc tribe could fabricate. Though it was hard to believe, she had to acknowledge that humanity's aid to the orcs had come to light. They had utterly betrayed the multiracial alliance. At this thought, the great elven maiden's expression grew solemn. Your Majesty, we owe much to him. Had it not been for those wondrous weapons he provided, we may have suffered significant losses in the elven forest. Tiffany smiled gently, her gaze towards Chu Sheng softening. She yearned to hold him close, as if to smother him with her affection. Rather than thanking this child, I find myself more inclined to express gratitude towards you, Xionoia. What do you mean by that? The great elven maiden looked astonished. She had merely been a bystander, and the orcs had crumbled without much effort on her part. Indeed, I thank you for bringing this child to our elven forest, Tiffany said, her brows arched playfully, lightly grasping one of Xionoia's delicate hands, her tone affectionate yet earnest. The crisis in our elven forest has passed, but this child's challenges still require both your assistance and mine to navigate Xionoia as your queen. At this, Tiffany's eyes glimmered with expectation and earnestness, locking onto Xionoia's gaze, her tone almost pleading. The once noble and graceful elder now humbly beseeched her. To refuse would be ungracious. Your Majesty speaks true, Xionoia replied, no longer evading the request, her shyness diminishing. Excellent. Tiffany's eyes shone with relief, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Sheng, secretly pleased. When they first met, she had jested that she would persuade Xionoia on Chu Sheng's behalf if needed. Now, that promise was finally coming to fruition. With a flick of her wand, walls of ice, half a meter thick, rose from the ground around them, growing and closing at the top as if possessed of a will of their own, forming an elegant little abode. At last, she turned back to offer Xionoia an encouraging glance. Xionoia, at your command, your Majesty. In the midst of the battlefield, Eileen and Liware led their respective battalions in clearing the aftermath. The magical armor worn by the orcs could serve as evidence of their collusion with humanity, while other materials would be repurposed. Many weapons were rare and precious, suitable for reforging into armor for the elven maidens. The fallen orc mounts could be skinned for clothing, and their meat prepared into sumptuous feasts to reward the troops. Eileen, with her AK slung over her shoulder, wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, her silver locks billowing in the mountain breeze. Eileen, what are you dreaming of? She mused, shaking her head to dispel distracting thoughts. Naturally, she could not aspire to hold the same place in Chu Sheng's heart as the queen or the princess. Meanwhile, within the icy abode, the sun's rays gradually dimmed, dispersing the enchanting atmosphere. Xionoia, prone to drowsiness, had succumbed to slumber early. Chu Sheng, alert and wide-eyed, surveyed the room, landing his gaze upon Tiffany, who wore a gentle smile. My apologies, Tiffany, for causing you and Xionoia any trouble. She shook her head with a light laugh, her eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. The trouble lies with the elven forest. There is no need for you to feel remorse. Child, do you possess the ability to absorb some strength from the orc carcasses? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, that is entirely acceptable. In response to Tiffany's curiosity, Chu Sheng openly shared his ability to enhance his physical prowess. However, he omitted details regarding his unique advantage, opting for vague terminology. Upon hearing his explanation, Tiffany's lovely brow furrowed slightly, her expression revealing a hint of unease. To absorb a portion of the orc's strength? Such a talent is truly unprecedented. Tiffany realized why Chu Sheng had remained so formidable even while asleep. She and Xionoia had barely managed to overcome him. In the past, she had navigated encounters with Chu Sheng with relative ease, but the circumstances had shifted dramatically. While your gift is indeed potent, it appears to carry certain side effects. I wonder if it might leave some latent risks for your health. Tiffany's beautiful eyes betrayed her concern. Absorbing the gifts of other races was impressive, yet if it came at the cost of his own potential, it was hardly worth it. This time, you only absorbed the essence of 2 7th-tier orcs. What would happen if you were to absorb stronger foes? She pondered. No, I must have Eileen conduct another examination for you. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. Chu Sheng wished to assure her that his unique gift would not harm him. Yet he refrained from over-explaining. Tiffany's tone was notably serious, imbued with an undeniable authority, carrying the weight of an elder's earnestness. Chu Sheng relished this newfound attention and concern, offering no objections. By the way, Your Majesty, what is the status of the orc army? He suddenly inquired, recalling that his recent loss of control had stemmed from absorbing orc spoils. He wondered what peculiar side effects might arise from absorbing the spoils of other races, such as the greed from dragon remains or insatiable hunger from the gluttonous. Thanks to you, the orc army has been dealt with, and the 9th-tier orc from the north has retreated. The elven forest is temporarily safe, Tiffany replied, her voice brimming with excitement. In the next moment, she retrieved a suit of armor from her spatial magic device. Chu Sheng examined it closely. It was unmistakably the magical armor worn by the orcs. As he probed it with his mental energy, he discerned that the enchantments were of high potency, capable of mitigating over 80% of 6th-tier magic damage. Alas, even with maximum magical resistance, physical attacks would still pierce through. Tiffany's demeanor shifted from warm and gentle to stern and frigid in an instant. Her gaze pierced through the ice house's window, fixating on the distant human city-state visible to the south. Those who dare to betray the alliance and collude with orcs shall soon understand the terror of the elven forest's wrath. Her eyes glinted with icy resolve, her tone revealing an unusual bloodlust. As the queen of her people, she had always presented a benevolent and friendly visage. However, the current attitude and actions of humanity compelled her to unearth the deep-seated urge for retribution within her heart. Chapter 73. The Construction of the City Walls. Tiffany retrieved a hummingbird formed from frost from her bosom, gently pressing it against her forehead. A vast array of information and images surged into the body of the hummingbird, which fluttered its wings and flew out through the window of the ice chamber, heading towards the distance. I have already dispatched the news of humanity's betrayal to the various allied races. It won't be long before they face the appropriate sanctions and condemnation. Chu Sheng nodded. Since the human realm had chosen to aid the orcs, they would undoubtedly opt for a blitzkrieg strategy. They aimed to seize the elven forest before the other races could react. Thus, despite the orcs' overwhelming victory with 3,000 warriors sustaining 0 casualties, it was still far from a time for celebration. The next wave of attacks from both the orcs and humans would likely not be far off. With this thought, Chu Sheng silently retrieved a magical scroll from his spatial magic device, containing the schematic for the defensive city wall he had designed. During the new year in the real world, he had spent time at home sketching design plans. The template was, of course, inspired by the ancient sage's Great Wall. Currently, the outermost perimeter was already comprised of stone heather and ding-dong birds, creating a biological alarm system. They merely needed to construct a wall on both sides of the trees, spaced 100 meters apart. This would prevent other forest creatures from disrupting the ding-dong birds' early warning, while also serving as a buffer against enemy forces. The scroll also included the construction plans for the inner layer of the elven forest fortress, featuring watchtowers protruding every few dozen meters. Combined with the thermal imaging lens provided by Bago, it would effectively detect any lurking units. Tiffany held the scroll in her hands, growing increasingly astonished. She had not anticipated that Chu Sheng could conceive such a meticulous and ingenious design in such a short time. The layout of the walls and the distribution of the terrain in the outer ring were so intricately crafted that they seemed like the work of dwarfs. Tiffany, I will need your assistance in utilizing earth and would attribute magic to construct this. How long do you estimate it will take? Chu Sheng estimated that, given Tiffany's prowess as a 9th-tier emperor mage and the length of the forest's outer perimeter, it might take less than a day to complete. Perhaps no more than 10 hours. If other elders assist, it might be even quicker. Tiffany furrowed her brow, somewhat uncertain. Constructing the walls alone is not difficult, but if we wish to imbue the walls with magical protection, it will require significantly more effort. Ideally, we should use a substantial amount of source stones as a power supply, otherwise, the defense will be insufficient. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng pulled out a large number of glass orbs from his spatial magic device, all of which could be used as source stone materials. Here, take these. If they are insufficient, come to me for more. There will be plenty. He had no intention of relying on 1 or 2 simple walls to keep the orcs at bay. That would be utterly naive. As long as they could slightly impede the enemy's mounts, chariots, and supply troops, it would suffice. Tiffany accepted the pile of glass orbs. deftly extracting a dozen pieces of elemental metal from within, her lovely eyes turning towards Chu Sheng. Child, this is what I prepared for the various elders in my spare time. Let them choose a piece that suits their attributes to swiftly craft amplification staves, which are crucial for enhancing the overall strength of the elven forest. Then I shall convey my gratitude on their behalf. After their communication concluded, Tiffany immediately began immersing herself in the construction of the defenses. For a 9th-tier powerhouse, demolishing a city may be simple, but creation would demand considerable time. What has been the situation with Noya lately? She seems to be sleeping more and more. The elder commenced the fervent construction work. Under her mental guidance, segments of the Great Wall, formed from earth attribute magic, continuously rose from the ground, enveloping the outer ring. In areas where trees were abundant and vegetation overly dense, another elder employed life magic and wood magic to create towering treants to assist in the task. Each treant stood several dozen meters tall, resembling the twisted treants from League of Legends, spreading their arms to weave thick wooden walls from the branches sprouting from their bodies. The construction of the protective wall took longer than anticipated, reaching completion around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Sheng had just awakened from a nap. Yet there were no signs of awakening from Shan Yuoya beside him. He stepped out of the treehouse, observing numerous alterations in the terrain along the way. The fortress was now encircled by a robust stone wall several dozen meters high, no longer exposed to the elements as it once had been. Tiffany and the others were indeed remarkably efficient. Initially, Chu Sheng had envisioned a series of comprehensive and modern urban planning schemes for the Elven Forest Fortress, including the delineation of commercial, residential, and industrial zones, as well as the distribution of refuge systems and drainage systems. After all, the living environment in the Elven Forest, if described favorably, was close to nature. If described unfavorably, it was merely a primitive forest, devoid of anything desirable. However, considering the impending work army, he refrained from rushing urban development. It would be prudent to wait until the Elven Forest was genuinely secure and stable before proceeding. Chu Sheng set a goal, within a year, to establish the Elven Forest Fortress as a modern civilized city. He even had a name in mind, the City of Night. Oh no, rather, the City of Ultimate Joy. As the name suggests, it would be a marvelous city where every elf residing there could experience unparalleled joy. While Chu Sheng envisioned this splendid future, intricate patterns of mystical runes suddenly flickered on his wrist. A voice, somewhat youthful yet tinged with the weight of time, emanated from the runes. Hey, Junior, can you hear me? Chu Sheng realized that this was the otherworldly communication device inscribed by Elder Valen on his palm. Elder Valen, I hear you clearly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chapter 74, Ascending to 5th Tier Under the Cover of Night. Chu Sheng arrived at the garden courtyard where Elder Valen resided. The last time he had been here was during the day. The pathway adorned with a myriad of colorful flowers, a sight to behold. Now, as night enveloped the scene, it offered an entirely different visual experience. The path was lined with petals glowing with a blue luminescence, and a multitude of butterflies, their wings shimmering with purple light, danced gracefully around him, as if he had stepped into a dream. Elder Valen's petite figure remained unchanged from their last encounter, sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, her crimson twin tails and heart-shaped pattern below her abdomen strikingly prominent. Momentarily at a loss for words, Valen let out a huff, pushing a teacup from the table towards him. Drink this tea first. Once you finish, we shall proceed with the assessment. Curious, Chu Sheng lifted the teacup, steam wafting from it, releasing a rich aroma that was reminiscent of a blend of tender blooms and the unique floral scent of the elven race. Having just awakened, his mouth slightly parched, he thought little of it and took a sip. Surely, it could not be a drowsy brew concocted by a senior? Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly felt a surge of exceptionally pure natural magic coursing through him. His mental power, which had stagnated at the 4th tier for some time, began to miraculously grow. Mere seconds passed, and the magical vortex began to contract, gradually coalescing into a magical pond. According to Shan Yuoya's teachings, this was the hallmark of breaking through to the 5th tier. Chu Sheng was astonished. He had believed that with his daily routine of cultivation, it would take at least another week to achieve this breakthrough. Elder Valen smiled and, through mental magic, elucidated his wonder. This is the essence sap of the life divine tree, an exceedingly rare substance that has an extraordinary effect on the growth of mental and magical power. At this point, she gazed at Chu Sheng with a hint of envy. This substance can only yield a small cup per year, Even we elders can only use it drop by drop. Tiffany truly spares no expense for you. Chu Sheng fell silent. If it was Tiffany's arrangement, then it posed no issue. After the events in the ice chamber, he had informed her about establishing the second defensive line of the Elven Forest. Yet he had been unable to deploy spatial formations due to his mental power not reaching the 5th tier. Before Chu Sheng could revel in his joy for but a few moments, Wei Lin abruptly shifted her tone, teasingly remarking, "Well, while the effects of the essence tree sap are indeed remarkable, there exists a rather minor side effect." "What side effect?" Chu Sheng inquired. But Wei Lin remained silent, instead pulling out a palm-sized hourglass and began her countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chu Sheng's expression turned perplexed. 3, 2, 1. As Wei Lin uttered 1, Chu Sheng's visage contorted with alarm. A cunning smile danced in Wei Lin's eyes as she pointed towards the right side of the treehouse. Unable to contain himself, Chu Sheng employed spatial magic, executing several quick flashes toward the indicated location. Just as he prepared to release his magic, he was suddenly engulfed by an enormous shadow looming above him. A familiar floral scent wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to instinctively turn his head, where he was met by Wei Lin's mature and alluring visage. "Elder Wei Lin, what is this?" Very well, very well. You are exceptional, far surpassing us all, aren't you?" In Chapter 75, it was revealed that beings from Blue Star had traversed into this world, capable of communicating with the freely flowing magical elements in the air, an idea that was nothing short of astonishing. However, Chu Sheng's situation was undoubtedly a rare anomaly across the entire continent, perhaps even deserving of the title innate magical saint body. You, my junior, not only possess the innate talent to communicate with magical energy, but you also seem to absorb abilities from other races. Just how many surprises do you have that we remain unaware of? Wei Lin pondered, ultimately deciding against overthinking it. After all, this vast continent was immeasurable. An ordinary individual might not even traverse its entirety in a lifetime, making the existence of prodigious talents entirely plausible. In the early hours, Chu Sheng and Wei Lin sat together in a pavilion. Chu Sheng took out the magical array scrolls that Wei Lin had previously gifted him and began to study them one by one. During the New Year celebrations in the real world, he would often take them out to preview. However, due to some crucial encoded fields, he had always struggled to grasp the teachings contained within. Now, having broken through to the 5th tier of mental strength, he could finally peruse the texts on the scrolls without hindrance. Given his high school teacher's education level, comprehending materials akin to otherworldly textbooks was not overly challenging. Moreover, his unique ability allowed him to automatically translate the otherworldly language into its corresponding meanings, effectively depositing the information directly into his mind, eliminating any confusion. At this moment, Wei Lin had reverted from her previous mature demeanor back to her youthful form, delicately holding a steaming cup of tea beside him. "Junior, understanding the knowledge contained within these scrolls is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It took us months to barely grasp the basics." She set down her teacup, cleared her throat, and advised, "You should return and study diligently. Once you have finished, summon me using the communication magic array in your possession. There's no need to rush." Chu Sheng did not feign bravado. He had already absorbed a portion of the knowledge in that brief moment. He estimated that a few hours of focused study would suffice for complete comprehension. After all, given the current circumstances in the elf forest, he could not afford to leisurely spend months in study. The orc army would not wait. After bidding farewell to Wei Lin, Chu Sheng returned to his treehouse with the magical array scrolls. At that hour, Shanoa was still in deep slumber, her breathing steady and her posture unchanged. Chu Sheng contemplated. The Great Spirit had been sleeping since noon in the ice house, a stark contrast to her previous resilience. Had he possessed such focus during his university calculus classes, he might have already been accepted into a prestigious graduate program. As the night quietly slipped away, the moon gradually concealed itself. Chu Sheng maintained a state of alertness and diligence, thoroughly absorbing the contents of the several dozen scrolls, which collectively contained at least several 100,000 characters, far exceeding the length of the book that was perpetually demanding updates. Chu Sheng refrained from waking the Great Spirit and stepped outside alone. Passing by the newly constructed city walls and gates of the fortress, he greeted the two elves on guard amiably and made his way to the pre-planned location near the second line of defense. He intended to establish a spatial array encompassing the entire elf forest fortress, ideally complemented by some temporal attributes. The desired outcome was to create an illusion for those outside. rendering the true form of the elf forest fortress invisible, akin to witnessing a mirage in the desert. Should anyone attempt to venture inward, they would become ensnared in a labyrinthine spatial fold, ultimately either hopelessly lost or forcibly redirected away from the fortress. Naturally, due to the limitations of Chu Sheng's current magical strength, if an individual with vastly superior power, such as an 8th or 9th tier expert, stepped into the magic array, its effectiveness and duration would likely diminish considerably. However, Chu Sheng did not aspire to deter top-tier experts merely through spatial magic. Deterring lesser foes and ordinary orc fighters would suffice. With that thought in mind, he activated the communication array on his wrist, dialing Elder Wei Lin's number. "Hello, Elder Wei Lin, have you awoken? I've completed my studies. Come teach me how to set up the array." On the other end, Wei Lin's voice was tinged with drowsiness, underscored by a hint of morning grumpiness. "Do you even know what time it is, Junior?" Chu Sheng glanced at the sun's position and remarked, "It's probably just shy of 6 o'clock. Is that a problem?" "A problem? At this hour, even the wild dogs in the forest haven't woken up. Do you know that insufficient sleep can age elves? But aren't elves' appearances fixed after reaching adulthood? Not at all. Those disturbed from their beauty sleep, like you, are prone to developing wrinkles." "Oh, and what of it?" On the other end, Wei Lin huffed in exasperation, instinctively assuming Chu Sheng was jesting. Even with her unparalleled mastery of magical arrays in the elf forest, it had taken her considerable time to learn. There was no way this junior, regardless of his talent, could have mastered everything overnight, was there? All right, Elder Wei Lin, I assure you I am not joking. I have indeed completed and comprehended all the scrolls you provided." Irritated, Wei Lin hung up the call and exited her garden, making her way toward him. Chu Sheng found a fallen tree trunk to sit upon, patiently awaiting her arrival. Minutes later, the petite and youthful Wei Lin appeared, casting an aggrieved glance at Chu Sheng. "You, Junior, failed to inform me of your precise location, causing me to wander aimlessly in the forest, and you didn't even respond to my messages." Chu Sheng smiled slightly, raising his arm to indicate the now altered patterns of the communication array above. "That's because I modified the array's configuration. It is currently in a forced disconnection state." Wei Lin paused, instinctively glancing at the communication array on her palm. While it was illuminated, it failed to connect to Chu Sheng's array, which showed no signs of magical energy. As disbelief washed over her, the small frown on her face vanished, replaced by astonishment and delight as she looked at Chu Sheng. It seemed the junior had indeed learned something. At that moment, she could not help but believe that Chu Sheng had comprehended the fundamental principles of magical arrays overnight. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sever the connection on the array she had set up for him. After all, while the array was not overly complex, even novices would struggle without any experience. "Naturally, I never speak falsehoods." Chu Sheng crossed his arms, adopting a posture of unspoken confidence. Wei Lin's expression mirrored that of Shanoa's during her moments of pride mixed with astonishment, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within him. "Very well then. I shall now teach you the practical arrangement of magical arrays." Having witnessed Chu Sheng's extraordinary talent, Wei Lin found herself intrigued, eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. The arrangement of the magical array relies on 3 essential elements: the patterns of the array, the elemental magic, and the connecting medium. Among these, the connecting medium is the most crucial component. While explaining, Valen demonstrated her point in practice. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a few uniquely shaped leaves from the ground and traced a simple circular formation on the earth. After infusing it with wood elemental magic, the array glowed with a verdant light, and a sapling began to sprout at its center. The sapling twisted and turned, growing at a visible pace until it transformed into a small tree over 2 meters tall. What we have just arranged is a basic nurturing array, with the connecting medium being the corresponding leaves of this tree. To enable the array to serve different purposes, one must employ various mediums. For instance, the fire prison array requires the essence of spirit fire, the thunder strike array necessitates wood struck by lightning, and the summoning array demands the flesh and blood of the corresponding race. Chu Sheng keenly grasped the highlight. Is there truly such a thing as a summoning array? Could it summon a succubus? At the mention of this, Valen nodded affirmatively. Certainly, beings from various races can be summoned, and even life forms from alternate dimensions may appear. According to the records of the dragon race, one such summoning resulted in a human woman whose attire closely resembled yours. What? Chu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Valen. A human woman who dresses similarly to him. Does that mean women from the real world might somehow traverse into this realm? Chapter 76. The Oracle of the Goddess of Life, Elder Valen. What did this human woman look like? Chu Sheng inquired, intrigued by the prospect of hearing about a visitor from the real world, feeling an inexplicable warmth akin to reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land. I recall the description as a tall woman with black hair and black eyes, whose beauty was deemed astounding by the dragon folk, though I cannot ascertain its truth. Black hair and black eyes, and astonishingly beautiful? Chu Sheng pondered, concluding that she must hail from the eastern nations or nearby Asian countries. Is that woman still with the dragon race, or has she returned to her original world? The records state that she possessed formidable strength, rivaling her beauty, and the teleportation array could not sustain her presence, causing her to vanish before fully arriving. I see. Chu Sheng felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped to glean insights from the experiences of a predecessor. After all, in the real world, he had a Yukiana residing in his home. If only he could summon Shuang here, she could learn combat techniques and magic, making it effortless to cure her coldness. However, this possibility now seemed tenuous. What if she could be summoned but could not return to her original world? Moreover, Chu Sheng contemplated a grander possibility. Could the so-called Eastern continent, as spoken of in this other world, actually be his own reality? After all, this place exists solely in legend, and no one from this era has truly ventured there. Might the Great Sea Route, said to be obstructed by natural disasters, also be non-existent? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately shook his head gently, choosing to focus. His primary goal was to attain divinity. Regardless of the method or the hardships, he was determined to succeed. Enough idle chatter. There would be ample time for that later. For now, he must concentrate on arranging the magical formations. Valen shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Chu Sheng briefly shared his idea of establishing a second defensive array with her, garnering ample approval. The junior's thoughts were commendable, given his current magical prowess. The offensive potential of spatial magic was far inferior to its functional applications. Valen guided Chu Sheng through the forest, meticulously searching for suitable terrain to serve as the core of the array. She patiently conveyed the key points and precautions regarding the magical array, shedding her usual youthful demeanor and displaying a seriousness that was quite impressive. Very well, let us choose this location. It is sufficiently spacious. Chu Sheng nodded. Following the method Valen had just taught him, he retrieved a batch of small artificial crystals from his spatial magic device. These exquisite materials, as source stones, not only store excessive magical energy, but also serve as excellent materials for creating internal spaces. He distributed the crystals around the nearby trees, inscribing intricate and arcane magical patterns along the pathways connecting them. Chu Sheng was extremely meticulous. This was his first attempt at arranging a magical array, and he was determined not to fail. All done. After completing the final segment of the array's pattern, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Valen with a mix of excitement and anticipation. Throughout the process, Valen had not uttered a single word or provided guidance. She merely observed his work in silence. Upon receiving her approving gaze, Chu Sheng channeled the spatial elemental magic from the surrounding area into the core of the array. A brilliant blue light illuminated the scene, and a strange distortion rippled through the space above the array. In the next moment, a wondrous visual effect unfolded. From within the array, Chu Sheng gazed outward. The forest appeared unchanged. However, from Valen's perspective outside, the distant elven fortress and towering divine tree had vanished, replaced by a commonplace tropical rainforest. Elder Valen. This doesn't seem particularly difficult. Valen shook her head, her expression a blend of gratitude and disappointment. Her tone laced with melancholy. Teaching such a talented apprentice truly offers no sense of accomplishment. Her words were filled with reflection, although she had anticipated this. Witnessing Chu Sheng's aptitude left her with an inexplicable sense of unease. The disparity between individuals is indeed more significant than that between man and beast. As the foremost expert in magical arrays within the elven forest, she had spent an entire month mastering the basics. Yet this young man had executed it with such proficiency on his first attempt. Now I genuinely believe that the junior is the prophesied savior of our elven forest. Chu Sheng, puzzled by being referred to as the savior by other elven maidens, inquired curiously, "What exactly is your prophecy? Why is it certain that this so-called savior is me?" It is not precisely a prophecy, but rather the final oracle left by the goddess of life. Valen's expression turned solemn and serious, her voice adopting a peculiar cadence as she recited, "On the day of life's demise, he shall rise from the land of the rising sun, bearing the name of the savior, vowing to fight for all that is beautiful within the elven forest. Chu Sheng found the language incomprehensible, as it sounded like a series of meaningless groans and laments. Yet, the golden finger conveyed the essence of her words directly into his mind, clear and straightforward. Bearing the name of the savior. Chu Sheng blinked. The current state of the elven forest indeed corroborated the notion of life's demise. As for rising from the land of the rising sun, was that not the legendary eastern continent? Time passed quietly as Chu Sheng, accompanied by Valen, traversed the entirety of the second defensive perimeter. He did not pause for rest, diligently infusing spatial elemental magic into the magical arrays along the way. This array enveloped the entire elven forest fortress, consisting of an inner and outer array. The outer array served as an illusion array, concealing the traces of the elven fortress, while the inner array functioned as a spatial maze, disorienting those who entered. The less capable would find themselves trapped within, while those with a modicum of strength would be guided away from the elven fortress. Even those formidable beings whose power surpasses that of Chu Sheng would find themselves momentarily ensnared. The magnitude of such an intricate formation demands an astronomical amount of magical energy. Goodness, how is it that I have barely filled half of it? Chu Sheng toiled until the early hours of the morning, yet he was still far from completion. To make matters worse, he had depleted all the spatial attribute magic power from the surrounding air. Nonetheless, a considerable gap in the formation's magical energy remained. This implied that the remaining energy had to be drawn from within his own body. There was no alternative, after all. Chu Sheng was the only one capable of wielding spatial attribute magic. He couldn't find anyone else to share the burden. This was tantamount to exhausting himself completely. Gritting his teeth, Chu Sheng tossed several compressed biscuits into his mouth, all enveloped in spatial bubbles. He controlled these biscuits, releasing heat to the maximum extent his body could withstand, ensuring that his magical energy remained abundant, even overflowing. Yet, despite his efforts, there was still about 40% of the magical energy deficit to address. He wiped the sweat from his brow, completely drenched. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Have you ever seen the elven forest at 4:30 in the morning? This approach was not sustainable. He needed to seek out food that could rapidly replenish his magical energy. Chu Sheng pondered, intending to rest briefly before inquiring with Tiffany the following morning. However, as if summoned, Tiffany appeared. What are you doing here? The towering figure of Tiffany, the giant elven maiden, stood before him. The expression of the elven queen remained as tender and loving as ever. An instant silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the gentle whispers of the evening breeze. Neither spoke, both acutely aware of the toll the elven forest had taken. Tiffany had intended to consult with Chu Sheng the day before, but learned from Velen that he was busy setting up the magical formation. Along her path, she had witnessed the formation that enveloped the entire fortress, and she realized that even she would require significant effort to provide the necessary magical energy. Yet, Chu Sheng had managed to achieve nearly 60% on his own. The hardships and exhaustion he must have endured were palpable. Upon seeing his frail figure, pale as frost, with beads of sweat cascading down and his magical energy waning, she felt a surge of concern. Tiffany, I'm fine. I've merely overexerted my magical energy. I understand. And you need not be so troubled. I merely came to see you, not to impose any demands. You may rest assured. I shall not speak of anything you need to listen to. We can coexist peacefully, and you may reflect upon any matters in your own time, instead of leaving me to ponder alone. This predicament is a consequence of your own foolishness. Chapter 78. The Shadow of Giants and Darkness. In that moment, Chu Sheng realized why Shinuya had always referred to Tiffany as. It was not merely a nominal title, but a tangible reality. What a wondrous magic this was. Tiffany smiled knowingly, taking Chu Sheng's hand and leading him toward a massive shatter tree stump not far away. Wait, Tiffany, this may have some repercussions for you. Chu Sheng interrupted her movement, expressing his concern. There was a semblance to the energy found within the fallen objects after the orc's demise. Chu Sheng feared that Tiffany might sacrifice her own well-being to expedite his recovery, which would be unwise, especially since the elven forest required her presence. Indeed, it may cause me to lose some blood and vitality, but it is merely a trivial matter. Chu Sheng felt his strength and magical energy rapidly rejuvenating, far more effective than consuming those compressed biscuits. His consciousness began to waver, the cumulative fatigue from the day taking its toll. Once relaxation set in, sleep crept upon him, and soon he succumbed to a slumber as innocent as a newborn's. What's happening here? Chu Sheng blinked in bewilderment. He was certain he was not in a dream. His awareness was too acute. After resting on Tiffany's lap, he found himself in this inexplicable place. Darkness enveloped him, rendering the world desolate and eerily silent. With a flick of his palm, he ignited a small flame of magic to illuminate his surroundings. The flickering light revealed a colossal shadow ahead. The shadow appeared to be reclining atop something, but from a distance, he could only discern vague outlines. Chu Sheng speculated that this enigmatic presence was the very reason he had been drawn to this place. Uncertain if he was physically present or in some ethereal state, he decided to approach cautiously. "Hello? What do you seek from me?" Gathering his courage, he advanced toward the enormous shadow. As he drew closer, the flame illuminated a portion of the figure, revealing a strikingly large humanoid silhouette. Upon reaching the side of the figure, he beheld a woman languidly reclining upon an enormous bed, her size defying imagination. Chu Sheng strained to tiptoe, barely reaching her collarbone. Before him stood a beauty akin to a giantess. Though her features remained obscured by some mysterious force, she lacked the ruggedness typically associated with such size. Instead, she resembled a resplendent maiden, merely scaled to a grand proportion. Even while lying upon the bed, she must have been at least 3 meters tall. Chu Sheng estimated that if she were to stand fully, she could easily exceed 10 or even 20 meters. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as fine jade, draped in delicate silken garments, with cascading golden curls that exuded the fragrance of the forest. Awestruck by her towering presence, Chu Sheng stood rooted, experiencing a sense of visual intimidation akin to a fear of giants. Excuse me, madam," he ventured cautiously, extending the most polite greeting he could muster. The giantess's gaze slowly shifted toward him, her demeanor exuding nobility and grace, evoking no sense of condescension despite her towering stature. Her lips, plump and rosy, quivered slightly as a subtle smile graced her face. "Child, greetings." This voice did not emanate from her mouth, but resonated directly within Chu Sheng's mind. Moreover, the peculiar tone bore a striking resemblance to the divine utterances he had heard from Velen. He recognized it as the language of the gods. Oh, how splendid! A being capable of coherent conversation. Chu Sheng felt elated. As long as communication was possible, there was room for negotiation. Regardless of whether she intended to confine him or otherwise, at least he could glean the reasons behind it and avoid confusion. "Esteemed lady, I am Chu Sheng, hailing from the eastern continent and currently residing in the Elven Forest. May I inquire how I should address you? Mortals fear me, calling me Life. Yet my followers revere me, bestowing upon me the title of Mother. If you do not mind, you may call me as my followers do. Life? Mother?" Chu Sheng was taken aback. Though he had harbored some suspicions, hearing her affirm it nearly made him exclaim in disbelief. "Oh my! I have finally encountered the true goddess of life." Chapter 79. The request of the goddess of life. It became evident that the entire elven race might have been created by the magnificent woman before him. Chu Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words in conversing with the other party. He felt that the limited knowledge he possessed was as barren as a jest before such a high-level being. "Child, could you enlighten me on the reasons behind the decline of the Forest of Kin?" I apologize. I have only recently arrived in the Elven Forest and am not well informed. Moreover, the era in which you were active is quite distant from the present, making it difficult for me to provide an answer." Chu Sheng scratched his head, sensing that the being before him seemed oblivious to the circumstances of the outside world, even unaware of how her own created race had weakened. "No matter. I shall not hold it against you. Child, I have long yearned for your arrival, and now my wish has finally been fulfilled." The voice and demeanor of the goddess of life were exceptionally gentle. She truly embodied the essence of the creators, Tiffany and Shanoa. It was likely that the elven race was shaped in accordance with her own character and appearance. "Goddess of life, may I inquire about this place? How was I brought here to meet you? This is my spiritual realm, which you may also perceive as a shared dream of the entire Forest of Kin. As for how you came to meet me, it is through the acquisition of the life essence of my strongest kin." Chu Sheng pondered. The strongest kin must refer to Tiffany. The goddess of life gazed at him with a knowing look, as if she could see into his thoughts, and prophetically spoke. "There is but one opportunity to meet beings like me through this method. Should you wish to see me again, you may need to seek other means." A slight sense of regret washed over Chu Sheng. He had hoped to frequently visit this place. The mention of beings like me likely indicated other deities, suggesting that one could meet a god by seeking the strongest representative of a corresponding kin. Goddess of life, I have countless questions to ask you. What does the prophecy you left for the elven forest mean? Can you bestow everlasting life upon a human being? What are the conditions for becoming a deity? I apologize. Have I asked too much? Noticing a hint of helplessness on the face of the enormous woman, he quickly ceased his inquiries. Despite the mysterious force obscuring her features, her expressions conveyed a clear message. Child, I cannot answer these questions. I have slumbered for far too long, only recently awakening intermittently. My memories may have faded with the passage of time. The prophecy I left for my kin stems from a vague sense of their future. Chu Sheng couldn't help but speculate that the goddess of life might indeed be nearing her own decline, as her prolonged slumber and ignorance of her kin suggested a detachment from the world. Child, I have an unusual request, and I hope you will grant it. The tone of the goddess was soft, devoid of any coercive pressure typical of a higher being. Instead, it resembled the plea of a neighborly elder. Chu Sheng bit his lip, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to nod resolutely. Goddess of life, I cannot guarantee that I will be of assistance. I have already aided your kin significantly, so. His tone wavered. Reminiscent of a leader discussing compensation for services rendered, his fingers fidgeting as if to imply that additional rewards were expected. To Chu Sheng, it seemed that a deity soliciting help from a mortal could not be a trivial matter, and the inherent dangers might pose a threat to his very existence. The goddess of life chuckled, amused by Chu Sheng's cunning demeanor. She found this little one far more endearing than the elf she had created. Child, rest assured. This task will not bring you trouble. Rather, it will yield great rewards for you. Then please, do elaborate. Chu Sheng nodded, willing to extend a favor as long as the benefits were substantial. Extract the remaining life essence within me, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of other races. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. After hearing her request, Chu Sheng fell silent. It was not an arduous task, yet it was somewhat unexpected. Removing the life essence of the goddess would surely lead to her demise. However, the towering woman seemed to sense his concerns and clarified. Do not worry about my well-being. I merely wish to contribute in whatever small way I can to bring hope to my kin. After careful consideration, Chu Sheng eventually nodded slowly. With the goddess's assurance, he felt no need to fret. If she were truly unable to withstand the decline, then he was too insignificant to prevent it. Child, quickly, draw upon my life essence. Faced with her colossal form, he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Goddess of life, you are too tall. The goddess chuckled, her immense body illuminated by countless glowing motes, resembling fireflies. Her exaggerated stature, at least several meters tall, gradually diminished until it reached a minimal state. Even in this form, she still towered over Chu Sheng by a head, likely resembling Tiffany. Now, Chu Sheng understood. He had initially assumed the elves' height stemmed from superior nourishment. It turned out they were modeled after the goddess herself. Chapter 80. Awakening the pressing concern now was to formulate questions of value to pose to the goddess of life. After all, acquiring more information would enable better preparations for the defense of the elven forest. Furthermore, according to the goddess herself, she was in a state of fragmented memory, possibly understanding less than Tiffany. Given the rarity of this encounter, he aimed to extract some strategic significance from it. To what extent could my life be elevated? Chu Sheng was exceedingly curious. Legend spoke of deities possessing immortal lives, and a deity of life likely wielded vitality unrivaled among all gods. If not for the overwhelming sensation that his spiritual essence was on the verge of being expelled from this world, he would have been unwilling to leave. While in the cave with Shanoa, he had. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chu Sheng utilized his spiritual energy to gauge his current physical condition, hoping to ascertain the extent of his enhancement. Yet, perhaps due to the nature of this being a spiritual realm, he sensed no physical changes. It seemed he would only be able to appreciate such transformations upon the return of his consciousness to his physical form. At present, you cannot fully harness this power, yet its benefits are extraordinary. Your lifespan has surpassed the limitations of human bloodlines, extending several-fold beyond the original. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng was overjoyed. The longevity issue he had long worried about was seemingly resolved. Surpassing the original limits meant he could potentially live for 5, 6, 7, or even 8 centuries. Although he would not achieve the longevity of the elves, it was a most unexpected blessing. This meant he would have more time to pursue the path to divinity, no longer fearing an untimely demise before reaching his goal. Goddess of life, it seems I am about to depart from here. Do you truly not remember any other means of entering this realm? I will miss you greatly. I apologize, child. I have already stated that this matter is beyond my capability. Should you wish to meet again in the future, you must strive on your own. Perhaps you can uncover some clues from the kin of other deities. The goddess of life appeared to have genuinely lost her past memories, rendering her unable to assist Chu Sheng in his desire to meet again. There were certainly methods available, but at present, Chu Sheng was still too weak, and many feasible options would likely prove insurmountable for him. The life force within me, apart from extending my lifespan slightly, serves no other purpose? Certainly not. The most significant aspect of this power lies in its ability to assist other connected lives in their evolutionary ascent. Astounded, Chu Sheng pondered, suddenly feeling his thoughts slow, teetering on the edge of consciousness. He realized this was a sign of being sent away from the spiritual realm, and before departing, he expressed his gratitude to the goddess of life who held him close. On the periphery of the elven forest, at the second line of defense, Tiffany sat upon a tree stump. Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he abruptly awoke. Glancing up at the sky, he observed that the sun was now at its zenith, marking the noon hour. I can't believe I've slept for so long. He blinked, having been immersed in the goddess of life's spiritual world, which felt like no time had passed at all. No need to rush out of bed. I can afford to rest a little longer. Yet, a sense of urgency overtook him, and he eagerly probed his physical form with his mental energy, curious to see the effects of the life evolution the goddess had mentioned. To his astonishment, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his bodily functions. The activity levels of all his organs vastly exceeded their previous states. His heartbeat quickened and strengthened. The flow of blood accelerated severalfold, and his metabolism surged at an astonishing rate. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the skin on his arms and neck beginning to shed dead cells, revealing skin as tender and delicate as that of an infant. The potency of these effects rivaled the legendary cleansing elixirs of cultivation novels. In an instant, Chu Sheng's bodily transformation unfolded, too swift for the naked eye to comprehend. Child, how has your vitality become so robust? Tiffany's eyes shimmered with astonishment, for in her magical perception, Chu Sheng now resembled a young divine tree of life. His lifespan had far surpassed that of an ordinary human, and his various functions approached those of the elven race. While Tiffany marveled, confusion also clouded her thoughts. She questioned how, relying solely on her life essence, she could bestow such a tremendous enhancement. Even her own ascension to the 10th tier would not yield such results. Chu Sheng did not respond. Instead, his gaze turned to the heart of the elven forest fortress, where the towering divine tree of life stood. This ancient tree had witnessed the forest's past prosperity and its current decline over countless years. Yet now, signs of aging began to manifest. The once vibrant green leaves at the top shifted to a pale yellow, and the sturdy branches appeared to wither and thin, as if their moisture had been drained. It seemed the goddess of life had spoken true. Chu Sheng's expression sharpened, having just acquired the essence of life from the goddess. The divine tree in reality began to wither. He suddenly speculated whether the divine tree was, in fact, the true form of the goddess of life. You two are a manifestation of the 10 tails? Chu Sheng shook his head, opting for transparency instead of concealment, and recounted his recent experience in the spiritual realm and the acquisition of the essence of life to Tiffany. In truth, I just encountered your deity. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's dreamlike experience, Tiffany's expression transitioned from shock to gravity and finally to relief. The burdensome obsessions weighing on her heart seemed to dissolve in that moment. With eyes filled with pride and comfort, Tiffany gazed down at Chu Sheng in her arms, speaking with a tone of acceptance. Since the goddess has favored you, then my choice alongside Shinuya was indeed not misplaced. This power shall be entrusted to you. Dear child, I find solace in that. The final remnants of concern for the elven forest have finally been resolved. Chu Sheng, perplexed, inquired, will you not be affected by the goddess bestowing the essence of the divine tree upon me? Certainly not. We shall discuss the remaining matters upon our return. With Tiffany's assistance, they swiftly returned to the fortress of the elven forest. Chu Sheng first visited his tree dwelling, summoning Shinuya, and together they made their way to Tiffany's abode. Mother, has something occurred? Shinuya sensed a notable difference in Tiffany's demeanor, radiating a certain resolve. I dispatched messages seeking aid to various races, but they were intercepted by the human realm. As Tiffany's words hung in the air, she produced a frost-covered hummingbird from her spatial magic device, the same one previously sent beyond the elven forest. The magical fluctuations emanating from the hummingbird had extinguished, and the mental energy it contained had likely fallen into the hands of the human realm. Tiffany's tone turned somber as her gaze drifted southward, where the towns of the human realm loomed faintly. Along the border adjacent to the elven forest, Two ninth-tier human powerhouses have arrived, effectively sealing the entire border with magic. Shinuya's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "Does this mean the humans intend to sever all ties?" Chu Sheng remained silent, having anticipated this development. The human realm was surely planning a blitzkrieg, aiming to seal off all information regarding the elven forest, leaving other races unaware. Perhaps they had been plotting this for some time. Tiffany's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn resolve. "Children, I must once again entrust you with the task of seeking assistance from other races." Chu Sheng and Shinuya exchanged glances, understanding the implication of Tiffany's words. Just as she had previously dispatched Shinuya to the human realm for aid, now she was sending both Chu Sheng and Shinuya together. "Tiffany, why me? How shall we breach the blockade of the ninth-tier powerhouses?" In response to Chu Sheng's inquiry, Tiffany did not rush to answer, but instead raised her staff and began to chant, "O noble and sacred goddess of life, grant this child the potential to transcend his limitations, allowing him to journey to the shores of a new world." As Tiffany's lips moved, a vast surge of magical energy converged from all directions, enveloping Chu Sheng entirely. When the light dissipated, a myriad of magical patterns interwove to form a leaf-shaped mark upon his forehead. This is the ninth-tier spell, the Oath of the Tree of Life. Shinuya gazed at the leaf mark atop Chu Sheng's head and then glanced at Tiffany, who appeared weakened, biting her lip before speaking. "This spell can elevate your magical realm instantaneously to the 7th tier, but at the cost of your life force." Burning life force to enhance one's realm? Tiffany took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Indeed, with the aid of this spell, you can utilize 7th-tier magic for long-range spatial jumps, bypassing the blockade of the human powerhouses and transporting to another realm. This was precisely why I entrusted this mission to you and Shinuya. Aside from you, no one else in the elven forest can leave. Chu Sheng touched the mark on his forehead, deep in thought. The notion of burning life force for elevation sounded reminiscent of the upgrading techniques found in fantastical novels. Given his current vitality, which rivaled that of a minor goddess, did this not imply he could maintain 7th-tier strength for an extended duration? After all, he had life force to spare. With this thought in mind, Chu Sheng immediately summoned his mental energy, activating the leaf mark above his head. A rush of incredibly pure mental energy emanated from the mark, flooding every corner of his body. With a gentle flick of his fingers, spatial magic surged forth like a spring, tearing open a rift in the void before him. Through the fissure, he glimpsed the vast, dark expanse of the void, along with an exit on the other side. A smile crept across Chu Sheng's face. This ability surpassed even divine powers. It consumed only life force and spared his vision. Chu Sheng ceased the incantation of this spell. Upon witnessing the radiant leaf mark upon Chu Sheng's forehead, Shinuya hastily grasped his hand. Such a potent spell, one that consumes life force, is typically invoked only in the direst of life or death situations. For beings of short lifespan like humans, each invocation, even if merely for a fleeting moment, could cost them several months or even years of their lives. With a mere thought, Chu Sheng retracted the power of the life tree's oath, and, sensing the concerned gaze of the great elven maiden beside him, he found it somewhat amusing. He had indeed felt the drain of life within him. But soon the abundant essence bestowed by the goddess of life replenished it entirely. "Fear not, I am as resilient as a cockroach," he reassured her. He did not withhold the truth of his encounter with the goddess of life, divulging the entire account. After a prolonged moment of shock, she gradually regained her composure and began to worry for Tiffany. "Mother, what will happen to the elven forest now that Chu Sheng and I have departed? What if the orc and human armies encroach at this moment?" To this, Tiffany appeared remarkably composed, transmitting a sense of calmness to both Chu Sheng and Shinuya through her demeanor. "You need not fret. The elven forest is under the protection of myself and the elders. It shall not fall. When it comes to destructive power, I may not rival the 9th-tier archmage of the human realm. Yet in terms of mental prowess and the versatility of spells, there exists no one in this world who can instill fear in me." It is no wonder Tiffany radiated such confidence. The elven race is renowned for its formidable magical affinity, which is essential for their survival. Tiffany, being the mightiest of her kin and one of the few capable of casting 10th-tier spells, is immensely powerful, nearing the status of a divine mage. Should the orc and human champions truly unite in their assault, I shall unleash the 10th-tier ice seal spell, completely encasing the elven forest in ice. As Tiffany spoke, a resolute glint shone in her eyes. As the matriarch of her people, she would never allow their legacy to falter under her watch. The ice seal would grant the elven forest at least 3 additional months, ample time for your reinforcements to arrive. Seeing that even Queen Tiffany was prepared for this eventuality, Chu Sheng and Shinuya exchanged a glance, falling into a solemn silence. After all, if the moment truly arrived, there would indeed be no other avenue left to pursue. Unless Chu Sheng could procure a few hefty allies from the real world, the tide of battle might remain unchanged. Moreover, even with nuclear weapons, they could at best eliminate the ordinary soldiers of the orc and human forces. They would not pose a lethal threat to the formidable 9th-tier champions. At such heights of power, every individual could unleash attacks equivalent to nuclear devastation, rendering the annihilation of cities as effortless as drinking water. Child, the future of the elven forest rests in your hands. Tiffany gently clasped Chu Sheng's hands within her own, her gaze sincere and fervent. Chu Sheng met her beautiful eyes with unwavering resolve, nodding affirmatively. Shinuya forced a smile, attempting to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Do not worry, mother. With Chu Sheng by my side, reinforcements will arrive swiftly, and the elven forest will be safe. Meanwhile, at the border between the elven forest and the sacred Ronya Empire, in the territory of Marquis Peter, the white-haired elder, Bishop Kanasai, clad in ecclesiastical robes, and the valiant Commander Ferris, donned in majestic armor, sat within a military tent. Beside them, the Marquis, who should have been the highest authority in this place, now resembled a servant, cautiously pouring tea for the two and keenly observing their expressions. This was due to the fact that both individuals before him were renowned 9th-tier champions. Terrifying figures perched at the pinnacle of the Empire's hierarchy. One was a holy archmage who had perfected the art of radiant spells, while the other was the youngest 9th-tier warrior in the Empire's history, undefeated since his enlistment, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Your Highness, sending these two deities here truly burdens me, the Marquis thought to himself, feeling quite exasperated. Among the faction of the 5th Prince, Kanasai and Ferris were the least compatible. Each encounter would lead to clashes. The 5th Prince's decision to send them together was evidently a ploy to keep them in check. Caught between them, the Marquis had endured considerable discomfort over the past few days. With a thud, Ferris slammed his teacup onto the table, not sparing a glance at the Marquis, his tone cold and unsettling. Marquis Peter, do you believe the tea will pour itself into my cup? Ah, haha, Commander. Please forgive me. The Marquis offered a forced laugh, hastily bowing and filling Ferris's cup with fragrant tea. Afterward, he ensured to balance things out by pouring a cup for the silent Kanasai as well. Lacking this awareness could easily provoke the 9th-tier light mage's ire. Marquis Peter, do you think I cannot pour my own tea? The Marquis, fine, whether to pour or not is not the issue, is it? So this is how we shall play it? Were it not for the shared interests binding them, he would have considered abandoning his post entirely. Though he only possessed 7th-tier strength, he was still a Marquis. When had he ever felt so humiliated? Kanasai and Ferris sipped their tea, neither affording the Marquis a single glance. In front of the 5th Prince, they might engage in pleasantries for the sake of unity, but privately. They would never regard a mere 7th-tier Marquis as their equal. It would be a mercy if they did not belittle him further. When did the orc army become so inept? 3,000 men entered without even a splash. Are the magical armors crafted by your holy order of such inferior quality? In response to Ferris's scornful remarks, Kanasai was not one to yield easily. He had long harbored disdain for this younger man who showed no respect for his elders. You should not question me. Rather, direct your inquiries towards yourself. Was the map provided to the orc army drawn by a street artist? The two exchanged barbs, a situation the Marquis had grown accustomed to. Such disputes were a daily occurrence. But this time, unexpectedly, they merely glared at one another before both huffing and turning away. Has the urgent report from His Highness mentioned when we will strike? Tomorrow morning. Kanasai fell silent, standing after a moment to stretch his shoulders. Very well. It is time for these old bones to move. He wielded a towering metallic staff, its tip radiating a tangible golden magic that pierced the heavens. Wishing everyone a joyous lantern festival. Chapter 83. Infiltration. Kanasai and Ferris had engaged in conversation for quite some time within the tent, under the impression that their discourse went unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a tall and voluptuous figure moved stealthily within the shadows. The silhouette danced among the shadows of the human soldiers, swiftly traversing the border until it vanished entirely into the vast rainforest of the elven forest. Rudmala leapt from the shadow of a towering tree, removing her black hood and spreading her arms wide, inhaling deeply the fresh air of the forest. Ah, The air in the elven forest remained so invigorating. Her sleek golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and her sun-kissed skin exuded a wild yet sensual allure. Her toned muscles radiating both grace and strength. The short-haired elven maiden glanced back towards the distant human border, perplexed by the dense array of defensive soldiers. Are humans truly intending to betray the alliance of the other races? Although the dark elves had already parted ways with the elven forest, they still stemmed from the tree of life, and the faith rooted in their veins remained unalterable. Rudmila felt a profound sense of duty to convey this news to Queen Tiffany of the Elves. Even if she could not deliver the message directly due to her identity, she could employ another's assistance. Elven Forest, I have finally returned. The short-haired elven maiden stretched her legs and dashed into the seemingly endless forest. She remembered the instructions given to her by Babylon before her departure to seek out the dark elf named Eileen if the opportunity arose. It was hard to forget how. When the dark elves moved away from the elven forest, Eileen was merely a budding girl. However, Rudmila's primary interest lay with the man from the eastern continent. She was eager to discover what charm he possessed. Navigating through the thickets and over hills, Rudmila soon beheld a towering and magnificent city wall ahead. The massive structure was partly constructed from earth magic and partly woven from magical trees, not seeming to bear the hallmark of elven craftsmanship. Could it be the handiwork of that man? With curiosity etched on her face, Rudmila's powerful legs propelled her several dozen meters high, allowing her to leap over to the other side of the wall. As she pressed on, an unsettling feeling gripped her, as if something was missing from her vision. It was only when she approached the second line of defense that realization dawned upon her. Where had the colossal tree of life vanished to? She stood bewildered, pondering how the towering tree, once visible from hundreds of miles away, had inexplicably disappeared. Even the neatly arranged elven fortresses were nowhere to be seen. As Rudmila stared around in confusion, she took a step forward, only to plunge directly into a spatial maze set by Chu Sheng. Awaiting her was a dishearteningly twisted space. Report to the general. A figure has been detected 2 kilometers from the fortress using thermal imaging. Chu Sheng received an urgent report from the patrol leader, Livell. With an irritated expression, he followed Livell to the top of the fortress wall. Along the way, he contemplated that anyone capable of breaching his newly established spatial formation to reach the fortress must possess considerable strength, at least at the 7th or 8th tier. This was no ordinary foe. A decisive counterattack was imperative. Upon arriving at the watchtower, Chu Sheng took the thermal imaging device from an elven maiden and focused on the target's location. Who was this short-haired girl? Though he could not discern her features, her silhouette shone like a beacon against the night, utterly unhidden. Chu Sheng concluded that she had become disoriented in his spatial maze, having expended great effort to escape. Now appearing utterly nauseated, this was a prime opportunity to capture her, and he instructed Livell to inform the queen that a little thief required her presence. Outside the fortress, Rudmila leaned against a towering tree, feeling dizzy and nauseous. What kind of diabolical magic was this? It was like a labyrinth, leading her astray for what felt like an eternity. Ugh! Unable to restrain herself, she retched, vowing never to endure such an experience again. After entering the spatial magic array, Rudmila had pursued the illusory tree of life, but no matter how far she ventured, she could not draw nearer. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, she sensed she was ensnared within a magical formation. When she attempted to use her strength to break free, she found the space around her flowing like mercury, twisting incessantly. Rudmila floundered in the distorted space until she finally discovered a weak point in the formation and broke through. It felt as though she, akin to a dizzy individual in a 3D world, had been forced to play in creative mode for 10 hours straight. After regaining her composure, she pulled out a tissue to clean her lips. Just as she prepared to sneak into the elven fortress, she noticed icy blue magical energy swirling around her feet. Impossible! Rudmila gasped in shock. Despite her discomfort, she had not forgotten to employ her stealth technique. Completely shrouded in the shadow of the tree, she believed that even a 9th-tier expert would be unable to detect her, just like the 2 9th-tier warriors from the human side. She had overheard their conversation without eliciting any reaction. How could she be discovered by the elven forest? Forcing herself to remain calm, she unleashed a surge of golden fighting spirit from her legs, propelling herself several dozen meters away. Yet, faced with the prepared elven queen, her struggles resembled those of a timid cat, helpless and adorable. Frigid frost enveloped her heart, constricting it. An onslaught of icy sensations assailed her from all directions, sealing off the pathways for her fighting spirit. She plummeted from the air like a bird with clipped wings. With a sudden jolt, Rudmila opened her eyes to find herself in a warm embrace. Before her stood a striking figure with black hair and eyes, a playful smile gracing his handsome features. Chapter 84. Interrogation. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. She opened her eyes to find herself in a dark, dilapidated cell. The iron bars outside too narrow to allow even a small child to pass. Clang, clang. As Rudmila attempted to rise, she realized her hands and feet were shackled by chains of elemental metal as thick as an infant's arm, weighing heavily upon her. She tried to summon her fighting spirit, but instead felt a sharp pain in her heart. Damn it! Rudmila scrambled to her feet, shaking the iron bars violently and shouting at the top of her lungs. Let me out! Let me out, you bastards! Hearing her commotion, 2 elven guards entered the cell, coldly rapping on the bars. Silence! Wait patiently for our general's orders. Minutes later, Chu Sheng pushed open the cell door and entered, dismissing the 2 elven guards with a wave. He ignited a flicker of fire magic with his fingertips, illuminating the dim prison. Upon seeing him, Rudmila ceased her shouting, her eyes filled with curiosity as she scrutinized Chu Sheng from head to toe. Her beautiful starry eyes sparkled with scrutiny, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of novelty. Hearing the short-haired elven maiden's murmurs, Chu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. He was reputed to be the most handsome individual in the elven forest, far too distinguished for mere mortals to approach. Oi, male, what is your name? You, a prisoner. Dare to ask questions? Answer my inquiries. Chu Sheng's lips twitched. Had it not been for her being a dark elf, he would have subjected her to severe torture. Everything was prepared, and only when he stripped away her external disguise did he discover she was an ally. What is your name? Speak. What is your purpose in infiltrating the elven forest? Speak. Rudmila remained silent, her gaze fixed on him as if he were her prey. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. The elven race did not condone violence against their kin, even dark elves who had detached from the elven forest. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Sheng summoned an inextinguishable blue spirit fire within the cell. He retrieved a half-meter-long iron rod from the corner and heated it in the flames. Sizzle, sizzle. Once the iron rod glowed red, he slowly approached, extending it through the iron bars. Yet, just as the atmosphere thickened to an unbearable tension, an unexpected sound broke the silence. Gurgle, gurgle. Rudmila blinked, clutching her flat stomach and grinning foolishly. Hey, I'm a little hungry. Chu Sheng stared at the short-haired elven maiden, bemused by her silly demeanor, and found it hard to maintain his composure. Oi, male, go fetch me something to eat. Wait. Chu Sheng retracted his iron rod and stepped outside to fetch a plate of the elven race's favorite vegetable salad. Upon seeing the large platter of greens, Rudmila's delicate brows furrowed instantly, and she let out a dismissive hum. Take it away, take it away. I want meat. The short-haired elven maiden crossed her arms and sat on the ground, not even glancing at the vegetables. You're an elf, ah. How can you not eat greens but crave meat? I won't utter a word without meat. Chu Sheng inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to curse, and took back the salad. No wonder they had to part ways from the elven forest. Their dietary habits were so different, it was impossible to coexist. With a thought, he returned to the real world, as finding meat in the elven forest was no easy task. It was far more convenient here. He drove to Walashi and bought a fried chicken combo meal, then promptly turned back to the cell. I don't know what you like, so let us keep it simple. How about this? Chu Sheng tore off a chicken leg from the steaming fried chicken and waved it outside the iron bars. Oh my, what is this? It smells amazing. Rudmila sprang up from the ground, lunging toward the bars to inhale the aroma. Even as a fervent carnivore, she had never encountered such delectable food. The rich blend of spices mixed with the unique scent of meat made her mouth water before she had even taken a bite. Give it to me, quick. Chu Sheng deliberately held the chicken leg just out of her reach and said lightly, answer a question, and you can have a bite. Otherwise, it's off the table. Deal. Faced with such temptation, Rudmila could hardly resist, and she thought she might even overlook a more outrageous demand from Chu Sheng. First question, what is your name? Dark elf, Rudmila. Oh well. The short-haired elven maiden bit into the chicken leg, gnawing on it with abandon, skin and bone included. Third question, what is your purpose for infiltrating the elven forest? To assassinate Princess Shinuya. Chu Sheng's hand halted mid-feed, his expression darkening instantly. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere as she savored her meal, Rudmila continued to shout like a child who had lost her snack. Hey, what are you doing? Wow, what are you going crazy about? The short-haired elven maiden glared angrily at Chu Sheng, her demeanor fierce like a lioness with ruffled fur. She struggled against his grip, but the large hand clasping her neck felt as unyielding as iron, leaving her powerless to move. Humph. Even as a prisoner, you still dare to address me so? Do you think I am merely a plaything? Is it only now you seek mercy? Rudmila, you are dreaming. Chu Sheng disregarded her pitiful expression, a sense of vindictive pleasure evident on his face. In his heart, Shinuya was akin to a sacred treasure he would not allow anyone to harm. Even if she were of the same race as Shinuya, he would show no mercy. Muttering to himself, he was intrigued to learn that Rudmila's primary form of supernatural power was combat energy, and she had already reached the 8th tier of strength. It would have been nearly impossible to subdue her without Tiffany's assistance. With a mental command, he executed a spatial leap, appearing before Rudmila. He looked down at the short-haired elven maiden, who instinctively began to back away. Rudmila, dragging her heavy chains, retreated into the corner, wondering how this initially unthreatening man had suddenly turned so ruthless. Seeing Chu Sheng materialize in the cell, she realized that the spatial magic circle outside was set up by him. Perhaps her very presence had been discovered because of him. Chu Sheng approached Rudmila step by step, casting spells, power amplification, endurance sustained, inner potential, sensory enhancement. He unleashed a torrent of spell buffs, akin to frantically preparing gear before a boss battle. Humph. Rudmila puffed out her chest defiantly, meeting Chu Sheng's gaze without fear. I, Rudmila, shall not be outdone by a mere human. Chu Sheng could see that her bravado was merely a facade. I will give you one last chance. Confess who sent you, and aside from assassinating Shinuya, do you have any other motives? She gazed at the human male who was a head shorter than her, and for some reason, she felt no inclination to resist. There was an air of authority about him that she had only felt before in the life tree. In the past, had she been subjected to such humiliation and oppression, Rudmila would have summoned her secret arts to fight back. After all, she was the renowned Dark Moon of the Shadow Clan, and she valued her pride. Do as you will, I shan't speak of what I choose to keep secret. No one can compel me. Very well. Chu Sheng was amused by her stubbornness. She was truly an elf who would not shed tears until faced with the coffin. He decided against further banter with Rudmila. I will show no mercy to an elf so reticent as you. In the dim cell, only the crackling of spiritual fire remained. Chu Sheng began to notice something amiss. As his magical spells intensified, Rudmila seemed to adapt, emboldened by her enhanced physical prowess, her demeanor shifting to one of defiance, even provoking him to intensify his efforts. What on earth is going on with this short-haired elven maiden? The more he sought to discipline her, the stranger it felt, prompting him to halt. Chu Sheng, Shinuya, Eileen, Tiffany, Velen, Rudmila, Lowstar, Babylon. Chapter 86. The Anomaly of Shinuya. Causing Chu Sheng to widen his eyes in disbelief, it dawned on him why the other two elven maidens had addressed him as general. His standing in the elven forest was likely second only to a select few beneath the elven queen. Once upon a time, the title of general belonged to Babylon. Chu Sheng felt a shiver from Rudmila's predatory gaze, making him hesitate to advance. This fellow dared to discipline Rudmila in such a manner. Fueled by confidence in his physical strength and acknowledgement of her capabilities, after numerous enhancements from the beastman's powers, even blades and needles could hardly mar his skin, leaving merely scratches at worst. Though Rudmila possessed 8th tier strength, she had been rendered completely vulnerable by Elder Velen's special magic circle, her combat energy core locked away. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected for Chu Sheng. You seem quite invested in this elf named Shinuya. Rudmila recalled how, upon hearing her intent to assassinate, Chu Sheng had entered a furious state. It appeared that Princess Shinuya held significant importance to this man. How could that be? Do you think others are like you? Chu Sheng, feeling helpless, no longer harbored any desire to punish her. He suddenly regretted hastily drawing his sword without clarifying the situation. Rudmila was also an elf, and logically, she should not harbor murderous intent towards her kin. Although the dark elves and the elven forest had parted ways, having received the life goddess's bestowed power, he understood the purity of the elf's faith. Not only would they refrain from assassination, but they would also rather perish than harm their kindred. With this in mind, the gravity of his earlier emotions and anger diminished considerably. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly spoke. Rudmila, you cannot genuinely wish to assassinate Shinuya, can you? What if I said that is indeed my intention? Chu Sheng's lips twitched in disbelief. Cough. Rudmila, is this truly how one behaves? As a general of the illustrious elven forest, is it fitting to speak so gently to a captive? Wouldn't such behavior tarnish the dignity of a male? Rudmila interrupted Chu Sheng's admonition. rising with the heavy iron chains in her grasp, stepping forward until she stood before him. Male, are you afraid of hurting me? There is no need to be so naive. Boom. Chu Sheng snapped back to reality, his gaze drawn to the sky beyond the iron bars. A massive scarlet light flickered overhead, signaling an urgent alert from the patrol. Were the orcs attacking? Or was it the humans? Perhaps both factions united? With immense determination, Chu Sheng withdrew his hand from Rudmala's ample form, executed a spatial leap, and burst forth from his cell. Oi, male, where are you going? Can you at least let me out first? Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming surge of vital energy emanating from her dantian, as if a spring had burst forth. This force instantaneously shattered all magical shackles binding Rudmala, erasing her fatigue and pain. The powerful 8th-tier combat aura flowed through her being once more. This energy surged like a torrent, sweet as the finest nectar, far surpassing the mere essence drawn from the sacred tree of life. Could it be that the male's true identity is that of the consort to the goddess of life? Rudmala blinked in surprise, channeling her strength to shatter the iron shackles binding her limbs, and with a single kick, she flung open the iron door of her cell. Seeing no one around, she swiftly employed her shadowy form to meld into the boundless darkness. Chu Sheng continued to utilize spatial leaps, racing back to his tree dwelling. He had conferred with Tiffany about the necessity of swiftly escorting Shanyua away from the elven forest to seek aid once the highest level of alarm was sounded. Although he was deeply concerned about the front lines, he prioritized finding Shanyua to alleviate Tiffany and Elder Wheelin's worries. But what in the world was happening? Upon entering the bedroom and laying eyes on Shanyua, Chu Sheng was taken aback. The great elven maiden lay asleep as usual, yet this time, the ground and walls around her sprouted twisted tree trunks, ensnaring her. The trunks spiraled and coiled as if possessing their own consciousness, slowly enveloping Shanyua like a cocoon. Shanyua, wake up. Can you hear me? Chu Sheng called frantically, hesitant to act hastily. He feared that these trunks, sprouting from the earth, had already entwined themselves within Shanyua's body, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. Buzz, a surge of magical energy rippled nearby, and Tiffany, the red-haired giant elven maiden, appeared. She grasped Chu Sheng's hand, urgency and reluctance evident in her voice. Child, you must take Shanyua and leave at once. Do not worry about this place. I shall protect all of the elven forest. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the sight of Shanyua ensnared by the tree trunks, and her words faltered. Shanyua. Tiffany stared in shock at the scene until Chu Sheng began shaking her arm insistently, bringing her back to reality. Tiffany, what has happened to Shanyua? Sensing Chu Sheng's worry and urgency, Tiffany shook her head despondently. I do not know. This may be related to the goddess of life. How did it come to involve the goddess of life again? At this point, Tiffany revealed the special circumstances surrounding Shanyua. Unlike other elven maidens, Shanyua is different from us. While elves are born from the leaves of the sacred tree, she was nurtured from the trunk itself. The giant elven maiden was deeply concerned about Shanyua's current condition, attempting to trace some clues from her extraordinary birth. Shanyua was exceptional. While other elven maidens emerged from the divine leaves and matured over years, Shanyua sprouted from the trunk and possessed an innate magical talent far exceeding that of her peers. The entire elven forest regarded Shanyua as a gift from the goddess of life, believing that the divine still silently watched over them. However, as her caretaker, Tiffany understood that this might not be a favorable omen. Shanyua's connection to the goddess of life was evident, yet such ties could bring peril at times. Now, with the armies of orcs and humans approaching, their audacity was likely due to some upheaval on the divine side. Tiffany ceased speaking, but the implication was clear. Shanyua's current predicament was likely a consequence of her entanglement with the goddess of life. How infuriating that it would come to this. Chu Sheng pressed his lips tightly together, his fists clenching in frustration. He longed to demand a draft of elven milk from Tiffany and confront the goddess of life directly to ascertain her condition. Was she dead, or merely lingering in a state of half-life? Yet, such an encounter with a deity afforded only a single opportunity. Even if he drained Tiffany dry, he could not reach the goddess of life. Child, we cannot delay any longer. Since Shanyua cannot leave, let Eileen accompany you. The giant elven maiden retrieved 2 items from her spatial artifact and handed them to Chu Sheng. One was a transparent crystal ball, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, which Chu Sheng recognized from the artifact's introduction as a device for remotely transmitting sound and images, a form of video communication in this otherworldly realm. exceedingly rare and only available to the most esteemed of races. The other item was a sharply edged black stone, its surface smooth and covered in an enigmatic power. This is a magic suppression stone, Tiffany explained. It can impose a magical sealing mark on any target below the 9th tier, a treasured heirloom of the elven forest, and can only be used once. Tiffany pointed to the unremarkable black stone. Even its plain appearance did not obscure its value. The ability to suppress the magic of any target below the 9th tier, though usable only once, was a formidable weapon. Chu Sheng accepted the items without hesitation, aware that refusal would not dissuade Tiffany from pressing them upon him. After a long silence, Chu Sheng finally raised his gaze, blinking as he asked, "Tiffany, you haven't mentioned which kingdom I should seek for aid?" Among the races that could be trusted, the dragonkin seemed the only viable option. Chu Sheng nodded. It appeared that his next destination would be the realm of the dragons. However, he pondered, should Eileen and I go empty-handed? Will they agree to assist without a token from the elven forest? Tiffany remained unconcerned. If it were any other race, perhaps some treasures would be required as payment. However, the dragonkin's deity shared a close bond with the goddess of life. They would not stand idly by. That is reassuring. Chu Sheng contemplated, thinking that if the dragons were unwilling to help, he would confront their deity directly. Wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 87. Inescapable peril. Chu Sheng turned once more to gaze at the distant fortress of the elven forest, as though etching the sight into his memory. The newly constructed formidable walls and the poised elven maidens would likely be a long time absent from his view. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with the human realm, which had disregarded the ethics of warfare, launching an all-out assault without granting him the time to prepare. He had envisioned nurturing the elven forest into a thriving race, with the backing of the sacred tree of life, yet here he was, forced to seek external assistance. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Shinuya, you must take care of yourself. Aileen had witnessed Shinuya cocooned by the twisted trunks, trapped in a deep slumber, utterly immobile. Noticing Chu Sheng's low spirits, she mustered her courage to step forward and made a vigorous gesture of encouragement. Do not worry, Chu Sheng. I have ventured out with Her Highness the Princess seeking aid countless times. I am quite familiar with this sort of endeavor. Do not take pride in rallying people. Chu Sheng replied, somewhat exasperated. The sight of the dark-skinned elf, resembling a turtle beneath a tower unable to sense any experience, frantically calling for help while appearing quite pleased with herself, was amusing. He led Aileen through a shortcut to the southern border, where a vast assembly of human soldiers loomed in the distance, their numbers exceeding 30,000. Those detestable humans. Aileen seethed, expressing her disdain for their betrayal. It was absurd that the elven forest had offered a legacy stone in gratitude, only to find it had become a means of aiding the enemy. She had faith in Tiffany and the others. The elven forest had withstood numerous trials over the years, and this time would be no exception. To be honest, Chu Sheng himself was not entirely confident in his words. However, Tiffany's unwavering demeanor suggested that there might be some hidden contingency plan. After all, the goddess of life had bestowed upon him all the energy from the divine tree, and now the sacred leaves could only heal the elven kin, unable to assist other races. Even if the tree of life were inadvertently severed, he need not worry about it falling into the hands of orcs or humans. Aileen, hold on tightly. Chu Sheng activated the leaf mark on his forehead, a brilliant golden light shimmering as he invoked the oath of the life tree. In an instant, his magical strength surged beyond its limits, reaching the 7th tier, allowing him greater mastery over spatial magic. With a gentle flick of his fingers in the void, a dark fissure over 2 meters long appeared, its destination unknown. Very well. Aileen nodded, wrapping her arms securely around Chu Sheng's neck, her legs entwining around his waist, resembling a veritable octopus. Yet, her height, towering over Chu Sheng, rendered the pose somewhat comical. Please, do not let go. Chu Sheng's caution was understandable. This was his first experience with long-distance spatial teleportation, and he was carrying someone with him. Uncertain of the fissure's endpoint or the extent of their teleportation, he could only sense a general direction towards the south. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the fissure while carrying the dark-skinned elf maiden. After a dizzying passage, they tumbled together into an unfamiliar locale. Is this a town in the human realm? Chu Sheng sat on the ground, regaining his composure, feeling as though he had been squeezed like toothpaste. A brief survey of his surroundings revealed similarities to his previous visit to Marquis Peter's territory. Chu Sheng, we have succeeded. We are in the human realm, Aileen exclaimed, But before she could finish, she rushed to the nearby tree to vomit uncontrollably. Chu Sheng approached her, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. It is not quite a success yet. We will only be safe once we leave the territory of the humans. Before he could finish, a booming, ancient voice echoed from above. The wayward elves of the elven forest, where do you think you are running? Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see a white-haired elder in sacred robes, wielding a massive staff over 2 meters long, hurtling toward them in a blinding light. Is it possible to be discovered so easily? Chu Sheng immediately recognized the figure as a formidable being of the human realm. The terrifying magical fluctuations emanating from him rivaled even Tiffany's prowess. It was a 9th-tier archmage. Chu Sheng forced himself to remain calm, quickly assessing the situation. The elder had likely sensed the magical fluctuations from their teleportation, indicating that although they had crossed the border, they had not traveled a significant distance. Without a moment's delay, he hoisted Aileen onto his shoulder and opened another spatial fissure, diving into it. Once again emerging from the fissure, Chu Sheng could not suppress a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the goddess of life had provided him with substantial energy, sustaining the oath of the life tree at such a high tier for an extended period had taken a significant toll on his vitality. Aileen, have we shaken off that old mage? She asked, clinging to him, desperately suppressing her nausea. Chu Sheng remained silent, using his mental energy to gauge their surroundings, his expression darkening. The elder, enveloped in golden light, was still relentlessly pursuing them, determined to catch up. With no choice left, Chu Sheng once again grasped Aileen and leaped into another spatial fissure. After a series of teleportations, he estimated they had traveled several dozen miles before daring to surface. However, the moment he did, that ancient voice resonated in the air. Now alarmingly close. Do not run. No matter how swiftly you teleport, can you outrun light? Kanazai, commanding a beam of golden light, approached them, his expression a mix of arrogance and aloofness. Yet internally, he was astounded. No wonder the elven forest could devour the orcs' 3,000 soldiers. It was likely due to this man's spatial power from the eastern continent. Based on the information provided by Marquis Peter, he had assumed Chu Sheng merely possessed a trinket from the eastern continent, devoid of any true talent. He never anticipated that this individual had mastered the long-lost art of spatial magic. In an instant, Kanazai's gaze toward Chu Sheng turned fervent, akin to a child spotting a rare creature. If he could capture this man from the eastern continent and study him thoroughly, the knowledge gained would be invaluable. Chu Sheng felt an unsettling chill run down his spine as he sensed the elder's peculiar gaze fixated on him, an ominous feeling of being unable to escape looming over him. Chapter 88. The patterns of the trees. Chu Sheng was unnerved by Kanazai's gaze, and it seemed the rumors about the clergy's peculiar inclinations were indeed true. Despite being a tall and fit man with a height of 1.8 meters and a chiseled physique, he felt like a target. Aileen, hold on tight. Ugh, all right. Aileen weakly lay against Chu Sheng's back, her mind clouded from the relentless spatial jumps, her stomach likely empty. Chu Sheng suppressed the blood rising in his throat and summoned the oath of the life tree once more, attempting to forcibly create another fissure. He felt a deep frustration. If only his pursuer were a 9th-tier warrior, he could have lured him into close combat and dispatched him with the rules of the critical room. However, this elder was evidently a mage, likely specializing in light magic, moving with blinding speed that left no opportunity for close engagement. Even from 100 meters away, a single beam of light could spell his doom. You young one, do you think you can escape under my watchful eye? How naive. Kanazai swung his massive staff, chanting incantations, as a colossal light ring, spanning hundreds of meters, descended from the heavens. Wherever it passed, all structures and trees turned to ash. If struck, one would not merely perish but suffer grievous injuries. Chu Sheng forced his spatial magic to its limits, but even as blood trickled from his lips, he could not open the fissure. Cursed. This old mage's light ring has evaporated all the ambient magical energy. Without the residual spatial magic, he could not sustain the connection on either end of the spatial portal. As the light ring drew nearer, the entire sky above them was shrouded, suffocating their breath. In the presence of a true 9th-tier powerhouse, I find myself rather inadequate. Chu Sheng clenched his teeth, hastily stuffing several pieces of compressed biscuits into his mouth, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. Yet, at the critical moment, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder, accompanied by a somewhat teasing voice. Oh dear, how clumsy you are. Follow me. I shall escort you to safety. Startled, Chu Sheng felt a jolt, and before he could turn around, he and Aileen were being drawn into the shadows of the ground. He remained calm, for the hand on his shoulder assured him that if the stranger harbored any ill intentions, he could swiftly activate the lethal powers of the critical room. As the three of them sank into the shadows, a colossal halo crashed down but merely grasped at emptiness. Chu Sheng felt as if he had plunged into a dark abyss, devoid of light, unable to discern the face of the person holding his hand. They drifted in this murky ocean of shadows for what felt like an eternity until they finally reached the shore. A tall figure cloaked in black robes emerged, pulling Chu Sheng and Eileen from the ruined shadows. "Thank you for your assistance," Chu Sheng said, immediately distancing himself and Eileen from the stranger, uncertain of their allegiance and opting for caution. "Oi, male, have you forgotten me so soon?" The voice from beneath the black cloak bore a hint of reproach, and the figure removed her disguise, revealing short golden hair and sun-kissed skin. "Rudmila, what are you doing here?" The short-haired elf crossed her arms, her nose held high. "Humph. You may also refer to me by my code name, Dark Moon, a member of the assassin organization, the Shadow Guild, the very one that failed to eliminate Shinuya." Chu Sheng was taken aback. The one who had rescued him and Eileen was none other than Rudmila, who had just been imprisoned. How had she escaped the binding array set by Velen? "Heh, it's thanks to you. Look at this." She unveiled a pattern woven from hundreds of shimmering silver lines, resembling a divine tree of life or a face that bore some resemblance to Chu Sheng. "Did you inscribe this yourself?" Furrowing his brow, Chu Sheng pondered if Rudmila was also a runic warrior. Upon noticing the genuine confusion in her eyes, she tilted her head and inquired, "You do not know?" "This pattern appeared after as she explained. Chu Sheng recalled the goddess of life's words. "The essence of this power lies in its ability to connect with other lives and evolve their essence. My apologies." When Rudmila was still a prisoner, he could treat her coldly and humiliate her. However, now that she had transformed into their savior, he felt it inappropriate to act otherwise. Although he could have likely escaped without her intervention, it was prudent to keep his true abilities concealed. She finally spoke. "Once this pattern manifested, my vitality surged instantaneously, healing all my wounds and elevating my combat prowess, allowing me to break free from the confinement effortlessly." "I see." Chu Sheng stroked his chin, experiencing the true nature of the life evolution the goddess had mentioned for the first time. "Regardless, thank you. Oi, male, is a mere verbal expression of gratitude sufficient for one who has saved your life?" Rudmila had regained her composure, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she regarded him meaningfully. "What is it that you desire?" "Dear fathers, as we navigate through this transitional chapter, I humbly ask for your understanding and patience. I assure you that once we reach the Dragon Kingdom and the Serpent Lady emerges, everything will improve." Chapter 89. A Ride with Me, male. Take this. Rudmila handed him an object, and upon inspection, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was. Regret washed over him for punishing Rudmila while she was imprisoned. How had this spirited elf transformed into? The traditional punishment of corporal discipline had existed for millennia, hadn't it? Eileen, groggy from sleep, gazed at the feverish Rudmila leaning against the wall, her expression filled with confusion. Chu Sheng awkwardly waved away the whip, astonished that Eileen still remembered him. Eileen, you still recall me?" Rudmila composed herself, adjusting her attire and approaching Eileen. Though unsure of the situation, Eileen nodded vigorously. "Of course. Sister Rudmila, you were so kind to me. How could I forget? You, along with teacher Babylon and elder Lostar, were inseparable. It would be hard not to remember." Rudmila smiled, gently stroking Eileen's hair, lifting a strand of her silver locks. "You have blossomed beautifully in these years." The short-haired elf's gaze softened with rare warmth and affection, as if Eileen were still an innocent child. She recalled the day her kin had departed the elven forest, when this silver-haired child had not even reached her chest. Now grown, Eileen had embarked on her own path of martial mastery, and her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Babylon. Truly, a testament to the bond between teacher and student. Eileen disregarded Rudmila's nostalgia, grasping her hand with sudden fervor. "Sister Rudmila, I've always wanted to know why you all the dark-skinned elf spoke each word deliberately, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Why did you leave me behind?" Her deepest grievance lay in being abandoned by her kin. Though the elven forest was home to all elves, the sting of isolation due to her unique complexion remained etched in her heart. Eileen sought answers, be they harsh or deceptive, for she needed to release the pent-up turmoil of years. Well. Seeing Eileen's fervent demeanor, Rudmila scratched her head awkwardly, her eyes darting. Comforting was never her forte, assassination and stealth were her strengths. Such matters should be resolved by those who made the decisions. The The misdeeds of Babylon were not hers to rectify. Honestly, I was just as bewildered then. When you meet your teacher, ask her for clarity. Eileen's expression became skeptical, clearly unconvinced by this explanation. However, she had matured and was no longer the naive, timid girl of yore. She had learned to read the room. She recognized that Rudmila likely knew the truth, but was perhaps unable to divulge it for certain reasons, opting instead to deflect. Noticing the tension between the two elves, Chu Sheng interjected. Ahem, Rudmila, since you have no intention of truly assassinating the elven princess, why did you infiltrate the elven forest? Rudmila, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly. It was an assignment from the organization. Even if I were reluctant, I had to maintain appearances. Besides, the elven forest is my homeland. It is only natural for me to return and have a look. Now, let us discuss other matters once we find our footing. We are still in human territory, and it would be wise to depart promptly. With determination, Chu Sheng approached Eileen, squatting down to lift her onto his back once more. As he summoned spatial magic to prepare a passage, he turned his gaze towards the short-haired elven maiden. We are heading to the Dragon Kingdom for official business. Will you accompany us, or shall we part ways and return to our respective homes? Rudmila's face expressed astonishment as she blinked. What a coincidence. The dwelling of the Dark Elves is quite close to the Dragon Kingdom. She approached Aelin, playfully poking her soft cheek, extending an invitation. Aelin, would you care to accompany me back home? We can return together. Upon hearing the word home, a strange glimmer appeared in Aelin's eyes, yet after a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. Perhaps another time. The elven forest awaits my return with Chu Sheng for support. What a pity. Rudmila nodded in understanding, her excitement shifting towards Chu Sheng. I have yet to experience the thrill of spatial jumping. Would you mind taking me along, dear sir? Chu Sheng nodded, and in the next moment, he willed himself into the limbo room. He retrieved compressed biscuits from his spatial magic tool, replenishing his magical energy. The mark of the tree of life on his forehead burned fiercely, akin to a race car on the brink of explosion. The seventh-tier strength he forced himself into through spells indeed felt insubstantial. Chu Sheng assessed his body with mental energy, releasing a sigh of resignation. Earlier, while being pursued by the old cleric, the spatial passage he conjured could only transport him a few kilometers at most, far too short a distance. For a ninth-tier adept, such a span is merely a few steps. Chu Sheng speculated that had his seventh-tier strength been genuinely cultivated, the spatial passage would have facilitated a far greater distance, at least 100 kilometers, ensuring the old cleric would lose sight of him entirely. No wonder protagonists in cultivation novels often disdain those who rely on secret techniques and pills to attain high realms, merely hollow figures. Chapter 90. An unexpected disappearance. Only after restoring his strength did Chu Sheng depart from the limbo room, returning to reality. This time, he dedicated more time to communicating with spatial magic, gradually connecting to more distant spatial rifts. After all, given the old cleric's failed pursuit, it was likely he would return and issue a warrant for Chu Sheng's capture. The longer he delayed, the more perilous it would become for both him and Aelin within the sacred Ronya Empire. Thus, the optimal course of action was to utilize the spatial passage to reach the Dragon Kingdom in as few jumps as possible, or at the very least, to exit beyond the human territories. Chu Sheng retrieved a magically illustrated map from his spatial magic tool, which clearly delineated the divisions of power and geographic locations of various nations and races across the continent. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom, while smaller than the human realm, was relatively vast among other demi-human races, roughly half the size of the sacred Ronya Empire. Positioned to the southeast of the human realm, the two nations were separated by a vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles, making travel nearly impossible. Chu Sheng continuously calculated the destination of the spatial passage, investing over 10 minutes and consuming numerous compressed biscuits before finally tearing open a spatial rift. This time, he needed to bring both Aelin and Rudmila along, increasing the difficulty further. All right, hold on to any part of me tightly. Otherwise, I cannot be responsible for where you might end up, he instructed. Aelin had already claimed his back, leaving Rudmila in a slightly less comfortable position. Fine, as long as you're happy, Chu Sheng replied, foregoing further comment. Knowing their immediate focus was on the task at hand, he steadied Aelin on his back and, with Rudmila in tow, they plunged into the spatial rift. This spatial passage felt interminable, as the trio traversed through an endless void, time stretching on until they were nearly torn apart by the chaotic currents of space. Finally, They glimpsed a flicker of light at the exit. With a swift motion, a dark door opened half a meter above the ground, and Chu Sheng landed smoothly on the other side. "All right, we should have left the sacred Ronya Empire," he began, but then froze. Aelin and Rudmila had not emerged alongside him. "What a jest, ladies." He quickly turned back, thrusting his head into the rift, desperately attuning to the passage's erratic state through spatial magic. Under his mental scrutiny, he discerned that approximately 80% of the spatial passage had remained intact. However, near the exit, a small segment had been disrupted by chaotic currents, leading to a bifurcation. Anxiety crept into Chu Sheng's heart. Aelin and Rudmila had likely been diverted to another location. Although the two endpoints appeared close within the spatial passage, in reality, they might be separated by vast distances, potentially tens of thousands of miles apart. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to maintain composure. Lamenting the unforeseen circumstances would yield no solutions. The priority now was to locate Aelin and Rudmila. With a heavy sigh, Chu Sheng stepped into the unfamiliar terrain. He found himself in a dilapidated village, the architectural style of the buildings distinctly different from human settlements, suggesting they were no longer within the sacred Ronya Empire's domain. Following a narrow path, he soon encountered the remnants of shattered walls and several spots where thick smoke billowed from raging fires. Amongst the ruins sat, or lay, several figures in tattered clothing, bearing various injuries, some with severed arms, others missing legs, their eyes devoid of life, as if they had endured unspeakable horrors. Chu Sheng keenly observed the unique traits of these individuals, indicating they were demi-humans. That one over there must be a cat demi-human. Beside her is a bear demi-human, and there's a minotaur. As he continued to scrutinize, the weary inhabitants caught sight of the strikingly handsome, well-dressed Chu Sheng. Their eyes flickered with surprise for a brief moment before returning to a state of numbness, as if hope had long since abandoned them. At the village entrance, a large iron pot bubbled with steaming contents, releasing an eerie scent of meat. Drawing closer, Chu Sheng's expression changed instantaneously as he realized the pot contained flesh resembling that of infants. Nearby, two small children, one taller than the other, fought over a piece of moldy bread, resorting to violence. Soon, the weaker child was knocked to the ground, watching helplessly as the other devoured the bread whole. The desolation and despair before him conveyed a harsh truth. This place had likely just suffered a raid or a war. Suddenly, a battered man rushed past Chu Sheng, his steps unsteady, crying out in terror, "Everyone, flee! The minions of the Dragon Clan are coming!" Panic spread swiftly among the villagers at his cry. Are they intent on exterminating us? They've already captured the able-bodied men and women, and now they want to spare even the old and the infirm. A group of maimed demi-humans scrambled past Chu Sheng in a state of chaos. The acrid stench wafting towards him caused him to wrinkle his nose. Using his mental energy, he ascertained that these individuals were predominantly powerless commoners. Driven by curiosity, Chu Sheng moved against the tide of fleeing villagers towards the heart of the ravaged village. Before long, he discovered a striking figure curled up in a corner beside a crumbling structure resembling a church. It was a disheveled woman, clad in a slightly tattered mage's robe, her face pale and trembling uncontrollably, evoking an instinctual desire for compassion. Yet, if she were merely an ordinary demi-human woman, she would not warrant such scrutiny from Chu Sheng. Due to the fact that the hem of the mage's robe did not reveal a pair of pristine, human-like feet, but rather a massive serpent tail adorned with white scales. The serpent exclaimed, "A new chapter begins. I implore my dear brothers to urge for updates, lest I resort to strangling that moon cat with my tail." Chapter 91. Rescuing the serpent. Upon observing the appearance of this serpent maiden, Chu Sheng immediately discerned her current state. Depleted of magical energy and physically weakened, she was in dire need of nourishment. Much like when he first encountered Shanoa in the cave, she exuded an aura of vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Judging by her attire, she too was likely a mage. Perhaps he should offer her some sugar. From his spatial magic device, Chu Sheng retrieved several pieces of exceedingly sweet chocolate, the kind that could aid in her magical recovery. He intended to inquire about the circumstances of this place, for without information, he would be floundering aimlessly like a headless fly, let alone finding Eileen and Ludmila. As he unwrapped the chocolate, the serpent maiden's eyelids flickered slightly, as if she had caught a whiff of food, her exquisite nose crinkling delicately. Upon feeling the chocolate, she seemed to grasp at a lifeline, mustering her remaining strength to take a large bite. As she consumed the calorie-rich treat, her eyes suddenly widened, revealing a vibrant glimmer, as if she had glimpsed hope for life. Awu, the serpent maiden devoured the chocolate bar voraciously, seemingly fearful that someone might attempt to snatch it away. Chu Sheng continued to feed her while observing her non-human traits with keen curiosity. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the elven forest, he had only encountered elves, who, aside from their pale skin and pointed ears, bore little difference from humans. This was his first close inspection of other subhuman beings from this alternate world. The serpent maiden not only possessed a lengthy tail, but also had pupils that were not round like a human's. They were vertically elliptical with pointed ends. As she finished the entire chocolate bar, the serpent maiden felt her magical energy gradually returning, her strength replenishing slightly, allowing her tail to sway with ease. Her previously ashen complexion began to flush with a hint of color, no longer appearing as sickly as before. She radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, exuding an irresistible charm. Suddenly, a dog-like subhuman, limping with a cane, approached, his gaze fixated on the nearly consumed chocolate bar in Chu Sheng's hand. What did you feed her? The dog-like creature's eyes shimmered with fervor. Had it not been for his physical limitations, he likely would have rushed over. That serpent had clearly regained some strength. It must be something extraordinary. Could it be magical food? Groups of subhumans began to gather around, their eyes glinting with avarice as they stared at the chocolate bar. Among them was a young tiger-like subhuman, appearing to be around 13 or 14, who eagerly picked up a stone. He lacked a staff, indicating he was not a mage. Furthermore, he was slender and delicate, unlike the burly fighters who practiced martial arts. The murmurs of greed and primal instincts rippled through the crowd, awakening a hunger within them. The once listless subhumans now bore expressions of predatory intent, inching closer to Chu Sheng and the serpent maiden. Their village had recently been ravaged by the dragon clan, leaving them bereft of food and valuable resources. Strong men and women had been abducted, stripping them of their labor force. These individuals, starved and desperate, had lost all rational thought, disregarding Chu Sheng's identity or strength, intent on seizing what they desired. Despite the tension in the air, Chu Sheng remained unfazed. They were merely a group of frail and helpless individuals. Should they dare to overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to show them the folly of their actions. Young man, do not hold it against us. We have no choice but to act this way. Blame the dragon clan. You must have plenty of such food on you, right? Please, consider it a charitable act. A leader among them urged, emboldening the rest to close in. Among them were malnourished children and elderly folk with white hair. After feeding the serpent maiden the last of the chocolate bar, Chu Sheng calmly turned to face the crowd of subhumans. I can share, but you must not attempt to seize it. Is this such a difficult principle to grasp? Had they approached him with humility, he might have shown them mercy and shared his provisions. However, since they chose to threaten him, he would not hesitate to defend himself. Enough with the idle chatter. Hand it over quickly. His pristine and ornate attire marked him as affluent, and they were convinced he possessed ample food. Driven mad by illness and hunger, the subhumans seized makeshift weapons, shouting as they charged forth. Chu Sheng raised a finger, quietly gathering fire magic. Should these ruffians dare to advance another step, they would soon understand the consequences of their actions. Just as the subhumans surged forward, an invisible wave of energy erupted from behind Chu Sheng. This wave resembled a miniature tsunami, sweeping away the advancing subhumans as if they were mere stalks of wheat, leaving them sprawled on the ground in agony, though fortunately, none faced mortal peril. Follow me. A clear, lively voice rang in his ears, accompanied by a delicate hand grasping his wrist, pulling him away. It was the serpent maiden, who, having regained some magical energy and strength, had driven back the subhumans before Chu Sheng could act. Her face glistened with vitality, her eyes bright and spirited, completely devoid of the weakness she had previously displayed. She took his hand, offering no chance for him to speak, and led him deeper into the forest beyond the village. Chu Sheng allowed her to guide him, relieved that she had taken the initiative. Had he acted first, those subhumans might have been reduced to ashes. The serpent maiden's powerful white tail slithered gracefully along the ground, demonstrating agility and elegance. She appeared well acquainted with the terrain, running several miles before finally pausing beside a large tree to catch her breath. Once her breathing steadied, Chu Sheng approached, and they began to appraise one another. Supported by her lengthy serpent tail, the serpent maiden stood taller than Chu Sheng, her upper body curvaceous and indistinguishable from that of a typical human woman. Her large eyes sparkled brilliantly in the dappled light of the forest, her delicate nose prominent, and her full lips akin to those of a striking beauty. At this moment, her light pink hair cascaded down, revealing a smooth, fair forehead, with patches of silvery scales distinctly visible. Not only on her forehead, but also on her neck and hands were scattered scales of varying sizes. Chapter 92. The Distinctions of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, Chu Sheng was not particularly concerned about these features. As a pure-blooded Huns, his standards for appreciating the opposite sex had always been quite satisfactory, comparable to Shanoa, Eileen, and Ludmila, though perhaps slightly inferior to Elder Veline. Thank you, human, for feeding me and saving my life. I am truly grateful. The serpent maiden spoke in a soft voice, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, resembling an enticing apple. Chu Sheng noted that her mouth bore serpentine characteristics, with elongated fangs that resembled those of a venomous snake. Her tongue was not like that of a typical human, but rather long and forked, much like a serpent's. Suddenly, a flicker of hesitation and anticipation danced in her eyes. Biting her lip, she shyly began to speak. My name is Hipai Sirueku, but you may simply call me Hipai. I am 26 years old, a fourth-tier magician, currently in a state of independence. As the serpent maiden spoke, her face grew increasingly flushed, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness, yet she persevered in her disclosure. My height is 3 meters 6, and I weigh 148 kilograms, but most of that weight is my tail. My neck measures 36 centimeters, my wrist 19, and my waist 76. Chu Sheng responded with a perplexed expression. What peculiar things are you earnestly sharing? It was rather odd for this serpent maiden to divulge such intimate details upon their first meeting, akin to a household registry check during a matchmaking session. Her tone suggested a perception of herself as a mere object or commodity. Before Chu Sheng could fully process her words, Hipai's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and seriousness. Taking a deep breath, as if to bolster her resolve, she proclaimed, I wish for you to become my master. Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, struck dumb by her unexpected request. The term master was clearly not the customary language of this otherworldly realm. Yet a sudden understanding flooded his mind, revealing that it signified owner. How does one respond to a sweet, yet bewildering serpent maiden who desires him as her master upon their very first encounter? Noticing his silence, Hipai grew slightly anxious, her voice trembling as she inquired, Do you think I do not meet your standards? Am I too heavy or too thin? I can change. Her large eyes sparkled with apprehension, betraying her inner turmoil. Well, I must say, you are indeed quite appealing. You embody all the qualities I admire, Chu Sheng replied, though he couldn't help but wonder if she truly understood the implications of being a master. Hipai firmly nodded. Of course I understand. In the common tongue, master signifies one who commands. Once you accept me as your master, I shall obey your every command without question, fulfilling all your desires. As she spoke, her cheeks grew crimson, her gaze darting towards him, her lips pursed, hinting at unspoken desires. Chu Sheng followed her gaze and suddenly grasped her intent. Oh, so you wish to fulfill not only the requests of your master, but also those of a little master? Feeling the seriousness and determination radiating from her, Chu Sheng found himself further perplexed. Could this be a ploy orchestrated by enemies, a hidden time bomb placed at his side? He focused on the tree of life mark upon his forehead, unleashing a wave of mental energy to probe Hipai. After a brief moment, he could detect no signs of deceit. Her heartbeat and facial expressions revealed no signs of evasion. Her power was indeed, as she claimed, fourth tier and recently attained. Such a novice magician posed no threat to him. Reflecting on the situation, he concluded that the peculiarities of his heritage had not yet reached the far corners of the elven woods. Thus, he could not fathom why an adversary would exploit such a vulnerability. He hesitated. You are aware of the consequences of recognizing me as your master, yet you still wish to proceed? Wouldn't it be better to remain independent? Upon hearing his counsel, Hipai's expression fell, shaking her head slowly as she gazed at him. You are not from the Dragon Kingdom, are you? In fact, you're from the legendary Eastern continent, correct? Chu Sheng nodded, his dark hair and eyes standing out in this world, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Hipai's face lit up with yearning as she continued. Though I have never ventured beyond our borders, I have heard tales of how different the systems are outside the Dragon Kingdom. Here, all races are divided into 3 tiers, the upper, middle, and lower classes. The pureblood dragonkin are deemed the elite, while those who have served them for generations belong to the middle tier. The majority of demi-human races are classified as lower tier. Her tone grew somber, revealing her own status as part of the lower class. In this realm, The elite wield absolute power, while the middle class enjoys certain privileges. And the lower class is destined to live as slaves and livestock. He Pai's words were laced with nostalgia and sorrow, as if recalling something terrifying. My previous master was a female earth dragon magician who was brutally slain amidst conflicts among demi-dragons, and all her slaves were captured. I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. Her gaze locked onto Chu Sheng's, filled with a plea. As a lower-tier being, without a master, any middle or upper-tier individual could forcibly capture me and reduce me to slavery. Many races do not regard slaves as human, treating them as mere animals to be humiliated and trampled upon. I do not wish to meet such a fate. Summoning her courage, He Pai gently clasped one of Chu Sheng's hands, pressing her cool, smooth cheek against it in a gesture of affection. You are the first to show me such warmth and kindness. If you were to become my master, I would feel like the happiest slave in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chu Sheng was taken aback by the chill of her cheek, realizing that his previous notions of charming a maiden with trivial offerings were indeed grounded in reality. He recalled how a simple bucket of instant noodles had won over the elven maiden, Shenuya, and now a mere chocolate stick had led to a serpent maiden's servitude. In this world, anything is possible, he mused, though he remained cautious. But you must make it clear to me what obligations come with being a master, without any concealment. Hearing his agreement, He Pai's slit-like pupils sparkled with excitement. You need not worry about anything. Just ensure my basic needs are met. Her expression bloomed with joy, swiftly adopting the respectful title of master. Oh, by the way, you should hastily mark me with a personal slave brand, so that others will know I belong to you. A lower-tier being. Without the brand, encountering those brutal dragonborn could lead to significant trouble. Chu Sheng nodded, feeling an inexplicable tension. After Rudmala obtained her life essence, a unique mark appeared on her body. Now, this serpent maiden was about to brand her again. It felt oddly akin to a lion marking its territory. Well then, how is this branding to be done? Is it through magic or fighting spirit? Neither. The serpent maiden shook her head vigorously. The exclusive slave mark requires a state-certified seal for branding, and we must purchase the qualification in a specific place. With that, she seized Chu Sheng's hand and dashed towards a certain direction in the woods. Excitedly looking back, there's a city not far from here where we can acquire the slave seal. Come on, I'll take you there. After regaining her magical power, the serpent maiden appeared unusually lively, her large white serpent tail swaying on the ground, and Chu Sheng had an overwhelming urge to pet it. He asked, Hype, how far is that city from our current position? After running for about 2 or 3 miles, Chu Sheng looked at the seemingly endless forest, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Not far, perhaps just over 100 miles. Chu Sheng smacked his forehead in disbelief. You think we can just take the bus for over 100 miles? With a thought, he returned to the temporary abode and took out the civilian armored vehicle that had not been used for quite some time. With a loud boom, the armored vehicle abruptly appeared in the forest, startling Hype, who was flailing her tail. What kind of monster is this? Chu Sheng ignored her astonishment, opened the driver's door, and ushered her inside. This is a mode of transportation from our eastern continent. Just sit tight. He chose not to employ spatial leaps for travel, nor divulge too much to the serpent maiden, as she was not yet his true slave. Chu Sheng planned to inform her of his spatial manipulation abilities after branding her with the slave seal. Since Hype lacked legs like a human, her long white serpent tail coiled around her, inevitably resting a portion on Chu Sheng's lap. I'm sorry, I think I'll just run behind the vehicle. The serpent maiden cautiously fidgeted, her fingers touching each other, aware that the vehicle's interior felt somewhat cramped for her, fearing to upset Chu Sheng. In her previous life, her mistress never allowed her to ride. She always had to run behind. It's all right, just squeeze in, Chu Sheng thought to himself. One hand gripping the steering wheel while the other gently caressed the tip of Hype's long tail, a sensation entirely different from petting a cat. Hype's tail was covered in fine white scales, which were not rigid but rather soft and elastic, akin to a young girl's skin. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your tail was so. The serpent maiden interrupted him softly. No, it's not that. I just feel that being able to ride with you. This action, in the eyes of many lower races, symbolized loyalty to their master. Just as succubi would allow their masters to hold their heart-shaped tails, or cow maidens would let their masters grasp their horns, and so forth. Chu Sheng turned back with a smile, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from the serpent maiden while driving the armored vehicle through the forest. Chapter 94, Half-Dragon During the Drive. The serpent maiden Hype gazed out at the rushing scenery, continuously exclaiming in delight, while introducing the fundamental aspects of the Dragon Kingdom to Chu Sheng. The Dragon Kingdom is a realm that is exceedingly closed off from the outside, yet remarkably open within. It adopts an isolationist policy towards other powerful races, maintaining no contact, while treating the various sub-races within its domain equally, all viewed as slaves. Pure-blood dragons are the sovereigns of this kingdom, albeit in scarce numbers, and the difficulty of breeding offspring is immense. To what extent, you might ask? A dragon couple determined to have a baby would be confined to a small dark room, much like the seclusion found in cultivation novels. However, after months of strenuous effort, the male dragon could emerge with internal injuries, yielding no results. Thus, pure-blood dragons must delegate most of the kingdom's affairs to the half-dragons. Many city lords and various local officials are half-dragons. Besides them, there are a few scattered races with minimal populations, classified as middle races. The remainder consists entirely of lower races, with over 80% of the kingdom's populace being subhuman, and only a meager 20% truly regarded as citizens. Many subhuman races, seeking to escape the fate of enslavement from birth, are forced to relocate to secluded mountainous regions. The dilapidated village Chu Sheng passed earlier was a small settlement of various subhuman races. However, once discovered by the lofty pure-blood dragons, it would inevitably face plunder. Chu Sheng felt a mix of sorrow and incredulity at the rigid, even brutal hierarchy of such a kingdom, a reality unimaginable for someone from the 21st century. If you are oppressed and enslaved from birth, why not flee the Dragon Kingdom? The outside world may not be perfect, but it surely wouldn't be as stifling. The Serpent Maiden's gaze dimmed as she shook her head. The Dragon Kingdom imposes strict controls on escapees. Anyone, regardless of their rank, who dares to leave will subject all their friends and family to severe torture. Moreover, the northern border is a vast, towering mountain range, while the southern expanse leads to chaotic seas. Without the strength of formidable mages or warriors, escape is nearly impossible. Chu Sheng listened quietly as the Serpent Maiden shared her rebellious thoughts, perhaps feeling that he, not being a local of the Dragon Kingdom, allowed her to express grievances she could not otherwise voice. After more than 2 hours of travel, a city merging various fantastical styles appeared on the horizon. Chu Sheng retracted the armored vehicle and, guided by Hype, approached the city. The towering city gate, constructed from massive stone blocks, was adorned with lush green moss. On either side stood soldiers with beast heads and human bodies, armed with long spears, scanning the bustling crowd with sharp gazes. This city is called Bardel, located in the northwest of the kingdom, and it's the largest city within hundreds of miles. The two entered through the grand gate, revealing a smooth cobblestone road lined with an array of vibrant shops. The streets thronged with people, various subhuman maidens navigating amidst the crowd, mostly keeping their heads bowed, trailing behind their tall masters. Chu Sheng observed that almost every subhuman maiden bore a conspicuous brand, either on their foreheads, collarbones, or lower abdomens. The lively atmosphere of the street was extraordinary, even surpassing that of human kingdoms, with an eclectic mix of goods for sale. He glanced around casually and spotted a shop that exclusively sold slave seals. Just as he intended to approach, Hype tugged at his arm, her voice soothing. "Wait. We should first visit a pawn shop to exchange for some currency." "Exchange for currency? I have plenty of gold coins. Why do we need to exchange?" Facing Chu Sheng's puzzled expression, the Serpent Maiden adeptly took on the role of a competent guide and explained. "Gold is not used as currency in our Dragon Kingdom. We utilize a form of paper currency known as dragon coins." Why is that?" Chu Sheng inquired with curiosity, noting that human kingdoms and elven forests primarily used gold coins as their base currency, and he had learned from books that nearly all nations followed suit. Why was the Dragon Kingdom so unique? The Serpent Maiden, with her long, swaying white tail, gently stroked her chin. It was said that the colossal dragons favored glittering treasures, leading them to monopolize all the gold mines of the kingdom for their collections. It seemed reasonable that these avaricious dragons would hoard such riches. Under the guidance of the Serpent Maiden Happy, Chu Sheng made his way towards a pawn shop, only to encounter a towering humanoid figure. This being stood over 3 meters tall, sporting a dragon-like red head while possessing the robust physique of a human. Following him was a strikingly beautiful cow maiden, her countenance pale and weary. Her tattered garments hung loosely, and her vacant eyes stared down, as if she had suffered inhumane torment. The half-dragon's condescending gaze bypassed Chu Sheng entirely, fixating instead on the Serpent Maiden Happy. Her enchanting beauty and voluptuous figure sparked a glint of desire in his eyes, his heavy breaths betraying his greed. The potent aura of his vitality radiated from him, palpable enough to suggest a formidable strength exceeding the sixth tier. Within the city of Bader, a sixth-tier warrior, combined with the half-dragon's mixed heritage, practically commanded respect and fear. Feeling the half-dragon's unabashed gaze upon her, the serpent maiden instinctively shrank behind Chu Sheng. The softness at her back stirred his imagination, prompting him to protect her by placing her firmly behind him. Casting a detached look towards the half-dragon, the moment her ample form was shielded, the half-dragon reluctantly shifted his focus to Chu Sheng, his expression rife with disdain and scorn, as if to say, "You, a mere human, are unworthy of such a stunning serpent maiden as your slave." It was no wonder the half-dragon felt so superior. While humans were also a mixed race, they held little nobility compared to the half-dragon lineage. "Good dogs don't obstruct the way, kindly step aside." Chu Sheng's audacious demeanor caught the half-dragon off guard, for it was his first encounter with a human who dared to confront a half-dragon with such bravado. Typically, such confrontations ended with half-dragons coercively purchasing human slaves at paltry prices, or even resorting to outright theft. As tensions escalated between Chu Sheng and the half-dragon, Hepi clenched her fists in worry for Chu Sheng. The fate of her previous mistress, who had been slain by a pure-blood dragon of a superior race, echoed in her mind. "Let us leave quickly. Do not engage with him," she urged, gripping Chu Sheng's garment tightly. But no matter how she tugged, he remained resolute. Suddenly, the mark of the tree of life on his forehead illuminated, releasing a surge of potent magical energy that radiated with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, his fierce vitality surged forth, revealing a physique that rivaled that of the half-dragons. The half-dragon, prepared to force Chu Sheng into relinquishing his slave, was momentarily thrown off by this unexpected display of power. A seventh-tier mage, or perhaps one adept in both magic and martial arts. Despite the half-dragon's superior societal standing, the vast chasm of strength compelled him to relent. With a reluctant growl escaping his formidable jaws, the half-dragon turned, his massive tail swishing behind him as he departed. Suspecting Chu Sheng to be a prodigious talent from a prominent human family, which explained his extraordinary prowess at such a young age, he cast one last lingering glance at the curvaceous serpent maiden before dragging the despondent cow maiden away, fantasizing about Hepi in her stead. Chu Sheng, unperturbed, led the somewhat dazed Hepi into the pawn shop amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Goodness, a seventh-tier powerhouse. Truly terrifying," murmured the crowd, filled with a mix of envy and admiration. The shop's door stood wide open, and the attendant cat maiden, having witnessed the preceding drama, donned an expression far removed from her usual professional smile, now radiating an obsequious charm. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you seek? Whatever assistance I can provide, do not hesitate to command." As she spoke, she subtly arched her slender waist, revealing a modest yet enticing décolletage, a gesture she would typically avoid in the presence of less affluent patrons. Chu Sheng, silent and observant, disregarded the cat maiden's flirtations, meticulously examining the shop's opulent decor. The interior was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite and rare antiquities, each piece echoing the weight of history. Unexpectedly, he spotted some ceramics, though their craftsmanship and surface patterns were rather unimpressive, tainted by residual magical energy, rendering them treasures in this alternate world, despite being far inferior to everyday porcelain cups found in his own world. Remarkable. Hepi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Sheng, akin to a devoted fan beholding their idol. Although he appeared to be of similar age, she was astonished to learn he was a seventh-tier mage, proficient in both magic and martial arts, his combat prowess far exceeding her own. She pondered if her earlier display of concern had seemed comical to him. With a gentle smile, Chu Sheng ruffled her soft, pink hair. "Fear not, my dear serpent maiden. Your master possesses considerable abilities. In due time, I shall share more with you." "Esteemed sir, do you require any items to pawn?" the cat maiden inquired with fervent eagerness. Had it not been for the striking Hepi beside him, she would have been far bolder in her advances. "Let us see what this gem can fetch in dragon coins." Chu Sheng feigned reaching into his pocket, retrieving a glass orb from his spatial magic device. This was the exquisite source stone he had long used as the core of his magical apparatus, undoubtedly a valuable commodity even in the realm of dragons. The cat maiden cautiously accepted the orb, her eyes widening in astonishment as her voice trembled with excitement. "Esteemed sir, is this An ultra-premium source stone? Her exaggerated reaction drew the attention of several pawnbrokers, who gathered around to inspect the small glass sphere with fervor. The material, the texture, bore no trace of inferior components. Indeed, the most remarkable aspect was the absence of any magical residue within. It could only be either wholly natural or meticulously handcrafted. In all my years here, I have never encountered such pure source stone material. It is truly a marvel. The orb sparkled with a faint, multicolored glow under the sunlight, igniting the fervent gaze of the onlookers. After much discussion, they procured a beautiful tray to carefully secure the glass orb, then turned to Chu Sheng with eager smiles. Esteemed sir, the price we offer for this exquisite source stone is 20,000 dragon coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered outside the pawnshop erupted in astonishment. For to these lower-class demi-humans, this sum was astronomical. Good heavens, my annual salary is merely 5 dragon coins. This small orb equates to 400 years of my toil? If only I possessed one, it would surely allow me to turn the tables on my foolish mother. Naturally, Chu Sheng overheard the discussions among these demi-humans and began to grasp the purchasing power of dragon coins. Previously, at the Mage Association in the human realm, he had sold similar glass orbs to an old sorcerer for the same price of 20,000 gold coins. It seemed that dragon coins and gold coins held comparable value. Hype, what do you think? Huh, me. The snake lady was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the glass orb. As a sorceress, she understood the immense significance of a premium source stone. However, having been a slave until now, she had never been allowed to engage in matters of property, leaving her rather uninformed about its true worth. My lord, 20,000 dragon coins is quite substantial. Observing Chu Sheng's indifferent expression, the lead pawnbroker felt a pang of anxiety and quickly presented a bottom-line offer. Sir, how about 25,000 dragon coins? As a first-time customer, this is the highest price we can offer. Even if you scour the entirety of Bedell City, I assure you, you shall not find a better offer. Chu Sheng nodded, yet did not hasten to accept. 25,000 dragon coins is worth considering, but I wish to discuss it directly with your proprietor. Discussing with the boss in person. The pawnbroker's expression revealed a hint of discomfort, as if to suggest that a few tens of thousands of dragon coins shouldn't necessitate the boss's personal involvement. I possess at least 100 of such source stone materials. Chu Sheng's nonchalant remark widened the pawnbroker's eyes. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall escort you to the VIP room. Guided by the pawnbroker, Chu Sheng and the snake lady entered an opulently decorated chamber, taking a moment to rest. Just as the pawnbroker was about to step out to inform the owner, Chu Sheng suddenly called out to her. Do you have a dedicated slave seal? If so, may I borrow it? We can settle the cost later. The pawnbroker, seizing the opportunity to please the esteemed guest, replied, Yes, my lord, we do. We have various styles and designs of slave seals. Allow me to fetch the finest one for you, and as for the cost, consider it a small token of our respect. With that, she signaled to a cat-girl attendant nearby, who quickly rushed to retrieve an exquisite pink seal. The seal, carved from an unknown material, emitted a faint magical aura and bore the official emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon seeing it, Chu Sheng recognized its high quality, far surpassing that of the lower-class demi-humans outside. He took the seal and turned to the snake lady, who immediately understood and obediently approached. As he gazed at the delicate, fair skin of Hype, contemplating the imminent imposition of a seal, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Yet, being a newcomer and lacking the power to defy the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, he perceived this act as a form of protection for Hype. With a resigned shake of his head, Chu Sheng aligned the seal with Hype's fair forehead and cautiously pressed it down. The cat girl continued to explain that, according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, the seal, adorned with the official emblem, must be displayed openly and cannot be concealed by clothing or other items. Hiss. Does it hurt? Chu Sheng swiftly removed the seal, gently caressing the mark on Hype's forehead. It was a pink serpentine design that complemented her light pink hair, with a small dragon symbol in the lower right corner. No, it's nothing, just a bit. Hype murmured, her expression shifting from innocent bewilderment to something more complex, her cheeks rapidly flushed, as the exclusive slave seal emitted a faint magical glow. She felt a peculiar energy surge within her. Noticing the watery glint in Hype's eyes, Chu Sheng cast a cold glance at the pawnbroker. Are you certain this is the exclusive slave mark of the Dragon Kingdom? The pawnbroker, undeterred, revealed a suggestive smile. Rest assured, my lord. This is indeed an officially certified seal. though we have infused some special enchantments within the magical patterns to enhance the slave's initiative and deepen the bond between master and servant. Chu Sheng remained silent, fully aware of the implications behind the development of such a seal. Hype protested, "I'm fine, I'll probably adapt in a few days." She claimed to be all right, yet her reaction belied her words. "Ahem, if you feel any discomfort, you must let me know, understood? If necessary, we can always obtain a new one." Chu Sheng avoided Hype's dreamy gaze and urged, "Hurry, summon your boss. I do not have the luxury of time to wait." Having previously revealed his 7th-tier strength at the entrance, whether the pawnbroker's owner was ignorant of the situation or deliberately putting on airs was unclear. Chu Sheng was exasperated by the situation and found the slave seal rather perplexing. Chapter 96. The Lord Slave Chu Sheng concentrated his mental energy to perceive the seal on Hype's forehead, sensing a faint connection forming between it and his own consciousness. He understood that this mark prevented the slave from directly harming their master, and further mental control was entirely unfeasible. After waiting in the VIP room for a brief while, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed from outside. A mature, alluring voice resonated. "What rare item requires trading with me? You must understand that the Lord Mayor's affairs are quite pressing, and I cannot be away for long." Immediately, the pawnbroker nervously interjected, "I apologize, Lady Casanrea. This esteemed guest is said to be a 7th-tier powerhouse, and the transaction amount is substantial, hence the need to disturb you." "I see. With a guest of such caliber visiting, why was I not informed sooner? I pay you a hefty salary every month for this very reason." A sweet, fragrant breeze wafted through the doorway as Chu Sheng turned to see a stunning centaur lady gracefully approaching. Her sultry gaze had shifted from earlier calculations to a warm smile directed at Chu Sheng. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Casanrea, the owner of this humble establishment. May I inquire how to address you?" As Casanrea extended her luscious hand, she silently invited him, her demeanor reflecting the significance of possibly addressing a 7th-tier equal to the Lord Mayor. Chu Sheng briefly shook her hand, his eyes appraising her figure with intrigue. He had never been particularly drawn to the glamorous style of women like Casanrea, believing that frequent interactions would lead to potential complications. His curiosity lay solely in the centaur's unique anatomy. To his surprise, the lower half of her equine form was not the towering stature typically associated with horses, but rather bore resemblance to human proportions. Her abdomen was comparable in size to that of a human, and even her forelegs were human-like, exuding an aura of enchantment and allure. "I am Chu Sheng. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Casanrea." "There is no need for such formality, Lord Chu Sheng. Though I am the owner of this establishment, my true identity is merely that of a slave to the Lord Mayor." Having spoken, Casanrea rolled up her sleeves, revealing a distinctly clear mark of servitude. Chu Sheng could not help but feel a surge of curiosity towards this centaur maiden, a slave, yet one who could possess her own enterprise and even assume the role of a proprietor? From his experiences since entering Bader City, the status of slaves was patently negligible, perhaps even inferior to that of a pet dog owned by their masters. The fact that Casanrea could hold such a position here clearly indicated the favor of her master, the Lord of Bader City. It seemed she was quite adept at currying favor with her owner. "Very well, Lord Chu Sheng, shall we discuss business now?" Casanrea said with a graceful demeanor, her voice as gentle as a fragrant breeze. "You wish to pawn this lady beside you, the serpent woman, correct?" Her gaze swept back and forth over the snake woman, Heppy, with a flicker of astonishment. Although serpent folk were not an uncommon race, this lady's beauty was indeed exceptional. "I am willing to offer a high price of 1,000 dragon coins." Before Casanrea could finish, Chu Sheng abruptly pulled the snake woman into his embrace, speaking with utmost seriousness. "You are mistaken. She is not an object of trade." What a delightful surprise. He actually said I am not an object. Casanrea blinked her large, captivating eyes, observing the blissful expression on the snake woman's face, and a twinge of envy stirred within her. She bowed her head apologetically. "I apologize, my lord. I was unaware of how significant this lady is to you." "What, then, do you wish to pawn?" Chu Sheng did not respond verbally. Instead, he retrieved 20 glass orbs from his spatial magic device and laid them upon the table. Casanrea delicately picked up one orb and, upon inspection, immediately recognized its extraordinary quality, such pure and exquisite source stones, and in such quantity she could not help but glance at Chu Sheng, who sat opposite her, filled with profound curiosity regarding this sudden appearance of a 7th-tier powerhouse. Without a moment's hesitation, She boldly declared, "My lord, I shall purchase such source stones at the price of 28,000. I will take as many as you have. What do you say?" The pawnbroker standing nearby could not help but twitch his mouth at Casanrea's offer, but being merely an employee, he refrained from voicing his objections. While such source stones were rare and precious, their value should cap around 26,000. Any higher would yield no profit upon resale. Casanrea's inflated offer was merely an attempt to flatter and win over this formidable individual, a surefire business strategy. Chu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such deference, madam. Just offer me the standard market price. However, I do have a small favor to ask, and I hope you might assist me. Lord Chu Sheng, please do not hesitate to speak. I would like you to introduce me to the city lord. I have some matters to discuss with him, and I assure you, the reward will be satisfactory. You need only convey my intent." Chu Sheng had already prepared for this upon entering the pawn shop, believing that the proprietor would possess more insightful information about business. He sought intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Eileen and Rudmala. This was of utmost importance. Without locating Eileen, he could not reach the Elven embassy in the Dragon Kingdom, nor could he seek help for the Elven forest. Hearing that Casanrea was the city lord's slave nearly made him laugh, with the power and authority of a city lord. Surely he would have more channels to acquire such information. Chapter 97. Uninvited guests requesting assistance from the city lord. That Casanrea hesitated, her lips pursed. This so-called small favor posed a challenge for her, as her master was a noble pure-blood dragon, who abhorred any disturbances. Even though Chu Sheng was also a 7th-tier powerhouse, the disparity in strength and status between pure-blood dragons and humans made the city lord's willingness to meet uncertain. After a moment's consideration, she spoke with evident difficulty. "Lord Chu Sheng, could you perhaps disclose the specifics of the favor you wish from the city lord? Not out of mere curiosity, but because, as a pure-blood dragon, he dislikes unwarranted interruptions." You understand. Chu Sheng was candid, revealing his purpose directly. "I have 2 elven slaves who went missing on their way to the Dragon Kingdom, and I would like the city lord's assistance in finding any news about them in the vicinity." 2 elven slaves. Casanrea's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As far as she knew, the territories of the elves, like the Dragon Kingdom, were exceedingly insular. This human man not only possessed 2 elven slaves, but had also brought them to the Dragon Kingdom. She wondered if it were indeed true. Noticing Casanrea's indecision, Chu Sheng increased his incentives. "Rest assured, I would never allow you or your master to suffer a loss. I understand the treasures that pure-blood dragons favor. Should he assist, even with just information rather than locating them, I shall provide him with ample compensation." Casanrea, regaining her composure, nodded. Chu Sheng's intentions indicated a sincere desire for assistance rather than mere socializing with the city lord. "Is that all you require, my lord? If it is merely a matter of finding someone, I am confident the city lord would be willing to assist, provided that." Chu Sheng, perceptively, nodded and retrieved a significant amount of artificial crystals and gold from his spatial magic device. "Would your master find these sufficient? I can certainly provide a deposit if necessary." As she beheld the towering pile of treasures, Casanrea's enchanting eyes widened with astonishment, deepening her interest in this human male. Not only was he young and powerful, but he also displayed generosity and treated his slaves differently than most. He was indeed a man shrouded in mystery. Yet, in the face of such opulence, Casanrea shook her head. "My lord, the city lord has amassed quite a collection of these treasures. Currently, he favors rare items from the eastern continent." "Lord Chu Sheng, if I am not mistaken, you must hail from the eastern continent, correct?" Chu Sheng nodded. His dark hair and eyes stood out conspicuously in this land, much like a ruggedly handsome man in the midst of Bangkok's vibrant populace. With his confirmation, Casanrea's eyes brightened, and she spoke slowly. "In that case, if you could present a piece of porcelain crafted in the eastern continent, the city lord would likely assist you without hesitation, and you might even find yourself among the esteemed guests." "Porcelain, you say?" Chu Sheng pondered. Casanrea had specified that it must be made in the eastern continent, which meant it would not be the type with residual magical energy he had seen in the shop earlier, but rather handcrafted, devoid of any magical fluctuations, adorned with exquisite and elegant patterns. Such items might have become extinct in this land, but for Chu Sheng, acquiring even a truckload would be no challenge. In the next moment, Chu Sheng focused his thoughts and returned to the real world, where time still lingered shortly after the Lantern Festival. He and Shui Ying were still residing at their family home. That evening, he packed his belongings and, together with Shui Ying, bid farewell to his parents and traveled back to their villa in Longo City. He intended to visit a nearby supermarket to select some aesthetically pleasing porcelain for future sale in the Dragon Kingdom, to accumulate economic capital. As for what Gu had mentioned about taking Shuang to the Supernatural Human Research Center after the new year, that could wait. For now, he would concentrate on securing assistance for the Dragon Kingdom. However, just as Chu Sheng and Shuang arrived at the villa's entrance, they spotted 3 uninvited guests loitering outside their home. "Brother Chu Sheng, what are those ugly uncles doing?" Chu Sheng placed a finger against Shuang's delicate lips, pulling her behind the door. He wished to ascertain whether these 3 were mere petty thieves or something more sinister. After all, purchasing this villa at such a remarkably low price must involve some unsavory elements. Perhaps the murderer has returned to the scene of the crime. Have we clarified whether one of the limbs of that deranged woman is indeed within this house? A middle-aged man, dressed in an exceedingly ordinary manner and donning a black trench coat, spoke slowly. Responding to him was another man, a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and an unusual pallor, clad in a well-tailored white suit, with a cross larger than himself slung over his shoulder. "Say Sekiro," exclaimed Wang Yuan, the man in black. "When has my intuition ever faltered?" He nodded, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, savoring a drag before exhaling what he fancied to be profound smoke rings. "Anua, prepare the tools. Remember to search thoroughly, even turning this place upside down if necessary." Wang Yuan tossed the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and without looking back stated, "I'll keep watch at the entrance. Call me if needed." Rest assured, Wang Yuan, with me, Anua, the chances of finding something are quite high, though the likelihood of me actually discovering anything is rather low. The speaker was a brawny, bald man in a sleeveless vest, his expression a bit dim-witted, clearly irregular at the gym. The golden-haired man quipped weakly, "Please refrain from speaking, Anua. Every time you do, it feels like your brain is at war with itself. Just focus on the task at hand." Anua grinned foolishly, his slightly pointed skull giving him an air of misplaced superiority, convinced that his words carried profound wisdom. However, for reasons unknown, his companions consistently found fault with his speech. He wielded a massive 2-meter-long shovel in his left hand while balancing an equally colossal hammer on his shoulder, ready to demolish anything that stood in his way. "Frankie, where shall we begin our search?" The golden-haired man closed his eyes, his nose twitching as if sensing something. "Sagimi." He gestured and, without a second thought, kicked down the expensive wooden door of Chu Sheng's home, splinters scattering across the ground as he strode inside. Accompanied by the towering Anua, Wang Yuan ambled to the villa's entrance to keep watch. Just as he was about to light another cigarette, his gaze fell upon the corner where Chu Sheng and Shuang were hiding. A mischievous smile crept across his face. "My friend, since you've already seen and heard, I suppose I must regretfully put you to sleep for now." Chapter 98. A simple resolution. Chu Sheng smirked disdainfully. His discovery by the trench-coated man was entirely intentional. He had previously employed his mental prowess to assess the 3 individuals, only to find, surprisingly, that they were not mere petty thieves, but rather beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. The middle-aged man smoking the cigarette and the golden-haired man with the enormous cross both possessed a form of extraordinary power akin to psychic abilities, perhaps best described as a special talent in the realm of reality. The seemingly dim-witted, muscular man, on the other hand, wielded a unique energy reminiscent of life force, though it fell far short of martial prowess. If one were to categorize these individual strengths according to otherworldly standards, they would be assessed at approximately the 2nd tier, capable of posturing in the real world, but little more than fodder in an alternate realm. Chu Sheng, if he so wished, could stand right before them without them ever taking notice. After all, he could use spatial magic to entirely isolate himself from others. Even an 8th or 9th tier powerhouse might overlook him with a mere cursory glance. "Intruding into my home and brazenly shattering my door, is this what you refer to as friendship?" Chu Sheng crossed his arms, observing the trench-coated man with an air of calm amusement. However, the man, believing himself quick-witted, lunged forward with an elbow strike aimed at the back of Chu Sheng's neck, a blow that would surely incapacitate any ordinary person. Unfortunately for him, a 2nd-tier strength was as insignificant to Chu Sheng as a passerby. Upon witnessing the threat to her brother, Shuang's previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. She stepped forward, her body emanating an intense chill, transforming into an invisible torrent that sent the trench-coated man sprawling through the air. For those who would resort to underhanded tactics against Chu Sheng, Sheng showed no mercy, unleashing her full might. What? You too? The trench-coated man, now encased in frost, clumsily rose from the ground, his expression grave as he regarded the tall girl before him. So young, yet a being of Earth-level capability, he had not anticipated this. Caught off guard, he had been thoroughly bested by Sheng. How should we deal with this lecherous man? Just incapacitate him. Avoid excessive force, Sheng. With a nod of agreement, Sheng conjured several frost spikes in her hands, unleashing them towards the trench-coated man, aiming to freeze and immobilize his limbs. Wang Yuan, however, was not one to underestimate the situation. He activated his abilities with utmost concentration. Just as the ice spikes were about to strike, his form became a blur, executing strange, evasive maneuvers that deflected the icy projectiles. Seizing the initiative, Wang Yuan charged at Sheng with a powerful elbow strike. Although the initial speed of his attack was unremarkable, as he neared Sheng, he produced an afterimage, dramatically increasing his velocity. He understood that to counter a mage like Sheng, who wielded elemental control and ranged attacks, close combat suppression was essential to prevent her from unleashing her powers. Yet what Wang Yuan did not realize was that Sheng was far more than a mere ice spike-throwing mage. With a soft huff, Sheng conjured a half-meter-high shield of ice, effortlessly blocking Wang Yuan's elbow strike and sending shockwaves through his arm. Without pause, she formed an ice sword in her right hand, striking downward with a ferocity that allowed no respite for Wang Yuan. The relentless barrage of sword and shield attacks left Wang Yuan struggling to defend himself. He could only muster his abilities to barely evade the numerous strikes. Who is this woman? Not only is she impressively endowed, but her strength is astounding. Wang Yuan's cold sweat poured as he internally lamented. Even though he had yet to be struck by the icy sword, he could feel the chill encasing parts of his body, diminishing his physical capabilities. Sheng became increasingly fierce in her assault, seemingly eager to conclude the battle swiftly for her brother's approval. Chu Sheng observed with great interest, regretting only the absence of his favorite snacks. This was the first time he had witnessed the true extent of Sheng's abilities. She appeared to have undergone specialized combat training, demonstrating a proficiency that even surpassed his own, though her strength barely grazed the threshold of the third tier. It seemed that those with abilities in the real world were significantly weaker compared to their counterparts in another realm. Wang Yuan, struggling to maintain his ground, found himself with no options left but to retreat into the villa, calling for reinforcements. Hearing the commotion, the other two individuals, who had been scouring the premises, rushed out to join the fray against Sheng. All three were gifted individuals, members of a special organization known as the Red Cross, dedicated to the pursuit and extermination of vampires. They had come in search of clues regarding a powerful vampire, their arch-nemesis, who had managed to escape despite being pursued by several heavenly-tier powerhouses, leaving only severed limbs behind and vanishing without a trace. The blonde man named Frankie employed unconventional methods to locate one of the powerful vampire's limbs hidden somewhere within this villa, prompting the ensuing search. With a great cross in hand, Frankie swung it down fiercely, forcing Sheng to retreat. Upon seeing her ample bosom, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, he mused that her muscular development left much to be desired compared to his own, which needed further refinement. Meanwhile, the muscular Anhua struck a bodybuilding pose, admiring his own robust physique. Despite Sheng's superior strength, the coordinated efforts of the three men began to overwhelm her, hinting at a shift in the tide of battle. Chu Sheng, realizing that he could no longer remain a mere spectator, summoned a flicker of flame in his palm and stepped into the fray. Drawing from his previous experience of being discovered while burning a leader, he resolved to conceal his true capabilities, opting instead to maintain his facade with fire magic. The man in the trench coat had slipped behind the trio, retrieving a desert eagle from his pocket and loading it with a peculiar type of ammunition. While his direct combat abilities were lacking, he proved to be an excellent marksman. Chu Sheng, wielding a fiery orb of magic, moved with such swiftness that the three could scarcely perceive him, suddenly appearing before Wang Yuan. He discerned the trench-coated man's ability to accelerate his body for brief intervals, lasting no more than 3 seconds. TSK, your ability is lacking. You can barely last 3 seconds. Henceforth, I shall call you 3 seconds man, Chu Sheng taunted, his voice a mocking whisper in Wang Yuan's ear, transforming the latter's visage into one of fury. Wang Yuan despised being referred to in such a manner, as his peers had long derided him as 3 seconds man behind his back, leading to laughter from unsuspecting female colleagues. As Chu Sheng pressed closer, Wang Yuan, disregarding his mental exhaustion, pushed his ability to its limits. Yet, he faltered before he could even last a second, his face paling as if he were about to faint. Chu Sheng, with a grin reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey, mused, "If I were a technician, I might say that 3 seconds is quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Yuan could only manage a weak response, utterly drained from exerting his power. "My friend, it's quite rare to see someone as inept and unattractive as you, surely. You must be single, relegated to a life of petty thievery." Chu Sheng continued his derision, though he clarified in his thoughts that he was not addressing the handsome viewers before the screen. Wang Yuan's breath quickened, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "Why must you inflict such real damage in a mere brawl?" Before he could retort, Chu Sheng hurled the fireball directly at his face. "Fiery Lotus!" Chu Sheng exclaimed whimsically as the orb erupted against Wang Yuan's abdomen, propelling him backward and nearly creating a human-shaped dent in the villa's wall. Witnessing his companion injured, the blond man, who had intended to pursue Shui Ying, pivoted and charged at Chu Sheng, fully aware of the formidable opponent he faced. He bit into his palm, allowing a torrent of heated blood to flow forth, staining the massive cross crimson. With newfound strength, Frankie swung the 2-meter-long cross toward Chu Sheng's head. However, Chu Sheng, not wishing to reveal his full prowess, could have easily crushed the cross barehanded. The enormous cross crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in the exquisite cobblestone path. Yet Chu Sheng had vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frankie with a teasing grin. "Come now, my friend. That older gentleman is already weak enough, and yet you appear even frailier." Frankie's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to counter Chu Sheng's words. As a half-vampire, half-human, he had inherited traits from both lineages, but had lost much of his vampire abilities. Only the higher echelons of vampires retained the full range of human desires. His misfortune lay in having inherited the vampire genes in certain aspects. Bastard! Frankie seethed with impotent rage. He had joined the Red Cross in hopes of purging vampires to purify his bloodline and restore his abilities to human levels. "You have no idea how much I've endured," he roared, raising the massive cross once more, fueled by rage and desperation. "Please accept my fiery fist," Chu Sheng retorted, delivering a powerful blow imbued with magic flames to Frankie's abdomen, nearly causing him to regurgitate. Frankie collapsed, unconscious. Now, only the towering yet dim-witted Anuo remained. Unlike his companions, who might have fled upon witnessing their comrade's swift defeat, Anuo charged forward with reckless abandon. "I am the strongest among us," he bellowed, his exaggerated muscles swelling as a surge of energy coursed through him, transforming him into a technological warrior. Roar! Power of the 9 dragons. Anuo unleashed a punch that could fell an elephant, yet to Chu Sheng, it seemed nothing more than a playful jest. "Amaterasu," Chu Sheng uttered, summoning an unquenchable flame that ignited Anuo's hair, reducing it to ash. Anuo fell to the ground, rolling in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. But Chu Sheng had mastered the art of fire to such a degree that he controlled it to inflict discomfort without causing fatal harm. "Who are you?" Wang Yuan gasped, having tumbled from the wall, his face a mask of despair and terror. He had thought the strikingly beautiful woman formidable enough. But the man who had merely observed was even more extraordinary, dispatching all 3 of them with ease. Chu Sheng approached slowly, placing a foot upon Wang Yuan's body, coldly demanding, "From now on, you will answer my questions. Should you dare to be dishonest, do not blame me for introducing you to my dragon fruit." Chapter 99. The Anomaly Beneath the Ground. The trench-coated man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling inexplicably emboldened despite being at the mercy of his adversaries. "My dear friend, I concede your prowess. However, extracting any information from my lips is an impossibility. My loyalty to the organization is unwavering, and only death could sever it. Just moments ago, I was caught off guard and left bewildered by Chu Sheng's actions, but as clarity returned, Wang Yuan found his fear dissipating. After all, in a world teeming with various individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, one must acknowledge the existence of official institutions governing them. These authorities do not prohibit private skirmishes among these gifted individuals, but should a life be lost, even someone as formidable as Chu Sheng would face severe repercussions. Oh, how the 3-second man suddenly speaks with such bravado. Chu Sheng was about to unleash a flurry of unconventional tactics upon these audacious little rascals when he noticed the identification badge affixed to Wang Yuan's chest. Curiosity piqued. He retrieved it. Senior Officer of the Red Cross, Wang Yuan, with ultimate authority resting with the Supernatural Human Research Center. Chu Sheng chuckled incredulously. He never anticipated that these individuals were indirectly subordinate to his good brother, Bei Ge. Without so much as a word, they sought to overturn someone else's territory, their conduct hardly resembling that of a legitimate military force. Could they be contractors? With this thought in mind, Chu Sheng promptly dialed Bei Ge. Are you familiar with the Red Cross organization? On the other end of the line, Bei Ge paused, recollecting this minor faction. Oh, the group at odds with the vampire clan? What is the matter? Have they crossed you? Chu Sheng immediately captured images of Wang Yuan's identification badge and the appearances of the trio as evidence, succinctly relaying the situation to Bei Ge. I see, rest assured. My brother will handle this. It's a matter of a single command. Following Bei Ge's instructions, Chu Sheng handed the phone to the still breathless Wang Yuan. Here. Someone wishes to speak with you. Wang Yuan blinked in bewilderment and instinctively responded, hello? A barrage of reprimands erupted from the other end. I am the deputy director of the research center. Do you have any idea what you've done? Chu Sheng remained silently observant. Having already gleaned the origins of these individuals from Bei Ge, they were merely a small organization affiliated with the Supernatural Human Research Center, comprising around a dozen members. Although the world harbors various extraordinary individuals, not all possess the destructive capacity to draw the attention of the state or its officials. The majority wield powers of trivial significance, rendering their abilities nearly useless, even after a lifetime of cultivation. For instance, one might stumble upon $1 each day, possess the ability to hypnotize oneself, see through a single layer of fabric, consume food through one's nostrils, or lift weights with a peculiar flair. Such individuals hardly warrant state support. Nonetheless, to prevent any societal disturbances, various civilian organizations have been established for their registration and containment. Once the call ended, Wang Yuan shakily returned the phone to Chu Sheng. Now, can you provide me with a coherent response? The remnants of defiance on Wang Yuan's face swiftly transformed into a mask of servility. Sir, I may have spoken too loudly earlier. I humbly kneel before you. At that moment, regret consumed him. Although oblivious to Chu Sheng's true capabilities and status, he realized that a single phone call could reach the deputy director of the Supernatural Human Research Center, a connection far beyond his humble reach. The disparity in their positions was akin to that between a civil servant and a temporary contractor at the grassroots level. Without the need for coercion from Chu Sheng, Wang Yuan divulged the trio's purpose and circumstances as if compelled by an unseen force. You mean I possess one of the vampire prince's limbs? Chu Sheng pondered, recalling his meticulous inspection of every corner of the villa upon moving in, finding no suspicious traces. The singular anomaly occurred when an otherworldly entity triggered a spatial mark while he was at home with Chu Sheng, yet he had failed to identify the source thereafter. Sir, might we take our leave now? Wang Yuan's countenance was awkward, his hands fidgeting, clearly anxious. You've shattered my door and resorted to violence against me. Yet you think I would let you depart unscathed? Forgive us, sir. This was entirely our fault. Please believe us, we harbor no animosity towards you. Wang Yuan earnestly bent forward, fully aware that if Chu Sheng chose to overlook this incident, it would be for the best. However, should Chu Sheng decide against leniency, mentioning the matter to the research center could jeopardize their futures. Being dismissed from their positions would be the least of their worries. Severe consequences might include the injection of special serums to strip them of their abilities. You surely don't believe that a mere apology will suffice? We do not expect your forgiveness. However, we will gather a sum as compensation and an apology to you, sir. Chu Sheng glanced at Wang Yuan and the other two, assessing their attire and deducing they were hardly affluent. Since they were willing to offer recompense, he saw no reason to pursue the matter further. With a nod of acquiescence, Wang Yuan felt as if a weight had been lifted and, with Frankie and Anua in tow, left in haste. Brother Chu Sheng, why did you let those ugly fellows leave so easily? They nearly dismantled our home. Chu Sheng puffed her cheeks in indignation, her ire directed not at Chu Sheng, but at Wang Yuan and his companions. She had traversed the house and found it in disarray, with tiles pried up and chaos left in the wake of Frankie and Anua. Unconsciously, she had begun to regard this villa as her home with Chu Sheng, hence her dismay. Fear not, we can have someone repair it shortly. I might even owe them gratitude. Upon entering the house, Chu Sheng discovered a gaping hole in the kitchen, excavated to a depth of 1 meter. Channeling the life tree mark above him, he elevated his mental prowess to the 7th tier and unexpectedly sensed a faint, peculiar disturbance emanating from beneath the substantial pit. So it lies deep beneath the earth. Enlightenment struck Chu Sheng. It was no wonder he had failed to uncover any anomalies within the villa. They were concealed underground. Had Wang Yuan and his companions not intruded today, he might have remained oblivious for some time. Chapter 100. The new function of the golden finger. Chu Sheng summoned earth-based magical energy, enveloping himself in a thick layer of black earthen armor before plunging headfirst into the vast pit below. Earthly magic paved the way to the heart of the earth. At his behest, the solid, dense layers of soil began to fissure, propelling Chu Sheng deeper into the ground. He descended swiftly, akin to a drilling machine, reaching depths of approximately 70 meters, where he encountered a shallow subterranean river. Fortunately, he had not unearthed any national defense cables along the way, otherwise, he would have had to trouble Beige for assistance. As he approached a depth of around 100 meters, Chu Sheng's mental perception sharpened, revealing a bizarre entity that resembled a living being yet lacked life. He promptly manipulated the earth-based magical energy to encase the peculiar object before making his ascent back to the surface. With a crash, he returned to the villa's kitchen, where the massive cube, now shrouded in black soil, disintegrated to reveal its mysterious contents. What in the world? Though he had prepared himself mentally, witnessing the object within elicited an involuntary exclamation from Chu Sheng. Within the clods of earth lay an unexpected discovery, a leg. Chu Sheng extracted the limb from the soil, gently poking it with his finger. The flesh was surprisingly elastic and tender, reminiscent of the softened head of a fire dragon from a monster hunting game. Could this truly belong to a vampire? It was rather intriguing. As he probed the leg with a hint of spiritual power, he discerned its peculiarity. It was a right leg, buried for over a week, yet showing no signs of decay, appearing as fresh as if it were still attached to a body. If his brother had been present, he would have certainly relished the find. "Brother Chu Sheng, is this the vampire's leg?" Shuang inquired curiously as she approached the kitchen, unafraid of the scattered stones, and compared the leg to her own. To her astonishment, the vampire's leg was slightly longer than her own impressive stature of over a meter. This indicated that its owner must have been quite the tall figure. Elated, Chu Sheng cradled the leg, planning to present it to Beige at the Supernatural Human Research Center to discern its origins. Just then, a faint glimmer emanated from the leg and was absorbed into his body. Was this a death drop item? As confusion enveloped him, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Chu Sheng blinked. The last time he heard that sound was when his golden finger unlocked the replication ability. It seemed he had acquired yet another new function. With a face beaming with joy, he entered the critical room, soon encountering a grand display case at the intersection of the real and the otherworldly. In the otherworldly section of the display stood a towering green-skinned orc, over 3 meters tall, with protruding tusks and a fierce visage, exuding raw power. Opposite it, in the realm of reality, was a vampire resembling a human, pale-skinned with long, sharp fangs, and almost indistinguishable from a human in all other aspects. The orc and the vampire stood like two desiccated specimens, silently looming over the counter. A subtle impulse urged Chu Sheng to approach and touch them. He first approached the orc, extending a finger to make contact. In that instant, a transformation ensued. His body expanded at a terrifying rate, muscles bursting from his clothing, his skin turning a vibrant green. 2 elongated tusks erupted from his mouth, and his already formidable physique became even more fearsome, as if capable of shattering reality itself. "What an atrocious appearance!" Chu Sheng exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror, only to be momentarily stunned. He now stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a green giant from the movies. Yet his face bore a striking resemblance to a grotesque creature known as a goblin. Despite his terrifying new form, Chu Sheng was acutely aware of his enhanced physical capabilities, estimating that he could easily rend a 5th-tier warrior asunder with sheer strength alone. With the addition of combat energy, he felt confident he could defeat a 6th-tier opponent, and perhaps even hold his ground against a 7th-tier adversary. However, he lamented that while the power was impressive, the visage was rather disconcerting. He resolved to avoid using this transformation in the presence of women, lest his handsome reputation suffer irreparable damage. Next, he dared to touch the vampire specimen. instantly reverting to his human size, with only a slightly pale complexion to distinguish him from his former self. This appearance was decidedly more pleasing. Gazing into the mirror, Chu Sheng noticed a lazy demeanor, tinged with a sense of desolation, yet his pale skin and delicate features exuded a certain rogue charm, reminiscent of the dashing protagonists found in urban fantasy novels. Having transformed into a vampire, he pondered whether he had acquired immortality. Intrigued by the regenerative prowess of the vampire form, he decided to conduct a test. Channeling a sliver of spatial magic, he summoned an invisible blade and plunged it into his abdomen. The wound gushed blood profusely, intense pain enveloping him. Resolutely, he refrained from using any magical means to heal the injury. Astonishingly, within mere seconds, the blood coagulated completely. A few moments later, the damaged internal organs began to reconnect, flesh writhing and healing miraculously to restore him to his original state. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The speed of regeneration was indeed formidable, rivaling even that of the life-divine tree. His curiosity piqued. He continued to test the limits of the vampire form's regeneration abilities. After multiple trials, he concluded that as long as the heart and brain remained unharmed, any grievous injury could be healed through the vampire's regenerative capabilities. Even severed limbs or obliterated body parts could regenerate in a short span. The remnants of old limbs would simply decompose over time. Was this the true power of the vampire form? It was exceedingly remarkable. In Chapter 101, Neutralizing the Chill, Chu Sheng found himself pleasantly surprised by the vampire form's regenerative abilities, which surpassed even the leaves of the life-divine tree. However, such extraordinary healing would undoubtedly demand significant energy and stamina, akin to the necessity of consuming copious amounts of sugar for replenishment. As he continued his experiments, an intriguing piece of information manifested in his mind, elucidating the new ability of his golden finger. According to this information, whenever Chu Sheng killed and absorbed the death drops of an otherworldly or supernatural being, a corresponding specimen would appear in the critical room. By touching the specimen, he could transform into the respective form, acquiring the abilities of that species. For instance, he could metamorphose into a dragon, exhaling fiery breath, or into a slime, becoming one with all matter, or even embody an elemental being, becoming immune to all physical harm. However, the duration of this transformation was only 2.5 minutes, and it was linked to the number of specimens unlocked. Currently, there were only orcs and vampires available, which limited the transformation time. As more specimens were unlocked in the future, the duration would naturally extend. Satisfied with this newfound knowledge, Chu Sheng departed the critical room and returned to reality, where he immediately noticed Shui, her gaze fixated on the life tree mark upon his forehead. Brother Chu Sheng, when did you get that tattoo on your forehead? I have no recollection of it. It's not a tattoo. It's a characteristic that manifests when my abilities are activated. Shui nodded thoughtfully, realizing that today was her first true encounter with Chu Sheng's powers and combat style, which had far exceeded her expectations. After all, despite being of similar age to her cousin, why was Chu Sheng so much stronger, while her cousin remained as weak as ever? The overwhelming display of power Chu Sheng exhibited when he effortlessly obliterated Wang Yuan and his companions reminded her of her aunt's prowess. This thought led Chu Sheng to recall the promise he made to Shuang long ago. With the power of the life tree backing him, he could nearly reach the 7th tier and create a spark to neutralize the chill within Shuang. Yet, there existed a more direct and effective method, utilizing the power of the goddess of life to elevate Shuang's life level, enabling a natural healing process. However, he was uncertain whether Shuang would be amenable to this. Chu Sheng found a suitable place to conceal the vampire's leg before ushering Shuang into his room, addressing her directly. Shuang, I have a way to cure your chill, though it may be somewhat. Brother Chu Sheng, is that true? Shuang's excitement was particularly palpable. During the new year and the time spent with Chu Sheng in their hometown, she personally experienced the beauty of a normal life, engaging in natural conversations with relatives and elders, without the worry that the cold might harm those around her, freely entering bustling places without the need for caution. What was the method? Facing Shuang's innocent and slightly childlike eyes, Chu Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He cleared his throat and leaned closer to whisper to her. Ahem, it's just. Chu Sheng Gidge, time is of the essence. Let's get started. The entire process of harmonizing the cold air went remarkably smoothly, requiring no guidance from Chu Sheng. Although they did not reach the final step, Shuiying had already come to regard Chu Sheng as her one and only for life, regardless of his own thoughts on the matter. So, Chu Sheng, do you like it? Ahem. Yes, of course. The effects of harmonizing the cold were quite significant. Shuiying was now able to manipulate the cold within her body freely, eliminating the risk of accidentally harming others. A peculiar pattern resembling a sticker of Chu Sheng's face appeared below her abdomen, akin to the short-haired elven maiden Rudmala from another world. This indicated that Shuiying's life level had undergone a transformation. She was no longer an ordinary human. Her lifespan had increased severalfold, along with a considerable enhancement of her disease resistance and immunity, significantly slowing the aging process. However, Shuiying was not particularly aware of these benefits, as she had not cultivated her mental strength and could not perceive the specific changes. Chapter 102. The vaccine. As for the specifics of her elevated life level, Shuiying could not discern them. The most immediate sensation she experienced was her newfound ability to clearly differentiate temperature differences. Frigid, cold, warm, scorching. She could now perceive subtle temperature variations without Chu Sheng's assistance, a feat she had never imagined possible before. For the first 22 years of her life, Shuiying's world had only encompassed the experiences of cold, very cold, and extremely cold. While daydreaming about a beautiful future, Shuiying affectionately leaned against Chu Sheng's face, nuzzling him like an affectionate kitten. Chu Sheng felt a twinge of emotion. This snow maiden was like a cozy little quilt, always considering and serving him wholeheartedly. He had initially planned to take Shuiying to the mall to buy some porcelain and other items to bring back to the other world, but after several healing sessions, an inexplicable drowsiness washed over him. Since time stood still in the other world at that moment, Chu Sheng felt no urgency and contentedly embraced the soft, fragrant body of the snow maiden, blissfully closing his eyes. The next morning, Chu Sheng awoke bright and early, rousing the still sleeping Shuiying to take her out for her first proper breakfast. Although she had initially intended to linger in bed, the prospect of delicious food quickly motivated her to get up and dress energetically. On their way to breakfast, Shuiying clung tightly to Chu Sheng's arm, oblivious to the astonished gazes of passers-by. Chu Sheng led her to a dim sum restaurant, ordering 20 servings of breakfast in one go, encouraging Shuiying to indulge without reservation. After a hearty meal, he did not forget the main purpose of their outing. They went to the mall and bought a large quantity of teacups and vases, all exquisitely crafted porcelain with no magical residue. He also purchased numerous silk products, including bedding, clothing, and skirts, anticipating their usefulness in the future. After all, like porcelain, silk was a stereotype of the Eastern continent held by the inhabitants of the other world, a super rare luxury after the disruption of trade routes. Chu Sheng, let me pay? Shuiying exclaimed, swiftly pulling out her payment code, which was scanned for several $1,000s. She flashed a sweet smile at the puzzled Chu Sheng. I told my cousin about my recovery, and he sent me a large sum of money. I can't always let you pay for everything. That would be too impolite. Shuiying took Chu Sheng's hand and led him toward a high-end gift shop, turning back happily as she walked. I want to give you a gift, but I'm not sure what you like. Although she wasn't entirely familiar with the intricacies of human relationships, her aunt and cousin had taught her the importance of reciprocity and gratitude. Chu Sheng had treated her so well yesterday, putting in so much effort to heal her body. It would be inconsiderate not to express her appreciation. I don't have any preferences for gifts. Just your thoughtfulness makes me very happy. Silly girl, you don't need to go to a gift shop to pick out a present. The best gift is simply you. If Shuiying could wrap herself in gift wrap and place herself in a large gift box, Chu Sheng would surely be even happier. Besides caring about your health, did your cousin mention anything else? Yes, he said if we have time, we should visit the research center in a few days. But there's no rush. Shuiying blinked her eyes. She knew Chu Sheng had not yet tested his ability level at the research center. Her cousin was likely waiting for that. However, she was quite eager to know the true extent of Chu Sheng's strength. According to the research center's classification of all extraordinary beings and abilities in this world, strength was divided into 3 broad tiers: heaven, earth, and man, ranked from highest to lowest. Each major tier was further divided into low, medium, and high sublevels, applicable not only to humans with supernatural powers, but also to vampires, spirits, demons, and other extraordinary beings. Based on what she had witnessed yesterday, Shuiying estimated Chu Sheng's strength began at the heaven tier, as she herself was at the earth tier. Chu Sheng nodded. Tell your cousin not to worry. I will take you there in a few days. The two strolled around the gift shop a bit more. Knowing that Chu Sheng lacked for nothing, Shuiying ultimately decided against buying him anything, instead purchasing a large quantity of stockings for herself. Recently, she had been delving deep into her study materials, eager to explore the plethora of new and fascinating knowledge with Chu Sheng slowly. After their shopping, they leisurely strolled back to the villa. Shuiying snuggled against Chu Sheng like a sloth, quietly playing a mobile game, while he took a moment to enjoy videos online. After resting for a while, just as he contemplated returning to the other world, he heard Shuiying's languid voice. Chu Sheng, what are you watching? Chu Sheng looked down, withdrawing his hand from the soft warmth, and chuckled. What's up? Are you tired of the game? No, it's not that. I just wanted to. Seeing Shuiying's face redden like a bubbling teapot, Chu Sheng found it amusing. It was clear what she was thinking. Shuiying, before we proceed, I believe there are some things you ought to know. Actually, I'm not as good as you imagine. Before you, I had 5 other women. Chu Sheng understood that such a revelation might dampen the mood and disrupt the atmosphere. But he felt that if they were to accompany each other for a lifetime, honesty was paramount. The elven maidens from the Forest of Spirits existed in another world, and the realities of both worlds differed significantly. It was unreasonable to assume the women from both worlds would behave similarly. Although he was uncertain if there would ever be a chance for the women from both worlds to meet, they were nonetheless all his partners. And he did not wish to deceive Shuiying. Should a scenario arise in the future involving both sets of women, he wanted to ensure he had taken precautions in advance. Shuiying blinked, her expression a mixture of tension and hope. Chu Sheng, if they oppose our being together, would you listen to them and leave me? Chapter 103. The value of porcelain cups. Looking into Shuiying's bright, expectant eyes, Chu Sheng immediately patted his chest and assured her, how could that be possible? Regardless of the opinions of others, and irrespective of the number of women who may surround me in the future, I could never forsake you. He wished to reassure Snow Maiden, saying not to worry, for those ethereal beings would likely not oppose, and perhaps they would even rejoice. While he could make no other promises, one thing was certain. In my heart, Snow-ing, your position is undeniably unique, irreplaceable by any other woman. Chu Sheng's gaze was sincere. He did not deny his flirtatious nature, yet he would take responsibility for every girl. Especially after arriving in the other world, entering the elven forest. He had completely cast aside the constraints of his previous reality. However, one thing he was certain of, he was devoted. Snow-ing felt a flutter of emotion, her anxiety diminishing somewhat. What if she clung to Chu Sheng every day? Would the others quarrel with him because of that? In truth, Snow Maiden did not concern herself with how many women Chu Sheng might have. Her focus was solely on his feelings and perceptions towards her. Throughout their time together, Chu Sheng's meticulous care and concern had warmed her heart. Growing up, she had not been exposed to notions of couples, romance, or such conventions. All she knew was that Chu Sheng treated her exceptionally well, even selflessly, and thus she resolved to treat him even better. Chu Sheng, your words bring me great joy, but I have a small request, and I wonder if you would be willing. Willing? Of course. Chu Sheng smiled, twirling a strand of her light blue hair, attempting to impart encouragement and courage through his gaze. After all, Snow Maiden seemed overly cautious in her approach to their relationship. She ought to be more free and generous, for being overly humble would only instill guilt in Chu Sheng. With his unequivocal affirmation, Snow-ing eagerly enveloped him in her warm embrace, her eyes sparkling with affection, her voice sweet as honey. My request is, for you to think of no other women today, just gaze upon and think of me alone. Is that all right? Oh, you little one. Chu Sheng affectionately pinched her delicate nose, chuckling softly, having expected a more significant request. Thus, his intention to return to the other world to pawn some porcelain was momentarily delayed by the allure of Snow Maiden's tenderness. As the night passed in silence, at 4:30 in the morning, after Snow-ing had fallen into a deep slumber, Chu Sheng found the opportunity to enter the threshold of the limbo. He quickly took a shower, changed into clean attire, and with a thought, returned to the other world. Although life in the real world had begun to blossom with flavor, the elven forest awaited his presence. Upon his return, he was greeted by the endearing expression of the serpent woman, Pai, and the graceful, poised demeanor of the centaur. Casanrea. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, promptly retrieving a freshly purchased white porcelain teacup from his spatial magic device, placing it on the table with a resounding clap. Instantly, the pawnbroker beside him felt his eyelids twitch. Such a rare treasure, nearly extinct in this realm, was being carelessly set upon the table. As a pawnbroker, He possessed an extraordinary eye for appraisal and recognized at once the teacup's value. Adorned with exquisite patterns, its surface smooth and glossy, and most importantly, devoid of any magical fluctuations. It surpassed the quality of any phony produced by a magician. Casanrea's enchanting gaze turned towards it, filled with surprise and excitement. Indeed, Chu Sheng possessed remarkable prowess to procure a pure handcrafted porcelain cup. With a smile, Chu Sheng remarked, "This is not handcrafted, it is merely mass-produced. Mistaken for artisanal due to the lack of magical creation." But that was not all. It was a complete tea set. While speaking, he conjured a full set of porcelain tea ware as if performing magic. It included 6 teacups, a teapot, and a tray, all intricately engraved with elegant patterns, exuding refinement and grandeur. The pawnbroker was left speechless, his eyes glistening with awe. Initially, he had thought a single teacup would suffice to please the city lord. Yet here lay an entire tea set. The city lord would not merely be pleased. It was likely he would offer to serve Chu Sheng as a slave without hesitation. Casanrea's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she leaned closer to examine the porcelain tea set, as though it were a cherished treasure. Her alluring lips murmured, "How exquisite, how elegant. The tea brewed in this set must be far superior to the ordinary. What do you think, my lord? Your mother must surely appreciate this." Casanrea inhaled deeply, urging herself to regain composure, and after a moment, she returned to her usual poise. Her gaze lingered longingly upon the tea set before finally resting on Chu Sheng. "My lord, I assure you, the city lord will diligently assist you in finding a slave, alleviating all your concerns. Furthermore, regarding the source stones you wish to pawn, I shall raise the price to 30,000 per piece, as a gesture of gratitude from myself and the city lord." Chu Sheng rose from his seat, extending his hand towards her. "Lady Casanrea, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, and I kindly ask that you speak favorably of me before the city lord." The centaur promptly stood, not daring to be remiss, gently taking Chu Sheng's hand while bowing deeply. "My lord, your generosity fills me with admiration. From this day forth, you are our esteemed guest." Chapter 104. The Invitation of Casanrea. Mother? Mother? Hello? After some time, Chu Sheng regained his senses, realizing he had been holding Casanrea's hand, making the serpent woman, Pai, appear slightly jealous. "Ahem, I got lost in thought for a moment, my apologies. My lord, you flatter me. I am merely a slave, unworthy of such deference." Casanrea responded gracefully, discreetly concealing the hand that Chu Sheng had held behind her back, a peculiar warmth blossoming within her heart. Shortly thereafter, the pawnbroker finished counting the dragon coins, placing them into a delicate pouch, and handing it to the serpent woman, as it was unbecoming for a master to carry items. Chu Sheng did not pawn all 100 glass orbs. He only exchanged 10 for 300,000 dragon coins. After all, he anticipated not staying in dragon country for long, and exchanging too much currency might lead to waste, as dragon coins were not widely accepted elsewhere. "Lady, I shall take my leave now. Should the city lord have any news, please use this to contact me." He handed her a modified communication magic device, inspired by the otherworldly phone Elder Weilin had inscribed on his hand. However, the communication's duration and range were limited. It would cease to function beyond the confines of Bader City. Just as Chu Sheng prepared to depart, Casanrea hurried after him, lifting her skirt. "My lord, please wait a moment." Faced with the curious gazes of Chu Sheng and Pai, Casanrea donned a mature smile and spoke slowly. "My lord, your generosity and magnanimity are not merely for the benefit of the city lord. I wish to offer you a personal reward." With that, the centaur produced a sheet of paper imbued with faint magical energy and a feathered quill. "My lord, I believe you are new to Dragon Country or Bader City, and you have yet to find a place to settle, correct?" Chu Sheng nodded, glancing at the paper, surprised to discover it was a property deed. "In the urban area, I possess a vacant property. Although I do not reside there frequently, a dedicated servant is always on hand to maintain its cleanliness. If Lord Chu Sheng does not mind, he may stay there for a while." Chu Sheng highly appreciates the social acumen of the centaur maiden. Conducting business with such an understanding individual is indeed a pleasure. He did not decline her generous offer, for he was a newcomer in this land, and would not have sought a pawnshop if he were not in need of funds. Initially, Chu Sheng intended to acquire some money and purchase a modest dwelling while awaiting news from the lord of the city, all the while gathering information on his own. Unexpectedly, just as he was feeling drowsy, an opportunity presented itself. Without further pretense, He summoned a thread of magical energy and gently pressed it against the parchment, ultimately signing his name. With the stroke of his pen, a flicker of magic signified that the ownership of the property now belonged to Chu Sheng. "Thank you, my lady," he said, folding the property deed and offering a warm smile to Casanrea. "Lord Chu Sheng need not be so formal. It is my duty. Additionally, I have a small token for you." "Another?" Casanrea presented an aged letter, adorned with an exquisite wax seal, reminiscent of an invitation. "Lord Chu Sheng, this is a special invitation from the Adventurers Guild of Bedell City, allowing you to post an elite commission of the highest level without conditions." "Posting a commission? What purpose does that serve?" "The Adventurers Guild?" Chu Sheng pondered, recognizing that this organization, frequently depicted in Western fantasy anime and games, was about to make its entrance in the Dragon Kingdom. He wondered if the receptionist would be a woman clad in a maid's outfit, with short black hair, greeting him with the familiar phrase, "To the stars in the abyss, welcome to the Adventurers Guild." Casanrea smiled patiently, explaining, "Lord Chu Sheng, your 2 elven slaves have the Lord's assistance in locating them, which, while not difficult, will take some time. If you are anxious during this period, you may post a commission at the Adventurers Guild to expedite the search for your elven slaves." Chu Sheng understood. This was a suggestion to leverage the collective strength of adventurers to assist in his search, as many hands make light work, and hidden talents may lie among them. Just as a delivery person might secretly be a wealthy individual seeking a taste of life. "Very thoughtful of you, my lady," Chu Sheng remarked sincerely, impressed by how this centaur maiden, despite her status as a slave, could own a shop and property, conducting her affairs with such meticulous care. Casanrea chuckled softly, then proposed, "Lord Chu Sheng, I have a habit of celebrating after completing a significant business deal, and this time I would like to invite you and your serpent slave to join me. What do you think?" "Celebrate? Invite us to join?" Chu Sheng was taken aback. "You have accomplished your goals. Why invite me?" Casanrea did not rush to answer. Instead, she gently clapped her hands, and the ensuing scene caused Chu Sheng's brow to furrow. 2 towering men, each over 2 meters tall and muscular, strode in wearing dragon masks that made them appear to be noble half-dragons. The centaur maiden reclined lazily on the sofa, her equine form elegantly draped across it, as the 2 men knelt before her with a resounding thud. "Your Majesty, please command us." Chu Sheng was left speechless. Before he could react, Casanrea smiled and clarified, "Lord Chu Sheng, these 2 are my slaves. You may rest assured." "Slaves of a slave?" Sensing Chu Sheng's confusion, she elaborated. "Although they bear no distinct slave marks due to my own status as a slave, it matters little to those of lower breeds. There are far more cruel and assured means of control." Chu Sheng contemplated this, realizing that while this centaur maiden appeared to be a slave, she likely held a position of significant authority, perhaps as the Lord's right hand. A mere slave could not possibly wield such power. He was jolted from his thoughts by an astonishing sight. The centaur maiden's high-heeled foot came down with a sickening thud upon one of the slaves' faces. She showed no pity, crushing the man's face until blood flowed, yet he dared not cry out in pain. "You foolish, wretched creature," she declared, removing her bloodied shoe and tossing it at him, commanding, "Pick it up." "Why, yes, your Majesty." The slave, clad in the dragon mask, grimaced in pain but tremulously retrieved the shoe, opening his bloodied mouth to bite down on it. Chu Sheng grimaced. It appeared that this centaur maiden's notion of celebration involved tormenting her slaves. A flicker of vindictive glee sparkled in Casanrea's eyes as she turned to Chu Sheng. "Lord Chu Sheng, it is now time to indulge in some fun with the slaves. You need not concern yourself with me. Feel free to enjoy your time with this serpent maiden." Observing the centaur maiden's curious yet eager expression, Chu Sheng shook his head disinterestedly. "I think I'll pass." "Is that so? What a pity. I was rather curious about your physique, Lord Chu Sheng." "Ah, I apologize. Please take your leave." Under the guidance of the pawnbroker, Chu Sheng and the serpent maiden, Hepi, hastily exited the VIP room. Upon leaving the pawn shop, a lavishly adorned carriage awaited them, its exterior intricately carved with magical patterns and made of exquisite materials. Inside, the DCOR exuded a warm femininity, likely the centaur maiden's usual transport. Beside the carriage stood 2 towering knights in full armor, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, their spears glinting menacingly. The pawnbroker bowed respectfully, embodying the meticulous spirit of craftsmanship. "Lord Chu Sheng, these are the Lord's personal guards. They will escort you to your property. Wishing you a pleasant stay." Chu Sheng nodded and, accompanied by Hepi, boarded the carriage. As they traveled, He reflected on the peculiar centaur maiden, feeling there was something off about her. His master was a half-dragon, yet she dared allow her slaves to masquerade as half-dragons, subjecting them to humiliation and abuse, seemingly unconcerned about the Lord discovering this. Fortunately, Badel City was not particularly large, and the journey was brief. Within minutes, they arrived at the property that the centaur maiden had provided. It was an elegant and luxurious villa, complete with a garden featuring a small fountain, exuding opulence. As Chu Sheng and the serpent maiden explored, they stumbled upon a steaming hot spring. He glanced at Hepi, noting her somewhat dirty white robe, and suggested, "Hepi, you should take a bath," given that she had likely been fleeing for an extended period before encountering him. Although she bore no peculiar odor, a wash would surely be refreshing. "Yes, of course, master." Hepi hesitated momentarily, a blush creeping across her face as if recalling something, but she nodded obediently. Her form was graceful and exquisite, embodying the essence of a finely crafted masterpiece, a perfect representation of a serpent's waist. What a shame not to take advantage of such beauty. "Master, I have always served women before. Today is my first time serving a man. If I make any mistakes, please forgive me." The serpent maiden's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fingers nervously, her long white tail swaying anxiously, betraying her inner tension and anticipation. Chu Sheng involuntarily swallowed hard, awkwardly speaking, "I just wanted you to wash up quickly. You're quite dirty, and I don't need." "Hey, Happy, aren't you going to wash?" The snake lady, who had just assumed a demeanor of attentive service, was momentarily taken aback by Chu Sheng's words, then curiously blinked her eyes. "Happy, I could only wash briefly when the mistress bathed before. You let me enjoy such a grand hot spring alone. I feel unworthy. Truly, you leave me with no options." Chu Sheng feigned a cough. Initially, he had no intention of bathing, but since the snake lady had expressed her feelings, as her master, he couldn't refuse. In Chapter 106, The Happiest Slave, the snake lady moved with utmost caution and gentleness, fearful of inciting Chu Sheng's anger. "I am human, and quite different from your serpentine kin. That is entirely normal. Master, please enter the hot spring." "Master, you may simply sit back and relax." Chu Sheng exhaled lightly, stroking her soft pink hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Happy, you have done nothing wrong. In fact, you have performed splendidly, and I am quite pleased." Is it really all right?" The snake lady's face bore a hint of concern, as her knowledge of such matters was minimal, unlike the real-world figure of Shui Ying, who could learn through various resources. "I said it's fine. You've helped me wash for so long. You must be tired. Hurry and wash yourself, then we can go out." "Understood, master." Only then did Happy feel reassured and begin to cleanse her own body. Compared to her gentleness and meticulousness towards Chu Sheng, washing herself was far simpler. However, cleaning her tail took some time, as it was large and lengthy, necessitating careful attention to the scales, which proved somewhat troublesome. Gurgle. At that moment, an untimely sound emanated from the snake lady's stomach, eliciting amusement from Chu Sheng. Happy, blushing, covered her round little belly, apologizing shyly, "Sorry, master." Chu Sheng chuckled and shook his head. "Hurry and wash. We need to eat soon." He reasoned that since Happy had only consumed chocolate since meeting him, she must be famished by now. Before long, Happy finished washing her tail, pulling Chu Sheng from the hot spring to dry him off and help him dress. "Happy, what would you like to eat?" The snake lady, taken aback, pointed to herself in astonishment. Can I decide?" Once granted permission by Chu Sheng, her face lit up with gratitude, nearly bringing her to tears. "Thank you, master. Then, I would like to go to the tavern by the road for grilled meat." After tidying up, the two left the house, casually seeking a bustling tavern along the vibrant street, ordering an abundant feast. A catgirl waitress brought a platter of freshly grilled wild game, swaying her slender waist as she departed, leaving behind a trail of cheap perfume. Standing behind Chu Sheng, Happy clasped her hands at her abdomen, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the grilled meat, a hint of drool escaping her lips. Yet she remained hesitant to express her desire to eat without Chu Sheng's prompting. Chu Sheng, bemused, glanced at her, chuckling. "Why are you just standing there? Come sit down and eat with me." Happy's eyes widened in disbelief. I can sit down and eat with master?" Her expression was frozen in shock. Still questioning, "I, a mere slave, can sit with master? It's not a big deal. I always eat with others. Hurry up, or your beloved grilled meat will get cold." With tears of joy in her eyes, Happy responded, "Thank you, master. I truly am the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom." She cautiously seated herself beside Chu Sheng, marveling. Slaves like us, of the lower class, have always been treated like livestock. The slightly better ones are merely regarded as pets, rewarded with food for obedience, and punished for disobedience. Happy never imagined that the man she encountered by chance would not only become her master, but would treat her with such kindness, allowing her to ride with him, choose her food, and even dine together, as if in a dream. As she pondered this, Happy's gaze drifted to another table nearby, where a scene starkly contrasted their own. Chu Sheng followed her line of sight to see a man of similar height to him dining with a rabbit lady slave. Whenever he encountered unappetizing fatty meat or bones, he would discard them onto the floor, commanding the rabbit lady to eat them like a dog. Even so, the rabbit lady dared not display a hint of dissatisfaction, instead exhibiting a grateful demeanor, occasionally expressing her thanks. The sight left both Happy and Chu Sheng feeling uneasy. In Chapter 107, The Demon Beast Mountain Range, Chu Sheng felt a similar discomfort but refrained from voicing it. For the long-standing customs of the Dragon Kingdom could not be altered by mere words. Regardless of others, I am not like them. Please, take a seat. Happy hesitated. Her life as a slave ingrained deeply within her, instilling a rigid master-slave dynamic in her mind. Seeing her still in doubt, Chu Sheng feigned sternness. Did you not hear your master's command? If the food grows cold, how shall I eat? Thank you, master. Happy's eyes brimmed with gratitude, once more rejoicing in her choice of master, and she sat beside Chu Sheng. Her long, thick tail coiled beneath the table, her shapely figure accentuated by the tavern's dim lighting, attracting many greedy glances. Chu Sheng picked up a dull knife, cutting a small piece of grilled wild game, and upon tasting, his brow furrowed. The meat was tough and gamey, lacking proper seasoning, merely sprinkled with coarse salt. Happy, feeling somewhat restrained beside him, noticed Chu Sheng's expression and quickly took a small bite of chicken, savoring it meticulously. She blinked and tilted her head, asking, "What's wrong, master? This flavor is fine. Isn't grilled meat supposed to taste like this?" Chu Sheng hesitated. In my land, if I could only eat such food, I would have lost dozens of pounds by now. Huh, is it that extreme? What do people in the Eastern continent usually eat? Chu Sheng longed to respond to Happy's eager gaze, yearning to return to reality. At that moment, Shuang was still fast asleep, and Chu Sheng carefully extricated his limbs from her grasp to select some everyday seasonings in the kitchen: sesame oil, 5-spice powder, pepper salt, cumin powder. Not all were technological marvels, but they were essential for grilled meat. Upon returning to the alternate world, Chu Sheng pretended to pull out several small bottles from his pocket, sprinkling their contents over the platter of grilled chicken. Drizzling sesame oil and seasoning, the rich aroma wafted up with the chicken's original heat, filling the air and reaching Happy's delicate nostrils. Happy gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling. "Master, what are these things?" The snake lady's tongue flicked eagerly, drool pooling at the corners of her lips. "These are spices from my homeland, typically used to flavor food. You should try them and see how they taste." Happy took a deep breath of the fragrant wild chicken, unable to contain her admiration. "This aroma. Even my previous master probably never tasted this, right?" Spices were regarded as luxuries reserved for the upper echelons of society in this realm. The lower classes were often unaware of their existence. After receiving permission from Chu Sheng, the serpent lady could no longer contain herself. She reached out with her delicate, pale hands, grasped a chicken leg, and tore it off with vigor before taking a hearty bite. The roasted chicken, which initially tasted decent, was elevated to the pinnacle of her culinary dreams with the addition of those peculiar spices. As she chewed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with bliss. Goodness, do the people of the Eastern continent season their food with such ingredients daily? No wonder you couldn't enjoy the original roasted chicken. Pai, filled with curiosity, envisioned the daily lives of those from the Eastern continent, pondering the happiness such flavors could bring. Chu Sheng smiled as he gently tucked a strand of her light pink hair behind her ear, offering her a brief introduction to the diverse culinary delights of the real world, which only whetted the serpent lady's appetite further. In Pai, he saw a reflection of the enchanting elven lady, Shanuya. Both were equally captivating and shared a profound love for exquisite food. As the serpent lady became increasingly entranced by the conversation, her eating habits transformed from awkwardness to relaxation, influenced by Chu Sheng's gentle demeanor and kind words. Pai, eat slowly. No one is competing with you." At once, the serpent lady set down her food, her expression shifting to one of anxiety and fear. I am so sorry for acting so impolitely. I truly didn't mean to. Her flustered reaction was understandable, as in the Dragon Kingdom. The expectations of masters towards their slaves could be exceedingly harsh. Among slaves, there were hierarchies. Those who were less capable were relegated to labor, while the exceptional ones, like Hipai, were often spared from toil and instead served as intimate companions to their masters. Hipai was among the latter, accustomed to being by her mistress's side, ready to act as a guard or shield in unexpected situations. Given this, she had undergone rigorous training in etiquette, and such a crude manner of eating would likely have earned her confinement under her previous mistress's wrath. Do not be anxious, eat however you wish. Your enthusiastic consumption indicates that the spices from the eastern continent suit your palate, he reassured her. Could you help me take it out? Chu Sheng glanced around, noting that no one was observing them, and nodded. Leave it to me. The serpent lady timidly inched closer to him, her eyes reflecting both fear and a unique happiness. Cough. All right, just be mindful next time. Don't let it fall. Chu Sheng removed the piece of roasted meat and, adhering to his principle of not wasting food, swallowed it whole. Surprisingly, he found the flavor quite delightful. The serpent lady took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. As dark memories surged to the forefront of her mind, she had witnessed numerous female slaves publicly humiliated by their masters. The more pain they displayed, the more pleasure the masters derived, culminating in their bodies being marred with wounds. In that fleeting moment, Hipai had worried that Chu Sheng might treat her similarly, disregarding others' gazes and her feelings. However, to her astonishment, Chu Sheng did not press her. Instead, he withdrew at the appropriate moment, even shielding her from the greedy, lingering looks around them. She recalled how he had acted decorously in the hot spring, devoid of any coarse behavior, a stark contrast to the masters she had known. With this thought, Hipai's eyes brimmed with emotion, filled with gratitude, as she gazed at Chu Sheng. If only you. Chu Sheng smiled, finding the serpent lady's demeanor utterly charming. Bound by the deeply entrenched master-slave rules of the Dragon Kingdom, she had miraculously retained her innocence. Although they had shared many experiences, their actual time together had only been a single day. Thus, Chu Sheng was in no rush. He preferred to cultivate their relationship and build trust gradually, relishing in the sense of achievement that came with it. Hipai, you need not be so cautious with me. Just remain true to yourself and be natural. Chu Sheng reached beneath the table to gently pat her large, white tail, sincerely stating, remember, at all times, that I shall never compel you to do anything against your will. Tears of gratitude welled in the serpent lady's eyes as she began to sniffle, her tail coiling excitedly beneath the table, yearning to wrap around Chu Sheng. Yet, upon recalling the many onlookers, she suppressed the impulse. Obediently, Hipai lowered her head to continue eating the roasted meat, occasionally stealing glances at Chu Sheng, her feelings of gratitude gradually being replaced by an inexplicable emotion. After satisfying their appetites, the two returned to the grand house, their spirits high as dusk settled in, and the merchants along the street began to close up shop. The serpent lady, content, leaned back on the sofa, her delicate hand patting her full belly, feeling too languid to move. I've never tasted such delicious roasted meat. Will I have the opportunity to try those spices again? Rest assured, I shall incorporate them into every meal from now on. Otherwise, I simply cannot eat, he replied. How wonderful. I am indeed the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom. The serpent lady giggled foolishly, feeling warm and unfamiliar kindness from Chu Sheng, making her reluctant to awaken from this blissful state. Chu Sheng, having eaten to a satisfying extent, sat on the sofa to digest and retrieve the Adventurers Association invitation that the centaur girl, Cassandra, had given him earlier. He held a keen interest in the profession of adventurers, having never heard of it while in the elven forest. It felt as though something was missing from the fantasy world. Hipai, do you know what kind of commissions adventurers in Bardell City typically rely on to make a living? The serpent lady blinked, taking the invitation from Chu Sheng's hand to examine it for a moment before smiling and explaining. The reason Bardell City is the largest town in this region is due to the nearby Monster Mountain Range to the southeast. This mountain range is home to various powerful monsters, leading to a constant influx of adventurers. After all, the treasures found on monsters are often quite valuable, and traders from other towns frequently traverse the Monster Mountain Range, necessitating the hiring of adventurers for protection. The southeast? Chu Sheng pondered. suddenly recalling that the distorted spatial passage he had encountered while lost with the two elven girls had subtly pointed in that direction. Perhaps Ellen and Rudmara were currently somewhere within the Monster Mountain range. Although certainty was not guaranteed, at least he had a preliminary direction, preventing him from floundering aimlessly. All right, tomorrow morning we shall head to the Adventurers Association to post a commission. And we will also venture into the Monster Mountain range to search. Wait, are you and I also going into the Monster Mountain range? The Serpent Lady's gaze suddenly became unfocused, as if she were recalling something terrifying. Well, some monsters in the Monster Mountain range are quite formidable. There's no need for someone as noble as you to venture in personally. We could simply hire those adventurers to find what we need. Chu Sheng keenly noticed the shift in Hipai's tone and asked with concern, "What is it, Hipai? I am a 7th-tier powerhouse. What is there in the Monster Mountain range that I cannot face?" The Serpent Lady tightened her grip on her clothing, hesitating for a moment before slowly speaking. "My previous master was a merchant who frequently traveled between nearby towns, and it was in the Monster Mountain range that he met his demise." As she spoke, the Serpent Lady trembled with fear, recalling the tragic end of her former mistress and the arrogant expression of the instigator from the dragon tribe, her body instinctively freezing. Observing her fearful reaction, Chu Sheng immediately grasped the Serpent Lady's hands tightly, offering warmth and reassurance. Upon learning of Hipai's former master's tragic fate, Chu Sheng, in an effort to reassure her, patted his chest and vowed, "Do not worry, Hipai. Should we encounter the fiend who took your master in the Demon Beast Mountains again, I shall not allow her to abduct you." The Celestial Dragon clan is but one of the pure-blood dragon descendants, possessing the power of life and death even within the confines of the law, let alone in the untamed wilderness of the Demon Beast Mountains, where one could simply eliminate foes on a whim or seize treasures without hesitation. Chu Sheng gently stroked the back of the Snake Maiden, continually soothing her troubled heart, whispering into her ear, "Do not fear. It is all in the past. I shall protect you from now on." In Chapter 108, Sweet Dreams, Hipai's beautiful eyes glimmered with tears as she gazed at Chu Sheng, filled with happiness and affection. The moment her mistress was slain and she narrowly escaped, she had resigned herself to a life of wandering or isolation. However, to her astonishment, she encountered Chu Sheng, a kind master worthy of her lifelong trust. Nestling against him, her white tail curled around his waist, she smiled sweetly and declared, "I believe in Master. Even if I encounter the Celestial Dragon clan again, I shall not be afraid. Master will never hand me over, right?" In her eyes, Chu Sheng appeared as an omnipotent hero, evoking her utmost admiration. Not only was he young and powerful, but he also possessed an array of wondrous items, brimming with enigma and allure. Chu Sheng chuckled helplessly. "How could I ever let you go? You shall remain my little servant for life." His confidence stemmed from his formidable abilities. Empowered by his oath at the Tree of Life, his magic reached the 7th tier, complemented by his prowess in combat, which he deemed on par with any 7th-tier being in the Dragon Kingdom. Even when faced with stronger foes, he held a powerful magic restraining stone gifted by the Elven Queen Tiffany, capable of sealing anyone below the 9th tier, an exceedingly potent tool. The only drawback was that the stone could only be used once and could not be replicated through the critical room, as Chu Sheng had previously discovered. Thus, as long as he did not encounter a 9th-tier opponent, he felt confident in his invincibility. As they conversed, the Snake Maiden's eyelids grew heavy, and she began to yawn. Noticing her fatigue, Chu Sheng patted her tail. "If you are tired, then sleep." Obediently, Hipai rose from his embrace and swiftly retrieved a blanket from a cabinet in the room, spreading it beside the elegantly adorned bed. "Hipai, what are you doing?" Chu Sheng inquired, bemused. Hipai, puzzled by his confusion, replied matter-of-factly, "Master, I am but a slave. How can I share your bed? I shall sleep on the floor." In her understanding, some slaves were permitted to share their master's bed, but they often served a different purpose, providing warmth in winter or coolness in summer. Chu Sheng sensed a hint of inferiority and timidity in her eyes, evoking his empathy. The floor was cold at night, and the bed was spacious enough for more than one. He patted the space beside him. "Come now, it is merely sleep. There is nothing more to it." "No, I cannot, master. I have already been selfish today and enjoyed your kindness. I cannot overstep my bounds." Hipai shook her head gently. Despite her gratitude and anticipation, years of habit could not be altered in an instant. Chu Sheng, now adept at handling his little servant, feigned sternness and commanded, "Hurry up. It is a command from your master." "But there are no buts. If I do not hold something in my arms, I shall not be able to sleep tonight. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Sheng wasted no time. He reached out and pulled her close. Pai gasped as her soft, supple form tumbled onto the bed. All right, hurry and sleep. You must be tired as well. With a tender gaze, Chu Sheng noticed that before meeting him, Pai had likely endured countless hardships without a moment of peace. Thank you, master. At that moment, she still felt somewhat unreal, as if she were in a dream. This was the first time in her life she lay on such a soft bed, clearly prepared for nobility. In her past life of servitude, she had stood vigil by her former mistress's side each night, silent and cautious, until her legs grew numb and consciousness faded, only to retreat to her own hard wooden bed. The warmth and security she felt now were unprecedented. Good night, Pai. Sweet dreams. Chu Sheng gently patted her back. True to her cold-blooded nature, she felt like a little air conditioner, pleasantly cool. Good night, master. In this warm and tranquil atmosphere, the snake maiden gradually succumbed to slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in the heart of the inner city of Bedell City, a lavish and expansive estate housed a grand castle, fortified and imposing. The half-dragon city lord, Belias, sat at the table, knife and fork in hand, savoring a platter of exquisite magical beast delicacies. Even seated, his towering and robust figure was apparent, with his striking red dragon head occasionally emanating dragon breath. Before him lay a banquet of rare dishes, but the most extravagant aspect was not the food itself, but rather the exquisite demi-human women reclining on the table, serving as living platters. As he indulged in the opulent feast, the sound of high heels echoed through the hall, and the centaur maiden, Casanrea, entered with an elegant stride. Her face bore no trace of respect or fear towards her master. Instead, it was marked by pure disdain, as she kept her distance from Belias. Upon her arrival, Belias's dragon visage lit up with excitement, and he called out, Casanrea, what brings you to visit this city lord? The centaur maiden produced a porcelain teacup from her attire and placed it on the ground before her, her expression devoid of emotion. A man from the eastern continent seeks your assistance in locating his 2 elven slaves. This is your reward. At her words, Belias paused, curiosity piqued, and glanced at the cup. This porcelain indeed seems to be genuine Eastern craftsmanship, quite intriguing. Before he could express his thoughts further, Casanrea turned and departed without a word, as if fearing that lingering any longer would sully her dignity in the presence of the lascivious dragon lord. Belias made no attempt to stop her, instead gazing greedily at her retreating figure. The sight of Casanrea's mature, sensual form, reminiscent of a ripe peach, ignited his desire day and night. Yet, due to certain peculiar circumstances, even as her master, he could not compel Casanrea to engage in any act against her will. Even if he truly dared to act with unrestrained audacity, he would likely face the wrath of the pure-blood dragonkin from the upper echelons. Belias's temper was ignited by the centaur maiden, and he abruptly turned to the line of demi-human slave girls standing behind him, pointing at one. Dongbayu, come here. The one he indicated was also a bear girl, though her voluptuous figure and mature allure paled in comparison to Casanrea. Just as he was tormenting the slave, a fellow half-dragon subordinate rushed in, clad in armor, and knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him. My lord, urgent intelligence has arrived. Belias, irritated by the interruption, rudely kicked the bear girl aside and coldly turned his head. Report at once. If I find this news is not as urgent as you claim, I shall have your dragon head as a chamber pot. The half-dragon subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his brow, yet managed to maintain his composure as he spoke. My lord, please prepare yourself. This intelligence comes from the human realm, the Holy Ronia Empire. Belias's brow furrowed slightly, his voice laced with surprise. From the human realm, you say? The following morning, Chu Sheng arose early, not due to insomnia, but rather because Heffy was still sound asleep, her face nestled against Chu Sheng's neck, a gentle smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. The slender forked tongue of her serpentine form swayed outside her rosy lips, occasionally allowing droplets of sweet nectar to fall upon Chu Sheng's neck, chilling him. Master, why are you awake? Heffy rubbed her eyes, drowsily awakening. Upon seeing Chu Sheng's smiling face, all lingering sleepiness vanished. She swiftly released her tail wrapped around him, sprang from the bed, and respectfully adjusted her attire, placing her hands together in front of her abdomen and bowing. I apologize, master. I have not rested well these past few days, which is why I awoke so late. I truly am sorry. The snake maiden's face bore a hint of shyness and concern. During her service to her mistress, she had always risen before dawn, preparing the washing basin and breakfast before her mistress awoke. After uttering these words, Heffy darted out of the room, her large tail swaying behind her, leaving a trail on the floor. This little slave is rather too obedient, Tishi. Chu Sheng chuckled and lay back down. Having noticed the marks left by Heffy's tail as she walked, contemplating the need to fashion something to contain it. Otherwise, her tail would not only get dirty, but could also wear down its scales. After a brief respite, Heffy returned to the room, carrying a few items: clean water, coarse salt for washing, and a plate of breakfast. Master, please continue to rest. I will assist you with your ablutions. Heffy dampened a towel with water and gently wiped Chu Sheng's face, then took some coarse salt to brush his teeth, showing no disdain. Once finished, Chu Sheng dressed and sat on the bed, eyeing the plate of breakfast with anticipation. Let me see what delightful meal my little slave has prepared for me. Master, please enjoy your meal. Heffy stood by the bed, her eyes filled with expectation, fixated on the silver cup on the plate. The breakfast was simple: a piece of toasted bread and a cup of an unknown beverage, likely purchased by Heffy from the street, still steaming. He took a bite of the bread, finding it dry and somewhat difficult to swallow, lacking the sweet softness of bread from the real world. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, as this was hastily prepared by Heffy. Criticizing it outright would be too disheartening for the little snake maiden. Soon, his gaze shifted to the silver cup beside him, filled with a transparent, colorless drink that emanated a rich aroma. Heffy, what is this? Chapter 110. Adventurers Guild. The snake maiden did not rush to answer. Instead, she eagerly encouraged, "It's a delightful drink. Master, you must try it." Chu Sheng, though puzzled, raised the silver cup to his lips and took a gentle sip. The beverage was refreshingly cool, imbued with a robust fragrance, instantly dispelling any remaining drowsiness and invigorating him. The exquisite taste made his eyes light up with curiosity. Heffy, where did you acquire this drink? Is it to your liking? Heffy clasped her hands together, nervously observing every expression from Chu Sheng. He nodded with a smile. It's quite good, better than many drinks I have encountered back home. That is wonderful, Heffy exclaimed, her face lighting up with pride as she pointed to her own cheeks. This drink was not purchased, you know? She then opened her cherry-red lips, revealing her 4 sharp fangs. It's made by diluting my snake venom with water. Your venom? Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, are you trying to poison me first thing in the morning? Sensing his concern, Heffy quickly shook her head in reassurance. Fear not, Master, though it's called venom. It bears no toxicity whatsoever. In fact, it serves to invigorate and refresh the mind. Chu Sheng finally relaxed, realizing he had momentarily overreacted, thinking this little slave might wish him harm. In truth, even if she had intended to poison him, given their disparity in strength, she could hardly inflict any damage. Noticing that Chu Sheng's cup was nearly empty, Heffy inquired with a smile, "Would you like more, Master?" Is there more? Chu Sheng blinked, pondering that venom, by nature, ought to require some time to replenish, much like a male's essence. Heffy, with a beaming smile, took the silver cup, tilting her head back to let her fangs rest against the rim of the cup. Her luscious lips, reminiscent of a ripe peach, glided over the vessel, her slender tongue occasionally caressing its surface, as if eager to capture the lingering essence of Chu Sheng. With a gentle pressure from her fangs, clear drops of venom flowed into the silver cup, which she then mixed with a splash of cold water, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the room. Watching Chu Sheng savor the drink, Heffy's eyes sparkled with delight. If you enjoy it, Master, I will prepare it for you every day. Her voice carried a note of pride, as though she had finally found a way to contribute to Chu Sheng's life. At last, I can provide some value to Master. After finishing their simple breakfast, the two set off toward the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, they passed numerous shops catering to adventurers, offering weapons and equipment, exchanging monster materials, and even providing breeding services for monster maidens. Before long, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild, a grand yet cozy building, adorned with a massive sword and shield at its entrance. The reception hall buzzed with noise, adventurers from various races congregating, most huddled in small groups, chatting idly as they awaited others for party formation. However, Chu Sheng had envisioned this chatter as one filled with boasting tales of encounters with monsters. A light-hearted and jovial atmosphere, punctuated by occasional comments on the gear of passing adventurers. Yet, the reality was starkly different. A throng of adventurers was gathered around the notice board, grumbling incessantly. Have you all been driven out from the depths of the monster mountains? What do you expect? The Lord Dragon is utterly tyrannical, treating the monster mountains as his personal domain. How are we supposed to accept commissions now? Through their discussions, Chu Sheng gleaned much discontent aimed at the official stance of the Dragon Kingdom, with grievances escalating to accusations of racial oppression against the Dragonkin. Chu Sheng was momentarily oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. His interest piqued not at all. He approached the reception desk and found a diligent attendant. She was a goat-folk female, dressed in a sleek, server-style outfit, exuding an amiable smile that nonetheless carried a hint of polite detachment. This demeanor was understandable. In such a role, being overly accommodating could invite unwanted advances from self-satisfied adventurers. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "You may call me Catherine," she greeted warmly. "Hello, Miss Catherine. My name is Chu Sheng. I wish to venture into the monster mountains for some training and perhaps take on a few commissions. Could you assist me with the necessary arrangements?" He replied casually, his hand tucked into his pocket as he prepared to retrieve the special invitation from the centaur girl. His attire, while opulent, seemed somewhat out of place among the other patrons in the hall, prompting whispers of speculation regarding his noble lineage. Furthermore, his accompanying serpent slave possessed an exquisite beauty that seemed incongruous with the average household. However, seasoned adventurers quickly diverted their gazes. It was not uncommon to see young lords and ladies training at the Adventurers Guild. Most adventurers came with a singular purpose: to earn a living. Catherine, charmed by Chu Sheng's polite manner, swiftly registered his information and shared pertinent guidelines. Requiring no additional items, she promptly prepared his official adventurer's credentials. Just as he was about to present the special invitation, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair approached, capturing his attention. The newcomer exuded an air of affability and smoothness in his dealings, sporting two subtle horns atop his head, making it difficult to ascertain his race. "Esteemed Lord Chu Sheng, I apologize for overhearing your conversation with Miss Catherine," he said with a courteous bow, displaying no signs of offense. "If you seek to train in the monster mountains or are in search of something, I would recommend hiring our team." He extolled the virtues of his party, a rare emerald-ranked adventurer group, with members starting at the 5th tier of strength, known for their exemplary service and reputation. Most notably, he added, the female members were broad-minded, hospitable, and eloquent. After an extensive pitch, he finally remembered to introduce himself. "I am Bino Thous of the Minotaur race." Chu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I already have companions accompanying me," he replied, indicating his disinterest in extra help. Bino Thous cast a glance at the serpent girl behind Chu Sheng and was momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty and curvaceous form. While it was not uncommon for young lords to flaunt attractive slaves for adventuring, possessing one of such exquisite allure was indeed rare. However, Bino's gaze lacked the typical lecherous fervor. To him, beauty paled in comparison to wealth. "Lord Chu Sheng," he offered kindly, "while your slave indeed possesses great prowess in appearance, her capabilities as a guard and ally may not suffice." At this remark, the serpent girl, Hipai, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. "My master is a formidable 7th-tier warrior. I require no assistance from emerald adventurers." Unperturbed, Bino Thous motioned towards a towering, armored companion, a 3-meter-tall brute whose heavy footsteps echoed as he approached. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, initially suspecting a display of muscle, a veiled threat, but Bino's demeanor remained even more humble. "Lord Chu Sheng, the complexities of the monster mountains are fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts. Without a well-equipped and robust team, you will find it exceedingly difficult to proceed." He clapped a hand against the armored man's brawn. "Behold, this sturdy physique, this resolute gaze, this is the suitable protector. Regardless of the grueling tasks at hand, we are more than capable. You may also select a female team member for personal protection. Please consider it." Chu Sheng, disinterested in Bino's incessant prattle, activated the life tree mark on his forehead, subtly revealing his 7th-tier strength. "Do you see? Accompanying me would likely be a hindrance." Bino Thous stood momentarily dumbfounded, the realization of showcasing his skills before a young 7th-tier powerhouse flushing his face crimson. It is quite all right if you do not wish to hire us. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out. We can provide information on the black market, maps of the monster mountains, or the customs of the exotic districts in Bedell City. Anything you wish to know." "Exotic districts?" Chu Sheng felt a spark of interest ignited within him. However, Hipai, gazing up at him with her doe-like eyes, pleaded, "Master, I can do everything those exotic girls can do." Ahem. Pai, do not misinterpret. I am merely outraged by the tragic fates of those exotic girls. Lord Chu Sheng, perhaps we may collaborate in the future. I shall not intrude further, Bino thou said. Eager to avoid further embarrassment, leading his companion away, Catherine seized the opportunity to interject. My apologies, Lord Chu Sheng. Since yesterday, the Monster Mountains have encountered some unusual circumstances. Many previously sought-after adventurer teams have found themselves without commissions and are forced to solicit clients. She had sensed Chu Sheng's formidable aura during their interaction. Heightening her respect, he was not merely a noble seeking training, but a young powerhouse. What is the nature of these unusual circumstances in the Monster Mountains? Well, since yesterday, a legion from the Dragonkin has sealed off the inner regions of the Monster Mountains, citing the emergence of formidable high-tier beasts, Catherine explained. Chu Sheng, intent on entering the mountains to locate the elf maiden, was keenly interested in this information. So, the adventurers cannot enter, resulting in their unemployment? Catherine nodded with a smile. As long as one does not venture into the depths, they should be fine. I know of your prowess, Lord Chu Sheng, but it is advisable to avoid direct confrontation with the Dragonkin. Acknowledging her well-meaning warning, he produced the special invitation bestowed upon him by the centaur girl. This is a letter from a friend, stating that I can publish a commission unconditionally. I wonder if she is deceiving me. Upon seeing the invitation, Catherine's expression shifted to one of deeper reverence. She bowed respectfully. This is a diamond-level invitation from our Adventurers Guild, allowing you to unconditionally publish any commission below diamond rank. Should the adventurer fail to complete it, the guild will provide compensation. Very well, I wish to publish a commission to locate someone within the Monster Mountains. Here is the information regarding the target, he replied, handing her a rolled parchment inscribed with details about Eileen and Ludmila. Catherine took it solemnly, refraining from direct eye contact out of professional respect. The confidentiality of diamond-level commissions was paramount. Details regarding the target could not be disclosed until an adventurer accepted the task. Once the commission was successfully published, Chu Sheng departed the Adventurers Guild with his credentials in hand, accompanied by Pai. Many adventurers had noticed the display of his strength, regarding him with a mix of awe and respect. Pai walked proudly beside him, basking in the reverent glances directed their way, an experience she had never enjoyed while accompanying her mistress. Only after their departure did the surrounding individuals dare to murmur amongst themselves. When did a 7th-tier powerhouse emerge in Bedell City? Is it possible that what Sima Tianlong said is true? Have high-level magical beasts truly emerged within the mountain range, attracting such formidable beings? Can you refrain from speaking so loudly? If someone hears you, you might end up serving Master Tianlong as a mere plaything. As the two made their way through the gates of Bedell City and approached the entrance of the Monster Mountain Range, they presented their adventurer credentials to the border guards and successfully entered the mountainous realm. What kind of map is this? It doesn't even distinguish the basic cardinal directions. Chu Sheng unfurled the mountain map obtained from the Adventurers Association, only to find the various topographical markings hastily scrawled. He harbored serious doubts about whether the cartographer had ever ventured into these lands. Damn it, the Monster Mountain Range is so vast. Where am I supposed to find your 2 slaves? The serpent woman beside him, Pai, blinked curiously. She had already learned from Chu Sheng the true purpose of his journey. The revelation that Master Mast had 2 slaves other than herself left her feeling both intrigued and anxious, an overwhelming sense of crisis swelling within her. I am not the first slave of Mast after all. Chu Sheng remained oblivious to Pai's distraction and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, Pai, hold on tight and do not let go. Pai snapped back to attention, and though she did not understand why Mast had issued such a request, she obediently opened her arms. Coincidentally, her delicate hand rested upon the armrest. Chu Sheng. Chapter 111. The Fate of the Elf Maiden. Yes, my apologies. Master Mast, I did not mean to. Pai, startled by the unusual sensation, quickly released her grip, her pretty face flushing like a teapot. Although she had previously experienced no hindrance in the hot springs, touching an inappropriate area without her master's consent would have warranted several days of starvation as punishment in the past. However, Chu Sheng paid little heed to such details. Perhaps influenced by Rudmala's past experiences, he had grown indifferent. Before Pai could utter her apologies, he activated the life tree mark, and in an instant, a spatial rift opened before them. Mast, what is this? Pai's words were cut short as darkness enveloped her, and upon reopening her eyes, She found the surroundings transformed entirely. Her mouth agape in astonishment, He Pai exclaimed, "Master, how did you do that?" Her heart raced. This instantaneous teleportation spell resembled the teleportation magic circles she had glimpsed in ancient tomes. A bold hypothesis blossomed within her mind. "Master, you must possess the ability to manipulate spatial magic. That is a long-lost art." The admiration and reverence in He Pai's eyes deepened, prompting a sense of pride in Chu Sheng. "Perhaps, but you must promise me that you will not disclose this matter to anyone. Do you understand?" Previously, as He Pai was not yet his slave, he had kept his abilities concealed. Now that she was firmly on his side, she was entitled to know. He Pai nodded eagerly, her lips pursed in solemnity. "Rest assured, Master, this shall remain our secret." Truly, powerful magicians are indeed adept at concealing their prowess. As Chu Sheng surveyed their new environment, he realized they stood amidst a desolate wilderness, with a dilapidated village nearby, its ruins beset by flames threatening to consume all. He had just used spatial teleportation to transport them from the entrance of the Monster Mountain range to the outskirts, several dozen miles away. According to information released by the Adventurers Association, the outer regions predominantly housed low-tier magical beasts, typically not exceeding level 5. However, Chu Sheng was not here to hunt beasts. He sought individuals, pondering whether he might encounter other adventurers to glean information. As they approached the ruined village, they discovered colossal magical beast footprints embedded deep into the ground. Suddenly, a commotion drew their attention. Sounds of battle echoed nearby. He swiftly pulled He Pai closer through a teleportation spell, revealing two tall half-beings clad in armor, fiercely engaged in combat with a magical beast towering above the houses. The beast bore a resemblance to a rhinoceros, its horns stretching a staggering 7 to 8 meters long, each step sending tremors through the earth as if a mobile mountain were upon them. "Master, that is a level 5 crimson-horned rhinoceros," He Pai exclaimed, her soft body pressing against Chu Sheng's arm. One of the soldiers called out, "Friends over there, could you assist us in slaying this beast? We shall reward you handsomely afterward." Chu Sheng stroked his chin, contemplating whether to inquire about their situation while offering a bit of assistance. Upon seeing Chu Sheng nod, He Pai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly proposed, "Master, why should such a minor beast require your formidable strength? Allow me to handle this trivial matter." With unwavering confidence, He Pai was determined to showcase her abilities to Chu Sheng, hoping to prove her worth. Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, recognizing that the crimson-horned rhinoceros had already been weakened through its struggle with the soldiers. With He Pai's level 4 prowess, they could swiftly dispatch it. Receiving her master's affirmation, He Pai beamed with joy, retrieving her magic staff from beneath her robe and positioning herself atop a nearby platform, not far from the beast. "Lord of Thunder, let this endless lightning take form as myriad birds, bending to my will," He Pai softly chanted, a brilliant golden lightning coalescing at the tip of her staff, aimed directly at the frenzied crimson-horned rhinoceros. Thunder roared as the lightning flashed, and despite the beast's tough hide, it stumbled under the onslaught, pierced by the soldiers' lances. One soldier held a shield at the forefront to draw its ire while the other flanked it with strikes, and He Pai provided support from a distance. Through their coordinated efforts, the crimson-horned rhinoceros ultimately succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. "Master, I did it," He Pai exclaimed, rushing toward Chu Sheng, her exuberant movements causing her ample figure to sway dramatically. "Well done, He Pai." Chu Sheng did not hesitate to offer encouragement. While her magical prowess might pale in comparison to that of the great elf maiden Shania, she was undeniably a prodigy among ordinary individuals. However, before they could exchange further words, the two armored soldiers advanced rapidly toward them, their eyes devoid of gratitude, instead glinting with avarice and cunning. It seemed the so-called battle against the magical beast had merely been a ruse for their benefit. "Thank you, dear Serpent Maiden, for your generous assistance. Rest assured, when you find yourself beneath me, I too shall be most generous." The incantation time for a level 4 spell was not brief. Seizing the opportunity while she was still recovering from her recent exertion, they prepared to strike. The soldiers brandished their long spears, clearly intent on denying Chu Sheng and He Pai any chance to speak, as if they were merely lambs to the slaughter. In their eyes, Chu Sheng appeared to be nothing more than a wealthy young master seeking experience in the Monster Mountain range, while the magical serpent beside him was merely a slave and protector. If they could restrain her, this foolish young man would surely cower in fear and surrender without resistance. In due time, They would revel in humiliating this exquisite serpent maiden before his very eyes, a delight beyond compare. Such despicable wretches. The arrogance and tyranny of the Tianlong people seemed to have been inherited by these ignorant subordinates. Standing beside Chu Sheng, He Pai's warm figure trembled with fury, her gaze fixed menacingly upon the soldiers. I advise you not to resist, master. You surely do not wish for your slave to be subjected to humiliation, do you? The soldier charging ahead let out a chilling, high-pitched laugh, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He was a minotaur, towering over 3 meters tall, with robust, formidable horns atop his head. Contrary to expectations, the wealthy young master did not exhibit the fear they had anticipated. Instead, a faint disdain flickered across his face. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted as a shadowy figure struck the minotaur's head, causing it to explode. His body froze in place, and his shattered shield splintered into pieces, blood splattering several meters away. Another soldier behind him halted, touching his face, now stained with gore, his expression shifting from arrogance to sheer terror. Flesh, brain matter, and fragments of bone rained down upon him. He looked bewilderedly at Chu Sheng, his legs giving way beneath him, even leaking from beneath his armor. I have always loathed minotaurs, Chu Sheng thought. As a pure-hearted warrior, dispatching a minotaur with a single punch was effortless. He slowly approached the trembling soldier, who perceived him as the harbinger of death. Listen, I advise against rash actions. Lord Don Quixote of the Celestial Dragon tribe resides within the mountains. Consider your choices carefully. Before he could finish his threat, Chu Sheng forcefully stomped down, crushing the soldier's left foot into a pulp, leading him to collapse in agony. Please, my lord, I spoke too loudly. Do not kill me. I will do whatever you wish. I can become a compliant servant. Just spare my life. This soldier was a tortoise man, resembling a human below the waist, but with an oddly intriguing head that made Chu Sheng frown. From now on, I will ask, and you shall answer. If you dare to lie, I will shatter your shell, and you shall meet the same fate as your companion. Understand? Yes, yes. I assure you, my lord, I will answer truthfully. The tortoise man had long discarded his weapon, displaying no desire to resist, bowing deeply toward Chu Sheng in abject submission. He had never encountered someone so audaciously fearless in the face of the Celestial Dragon tribe. Realizing that his usual tactics would not work, he opted to surrender. After all, a lowly soldier earned meager dragon coins monthly. It was not worth risking his life. Chu Sheng gazed toward the inner mountains, where peaks rose steeply, shrouded in thick mist. What is the true reason for your Celestial Dragon tribe sealing off the interior of the Demon Beast Mountains? Catching a glimpse of Chu Sheng's murderous glare, the tortoise man quivered, his voice trembling. Lord Don Quixote discovered 2 elves from beyond the kingdom within the mountains, intending to capture them as slaves, which is why the area was sealed under the pretense of dealing with high-level magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng's vague premonition solidified. Indeed, Rudmila and Eileen were within the mountains. However, the grim news was that they had attracted the attention of the elite Celestial Dragon tribe. Have those 2 elves been captured? He pressed. And no, one elf possesses extraordinary agility and injured Lord Don Quixote, but they too were wounded, likely still hiding within the mountains. Chu Sheng nodded. He had confidence in Rudmila's strength. Even if she could not defeat her foes, she could certainly escape, having once evaded a 9th-tier mage with his assistance. One last question. Are you certain that everything you've said is the truth? The tortoise man trembled under Chu Sheng's predatory gaze, shaking his head vehemently, as if he were a marionette. How could I lie to you, my lord? Every word is true. If I were to deceive you, I would be no better than a beast. Chu Sheng found amusement in the tortoise man's fear and playfully kicked him, saying, All right, get up. Return to your lord in the Celestial Dragon tribe, and speak favorably on my behalf. You need not serve as a slave or a compliant servant. With Chu Sheng's unexpected clemency, the tortoise man felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Thank you, my lord. I shall never trouble you again. I am grateful for my freedom. Overjoyed, the tortoise man stood, wincing at the pain in his foot, and stumbled away. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a resounding crack echoed, and he looked down to see a small hole appear in his chest, blood pouring forth. In disbelief, he turned to Chu Sheng for one last look before collapsing to the ground. Chu Sheng sheathed his American-style katana, without even glancing at the corpse. And you dare claim you spoke no lies? Clearly, you are more beast than man. From the actions of these 2 soldiers, he gleaned how whimsically tyrannical the Celestial Dragon tribe was, with their subordinates willing to mercilessly slaughter adventurers without a shred of discipline. Hebe, You return to Bedell City and await my return. Once I resolve matters here, I shall come to fetch you." To his surprise, the serpent maiden shook her head vehemently, her eyes brimming with determination. "Master, I wish to accompany you." Hebe harbored a deep-seated anxiety. She understood that Chu Sheng intended to confront the celestial dragon tribe for answers and did not want to be a burden. However, even as a seventh-tier warrior, Masta would receive no leniency from the domineering celestial dragon tribe. If they desired her as a slave, she would have no choice but to comply, and any resistance would only play into their hands. "Masta, the celestial dragon tribe is not only noble in status, but also possesses unimaginable power. Please do not." Before she could finish, Chu Sheng gently pressed his finger against her soft lips, chuckling as he caressed her delicate, pink hair. "Do not worry. I merely wish to reason with the celestial dragon tribe. If dialogue fails, I shall consider other options. But, enough. Return home and cleanse yourself, for I shall be back to check on you. If I find any dirt upon your person, you shall be punished." With that, Chu Sheng placed a hand on the serpent maiden's shoulder, and with a surge of spatial magic, he transported her back to the vicinity of Bedell City. Next, he anticipated a fierce confrontation. With a small slave by his side, he felt no inclination to protect her. Yet, he had not forgotten the original purpose of his journey to the Dragon Kingdom, to seek aid for the Elven Forest. It seemed he was to clash with the local powers almost immediately upon arrival. "Ah, what splendid timing to test the new capabilities of my golden finger." A clever idea struck Chu Sheng. With a thought, he returned to the threshold of his abode, reaching out to touch the orc specimen displayed on the shelf, his body transforming instantaneously. In moments, he transitioned from a charming, sunny young man to a burly orc. His strength surged dramatically, and with a gentle push, he leaped dozens of meters high, advancing deeper into the Demon Beast Mountains. Chapter 112. The threat of the Dragon Maiden. The preceding chapter had been expanded by 4,000 words, and this chapter will continue tomorrow. I am not procrastinating, rather. I encountered several flagged sections during my revisions. The scrutiny from the review board is akin to examining text through a magnifying glass. Of course, it is also possible that recent AI developments have intensified the scrutiny. As Chu Sheng, now in the guise of an orc, bounded through the forest, he occasionally sensed various magical beasts nearby. After traversing several dozen miles into the depths, he spotted a gathering of figures in a valley. At the forefront stood two towering members of the celestial dragon tribe, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers scattered around, wielding an array of peculiar magical devices, seemingly searching for something. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng landed with a resounding thud near the celestial dragons, scrutinizing their commanding figures. Standing over 3 meters tall, they bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for the formidable dragon horns that adorned their foreheads. One of them, possessing an alluring yet somewhat effeminate appearance, wore lavish, exquisite garments, unmistakably indicating a lineage of privilege. His eyes, filled with arrogance and disdain, betrayed a demeanor of superiority, exuding an air of condescension despite his refined elegance. Another member of the dragon race, adorned in the garb of a servant, bore gray-white hair and a robust physique. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, and even from a distance, one could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him. "Have you found those two elves?" the aristocratically dressed dragon asked, adjusting the glasses perched on his nose, casting a disdainful glance at the oddly appearing intruder before him. "Who are you? I have never encountered such an unsightly race before." The elder dragon, resembling a butler, swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of his master, his gaze filled with suspicion. "Young Master Don Quixote, this is an orc from the northern part of the continent. For some unknown reason, he has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom." "Orc?" The dragon named Don Quixote's eyes gleamed with interest as he regarded Chu Sheng like an object of curiosity, murmuring, "Fascinating, indeed. First elves, and now an orc. My collection shall surely flourish." This was his first genuine encounter with the orc race, as the Dragon Kingdom maintained a stringent isolation from the outside world, leaving many ignorant of the diverse races beyond their borders. "Those two elves are my slaves. I kindly ask you to cease your pursuit, as a favor to my orc kin." "Ridiculous." The elder dragon scoffed derisively. "The orcs and elves have been sworn enemies for generations. They would rather perish than serve the orcs. Who do you think you are fooling?" He then turned to Don Quixote, advising, "Young master, the presence of this orc here is highly suspicious. It could be part of some conspiracy by the orc empire. We should capture him post-haste." Don Quixote nodded, having little faith in the rumors of the orc empires might overwhelming other nations. This orc, not only grotesque in appearance but also lacking the robust build of a dragon, seemed destined for a life of servitude. With that thought, he commanded his butler, "Seize him. An orc slave would surely incite envy among the others in our family." "At your command, young master." Chu Sheng felt a twinge of headache. These two were clearly not inclined to listen. "Wait, I am curious to know why you would hunt the elves, given their amicable relations with the Dragon Kingdom? That is classified information. Perhaps I shall grant you an answer once you become my slave." Don Quixote waved his hand, and the elder dragon lunged forward, accompanied by over 100 fully armed soldiers charging into the fray. "Foolish orc, allow me to demonstrate what true might looks like." The butler, named Hayward, had participated in the wars between the beastmen and the subhuman alliance in his youth, and unlike other weaker races, he held no fear of the orcs. To him, if not for the difficulties of pure-blood dragons in procreation, the Dragon Kingdom would have long dominated half the continent, leaving no room for the orc empire. In an instant, Hayward's human form swelled with muscle, his clothes tearing as he sprouted a pair of broad wings, with a dragon tail trailing behind him. His formidable aura, though only at the 7th tier, bore an oppressive weight akin to that of an 8th-tier warrior, with the strength conferred by his orc form. Chu Sheng met Hayward's fist, only to be sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through the nearby hillside. His hands were torn. The power of this pure-blood dragon was utterly outrageous. He surmised that even an 8th-tier human warrior would struggle to withstand such force. In retrospect, it was no wonder he could injure Rudmala. Ah, so this is the legendary orc capable of sweeping the continent. Just right, I need a beast of burden. And he shall do. As Chu Sheng was sent sprawling by his butler's punch, Don Quixote sneered with disdain, removing his glasses to clean them. His true interest lay with the two hidden elves. Not only were they beautiful and alluring, but they also exuded a forest-like fragrance, surely enhancing the quality of his sleep. A colossal roar reverberated through the valley as Hayward's face began to morph, taking on a more draconic visage. With a gaping maw, embers of intense fire danced within. Dragon breath, elder phlegm attack. In the next moment, a massive conflagration blazed forth, engulfing the hillside and incinerating everything in its path. "Do not kill him, Hayward." Upon hearing his master's warning, Hayward ceased his fiery assault, his powerful wings flapping as he dove toward the wreckage. With each punch, he shattered the debris, eventually discovering the barely conscious Chu Sheng amidst the rubble, sighing with relief. "Thank heavens he is not dead, otherwise my master would be deprived of a slave." Just as Hayward reached to pull Chu Sheng from the wreckage, the seemingly lifeless orc suddenly opened his eyes and grasped his arm with surprising strength. "Welcome to my Chu Sheng's marvelous room." The elder dragon, realizing the peril, sensed the mockery and manipulation within Chu Sheng's gaze. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Before he could withdraw, he was instantaneously transported into the critical room, where the power of Chu Sheng's golden fingers swiftly dispatched him. This trick is truly infallible. Chu Sheng poked at the lifeless dragon carcass lying in the critical room, contentedly absorbing the spoils of his demise. His internal vitality surged, bringing him closer to the 6th tier. After being struck into the rubble by Hayward, he had returned to the critical room to recuperate fully before re-emerging. It was evident that as long as this dragon could not eliminate him in one blow, he was an unyielding force. Meanwhile, outside, Don Quixote grew increasingly perplexed by the absence of his butler. With his troops in tow, he cautiously approached the ruins. "Young Master Don Quixote, be cautious." His subhuman soldiers cautioned, but before they could finish their warning, the transformed Chu Sheng tore through them, wreaking havoc as he charged through the ranks like a war god, leaving destruction in his wake, causing the soldiers to scatter in fear. With the soldiers retreating, the unfortunate Don Quixote found himself exposed to Chu Sheng's relentless assault. He quickly activated his dragon bloodline, hardening his scales as he attempted to evade. However, in doing so, Chu Sheng's strike aimed at his abdomen went awry, resulting in a grievous blow to his pure-blood dragon egg. Ow! The excruciating pain caused Don Quixote to collapse, nearly losing consciousness. Despite his immediate efforts to heal himself using both magical and martial energies, the searing agony persisted, deep-rooted within his very soul. "Why must it come to this, young master? We could have negotiated amicably." Chu Sheng stepped forward, acutely aware that the blow he had landed had undoubtedly shattered the dragon egg, and without the divine life essence, healing was unlikely. Yet, he found himself in a dilemma. After all, This was a member of the exalted dragon race, a ruling figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Killing him recklessly might leave behind significant repercussions. No, wait. I am an orc now. Who I slay has no bearing on me. Chu Sheng. Quickly, Chu Sheng resolved that Don Quixote not only sought to capture his elven maid as a slave, but intended to do the same to him. Thus, as a valiant orc, it was only just to intervene against such tyranny. Don Quixote retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, dripping a single drop of potent blood between his legs. This was the diluted blood of the dragon ancestors, endowed with formidable healing properties, a gift bestowed only upon exceptional pure blood descendants. Yet, even this precious elixir could not mend his shattered egg, leaving him writhing in agony, predicting that even if he healed, its function would be irreparably lost. Don Quixote, now a pathetic sight, sat trembling on the ground, his meticulously arranged hair and attire completely in disarray. Confronted by the disdainful and terrifying gaze of Chu Sheng, he felt as though he had encountered a prehistoric beast. The overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness shattered his pride and composure in an instant. The orc formed Chu Sheng chuckled, a peculiar and foul laugh. How is it that the esteemed young master of the Celestial Dragon clan cannot even utter a harsh word? Surely, you might at least cry for help? Chu Sheng was in no hurry. He intended to slowly extract information regarding Rudmara and Eileen from his adversary's lips. Should this foolish dragon remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the might of a beast-man's fist. Sensing the imminent danger, a sound akin to shattering glass emanated from Don Quixote, indicating the destruction of his protective talisman. With quick reflexes, Chu Sheng delivered a punch that shattered the glowing source stone on Don Quixote's body, instantly tearing apart the internal magical patterns and rendering his lethal spells ineffective. Yet, even so, some functions of the source stone remained activated, projecting a stunningly voluptuous image. Hayward, what has transpired? Where is Don Quixote now? Where is my son? The projection bore a pair of elegantly shaped dragon horns, its form obscured, but one could discern exaggerated curves. The voice belonged to a mature woman, laced with panic and urgency, yet she seemed oblivious to the situation at hand. Hayward was indeed Don Quixote's steward, yet at that moment, his lifeless body lay within Chu Sheng's lair, unable to respond to the voice's owner. Upon hearing his mother's call, Don Quixote's trembling form regained some semblance of calm, shaking off the earlier disdain as he pleaded with Chu Sheng in a low, submissive tone. Please, do not kill me. The Celestial Dragon clan will not spare you. You will find no sanctuary throughout the Dragon Kingdom. He continued, I can divulge any information regarding the two elves, or anything else you desire. My mother will even provide you with treasures from the Dragon clan. For the first time in his life, Don Quixote found himself in such peril, his formidable 7th-tier steward having vanished without a trace, likely deceased. As a mere 5th tier, he could not afford to concern himself with pride. Survival was paramount. Once he had bribed this beast man with treasures, he would summon the clan's warriors to eliminate him. The words of his son made the woman in the projection grasp the gravity of the situation. Her only child was facing a life-or-death crisis and was cornered. Her voice exuded an undeniable authority, laden with endless threats. I care not who you are or what your race or status may be. Should you dare to harm a descendant of the Celestial Dragon clan, prepare to meet a fate worse than death. Anyone connected to you will suffer the same fate. Then, she shifted her tone. As long as you spare my son, I can grant you anything you desire, even the blood of the Dragon clan's ancestors. How peculiar it was for one who was clearly defeated to speak with such bravado, resembling a bully. It was understandable that Don Quixote's mother was so anxious. Resorting to the harshest of threats, pure-blood dragons were exceedingly rare, and offspring were difficult to obtain. Even the lord of a city like Bardel required half-dragons to assist in administration, highlighting the preciousness of pure-blood dragons. The repercussions of any descendant being harmed could mobilize the entire nation for vengeance. However, as the Dragon clan woman sought to speak further, Chu Sheng decisively crushed the source stone. He was acutely aware that this celestial dragon young master could potentially bring endless trouble. It was more rational to release him. Yet, the thought that if he had not arrived in time, Rudmara and Eileen might eventually fall into the hands of this adversary and become slaves. A fate he could not bear to witness. Gnawed at him. Revenge? Feel free to attempt it. But first, you must locate me. Chu Sheng chuckled. Even if this dragon's mother came searching, it would not guarantee she could find him. Even with powerful magic to restore scenes, she would only discern that a beastman had slain her son. Now tell me, where have those two elves gone? Do not test my limited patience any further, if you please. Chapter 113. Spatial Pit. The previous chapter has been revised and supplemented. Do remember to review it once more to ensure continuity in the narrative. I will tell you. Faced with the shattering of his last hope, Don Quixote was plunged once more into profound terror, stammering out. The two elves fought with Hayward and then ventured into a cave deep within the mountains, which is shrouded in an inexplicable magical barrier, resembling the legendary spatial magic. We have been unable to breach it. A cave cloaked in spatial magic? Chu Sheng stroked his chin, instantly recalling the incident of spatial teleportation that had occurred previously. Could it be related to this place? He intended to investigate as this dragon had suggested, thereby deeming it unnecessary to squander time. Very well, young master, I have finished my inquiries. Don Quixote blinked cautiously, reminding him, You haven't asked what treasures you desire yet? My mother will truly provide them. Chu Sheng cast a helpless glance at him, disregarding his cautious demeanor, and innocently crossed his arms. It seems you have forgotten that we are in the Demon Beast Mountains, where death is hardly an unusual occurrence. Is it? Upon hearing this, Don Quixote's complexion turned pale, his skin erupting in dragon scales as he instinctively prepared for his final defense. Crack! In the next moment, Chu Sheng's powerful orc arm snapped Don Quixote's neck, the hardened scales shattering, his expression frozen in a moment of terror. Don Quixote could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at Chu Sheng, feeling life swiftly draining from him. He was a descendant of the celestial dragon clan, a being revered and feared throughout the dragon kingdom. How could he possibly meet such an inexplicable end in the Demon Beast Mountains? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, Don Quixote, die? In his final moments, Don Quixote still fantasized that he was merely trapped in a nightmare, slain by a mere beast man, unworthy of servitude. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the city of singing dragons, a luxurious and grand estate was engulfed by a torrent of dragon breath, instantly reducing half the structure to ruins. The sheer terror of it leaving countless nearby residents in shock. A figure, enveloped in magic, surged into the sky, unleashing terrifying spells against the heavens, causing thunder and rain to cascade, the clouds roiling ominously. It was a mature and stunning woman of the celestial dragon clan, her dragon horns radiating blinding light, as if even the sky trembled at her wrath. No matter where you hide, I swear to tear you apart and avenge my son. The woman's furious cry echoed through the skies, accompanied by storms of lightning, fire, and ice that ravaged the ground below, destroying numerous homes. The once bustling city of singing dragons fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the woman's wrath, as the populace feared inciting the fury of this enraged dragon mother. After a lengthy pause, an elderly celestial dragon soared high on the winds of magic, frowning as he admonished the frenzied woman. Achina, what are you shouting about? Do you even realize how many civilians you have endangered? I do not know. All I know is that my son, Don Quixote, is dead. He is dead. The celestial dragon elder was momentarily stunned, his mind grappling with the revelation, while a more ferocious anger surged within him. In the Dragon Kingdom, how could anyone dare to slay a descendant of the celestial dragon clan? Such a thing had not occurred in thousands of years. Don Quixote truly was the most esteemed of the celestial dragons, adorned with a plethora of treasures, with over 100 slave contracts alone. Moreover, it was evident that he possessed a peculiar penchant for collecting, acquiring one of every different subhuman slave. It was no wonder he was so enamored with the elves he had never encountered. Chu Sheng merely absorbed the death drops of his adversary, refraining from taking anything from the body, for it might bear traces left by his parents. If he were to be tracked down inexplicably, it would spell trouble. With a decisive wave of his hand, he engulfed the entire valley in flames of magical fire, leaving not a trace behind. With over 100 soldiers accompanying him to the netherworld, he could be said to depart in style and dignity. As Chu Sheng ventured deeper into the demonic mountain range, he soon stumbled upon a colossal pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, situated near the very heart of the mountains. To his astonishment, he observed small creatures darting above the pit, seemingly suspended in midair, defying gravity in a most peculiar manner. Within the depths of the pit, he sensed a faint aura of spatial magic, which explained the natural barrier above. Cautiously, he approached the edge of the pit, peering down into its unfathomable depths. Fortunately, he was not afflicted by acrophobia. As he concentrated, a wave of spatial magic gradually enveloped him, and suddenly, he felt his feet lose contact with the ground, plummeting swiftly downward. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by a force from within the pit, and before he could utter a cry, he found himself at the bottom. To his surprise, the impact was not painful, as if he had landed on a soft trampoline. Bewildered, he slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the bottom of the pit, which unfolded into a fantastical scene. The walls were adorned with myriad glowing stones, creating an illusion of spaciousness, while beneath him lay a shallow lake. Its blue luminescence rendering it remarkably deep, reflecting dazzling light and exuding warmth. What is this? Bubbles floated to the surface, each containing ethereal images, accompanied by faint sounds that seemed to beckon him. Alarmingly, some of these images appeared eerily familiar. Could it be that these bubbles encapsulated my memories? Instinctively, Chu Sheng reached out to poke one of the bubbles that drifted closer, and in an instant, his consciousness wavered. Memories long buried surged forth as if he were reliving them. At the university gates, his girlfriend Lu Rian tugged along two of her friends, her lips forming a stark contrast to the warmth of their words. Chu Sheng, you needn't try to keep me. Wang Xiao has returned, and I cannot forget him. You have treated me well, and surely you wouldn't hinder me from pursuing a brighter future, would you? One of her friends, whose pallor was akin to that of a corpse, chimed in. Chu Sheng, you wouldn't want Lu Rian to suffer a life of hardship with you, would you? Perhaps you should buy Wang Xiao a few boxes of small umbrellas? At least that would give you a sense of participation. Chapter 114. Lost in memories. Chu Sheng blinked in astonishment, realizing he was engulfed in a memory, acutely aware that his surroundings were not real. This memory encapsulated the moment Lu Rian had ended their relationship during their university days. He recalled that he had not felt anger, merely offering a kind reminder. It's all right. Rian, you should visit a small clinic for a checkup. That way, there won't be any records of restoration. It's best to make it look a bit more delicate. Wealthy individuals like Wang Xiao often pay great attention to such details. In response, Lu Rian and her friends erupted in a tirade against him at the university gates. Their insults were harsh and unrelenting, filled with vitriol, rendering the exchange quite unpleasant. Upon regaining his composure, Chu Sheng reflected on the experience he had just undergone, finding the ability to peer into memories rather mysterious. He speculated that this power emanated from the waters beneath him, likely a manifestation of a formidable being's mental energy. If this were indeed true, what a colossal entity it must be to condense such a vast expanse of water. Without further contemplation, he advanced towards the center of the lake, where he soon spotted two figures lying upon the ground. Rudmila, Ailrin. The two dark-skinned elven maidens lay unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber amidst the shallow waters, surrounded by bubbles of dreams. Chu Sheng was certain that Rudmila was in a profound sleep, as he had playfully squeezed her ample form, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Normally, she would likely plead for more, craving the sensation. Rudmila was encircled by dreamy bubbles, each containing her memories. Intrigued, he gazed at the largest bubble. Ugh, Chu Sheng. He had intended to poke it to explore the memories within, but before he could, he heard Rudmila's retching sounds. He recognized the scene without needing to look. It was the moment he had disciplined Rudmila in her cell. Goodness, even in dreams, she seemed to yearn for his touch. This short-haired elven maiden was truly beyond redemption. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to Ailrin, whose white hair floated gracefully upon the lake's surface. She too seemed to be ensnared in slumber, her expression a mix of turmoil and joy, leaving one to wonder if her dreams were sweet or nightmarish. Ailrin, what is the nature of your dreams? I'm merely curious, truly not intending to intrude. Just a glance. He was primarily curious whether he could enter another's dream through contact with their bubble, pondering if he would assume a godlike perspective or embody one of the characters within. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he refrained from hastily joining Ailrin in her dream, opting instead to prepare himself. He meticulously erected a spatial barrier around them. The pit's interior seemed particularly attuned to spatial magic, amplifying its potency. Then, he gently lifted Rudmila and Ailrin from the water, retrieving two rocking chairs from the adjacent room for them to recline upon. With utmost care, he removed their damp garments, mindful of the chill that could ensue from prolonged exposure to the water. With a mere thought, he returned to the realm of reality, procuring two outfits belonging to Xue Ying, and returned to the other world to dress the elven maidens. His movements were exceedingly gentle, boldly gazing at parts that should not be seen and touching areas that should not be touched. It must be said, both Rudmila and Ailrin, having pursued a path of martial training, possessed physiques far more robust than their magical counterparts like Shauna, Tiffany, or Veline. Their forms were not only well-defined but also possessed a delightful softness, all complemented by their long, powerful legs. Even in slumber, one could only imagine the strength they harbored. Once clad in garments from the earthly realm, Chu Sheng's eyes sparkled. The two elven maidens resembled ethereal goddesses of the internet, their beauty bordering on the fantastical. He dressed Rudmila in a sensuous and mature ensemble, a fitted white tank top accentuating her curves, complemented by snug shorts and fishnet stockings, embodying the essence of the charming neighbor. Aelrin, on the other hand, was adorned in a healing-themed outfit, akin to Chu Sheng's style, loose short sleeves paired with a delicate white skirt, hinting at an alluring innocence. Fortunately, both maidens shared similar height and proportions with Chu Sheng, sparing him the trouble of additional purchases. Chu Sheng reclined blissfully between them, one arm draped around each, reveling in the exquisite sensation. The warmth of the dark-skinned elven maiden, the delicate embrace of her waist, and the alluring curve of her form claimed most of the rocking chair. To avoid being pushed out and inadvertently wetting his clothes, he found himself nestled closely against them. Memories, activate. Chu Sheng gently touched the largest dream bubble beside Aelin, allowing himself to relax completely, soon succumbing to a slumber reminiscent of an infantess. The ethereal bubble swayed and danced, akin to a moth drawn to flame, gradually approaching both Chu Sheng and Aelin. Aelin's childhood was a tapestry of happiness, as she resided with her most cherished mentor, Babylon. This striking dark elf, exuding an aura of authority, possessed resplendent violet hair and approached matters with earnest seriousness, revealing tender moments only in Aelin's presence. Each day brimmed with fulfillment. She trained in martial arts and combat skills alongside her teacher by day, and at night, they would gather by the warm hearth for dinner, sharing the day's experiences. To Aelin, Babylon was a maternal figure, providing warmth that surpassed even the cozy flames of the fireplace, and such days continued in blissful succession. However, as time progressed, Aelin began to witness disputes among elves in various contexts. One faction comprised of the light elves, while the other was naturally the dark elves. The reasons for their conflicts eluded her, as the adults remained tight-lipped, and in her innocence, she believed that once she grew stronger, the answers would come to her. Thus, Aelin labored diligently day after day, swiftly revealing a talent for martial arts that rivaled that of her mentor, her strength burgeoning with each passing day. She yearned for the moment when she could emerge as a formidable force to put an end to the discord between the dark and light elves. The elven forest should be a sanctuary of harmony. Yet, such beautiful aspirations often arrived tardily. Before Aelin could attain her strength, the dark elves had already departed the elven forest en masse. This memory bore little turbulence. Even when young Aelin discovered her teacher's departure, she did not weep inconsolably but stood in a daze at the door, motionless for a considerable time. From his recent dream experience, Chu Sheng realized that this young Aelin was merely a reflection of the Aelin lost in her memories, not the actual child of yesteryears. Chapter 115. The familiar darkness. Chu Sheng concluded his divine perspective and entered Aelin's dream in a spiritual form, striding directly towards her. The youthful Aelin sat despondently on the ground, her gaze vacant, seemingly oblivious to the footsteps behind her. The surrounding space warped and fluctuated, indicating that this recollection was nearing its conclusion, akin to a video on an automatic loop. The face of the dark elf bore an unmistakable sorrow, and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Chu Sheng squatted beside her, seeking to alleviate her gloom with idle conversation. Aelin, why were you so frail as a child, yet have grown tall and robust? Has all the nourishment gone into your bosom and peaches? This was no exaggeration. In her current state, the dark elf appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, more slender than any human girl. Such was the formidable power of the life goddess's genes. Ah, Chu Sheng, how are you here? Aelin turned in astonishment, a mix of curiosity and shock washing over her at the sight of the familiar figure. My presence in your dream is simply a consequence of locating your true self. Chu Sheng succinctly explained the events following their entry into the Demon Mountain Range. Upon learning that she and Rudmila were safe, Aelin exhaled in relief. They had been inexplicably teleported to this location, only to be pursued by a horned man upon their exit, before returning here to be ensnared in memories, unaware of the happenings outside or how much time had elapsed. Chu Sheng, could you forget what you just witnessed? It is, after all, my secret. Aelin spoke shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed that Chu Sheng had seen her in such a vulnerable and awkward state. Everyone harbors aspects of their past they prefer not to revisit. Unfortunate childhoods often require a lifetime to mend, and there is no shame in that. The dark elf sighed deeply, still entwined in her memories, murmuring, "I often thought, if only I could strive a little harder and stand on my own sooner, perhaps my teacher would not have left without a word, and the circumstances in the elven forest would be different." Chu Sheng believed such a notion was largely implausible. How could a mere child prevent the mass exodus of the dark elves? However, he surmised that Aylin's abandonment was likely tied to the life goddess, much like Shinuya, who had suddenly become a vegetable. Rudmara, lying beside them, surely knew the reason but chose silence. It seemed he would need to visit the dark elf settlement personally in due time. In truth, I do not harbor resentment towards my teachers. I simply wish that if they were destined to leave, they had at least informed me in advance, so I could have cherished those last few days in their embrace. For she was like a mother to me. Seeing Aylin grow increasingly sorrowful, Chu Sheng instinctively dove into her embrace, transforming into an infant of 300 months. "Aylin, Mama." Aylin appeared utterly bewildered, glancing down at the man in her arms, a mix of laughter and tears in her eyes. "Chu Sheng, never mind, I have recovered." "Thank you." Chu Sheng, smiling, nestled against the barren dunes. "I can see that you aspire to be like your teacher, Babylon, don't you?" "Yes, very much." "Then think back to how you acted while nestled in her embrace. Replicate that sentiment towards me, and all shall be well." Chu Sheng spoke with confidence, for he was well versed in such matters, having a mother who was the elven queen. Comforting parents was indeed his forte. "Aylin, since you have lost your mother, why not strive to become someone like her? Consider me as your training partner. Do not hesitate." Aylin momentarily found herself at a loss for words, staring blankly at him, contemplating Chu Sheng's earlier words, and reminiscing about the times she lay in Babylon's arms. Suddenly, she recalled something rather embarrassing. In her infancy of 1 or 2 years, she vaguely remembered Babylon having once fed her. Did this imply that Chu Sheng sought something similar now? With a hint of shyness, Aylin replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, I wish to fulfill your request, but I do not possess that kind of magic." The dark elf's expression was filled with regret, as elves could not reproduce, and thus could not offer such things. She specialized in martial energy, lacking even the most basic first-tier magic, rendering her incapable of being Chu Sheng's mother in a physical sense. "It's all right, I have a plan. Shall we depart this dream for now?" Aylin nodded, casting one last glance at the memories before vanishing from the dreamscape. She could have awakened sooner, but it seemed she lingered a moment longer, savoring the warmth of her mentor. Chu Sheng observed Aylin's reluctance, understanding that while she might have come to terms with her situation, truly letting go was an unattainable feat at best. She could learn to manage her thoughts, preventing them from interfering with her daily life and training. After all, the mirror had shattered. No matter how it was mended, perfection was unlikely. Like a once plump fruit that gradually withers, while still magnificent, it could never be deemed beautiful. "Why can't I escape?" Chu Sheng discovered a curious fact. He was unable to leave Aylin's dream. The surrounding scenery began to morph, the elven forest from Aylin's recollections crumbling into darkness, replaced by an expanse of silent void adorned with scattered stars. Chu Sheng discovered that he had lost all sensation of his physical form, for it was certain that Aylin had awakened and would have attempted to touch or shake him upon realizing he was still unconscious. Yet, there was no response whatsoever. This bizarre sensation inexplicably bore a faint familiarity. In the midst of darkness, a brilliant flame ignited in the palm of Chu Sheng's hand, illuminating a grand silhouette several dozen meters away. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness. Yet within it sat a figure that made a striking entrance akin to that of the goddess of life. Chu Sheng's heart raced with astonishment as he speculated that he had somehow been granted the opportunity to behold a divine being. With this thought, a sense of calm washed over him, for he had experienced a similar encounter before. All that remained was to replicate the established protocol. Nevertheless, curiosity lingered within him. Previously, he had learned from the goddess of life that to seek an audience with a deity, one must acquire the most potent essence of the deity's strongest follower. Could it be that the lake of water he had encountered held such significance? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Hence, he commenced his approach towards the immense silhouette in the darkness, his steps slow and reverent, wary of any semblance of disrespect. He lowered his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with the figure, while drawing upon the immense life essence gifted to him by the goddess of life. This essence surged forth from his being, coalescing into a radiant, luminescent sapling that took root in his palm, casting light upon the surrounding void. The rationale behind Chu Sheng's actions was simple, to signify that he had garnered the favor of a divine entity, establishing a kinship among them. "Noble lady, I am Chu Sheng, and it is an honor to meet you." A gentle voice resonated from the towering woman, not emitted from her lips, but rather an ethereal thought that penetrated the depths of his soul. She spoke in the same ancient tongue as the goddess of life, her tone peculiar and intricate. Although Chu Sheng struggled to comprehend her words, his innate ability allowed for direct translation. This enigmatic goddess exuded vitality, contrasting the somewhat somber demeanor of the goddess of life, appearing in excellent spirits. Chu Sheng refrained from raising his head, carefully choosing his words. "Might you enlighten me as to why this situation is perilous? Furthermore, how may I address you? If you were to encounter deities antagonistic to life, your actions would be tantamount to offering her life upon a platter, and that would indeed be perilous," she cautioned. "Moreover, I am the creator of all ancient dragons, known to the world as the immortal. However, given your profound bond with life, you may simply refer to me as grandmother." Chu Sheng promptly swallowed the essence of the goddess of life back into himself, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. It appeared he had not erred in his assumptions. She was indeed a deity of the dragon kingdom. Tiffany had mentioned that the goddess of life and the immortal had forged a bond spanning millennia, making her the sole trustworthy entity. Presently, this seemed to hold true. The undertone of familiarity in her voice suggested that even if Chu Sheng were to leap onto her bed, the immortal would merely smile and soothe him. "Thank you for your explanation, immortal goddess. I have countless questions I yearn to ask, yet I fear I may vex you. If it pleases you, could you inform me of the current state of the goddess of life and the challenges she faces?" The towering woman seemed to anticipate his inquiry. As before he could finish speaking, her thoughts enveloped his mind, exuding tranquility. Life is currently besieged by numerous dangers, both from other deities and her own circumstances. Yet, these trials can only be faced by her alone. Even I am powerless to assist. Chu Sheng contemplated this, recognizing that the dangers posed by other deities were likely from the gods of the beast men and the human empire, among others. After all, no matter how powerful the human empire might be, they would not dare to launch an attack against the elven forest without the consent of other demi-human nations. It raised the question of whether the deity worshipped by the human realm had been conscripted by the beastman's god. His thoughts meandered, and suddenly, an inquisitiveness about the appearance of the immortal goddess overcame him. "Immortal goddess, may I behold your visage?" The immortal goddess responded with graciousness. "Of course, my dear. You may gaze upon me as you wish, but before that, I would like you to sincerely answer me a question." Chu Sheng blinked, sensing the gravity in her words, and hastily adjusted his demeanor. "Certainly, goddess. Regardless of what you inquire, I shall respond honestly to the best of my knowledge. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to hear your true feelings and ascertain whether life has made a misjudgment in entrusting you with her essence, which, I must admit, makes me a tad envious," she remarked with a hint of playfulness. Chu Sheng was taken aback. Her words held a semblance of truth. Why entrust such a vital essence to him rather than her closest confidant? He sensed that this question might remain unanswered for quite some time. The immortal goddess withdrew her jest, her tone shifting to one of contemplation. "Possessing such powers signifies that you have boundless potential for transcendence in the future. However, would you still be willing to sacrifice everything for the fragile elven race and for the unencumbered promise of life?" The immortal goddess had initially spoken lightly, yet the weight of her query was palpable. Chu Sheng felt that in this environment, he had no option but to speak truthfully. He even harbored a premonition that should she desire to know, she could employ techniques far superior to those of the mind magics wielded by Veline. The absence of such tactics suggested that she accorded him considerable respect, perhaps influenced by the favor of the goddess of life. The question was straightforward. Having reaped the benefits of another, would one still be inclined to offer recompense without any binding promise? It was akin to the immortal goddess asking Chu Sheng if he had borrowed all the wealth of the elven forest without leaving an IOU. Would he still be willing to repay? In such circumstances, many might choose not to repay, yet Chu Sheng had never entertained such thoughts. He had long regarded the elven forest as his own domain. Each elven maiden within it was akin to his wings. The thought of breaking even one would cause him great sorrow. If this were the nature of the inquiry, he could confidently assert, absolutely. With sincerity etched upon his face, Chu Sheng patted his chest in assurance. no matter the adversary or the challenge. I shall never forsake the elven forest, nor any of its elves. Even without the trust of the goddess of life, my resolve would remain unchanged. What a resolute answer, the immortal goddess remarked, refraining from elaborating further, though she seemed satisfied with his declaration, or perhaps merely wished to observe his integrity. Yet, in the next moment, every word he had just spoken transformed under a mysterious force into glowing script that gracefully floated within the dark void. Those words appeared to be inscribed in an intangible space, deeply etched in this realm, carrying immense consequences. Chu Sheng felt a lingering apprehension that should he fail to uphold his promises in the future, the repercussions might be unfathomable. Very well. Your words have gained life's acknowledgement and have passed my scrutiny, regardless of whether you can fulfill them in the future. As long as you remain true to your heart in the present moment, all shall be well. Chapter 116. The Immortal's Bestowal. The previous chapter has already been expanded to 4,000 words. Please read it before proceeding to this chapter, lest the narrative become disjointed. Upon hearing the immortal goddess's explanation, Chu Sheng felt a slight relief. His prior words had indeed stemmed from the depths of his heart, and he was not overly concerned about being held accountable for them. You are quite impressive. You may now step forward to face me. Thank you, goddess. Chu Sheng then politely lifted his gaze to regard her. He recalled that the visage of the goddess of life had been obscured by some mystical force, rendering her true appearance indecipherable. Before him stood the creator of the ancient dragon, the undying goddess, who was even more formidable, adorned with a delicate veil that obscured her features, leaving only vague outlines visible. Nevertheless, Chu Sheng dared not voice any grievances. Instead, he continued to observe. Her stature was akin to that of the goddess of life, towering at an estimated 10 to 20 meters when standing, and even reclined upon her bed. She still exceeded 3 meters. Judging solely by her silhouette, the undying goddess and the goddess of life were comparable, draped in flowing black silk that accentuated her alluring curves. Particularly striking were her profound eyes and supple legs, with skin as delicate as white jade, evoking a desire to caress. Most distinctive were the elongated, beautifully shaped horns adorning her forehead, which added an intriguing touch to her beauty. One could surmise that the dragon clan was likely modeled after her. If the goddess of life resembled a courtly matron or a neighborly elder, then the undying goddess embodied the essence of a regal and enigmatic queen, an exquisite being imbued with mystery and power, evoking little inclination towards sacrilege. As Chu Sheng regained his composure, the first thought that crossed his mind was the manner of approaching her, undying goddess. I learned of the audience protocol from the goddess of life. Yet I sensed something amiss. He proceeded to recount the incident of falling into a spatial pit alongside 2 elven maidens and subsequently sleeping in a lake imbued with memories. If that lake was indeed the life source of the undying goddess's most potent kin, why had only he come to meet her, while Rudmara and Erlin were absent? The undying goddess remained serene upon her bed, and after listening to Chu Sheng's account, her voice remained notably calm. It seems my kin left a portion of their essence in the lake, allowing you the chance to arrive here. As for why your companions did not accompany you, I can only state that deities possess the discretion to choose whom to meet. Chu Sheng nodded, understanding her implication. Rudmara and Erlin might have met the conditions for an audience, but when he attempted to contact the undying goddess, she had unilaterally severed the connection. Wait a moment, the undying goddess's kin had left something behind in the lake suddenly. Chu Sheng's expression shifted as he recalled a peculiar news story he had heard years ago, wherein several women who swam in a pool all ended up pregnant. After investigation, it was revealed that a man had been in the pool. Undying goddess. Is your kin male or female? Of course, she is female. Why do you ask? Phew, that is a relief.